Chapter 1. The Supreme Immortal Clan System. In a secluded corner of the East Wilderness, in Qianzhou, amidst the Jian mountain range, a disheveled, middle-aged man sat cross-legged on a low hill. His voice was hysterical, his expression one of euphoric madness. Ha ha ha. I, Lu Yuan, have finally transcended to the celestial realm. After 200 years of enduring, since my talents have reached their limit with no hope of advancing further, I shall become a tyrannical being, acting without reason. As Lu Yuan's hair fluttered wildly and his words surged with fervor, he recalled the bitter memories of the past 2 centuries, causing him to weep uncontrollably. Wiping his tears on the ground, he abruptly turned and cackled, exhibiting none of the dignity expected of a celestial master. Once an ordinary worker, Lu Yuan led a monotonous life, laboring day in and day out. One fateful night, while engrossed in a web novel, he faintly heard urgent cries from the neighboring apartment. Suddenly enlightened, Lu Yuan surmised that someone was likely embroiled in domestic violence. Driven by a sense of justice, he stealthily approached the scene under the moonlight, intending to gather information. Unexpectedly, he was mistaken for the notorious neighbor, Old Wang, by a man returning home late, leading to an accidental tumble from the 5th floor. As he plummeted, Lu Yuan's final thought was to witness the ensuing drama between the 3 individuals involved. In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light engulfed him, and Lu Yuan found himself in a realm known as the Xuanhuang continent. Upon his arrival, he anticipated awakening a system. Yet to his dismay, he received no response when he called out for assistance. That he then convinced himself that he must be a child of fortune, destined to trample the villains and marry celestial maidens, drawing the attention of esteemed mentors. However, reality proved to be a harsh mistress. Lu Yuan was merely a scion of a minor family in Qingzhou, possessing mediocre talents. Without gifts, connections, or power, he embodied the quintessential Thrino individual. Despair enveloped him, and he resolved to embrace the philosophy of survival through his years of experience with web literature. Thus, he lay low within his clan, and after a century, when the family faced peril, he emerged to restore balance. Lu Yuan was nominated as the head of the Lu family, yet he could not accept the position, for it would require him to abandon his low-profile existence. He deftly declined, proclaiming himself the reclusive ancestor of the Lu clan, indulging in the thrill of such a title. Having made a silent entrance and exit, Lu Yuan ventured forth to seek a breakthrough to the celestial realm. Alas, his talents remained woefully inadequate, forcing him to wander through perilous opportunities in search of a chance to ascend. After 100 years, he finally succeeded in breaking through to the celestial realm amidst the Jian mountains, vowing never to be submissive again. Just as he prepared to revel in his newfound power, a melodious voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection of excessive arrogance in the host. You are unlikely to survive until tomorrow. Binding the Supreme Immortal Clan System. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Supreme Immortal Clan System. A surge of energy coursed through Lu Yuan's body, causing his hands to tremble as he broke into tears once more. System, is it you? Why have you arrived only now? Do you have any idea how I've suffered these past 200 years? Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Yuan gestured animatedly. Ding. This system has accompanied the host for 200 years and is indeed aware of your plight. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned, his excitement swiftly morphing into sorrow. What? You've been here all along. 200 years of suffering, and you never activated? Why? As memories of his hardships flooded back, he lamented to the system. Ding. The host has been excessively cautious and stable over the past 2 centuries, devoid of life-threatening crises, thus failing to meet the activation criteria. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a wave of realization wash over him. Had he known, he would not have chosen such a path of caution. Ding. In light of the system's delayed awakening, compensatory measures will be taken for the host. Compensation? Lu Yuan's sorrow dissipated, and he steadied himself, keen to inquire further. System, please elucidate your functionalities. Ding. This system is known as the Supreme Immortal Clan System, designed to forge an invincible immortal clan across myriad realms. Currently, it encompasses the following features: sign-in, daily minor sign-ins, monthly intermediate sign-ins, yearly major sign-ins, and a divine sign-in every decade. Life template, The host can access information about others, including but not limited to their names, identities, cultivation levels, talents, physiques, techniques, martial skills, and recent fortunes. Fortune value. Any means that can enhance the clan's strength will increase the fortune value, including but not limited to developing factions, subjugating powers, elevating. Cultivation. Clan members marrying and having children, birthing talents, and enhancing clan reputation. Note: fortune value only increases and never decreases. It can be exchanged for any item in the system's marketplace and can invisibly bolster clan fortunes, with item rewards accompanying increases in fortune value. Listening to the system's introduction, Lu Yuan gradually felt exhilarated. The concepts of sign-ins and life templates were easily comprehensible, but the notion of fortune value seemed almost fantastical. From what he understood, fortune was an ethereal concept, predetermined at birth, and exceedingly difficult to augment. Yet, the existence of fortune value that could enhance fortune and be exchanged for items was utterly astounding. In his heart, Lu Yuan could only echo one sentiment. Long live the system! Ding! Detection of the host's bloodline family automatic binding with the Lu family has been established. Awarding a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open. Congratulations, host. You have received a copy of the Taishan Immortal Scripture, 1 Nirvana Holy Pill, and 1 Extermination Emperor's Sword. Compensation issued. Origin of the Chaos Immortal Body. Lu Yuan stood in stunned silence, struggling to grasp the enormity of it all. The system had proven to be remarkably powerful that, as he understood, the pinnacle realm of the Xuanhuang continent was the Emperor realm, while immortals existed only in legends. The Taishan Immortal Scripture was undoubtedly a technique of the immortal level. His gaze shifted to the origin of the Chaos Immortal Body. He was acutely aware of its significance, possessing it would signify invincibility. Chaos Immortal Body, embodying the essence of chaos, capable of perceiving the source of the Tao, glimpsing myriad paths, favored by the heavens. It can evolve all things and also annihilate all things, innately close to the Tao, merging with myriad paths. Astonished by this revelation, Lu Yuan was left speechless. Among the 3,000 physiques, while there was no definitive ranking within the same tier, the Chaos Immortal Body was universally recognized to be among the top 3. Consensus reached over billions of years that in the Xuanhuang world, even the weakest spiritual body could, barring unforeseen circumstances, smoothly cultivate to the venerable realm. The emergence of such a physique would incite fierce competition among various factions. Now, with the Chaos Immortal Body, Lu Yuan could hardly fathom the heights he might achieve. System, fuse the origin of the Chaos Immortal Body, he declared resolutely. Would you like to conceal the phenomenon? Yes, that, as Lu Yuan spoke those words, a profound and mysterious energy began to circulate within him. Though he had instructed the system to mask the phenomenon, he could still perceive the changes within his body. The chaotic essence surged within him, ultimately converging in the divine sea, where a diminutive version of himself, his primordial spirit, resided, charmingly resembling him. As cultivators ascended to the primordial spirit realm, they would condense a primordial spirit within the divine sea. The chaotic energy entwined around this primordial spirit, and in an instant, Lu Yuan was overcome by excruciating pain as his divine sea expanded exponentially, transforming into what appeared to be a cosmic expanse. Countless manifestations erupted from behind the miniature primordial spirit as golden lotuses ascended into being, turning the divine sea into a vast ocean of suffering, with golden lotuses swirling around the primordial spirit, a manifestation of the ocean of suffering birthing golden lotuses. A figure of an immortal king slowly materialized, surrounded by ethereal mists and chaotic light, obscuring its features and instilling a sense of awe. This was the manifestation of an immortal king descending upon the 9 heavens. The luminous moon rises over the sea, stars twinkling in the azure sky, painting a splendid landscape of mountains and rivers as the sun and moon shine together. 9 extraordinary phenomena continuously emerge behind the avatar of the primordial spirit. After a long moment, Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, exhaling softly, and whispered while clenching his fists, "I feel that I could now strike down 1,000 versions of my former self." With a single punch, that Lu Yuan marveled at the formidable power of the chaos immortal body, truly deserving of its reputation for invincibility. Almost forgot, system, sign in. Lu Yuan called upon the system. Congratulations, host has received 100 million low-grade spiritual stones, 10 million mid-grade spiritual stones, 1 million high-grade spiritual stones, and 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. Note, the conversion ratio between spiritual stones is 10 to 1. Wow, so many spiritual stones. I didn't expect the daily sign-in rewards to be so generous. Lu Yuan beamed with joy, already anticipating the reward from the upcoming monthly and annual sign-ins. He then took out the Emperor-slaying sword true to its name. This sword was an imperial artifact. If others were to discover that he possessed such a weapon, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. Holding the Emperor-slaying sword, coupled with the chaos immortal body, Lu Yuan felt that even facing a great sage, he could cleave through them with a single strike. After toying with the sword for a moment, he put it away and retrieved the final Nirvana Sacred Pill. Nirvana Sacred Pill, an imperial-grade elixir. Upon consumption, it shatters the body, disperses cultivation, and undergoes Nirvana rebirth in the imperial fire, forging an unparalleled foundation and crafting a supreme physique. Grasping the pill in his hand, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. What was the pain of self-destruction and dispersing cultivation compared to the vastness of the future path? The journey may be long, but the view from the summit is worth the struggle. Ha ha! Lu Yuan laughed heartily, his gaze resolute, his expression stern, his black hair dancing without wind, his robes billowing, as he raised his hand and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Chapter 2. My ancient medicine techniques are unmatched. On a low mountain, a figure sat cross-legged amidst a blaze of golden flames. Upon closer examination, one would find that the flames were indeed golden. A terrifying aura surged from the golden fire, threatening to shatter the space around that moment. The figure burst forth from the flames, and the golden fire extinguished in an instant. He had a face like jade, exuding an otherworldly charm, with eyes that sparkled like cold stars deep and dark, his aura transcendent and unparalleled. This individual was Lu Yuan, who had just refined the power of the Nirvana Sacred Pill, his cultivation skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. From the first to the fifth stage of body refinement to the ninth, from the first to the ninth stage of chi condensation to the ninth stage of spiritual C to the ninth stage of primordial spirit to the ninth stage of celestial being to the ninth stage of divine palace to the early stage of venerable mid-stage late stage peak early stage of celestial sovereign peak early stage of saint. This is simply exhilarating. Indeed, Lu Yuan had surged directly from the body refinement stage to the saint realm, a feat he had never dared to imagine before. Reflecting on the 200 years of hardship it took to barely reach the celestial being realm, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of shame. As he savored the power bestowed by the saint realm, Lu Yuan sighed. After this nirvana, he had transformed from a middle-aged appearance back to that of a youth. He was already handsome now, clad in the chaos immortal body. He appeared even more ethereal, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Only slightly inferior to the esteemed ones, alas. Ding! Detection of a crisis threatening the Lu family. Host, please return immediately. A crisis for the Lu family? As Lu Yuan pondered, the system's voice caused his expression to darken. Setting aside the fact that the system was bound to the Lu family, as the ancestor of the Lu clan, he could not remain indifferent. Upon reflection, he realized that he had been away from the Lu family for nearly a century and had no knowledge of their current state. But before I return, I must bring those two along. As Lu Yuan spoke to himself, he vanished into thin air, deep within the absolute cloud mountain range, in a cave. Little Black, if I don't teach you a lesson, you really think your big brother is just idle. You're the one who's idling. You finish your own food and then stole mine. You scruffy chicken, just wait until the boss returns. He'll tell on you. You little black one, watch your claws. You scruffy chicken, your chicken feet are showing. Observing the comical bickering between the chicken and dog, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. He had been in the absolute cloud mountain range for 2.5 years. By chance, he had encountered Thema's scruffy white chicken and a little black dog. Finding them amusing, he took them in. Their cultivation was exceedingly low. Only at the chi condensation stage, he had no idea how they had survived. Thus, Lu Yuan occasionally provided them with delicacies from the spiritual sea realm as sustenance, adopting them as his little subordinates. Logically, spirit beasts could only speak human language at the celestial being stage and take form at the divine palace stage. Yet, they could converse even at the chi condensation stage and exhibited high intelligence, which puzzled Lu Yuan, prompting him to cease overthinking it. Ironically, since the day he took them in, these two had been arguing and fighting for the past 2.5 years without respite. Sensing something unusual nearby, the chicken and dog abruptly halted, glancing toward the newcomer. Upon recognizing their master, they nearly simultaneously rushed forward in joyful exuberance. The black dog lifted its paw and clung to Lu Yuan's leg, lamenting, "Boss, the scruffy chicken stole my food again. One day he'll stew it and have chicken meat." Listening to the little black dog's complaint, the scruffy chicken wore a nonchalant expression, retorting, "Ha! Wait until you manage to defeat me before you think about eating my meat." Observing this pair of comedic companions, Lu Yuan could only smile helplessly. "Hey, boss, how come you look younger? And even more handsome?" The scruffy chicken noticed the change in Lu Yuan and couldn't help but inquire. "I have attained the saint realm." The chicken and little black dog did not comprehend the significance of the saint realm. They only knew that their master had grown stronger, and they rejoiced for him. With a gentle smile, Lu Yuan said, "Little white, little black, it's time for us to go. Your ancestor, will take you back to the Lu family." "Boss, does the Lu family have meat to eat?" "Yes, wonderful. Wherever you go, I will follow." Both the white chicken and the little black dog responded in unison. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan, along with the two spirit beasts, disappeared from their location. Qingzhou, the Great Qin Dynasty. Pingyang City. Lu family. Council chamber. Several figures sat upright, their expressions anxious, all gazing simultaneously at the figure above them. These were the current power holders of the Lu family, responsible for making decisions in times of crisis. Patriarch, our assets have now been monopolized by the Zhao and Tang families, and we are facing a financial crisis. The resources for our clan members' cultivation have diminished by more than half. The second elder, Lu Xuanhuang, sighed heavily. Now rumors are spreading throughout the city. The Lu family ancestor has been missing for 100 years and is presumed dead. If it weren't for the fact that the ancestor's command token remains intact, I might have believed the rumors myself. The third elder, Lu Yuan, furrowed her brow, a hint of anger brewing within. Bang! The fourth elder, Lu Guangzong, slammed his hand on the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. Damn those Zhao and Tang families. If it weren't for those two old dogs ambushing the Supreme Elder, how could we have fallen to such a state? Ever since they realized that the ancestor has been missing for 100 years, they must have been preparing for this day to ambush the Supreme Elder. Now, our Lu family's high-in-combat power is inferior to theirs. We are likely facing a clan war. The fifth elder, Lu Yaozu, spoke in a grave tone. Patriarch, is there still no news from the ancestor? The sixth elder, Lu Yuan, looked toward the figure above, inquiring. None. I have already asked the Supreme Elder. The ancestor left no means of contact before departing. Lu Qinshan replied solemnly. Though he was of middle age, streaks of white had begun to appear in his hair, revealing the toll of his burdens for the family. The Supreme Elder's injuries are severe without a heavenly grade elixir. He may have at most 3 days left to live. Elixir grades. Mysterious. Earth, Heaven, King, Saint, Emperor. What? Heavenly grade elixir? There are hardly any heavenly grade alchemists in the entire Great Qin Dynasty. Is heaven truly intent on destroying the Lu family? Lu Guangzong seethed. Perhaps I have a way to save the Supreme Elder. At that moment, a youthful voice spoke up, prompting everyone to turn their heads to the speaker. It was Lu Yuan, the young master of the Lu family, once a prodigy, now devoid of cultivation and labeled as waste by the people of Pingyang City. At the tender age of 15, Lu Yuan had ascended to the spiritual sea realm, undeniably the foremost genius of Pingyang City, leaving his peers in a state of inferiority. However, for reasons unknown, 3 years prior, Lu Yuan's cultivation inexplicably regressed to the third level of body refinement, rendering him stagnant. Despite the Lu family's unwavering respect and lack of mockery towards Lu Yuan, rumors swirled throughout Pingyang City, suggesting that he had fallen into a state of demonic cultivation, transforming overnight from prodigy to useless. The sentiment of jealousy and schadenfreude permeated the hearts of many. Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qianshan, contemplated withdrawing resources allocated to Lu Yuan, yet was met with resistance from the elders, who recognized the honor Lu Yuan had brought to the family. The Lu family could not afford to alienate their kin due to this incident. To uphold the expectations of his lineage, Lu Yuan diligently pursued his training without faltering. Alas, 3 years had elapsed, and he remained at the 3rd level of body refinement. Yenner, do not speak recklessly, Lu Qianshan admonished sternly. Father, esteemed elders, my cultivation has indeed been restored. Do not believe me. Witness for yourselves, Lu Yuan declared, releasing his aura, a formidable presence of the spiritual sea realm filling the council hall. It is true. The 3rd level of the spiritual sea. When did the young master regain his cultivation? The assembly was filled with astonishment and joy, as the young master of the Lu family seemed to have returned to his former brilliance. Yenner, when did you recover? And do you truly possess a method to heal the Supreme Elder? Lu Qianshan inquired, his face alight with excitement. A month ago, I became a disciple of a master who restored my powers. I am now a low-tier alchemist. Lu Yuan explained with an outward calmness, though inwardly he was beset by trepidation. Can I truly concoct heavenly great elixirs? Lu Yuan pondered within. You dare question the prowess of this saint-tier alchemist? With the right materials and your innate talent, it shall be so, the ancient spirit replied confidently. In due time, I shall take control of your body combined with my unparalleled techniques. Not only heavenly tier elixirs, but even royal grade ones will be at our fingertips. Enough, enough. I am well aware of your unmatched skills, no need to boast. Lu Yuan interjected. Humph. My techniques are not for mere words, you shall experience them firsthand when the opportunity arises. A subtle glow emanated from the ring on Lu Yuan's finger, unnoticed by all, housing a remnant soul that called itself Gu Yao, a being of the saint realm and a saint-tier alchemist. For 3 years, this entity had been siphoning Lu Yuan's cultivation, preventing any advancement. Upon learning the truth, Lu Yuan was consumed by rage. Yet, when Gu Yao proclaimed that he had awakened and could now assist him in achieving an invincible path, even offering to take him as a disciple to impart saintly techniques and alchemical wisdom, Lu Yuan's ire dissipated, replaced by reverence. Since you have spoken thus, I shall act upon it, Lu Yuan responded earnestly. What? Low tier? Young master, do you truly possess the talent for alchemy? Lu Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, astonished. Indeed, I can currently forge low-tier, mid-grade elixirs. As for heavenly tier, I must summon my master for that, Lu Yuan replied with confidence. Splendid, truly splendid. Elder Lu Kaitian beamed, standing nearby, for once the Supreme Elder's injuries were healed, the Lu family's crisis would be averted. Alas! Suddenly, panic swept through the assembly as they vanished in haste. Activate the protective clan formation. Chapter 3. The Lu family, a crisis approaches. A storm is brewing, dark clouds loom over the city. Above the Lu family estate, Lu Qianshan spoke with unwavering composure. Tang Hao, Zhao Zhan, have you arrived so swiftly because you can no longer wait to extinguish my family? Zhao Zhan, the head of the Zhao family, urged Tang Hao. Brother Tang, cease your idle chatter and lead the charge into the Lu residence. Let's not stir unnecessary trouble. Tang Hao, with a disdainful look, retorted Zhao. What did you become so timid? The Lu family is on the brink of ruin, and with no one to oppose our ancestors. Do you think they could turn the tide? Zhao Zhan was left speechless, pointing at Tang Hao in disbelief. Have you not even begun to fight, and already you are at odds with each other? Lu Qianshan laughed boisterously, his expression rife with mockery. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the sky, their presence radiating the overwhelming pressure of peak spiritual beings, commanding the attention of the entire city. Zhao Hashan, the ancestor of the Zhao family. Tang Xiao, the ancestor of the Tang family. Lu, will you not reveal yourself? Zhao Hashan called out calmly towards the Lu family direction. Are you so eager for death, you 2 old dogs? Before his words could settle, a figure emerged, clad in simple robes with a pale complexion. It was Lu, the esteemed elder of the Lu family, one of the 2 peak spiritual powerhouses of the Lu lineage. Such audacity! How arrogant! Both Tang Hao and his son Tang San exclaimed in unison. Step back, Tang Xiao commanded sternly. Lu, your health is faltering, is it not? The soul-devouring poison of my Tang family is no jest, he added. Unfazed, Lu replied calmly. Even with death imminent, you still feign strength. Taste my cloud-severing palm. As his words faded, Tang Xiao surged forward, unleashing a powerful strike towards Lu. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, ruffling the garments of the onlookers. You are not my match today, Tang Xiao proclaimed with arrogance. Are you speaking nonsense? Your elder was ambushed and poisoned. Would you have dared to boast like this in the past, you old fool? One of the Lu family elders, Lu Yuan, fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Xiao. Oh, young one, you possess quite the spirit. Tang Xiao raised an eyebrow, then addressed the Lu family members. Hear me, your ancestor is dead, and your esteemed elder is on the verge of death. Should anyone wish to leave the Lu family, I shall grant them a path to survival. Tang Xiao's face twisted into a cruel grin, filled with contempt. The Lu family, established less than 300 years ago, numbered just over 800, making them the least populous among the three great families of Pingyang City. Yet, at this moment, not a single soul showed signs of betrayal. Their eyes burned with righteous fury as they recalled the 5 ancestral teachings. 1. Do not engage in any acts of betrayal against the family. 2. Do not disrupt the unity of the family. 3. Do not oppress your kin or engage in internal strife. 4. Do not violate the laws of the family. 5. Do not harm your teachers or ancestors. Violations would lead to severe consequences, ranging from the loss of cultivation to execution. Thus, since its establishment, the Lu family had adhered to these teachings, remaining united and resolute against external threats. To hell with you. Is he a fool? Even as war looms, he seeks to sow discord. How has this old dog lived so long, using such simplistic tricks that even children can see through? Amidst the crowd of Lu family members, there was anger, mockery, and tension, yet no one spoke of betrayal. Even in the face of dire threats, none sought to evade their fate. Even if surrender could offer a glimmer of hope for survival, none chose that path, such as the Lu family. In the distance within the void, Lu Yuan concealed himself high above, with his sage-level cultivation. In a place like Pingyang City, where even heavenly beings were absent, Lu Yuan was akin to a divine entity. Indeed, I never imagined that even after a century, in such a situation, not a single person from the Lu family would betray their clan. He mused, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thanks to the Supreme Celestial System, Lu Yuan could sense any act of betrayal within the family. He had long arrived in Pingyang City, silently observing the unfolding events. Initially skeptical of the system's reliability, he had received no alerts of betrayal, leading him to believe in its accuracy. As Lu Yuan absorbed the moment, he turned his attention to his personal status panel. Host, Lu Yuan, Realm, Early Sage, Identity, Ancestor of the Lu family, Talent, Unparalleled in the ages, Physique, Chaotic Celestial Body, Cultivation Method, Supreme Celestial Art, Luck Value, 100, excluding Lu Yuan, as he is an exception. Items owned, Zerdi Sword, 100 million low-grade Spirit Stones, 10 million mid-grade Spirit Stones, 1 million high-grade Spirit Stones, 100,000 Supreme-grade Spirit Stones, 1 million Chi Refining Pills, 100,000 Chi Gathering Pills, 10,000 Chi C Pills, 1,000 True Essence Pills. Extravagant, truly extravagant, especially in terms of talent and physique. After the enhancement from the Nirvana Holy Pill and the Chaotic Celestial Body, Lu Yuan's talent had transformed from ordinary to unparalleled in the ages. As for the pills, they had been obtained just today through a sign-in specifically for cultivation, corresponding to the first 4 realms. Just as Lu Yuan was lost in thought, a series of system alerts echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations. A child of destiny has appeared in your family. Luck value increased by 100,000. Reward. Imperial weapon Xuanhuang Ding. Xuanhuang Ding, a treasure of luck, capable of stabilizing a family's fortune and can be used in battle. Beep. Congratulations. A reborn emperor has appeared in your family. Luck value increased by 100,000. Reward. Imperial weapon Tong Tian Tower. Tong Tian Tower, a training treasure with 12 levels corresponding to 12 realms, containing projections of all the outstanding figures from myriad worlds for battle. The victor may receive rewards. Beep. Congratulations, a reincarnated sword immortal has appeared in your family. Luck value increased by 100,000. Reward. Imperial Weapon Sword Path Compendium. Sword Path Compendium, a comprehension treasure, allowing the soul to enter, containing the true meanings of swordsmanship from myriad worlds. Beep. Congratulations, a reincarnated survival emperor has appeared in your family. Luck value increased by 100,000. Regard. Imperial Weapon Seal Heaven Seal. Seal Heaven Seal. A sealing treasure, capable of sealing heaven and earth and reversing the cosmos. Beep. Congratulations. A reincarnated empress has appeared in your family. Luck value increased by 100,000. Reward. Imperial Weapon Time and Space Tower. Time and Space Tower, a cultivation treasure, allowing spirit stones to alter the flow of time, with varying speeds and concentrations at each level. Beep. Congratulations. A Fox Clan goddess has reincarnated. Luck value increased by 100,000. Reward. Imperial Weapon Kunlun Mirror. Kunlun Mirror, a training treasure. Entering it generates inner demons. Overcoming them grants insights. Beep. Due to significant fluctuations in luck value, rewards are doubled. Congratulations. Host has obtained 6 random sources of Sacred Body. Chapter 4. Rebirth, Reincarnation, and the Old Man Ah. Lu Yuan stood in a daze, staring at the multitude of notifications. Listening to the incessant beeping of the system, he was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? He thought. Has the Lu family transformed into a den of prodigies? It seems that even in my absence, the Lu family shall remain invincible in the world. Lu Yuan sighed bitterly to himself. The rebirth of emperors, the reincarnation of sword immortals, the children of destiny, the reincarnation of empresses, the reincarnation of the survival emperor. And even a Fox Clan member? How did a member of the Fox Clan end up reincarnated into the Lu family? Lu Yuan pondered in confusion as he gazed at the figures among the Lu family. Lu Yin, the young master of the Lu family, was known to Lu Yuan. He had familiarized himself with the circumstances upon arriving here. At that moment, Lu Yin wore an expressionless face. Yet the ring on his hand emanated a faint trace of soul energy, unnoticed by anyone else. The other 5 individuals were all descendants of various elders. System. I have investigation. Lu Yuan softly summoned the system. Target. Lu Yin. Identity. Young master of the Lu family, disciple of the saint-level alchemist Gu Yao. Realm. 3rd level of Spirit Sea. Qualification. Extraordinary. Talent. Affinity for fire path. Born as the Flame Emperor, future star of alchemy. Physique. None. Recent fortune. Great auspiciousness. Boundless luck. Apprenticeship to Gu Yao. Ancestor S return. Limitless future. Target. Lu Fan. Identity. Grandson of Elder Lu, the Supreme Elder of the Lu family. Realm. Pinnacle of Qi condensation. Qualification. Extraordinary. Talent. Born for cultivation. Destined to face tribulations. Physique. King of War Physique. Awakening pending. Recent fortune. Great auspiciousness. The reborn future martial emperor. Fated to be an ancient sacred physique. Target. Lu Chun. Identity. Son of the great elder Lu Kaitian. Realm. Pinnacle of Qi condensation. Qualification. Extraordinary. Talent. Clarity of sword heart. Born for the sword. Physique. Indestructible sword heart. Recent fortune. Great auspiciousness. Reincarnated sword immortal. Possessing a sword heart. Capable of vanquishing countless foes. Target. Lu Xian. Identity. Son of second elder Lu Suifeng. Realm. Pinnacle of Qi condensation. Qualification. Extraordinary. Talent. Born for formations. Innate affinity for the void path. Physique. None. Recent fortune. Great auspiciousness. Reincarnated survival emperor. Simply surviving. Target. Lu Qingche. Identity. Daughter of third elder Lu Ningyue. Realm. Pinnacle of Qi condensation. Qualification. Extraordinary. Talent. Fate of the Empress of the Celestial Dynasty. Physique. None. Recent fortune. Great auspiciousness. the Empress of the Supreme Celestial Dynasty, reincarnated with imperial luck. Target, Lu Yao. Identity, younger sister of 6th Elder Lu Yuan. Realm, pinnacle of Qi condensation. Qualification, extraordinary. Talent, innate fox spirit. Physique, heavenly charm, divine eyes. Recent fortune, great auspiciousness, reincarnated divine maiden of the Fox clan, with a peculiar gaze at the Ancestor. Indeed, it was a revelation akin to a knife gliding across one's skin, an awakening of sorts. Lu Yuan marveled, never expecting to encounter the tropes of his previous life's novels. Rebirth, reincarnation, child of fortune, an elderly man with a ring. Could there possibly be one with a system as well? The thought startled Lu Yuan. Rest assured, host, you are the sole transmigrator. Upon hearing the system's reassurance, Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Should another individual with a system appear, wouldn't that spell danger for him? Meanwhile, among the crowd of the Lu family, a young boy suddenly clutched his head and cried out in pain. Lu Fan, what is wrong with you? A peer rushed over to support him. However, the boy paid no heed, instead lifting his head in confusion, pushing his kin aside and taking a few steps forward. Am I reborn? This is the Lu family, the boy murmured almost inaudibly. He was Lu Fan, the martial emperor Lu Fan. In his past life, he was the grandson of a supreme elder of the Lu family, albeit with mediocre qualifications. When the Lu family unwittingly offended a revered sect, his king of war physique awakened. In a moment of life and death, the members of the Lu family risked their lives to buy him time to escape. Ultimately, he narrowly escaped disaster, but the Lu family was annihilated. Later, relying on his king of war physique, he achieved the status of a revered one and promptly went to the Tianxian sect, slaughtering the entire sect. Ha ha, I have been reborn. Ha ha ha. Family head, grandfather, ancestors, elders, and fellow kin of the Lu family, you sacrifice yourselves to buy me time. In this life, I shall meticulously plan, not only to wash the Tianxian sect in blood, but also to lead the Lu family to stand atop the ancient realm of Xuanhuang. Lu Fan roared within, his face flushed, veins throbbing at his temples. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his cheeks. He felt as if he were going mad, the memory of that fateful day causing him indescribable anguish. Lu Fan, do not carry any psychological burden. Survive and avenge us, the family head implored him. Fei now, take our family's ancestral jade, keep it close, and survive. His grandfather, battered yet resolute, transmitted his thoughts to him. Lu Fan, this embodies all the foundation of the Lu family. Hold it well. This ordeal is merely a setback in your journey. Fear not, as long as you live. Remember to offer me some fine wine. The Ancestor tossed him a ring, beaming with admiration and imparting wisdom. Turning, he charged toward the enemy alongside the Lu family disciples. Filled with fervor, Lu Fan wiped his eyes, sighed deeply, and surveyed his surroundings. Is this Pingyang City, attacked by the Tang and Zhao families? Ho, mia yistas. I recall that at the crucial moment, the Ancestor returned, akin to a celestial deity descending, unifying Pingyang City. In that case, I shall meticulously plan my next moves. Lu Fan mused, hope glimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Lu Chun, I have been reincarnated as the son of an elder in a small family. He pondered, now situated in the Xuanhuang continent, East Wilderness, Qinzhou, the great Qin dynasty, Pingyang City. But that matters not. Heaven did not give birth to me, Lu Chun, for the sword path to endure through the ages. Lu Chun reflected briefly, expression unyielding. Yet, it is not so bad. The Lu family possesses a commendable ethos, harmonious and supportive. As for the Tang and Zhao families before me, mere chickens and dogs. Having said that, Lu Chun closed his eyes in contemplation, awaiting the moment to conclude the matter with a single sword strike after the battle commenced. In the vicinity of Lu Xian, I have successfully reincarnated and my memories have finally awakened. Although my qualifications in this life remain ordinary, my decades of surviving have not been in vain. The feeling of having a lifespan is delightful. Ha ha. Lu Xian spoke to himself, excitement evident on his face, completely unperturbed by the imminent crisis around him. In the vicinity of Lu Qingsheng. Indeed, I have successfully reincarnated. The Lu family. She furrowed her brow briefly before relaxing, revealing a smile that could captivate nations. Mere chickens pecking at each other. How utterly dull. I shall resolve this matter with ease shortly. In the vicinity of Lu Yao. Where is this? Who am I? She appeared bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend her current predicament, as if suffering from amnesia. Suddenly, she clapped her hands together. How amusing, how amusing, 3 little chicks pecking away. Oops, they all perished. I'm sorry, but there doesn't appear to be any content provided for me to edit or translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 5. Lu Yuan takes action. The perspective shifts back to the skies above the Lu family. Lu gazes at Tang Xiao, his face alight with mockery. Old ghost Tang. How could the scions of the Lu family be swayed by your mere words? Look below. Even our servants wield blades. And even a child holds a sword. The Lu family may perish, but we shall not be dishonored. We of the Lu family may die, but we will never bow. All members of the Lu family, heed my command. Let the formation rise. With that, Lu unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, and instantly, a radiant barrier materialized, shimmering with flowing lights. Every member of the Lu family channeled their powers, continuously injecting spiritual energy into the formation. The Lu family's formation was a low-grade, earth-tier, flowing light array. While it provided both offensive and defensive capabilities, it had significant drawbacks. Defense required only spiritual stones, but offense demanded a considerable infusion of spiritual energy from cultivators. In mere moments, the array erupted in brilliance, unleashing attacks comparable to the full force of a Spirit Sea realm cultivator. Futile effort. Now that both our families have cultivators at the Spirit Sea and nascent soul realms, we stand ready against your array. Zhao Hishan, at Tang Xiao's side, commanded. Wujin Bowl go. As he formed a seal, a circular bowl appeared, rapidly expanding to shield all members of both families. What? Is that a high-grade, earth-tier spiritual weapon? When did the Zhao family acquire such a treasure? A high-grade, earth-tier defensive artifact can withstand attacks from peak nascent soul experts. Someone from the Lu family exclaimed in disbelief. This is a treasured heirloom of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhan, the head of the Zhao family, declared with pride. In an instant, neither side could gain the upper hand. Both possessed protective artifacts, compelling them to exert their full strength in a battle of attacks, casting colorful lights across the entirety of Pingyang City. I wonder how long your formation can endure. Everyone attack. Shatter this tortoise shell. Tang Xiao's face twisted in a menacing grin. The enmity between the Tang and Lu families ran deep, having festered for centuries. The time for vengeance had finally arrived. Years ago, upon learning that the invincible ancestor of the Lu family had seemingly perished outside, he began his scheming. Though the news was uncertain, Tang Xiao firmly believed it, for it was his grandson, Tang San, who had informed him. Furthermore, the Lu family's ancestor had been absent for a century. If he had not died, he would have returned long ago. This was the strongest evidence. Now was the opportune moment, and Tang Xiao's mind raced with thoughts of annihilating the Lu family. He envisioned a surprise attack on the Zhao family's ancestor, just as he had done with Lu, then unifying Pingyang City and ascending to the realm of celestial beings, rendering him invincible. Crack! At that moment, an inexplicable sound of shattering reached everyone's ears. The Lu family's formation had developed a gaping fissure, a height of one person. The Lu family's array is on the verge of collapse. Lu. Descend into hell. Tang Xiao, sharp of hearing and quick of mind, was the first to notice, commanding his people to unleash even fiercer assaults. Meanwhile, among the Lu family, Gulao looked anxious. What now? He asked Lu Yuan, worry etched on his face. The elder is injured, and once the formation shatters completely, he will undoubtedly fall before Tang Xiao and Zhao Hishan, likely unable to withstand even a few exchanges. Do not panic. Soon, I shall take control of your body. With your current cultivation, I can make you invincible beneath the rank of a revered one. As for the Tang and Zhao coalition, They shall crumble before my invincible technique. Little Yin, you are still too inexperienced. Are you frightened by such a scene? You must learn more, observe my techniques. And in years to come, you shall become a revered master, Lu Yuan. Crack, crack. Just then, a series of shattering sounds erupted, and the barrier of the formation vanished in an instant. The members of the Lu family were struck with panic. Tang Zhao's sinister grin widened. Lu Yuan's ring began to glow as he prepared to transfer control of his body to Gu Lao. Yet Lu Fan remained calm, for he knew that the Ancestor would return at this critical moment to resolve the crisis. Lu Chun's eyes flickered with sword-like glimmers as a sword materialized in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was not a physical sword, but an ethereal sword shadow. He stepped forward, his robes billowing, reminiscent of an unparalleled sword immortal. Lu Xian chuckled lewdly, twisting his wrist to reveal a puppet exuding the aura of the celestial realm. Lu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes simmered with anger as she gazed at the approaching enemies, her exquisite face twisted in disgust. Ha ha, how amusing! Lu Yao remained undisturbed, applauding the brewing battle as if she were witnessing a theatrical performance. Alas, you must not overshadow my grand entrance, for I have set the stage. Lu Yuan observed the individuals poised to strike from the void, a light laugh escaping his lips. At that moment, a figure materialized in the center of the battlefield. All forms of magical attacks abruptly ceased, vanishing without a trace, as if the world had hit pause. All gazes turned toward the figure in the air, clad in a white robe, with long black hair cascading down his back, standing with hands clasped behind him. His visage was like jade, strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura. With deep, ink-like eyes fixed upon the crowd, all present stared at the figure, his long hair flowing, robes dancing in the wind. There was no detectable cultivation. More precisely, no one could sense any aura of cultivation. Yet, in an instant, all their attacks had ceased to exist. Silence enveloped the world. Observing the ethereal figure, akin to a celestial being, everyone's minds raced. Who could he possibly be? In the entirety of Pingyang City, perhaps only two individuals recognized Lu Yuan, the reincarnated Lu Fan and Lu, his contemporary. Previously, before Lu Yuan departed the Lu family, they had battled against a minor sect, suffering heavy injuries among the elders, with many lives lost. Lu Yuan had just achieved a breakthrough, and, at the first level of the nascent soul realm, quelled the crisis. He had declined the position of family head, opting instead to become a reclusive ancestor. Lu Yuan understood that in Pingyang City, there would be no hope for the realm of celestial beings. Thus, he entrusted the family to Lu, his own brother. At that time, Lu, at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm, was capable of contending with the Tang and Zhao families. Moreover, they were unaware that Lu Yuan had departed, so the nascent soul realm ancestors of both families dared not act rashly. Thus, presently, only two individuals within the Lu family knew Lu Yuan's true identity. Lu Fan's face flushed with excitement. That was the Ancestor. Yet why did the Ancestor appear so youthful? He seemed somewhat different from his previous life, leaving Lu Fan perplexed. May I ask for your esteemed name, Venerable Elder? I am the Ancestor of the Tang family, Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao spoke with respect, yet his mind raced with speculation, thinking this figure must be a powerful celestial being, perhaps just passing through. After dismissing him, they could resume their assault on the Lu family. However, why did this celestial elder seem somewhat familiar? Oh, you. Think you are worthy to know my name? Lu Yuan replied with a teasing tone. Presumptuous. How dare you insult our ancestor? Tang Hao and his son Tang Xin cried out in unison, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Were they fools? Could they not see the current situation? Even the ancestor of the Tang family addressed this figure as Venerable Elder. Were they struck senseless? You are Tang Hao, and you are Tang San? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, I am the young master of the Tang family. If you are wise, you will descend and apologize quickly. You dare to damage my blue-silver overlord spear. I shall ensure you pay the price. It turned out that Lu Yuan had inadvertently broken his weapon upon making his move. With a hearty laugh, Tang Xiao remarked, Your Tang family has indeed produced remarkable descendants. However, Lu Yuan, observing the figure below, was overtaken by a profound sense of disdain. This sight evoked memories of a name from his past life on Blue Star that he found exceedingly loathsome. To his astonishment, he encountered someone in this life who bore an uncanny resemblance to that individual. Truly, like father, like son. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Yuan raised his hand. "Esteemed elder, I beseech your mercy. It is my family's junior who has acted thoughtlessly. I implore you to exhibit kindness." Tang Xiao, his expression fraught with terror, trembled uncontrollably, reduced to pleading for the sake of his offspring. Nearby, the venerable Zhao Hishan of the Zhao family observed this spectacle, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He could scarcely fathom the elder's sentiments. The elder was on the verge of taking a life, yet Tang Xiao dared to intervene. Ignoring Tang Xiao's pleas, Lu Yuan extended his hand, fingers unfurling, and with a gentle grip, he unleashed a devastating force. In an instant, two figures erupted, a deluge of blood splattering upon the onlookers. Tang Hao and Tang San, the patriarch and heir of the Tang family, were obliterated in the blink of an eye, as effortlessly as one might crush two insignificant insects. The crowd was struck with a chilling dread, their scalps tingling with fear. "Tang Xiao, Zhao Hishan, do you not recognize me? Take a closer look." Lu Yuan chuckled softly. At that moment, a tremulous voice emerged from the direction of the Lu family. "Cousin." Chapter 6. He is the ancestor of the Lu family. "Cousin, you have finally returned." Lu trembled, his pale face brimming with excitement. He had been afflicted by the Tang family's soul-devouring poison, and his spirit was severely wounded. In the hands of Tang Xiao and Zhao Hishan, he would scarcely endure a short while longer. Fortunately, Lu Yuan returned just in time. Lu gazed up at the figure clad in white, tears streaming down his face, filled with admiration and reverence. The members of the Lu family were entirely unaware of the profound respect he held for Lu Yuan. In the past, the Lu family was not one of the three prominent clans in Pingyang City. Without a guardian in the realm of Yuanshan, they faced attacks from sects led by those in the Yuanshan realm. It was Lu Yuan's extraordinary emergence that turned the tide, as he ascended to Yuanshan at a critical moment, vanquishing all foes and saving the Lu family. Before departing, Lu Yuan had entrusted the family to him, stating that this place was too small and he sought opportunities for ascension to the celestial realm. In just 1 year, he had elevated himself from the 5th level of the spirit sea to its pinnacle. Lu knew that once Lu Yuan returned, the Lu family would transform into a powerful clan with a celestial guardian. He understood that Lu Yuan was alive because his life token had not shattered, which is why he had persevered through hardship. Now, with Lu Yuan's return, his heart was overwhelmed with joy. "Cousin, had you arrived just a moment later, I fear you would have missed me. Ha ha." Lu laughed heartily, disregarding his image, his tears flowing freely as he laughed like a child. "Take this pill and recuperate your injuries." Lu Yuan nodded slightly, handing him a medicinal pill. The Royal Grade Soul Forging Pill. This was something Lu Yuan had just purchased from the system shop using his fortune points. At that moment, Tang Xiao and Zhao Hishan were struck with fear as they recognized the identity of the figure before them. They were horrified. Wasn't it said that Lu Yuan was dead? "Tang Xiao, did you dare deceive me?" Zhao Hishan pointed a trembling finger at Tang Xiao, his eyes ablaze with fury and terror. He regretted it deeply. The entire Tang family was plagued with insanity, whether it was Tang Hao, Tang San, or the Tang Xiao before him. I don't know how Lu Yuan could possibly still be alive, having even ascended to the celestial realm, Tang Xiao exclaimed in terror and incredulity. He could hardly fathom that the ethereal youth before him was indeed the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Yuan. Realizing that it was Tang San who had conveyed this news to him, his anger surged. "Tang San, you unfilial descendant, you have brought ruin upon the entire Tang family." Tang Xiao cursed inwardly, but alas, Tang San could no longer hear him. Suddenly, he recalled how Lu Yuan had effortlessly neutralized everyone's attacks moments ago. Trembling, the anger that had surged within him dissipated, replaced by sheer dread and fear. Could a celestial really accomplish such feats? Even the mightiest of divine beings could not reach such heights, could they? With this thought, Tang Xiao knelt before Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, no, Grandfather Lu, I beg you to spare my life and the life of the Tang family. I was wrong. I should not have opposed the Lu family. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Xiao repeatedly knocked his head against the ground, his peak Yuan Shun physique causing the stone tiles to shatter. Blood flowed freely from his forehead. Elder Lu Xuanhuang, was merely misled by Tang Xiao's slanders. Please spare the Zhao family. We are willing to serve you as loyal servants for eternity. Xuanhuang also knelt, his hands pressed against the ground, his face resting upon the earth. Witnessing the two of them begging for mercy, everyone present was stunned. Was this truly the esteemed ancestor of the Tang and Zhao families, reduced to such abject humility, trembling in fear, pleading for Lu Yuan's mercy? The members of the Lu family regained their composure. Ancestor, this unfathomable figure is indeed our Lu family's ancestor? Their hearts echoed disbelief. Yet soon they were filled with exhilaration. Our ancestor has returned. He is alive and stronger than ever. The Lu family is saved. We are about to soar. The members of the Tang and Zhao families gazed in disbelief at the two figures before them, who were now humbly pleading for mercy, hardly resembling the dignified ancestors they once knew. Simultaneously, they too knelt, begging for mercy. This is the world of cultivation. With power, one is revered anywhere. Strength is the ultimate passport. Lu Yuan reflected, grateful for the system he possessed. Otherwise, he might have found himself among those pleading for mercy. Looking down with an impassive expression, Lu Yuan declared, Tang Xuanhuang, in this world, every action bears a consequence. No, Grandfather Lu, grant me another chance. The Tang family is willing to submit, to serve you as loyal servants. The Zhao family too, we will comply. Hearing Lu Yuan's emotionless voice, Tang Xiao and Xuanhuang redoubled their efforts to prostrate themselves. Lu Yuan paid them no heed, instead extending two fingers together. A sword chi infused with terrifying energy materialized instantaneously. He raised his hand, unleashing the sword chi into the sky. Clang! That slender sword chi surged forth like a calamity. An aura of horror suppressing all present, its sharpness unparalleled. No! As Lu Yuan made his move, despair washed over Tang Xiao. His last thought was not to resent Lu Yuan, but to wish to tear apart the unfilial descendant Tang San. Xuanhuang felt similarly, his heart nearly breaking with regret. Tang Xiao, you old dog, you have led me astray. With Lu Yuan's sword unleashed, thud, thud, the sound of bodies collapsing echoed. All those from the Tang and Zhao families who had attacked lay dead. Lu Yuan's consciousness enveloped all of Pingyang City, swiftly locking onto the ancestral grounds of the Tang and Zhao families. The sword chi did not cease but soared towards their clan, slaying all members before dissipating into the ether. Ancestor invincible, ancestor mighty, ancestor so handsome. The Lu family erupted in cheers, the crisis averted, each face adorned with smiles of relief. All members of the Lu family, heed my command, salute the ancestor. Lu bellowed, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding family members. Upon hearing the voice of the elder, all members of the Lu family hurriedly gathered around Lu. Whether they were the head of the family, elders, or ordinary clansmen, their faces were filled with respect. Their eyes shone with fervor, and some even shouted in excitement. Everyone turned to the figure before them, a young man standing with hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his handsome features. He is our ancestor, the mighty being of the celestial realm. Lu, I pay my respects to the ancestor. The elder of the family spoke first, bowing deeply. I pay my respects to the ancestor. I pay my respects to the ancestor. The chorus of voices resonated throughout the Lu family and across Pingyang City. Among them were even toddlers, mimicking the adults with their innocent voices. Hail the ancestor! The laughter was infectious, filling the air. Meanwhile, a few individuals wore strange expressions, their faces grave. Elder, can you discern the cultivation level of the ancestor? I cannot see through it. What? You are a sage, yet cannot fathom the depth of the ancestor's power? The members of the Lu family might think their ancestor only possesses the cultivation of the celestial realm. However, based on that sword strike just now, It is highly likely he has surpassed the sage realm. What? Elder, are you suggesting that our ancestor is a quasi-emperor? Indeed, that aura is far beyond that of a great sage. Thus, it stands to reason that your ancestor is most probably a quasi-emperor. Gu Yao spoke solemnly from within his ring, his own expression one of bewilderment. What? The disciple I just took has a quasi-emperor in his family? How can that be? Lu Yuan still found it hard to believe. Had not their ancestor gone out seeking opportunities for ascension to the celestial realm? How could he return as a quasi-emperor? Meanwhile, Lu Fan wore a perplexed expression. The Lu Yuan in his memories was merely at the celestial realm. Why has the method of the ancestor's intervention changed? He recalls that in his previous life, Lu Yuan did not slay everyone with a single sword. Why did that recent strike instill a sense of dread even in this reincarnated martial emperor? Why is he unable to perceive the ancestor's cultivation? After all, he was a martial emperor in his past life. Lu Fan found himself utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Lu Chun was engulfed in even greater terror. Chapter 7. The ancestor is truly terrifying. This cannot be possible. Is this truly my ancestor in this lifetime? That sword energy could not possibly be emitted by a mere celestial being. I possess an indomitable sword heart. Why then does it tremble? With my perspective as a sword Dao emperor, I cannot fathom his cultivation. Lu Chun was filled with dread, his mind racing. When Lu Yuan struck, his scalp prickled, as though he had witnessed the predecessors who forged the path of the sword Dao in a past life. That sword energy bore a hint of the celestial. I never anticipated that this seemingly humble ancestor possessed such extraordinary sword Dao talent. His cultivation is simply terrifying. Lu Xian felt troubled, for the depth of this ancestor was unfathomable. With decades of survival experience, he had a keen eye for discerning others. Yet now, he found himself unable to see through his own ancestor. It was not merely about cultivation, it was about fate as well. In his previous life as a sovereign of survival, the ability to read destinies was essential. However, now he perceived only chaos, as if some force obscured the heavenly secrets. Therefore, he felt helpless. With such a formidable ancestor, the Lu family would surely soar to great heights. How could they still be a mere soul-nurturing family? Without family, who would understand? I, Lu Xian, can no longer afford to survive. Lu Qingcheng gazed at the transcendent figure ahead. Ancestor. Why can't I see through him? It is rather strange. Is the Lu family not a small clan? How could they possess such a terrifying ancestor? I recall he departed for a century. The elders once mentioned that he saved the Lu family a century ago when he was around 100 years old. Then, after a century, his cultivation soared from the soul-nurturing realm to that of an emperor? A 200-year-old emperor? Surely this is absurd. Lu Qingcheng rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, her brow furrowing and relaxing repeatedly. She could not comprehend what kind of prodigious talent could achieve the rank of emperor at merely 200 years of age. He must be my ancestor. How handsome he is. Lu Yaoyao drooled, her gaze foolishly fixed on that unparalleled figure. Just then, Lu turned to the crowd and commanded, Elders, family head, and esteemed elders, please take your people to the Tang and Zhao families to seize their assets and take over their industries in the city. We shall convene in the discussion hall in 2.5 hours. Yes, Supreme Elder. The crowd responded. The people of Pingyang City felt helpless and apprehensive. The three major families have been embroiled in conflict, culminating in a great battle today. Aside from the three families, there were several minor clans, their highest cultivators barely reaching the soul-nurturing realm. Hence, everyone in Pingyang City had been confined indoors, fearing the wrath of the three families. However, this phenomenon ceased today, for Lu family ancestor Lu Yuan had returned with great force. The members of the Tang and Zhao families have been annihilated. With the Lu family ancestor ascending to the celestial realm, it was likely that the Great Qin dynasty had taken notice. Within the territory of the Great Qin dynasty, the emergence of any celestial power would attract the attention of royal families, whether they be clans or sects. As for the subsequent events, they were beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. The onlookers of Pingyang City gazed fervently as the Lu family continued to seize the assets of the two families. While they yearned for a share, They understood it was but a dream. The Lu family had now become a celestial clan. No one dared provoke a power under the protection of a celestial being. Everyone sighed, recognizing that from this day forth, there were no longer any so-called three major families in Pingyang City, only the celestial power of the Lu family. On the Lu family side, the tasks assigned by the Supreme Elder were swiftly completed. Thus, within the Lu family's discussion hall, several figures sat upright, filled with anticipation. The hall was filled with high-ranking members of the Lu family. Supreme Elder Lu, Family Head Lu Qianshan, First Elder Lu Kaitian, Second Elder Lu Suifeng, Third Elder Lu Ningyue, Fourth Elder Lu Guangzong, Fifth Elder Lu Yaozu, Sixth Elder Lu Guan, alongside several stewards responsible for managing various tasks within the clan. At this moment, they all looked at the young man seated at the highest position with admiration. Ancestor Lu Yuan, the celestial powerhouse. Family Head, please elucidate the current state of our family. Lu inquired, turning to Lu Qianshan. Indeed, Supreme Elder. Lu Qianshan understood that the Ancestor had just returned and was unfamiliar with the situation. He addressed the assembly with seriousness. Esteemed members, we have eradicated the toxic influences of the Tang and Zhao families, acquiring a wealth of resources, among which the spiritual stones amount to an astonishing 800,000. Although the pills are merely of the Xian and Earth grades, their quantity is considerable. Moreover, we have obtained several high-grade martial arts techniques from the two families. The industries within the city will also provide us with a continuous income of spiritual stones. Therefore, I hereby announce that all cultivation resources for our clan members will be doubled. Excellent. Splendid. The family head is wise. The crowd erupted in laughter. Yet they remained vigilant of Ancestor Lu Yuan's expression, fearful of inciting his displeasure. At that moment, Lu Yuan spoke, causing the crowd to startle. Family head Lu Qianshan felt a pang of anxiety as he quietly asked, Ancestor, is there something you find unsatisfactory regarding my allocation? Not at all. But why are there only 800,000 spiritual stones? Are these two families so impoverished? There should be 80 million low-grade spiritual stones, 8 million mid-grade spiritual stones, 800,000 high-grade spiritual stones, and 80,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. From today onward, the cultivation resources for everyone shall be multiplied tenfold. As soon as his words fell, Lu Yuan produced a storage ring and handed it to Lu Qianshan. What? 80 million? And so many mid-grade, high-grade, and even supreme-grade spiritual stones. Upon hearing Lu Yuan, the crowd was left in a daze, unable to believe their ears. It was not until Lu Qianshan confirmed the authenticity of the spiritual stones within the storage ring that they regained their composure. Just as they were still trying to process this, Lu Yuan spoke again. Pills. Are those inferior products even worthy of being called pills? Here, there are 1 million qi refining pills, 100,000 gathering qi pills, 10,000 C of qi pills, and 1,000 true essence pills. Lu Qianshan, distribute these to everyone, and the quantity shall also be multiplied tenfold. What? Lu Qianshan was utterly bewildered until he received the storage ring and examined its contents. Realizing this was not a dream, he took out a qi refining pill, and an astonishing aroma wafted through the discussion hall. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the pill bore intricate patterns. It is well known that pills are categorized into ordinary pills, 1-pattern pills, 2-pattern pills, 3-pattern pills, and the legendary 4-pattern pills. Ordinary pills only allow cultivators to absorb 70% of their medicinal potency. A portion dissipates during absorption, while some remain as impurities in the cultivator's body. 1-pattern pills allow for 80% absorption, 2-pattern pills for 90%, and 3-pattern pills for 99%. As for 4-pattern pills, they are said to be legendary and can only be produced by the most skilled alchemists. Historically, no 4-pattern pills above the Xian grade have ever appeared. In the Xuanhuang continent, pills without patterns are the norm. The emergence of a 1-pattern pill causes a frenzy among all. Auction houses profit immensely from this. As for 2-pattern pills, they are never circulated in the market, only held by major sects, clans, and dynasties. 3-pattern pills, with their 99% potency, are as rare as 4-pattern pills and typically do not appear for thousands or tens of thousands of years. After much contemplation, the crowd's gaze turned towards the four-pattern qi refining pill held in Lu Qianshan's hand, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Subsequently, Lu Qianshan produced the remaining condensation pills, as well as the Earth-tier Qi Si pill and True Essence pill. Without exception, each was adorned with four patterns. The assembly was left speechless, enveloped in a profound silence. It was nearly inconceivable that pills, unattainable even by the mightiest forces atop the continent, could manifest before them. The very elixirs that even imperial-level alchemists were incapable of concocting had been entrusted to them by their venerable ancestor. Who, indeed, was this ancestor to possess such extraordinary elixirs? You need not be astonished. These pills are of my own making, and in truth, they are but trifles, Lu Yuan explained succinctly, momentarily halting the crowd's thoughts, though they remained ensnared in their earlier astonishment. At that juncture, Lu Yuan spoke once more. Techniques? Those chaotic scribbles, mere scraps of paper, can hardly be deemed techniques. Chapter 8. The Celestial Domain. Martial arts? Can those scraps of paper be considered martial arts? Lu Yuan's gaze was piercing, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. The crowd was taken aback, their minds racing. Could it be that the ancestor possessed a transcendent martial art? This was a supreme, king-tier martial art, known as the Lu family's Tai-Chien Heart Sutra. As Lu Yuan spoke, he waved his hand, and in an instant, dozens of streams of light flew towards everyone present. This was the Tai-Chien Sutra, drawn from a novice gift package. Lu Yuan categorized it according to the corresponding realms. As a king-tier supreme art, it was sufficient for cultivation up to the celestial sovereign realm. The crowd held the martial arts text in their hands, flipping through its pages with increasing astonishment. This martial art was nothing short of a creation that could rival heaven and earth. The Lu family's Tai-Chien Heart Sutra not only allowed for rapid cultivation, but also promised invincibility within the same realm. Battling beyond one's level was no longer a dream. As you can see, this martial art is exceedingly formidable. Henceforth, all members of the Lu family shall cultivate the Lu family's Tai-Chien Heart Sutra, replacing the martial arts they previously practiced. Lu Yuan continued, and the admiration in the eyes of the crowd grew to astronomical proportions, akin to the stars and the bright moon above. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, their hearts filled with shock. In that moment, everyone began to contemplate a certain possibility. Indeed, as you surmise, this martial art far exceeds the king tier. As for the higher realms, it is not yet your time to know. Far beyond the king tier. Could it be the saint tier? Or even an imperial-grade martial art? The more they contemplated, the more they were astounded. The events of this day had eclipsed all their previous years' astonishments. From now on, the cultivation methods for the members of the Lu family will be classified into earthly supreme, heavenly supreme, kingly supreme, and saintly supreme. The distribution of martial arts among the younger generations is at the discretion of the clan head. You should all be able to see that the Lu family's Tai-Chien Heart Sutra has chapters corresponding to each realm. Saint tier. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Yuan's command, the crowd was once again astonished, confirming the existence of saint-tier martial arts. From this day forth, all members of the Lu family shall seclude themselves for 2.5 years for cultivation. As for the family businesses within the city, they shall be abandoned. Lu Yuan declared, this was a thought that had just arisen in his mind, for Pingyang City was too small. He would not allow his family to remain there for an extended period. 2.5 years from now, he would lead the family to relocate. Yes, we shall obey the ancestors' orders. The crowd replied, their faces filled with aspirations for the future. They could already envision the glorious achievements the Lu family would attain under the guidance of their ancestor. Very well, this meeting is adjourned. In the future, should I have any instructions, I will summon the clan head and the esteemed elders. Dismissed. Yes, we respectfully send off the ancestor. The crowd exclaimed with reverence, bowing and clasping their hands, their faces radiating admiration. One might ask, if your family had such an ancestor, what expression would you wear? Just as Lu Yuan was about to depart, a voice rang out. Ancestor, may I ask, to what extent does your strength reach? A timid inquiry emerged, and the crowd turned to the speaker, Elder Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan pondered briefly. His own strength was somewhat unclear even to him. Nonetheless, it was certain that he could achieve invincibility below the imperial level. Strength. I am uncertain of my true power, but I am invincible beneath the imperial realm. As for my level, I am a sage. Upon finishing, Lu Yuan vanished in an instant, leaving the crowd in a state of disarray. Invincible below the imperial realm. Yet his level was merely that of a sage. The Ancestor truly was terrifying. The crowd was filled with shock. Their Ancestor was indeed beyond comprehension. One must wonder, in the entire Xuanhuang continent, who could achieve invincibility beneath the imperial level as a sage. It was likely that their Ancestor was unparalleled. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan arrived at the back mountain of the Lu family. From this moment forth, this would be his place of seclusion. It was also a forbidden area for all members of the Lu family. Without Lu Yuan's consent, no one could enter this place. Sensing the spiritual energy in the air, Lu Yuan reflected. This energy was far too sparse. The Lu family possessed only a medium-grade spiritual vein, located beneath their ancestral grounds. It was precisely due to this vein that the Lu family could swiftly rise to become one of the three giants of Pingyang City. However, this vein was now inadequate to support the cultivation of the Lu family members. System. Check personal panel. Lu Yuan murmured. Host. Lu Yuan. Realm. Early sage. Identity. Ancestor of the Lu family. Talent. Unparalleled in millennia. Physique. Chaotic immortal body. Martial art. Taishan Heart Sutra. Fortune value. 600. 000. Items owned. Emperor Slaying Sword. Xuanhuang Cauldron. Celestial Tower. Sword Dao Compendium. Sealing Sky Seal. Time and Space Tower. Kunlun Mirror. Several Spirit Stones. And various elixirs. Aside from the Emperor's Slaying Sword, which was a reward from the system, all other items were acquired due to those few monstrous beings within the clan. No. To be precise, they were ancient monsters. Lu Yuan was able to ascertain through the system that there were no individuals within the clan harboring any ill intentions or actions against the Lu family. This included those reincarnated emperors. Speaking of which, has it not been tens of thousands of years since an emperor emerged in the Xuanhuang continent? Where then did these reincarnated emperors come from? Could they be from other planes? Lu Yuan rubbed his forehead, thoughts swirling in his mind. He then muttered to himself, "It matters not. Even if there are those who betray the clan, I shall suppress them directly." System. Do you know the history of the Xuanhuang continent? Ding. More accurately, it is the Xuanhuang ancient realm. I recommend a book titled Xuanhuang History, priced at only 1,000 fortune value. Xuanhuang ancient realm. A hint of confusion surfaced in Lu Yuan's mind. However, system, your pricing is a bit steep. Ding. This system's products are of the highest quality. Please do not question it. Though Lu Yuan feigned reluctance, he purchased the book without hesitation. 1,000 fortune value was indeed a fair price for the entire history of the Xuanhuang ancient realm. The king-tier soul-forging pill he had previously bought only cost 300 fortune value, perfectly offsetting the 200 fortune value he gained from eliminating the Tang and Zhao families and the prior 100 fortune value. Lu Yuan eagerly opened the Xuanhuang history in his hands. After 2.5 quarters of an hour, he finally finished reading the entire history of the Xuanhuang ancient realm. He gained a comprehensive understanding of this so-called Xuanhuang ancient realm. It turned out that the world he had traversed into was unimaginably vast. The Xuanhuang history recorded that this realm was divided into small thousand worlds, medium thousand worlds, large thousand worlds, and the celestial domain. Note, a complete world certainly has lower planes. The small thousand worlds beneath are not elaborated here and will not appear in the plot. Each large thousand world contains 3,000 medium thousand worlds. Each medium thousand world has 3,000 small thousand worlds. Every plane possesses realm limitations. In the small thousand worlds, the highest realm is the celestial sovereign. In the medium thousand worlds, the highest realm is the great sage. In the large thousand worlds, the highest realm is the emperor. Note, to clarify, only one emperor will appear in a large thousand world per era. As for the celestial domain, the Xuanhuang history did not record much information. Only a few introductory lines about the celestial domain. 9 heavens and 10 earths, myriad realms, and countless races competing. There lies the sacred land of cultivation in this world. There exists an ancient epoch of coexisting emperors. Within the celestial domain, it is said that there are immortals, a realm above that of the emperor. Immortals exist solely in legend. Lu Yuan closed the Xuanhuang history in his hands, remaining in a daze for a long time. The celestial domain. Lu Yuan murmured unconsciously. He was profoundly shaken by this so-called celestial domain. Compared to it, the Xuanhuang ancient realm was merely a corner of the earth. Regaining his composure, Lu Yuan recalled the records regarding the Xuanhuang ancient realm. The reason why no emperor had emerged in the Xuanhuang ancient realm for over several 100,000 years. It is due to the corruption of the world's primal essence, ravaged by an unknown existence. The celestial path of the Xuanhuang realm has met a tragic demise. Now, after several 100,000 years, a new celestial path has yet to emerge. Consequently, the ancient realm of Xuanhuang has not witnessed the rise of a great emperor for countless eons, while the quasi-emperors languish in their coffins, struggling to survive. With the primal essence of the world in ruins and the celestial path having perished, one must ponder, how can destiny be embraced? And how can a great emperor be birthed? The current Xuanhuang ancient realm hardly qualifies as a vast world. At best, it can be deemed a quasi-great world. With the primal essence missing and the celestial path in ruins, it is likely that before long, even those quasi-emperors will meet their end. Lu Yuan wore a bitter smile. Could it be that he could not even ascend to the rank of quasi-emperor? Ding! That is not the case. The host is a transcendent being, whose fate is ethereal, not recorded in the annals of this ancient history, nor under the gaze of the celestial path. Chapter 9. Source Veins. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy. A sense of pride welled up within him. Was this not the hallmark of transcendent? System, open the shop, he commanded. Beep. Recommendations have been made based on host preferences. The bodice of the purple mist fairy, luck value 600,000, still retains warmth and fragrance. Purchase with confidence. What? Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan was instantly engulfed in a sense of disbelief. I, Lu Yuan, am a gentleman of distinction. How could I be associated with such vulgarity? System, could this possibly be your preference? He inquired with feigned suspicion. Beep. This system is merely a system, not a person. Realizing his ruse had failed, Lu Yuan ceased to press the matter further, though a question lingered in his mind. What sort of bodice could command such an exorbitant price? Only a fool would buy it. He shifted his gaze to the item list. Premium Spirit Vein, 500 luck value. Source Vein, 1,000 luck value. The Source Vein was a tier above the Premium Spirit Vein. The Premium Spirit Vein continuously produced spiritual energy and spiritual stones. Naturally, the Source Vein incessantly generated source energy and source stones. However, source stones lack the distinction of grades. In the ancient realm of Xuanhuang, a single source stone could be exchanged for 100 premium spirit stones. The Source Vein was a standard for sacred lands. For only source stones could sustain the cultivation of mighty sages. Purchase the Source Vein, he commanded. As soon as the words left his lips, a Source Vein materialized in the system space. Extract. Boom! Instantly, a Source Vein resembling a colossal dragon appeared in the back mountain of the Lu family. It shimmered in white, held firmly in Lu Yuan's grasp, yet its ethereal form stretched 100 miles long. In an instant, it stirred the entire Pingyang city. Surrounded by chaotic energy, Lu Yuan forcefully compressed the Source Vein to a mere 10 miles in length. Rather than employing the meridian technique, he harnessed the prowess of his sage-level cultivation and the might of his chaotic celestial body, forcibly embedding the Source Vein underground within the Lu family estate. The previous mid-tier Spirit Vein was instantly absorbed, becoming nourishment for the Source Vein. Having completed this feat, Lu Yuan clapped his hands. Indeed, the spiritual energy produced by the Source Vein was immensely comforting. Yet, he remained oblivious to the monumental stir his actions had incited. Within Pingyang City, The residents gazed incredulously at the faint dragon-shaped, ethereal figure hovering above the Lu family. What level of spirit vein could that be? As they felt the overwhelming spiritual energy enveloping the city, astonishment gripped their hearts. I think I might have broken through. At that moment, a voice echoed in their ears, prompting everyone to turn. It was a middle-aged man at the peak of the Qi condensation realm. He was in the midst of a breakthrough, and in less than a minute, a presence of the spirit sea realm radiated from him. The crowd on the street stood in a daze. This spiritual energy, it was exponentially more abundant than before. Some expressed their astonishment, others were elated, and some danced with joy. This must be the doing of the Lu family's ancestor. The Lu family's ancestor was practically a sage in the flesh. His actions had increased the spiritual energy of all Pingyang City by over 100-fold. The crowd exchanged glances, their minds bewildered, scarcely daring to believe. By the way, does anyone know what level of spirit vein this is? It must be a premium spirit vein. Indeed, this brother speaks the truth. It must be a premium spirit vein. The crowd deliberated, concluding that it was undoubtedly a premium spirit vein. Nonsense. What premium spirit vein? Upon hearing a rebuttal, the crowd's anger flared, their eyes ablaze as they glared at the speaker. Seeing the crowd's rising ire, the man wilted under their gaze and began to explain. I once visited my cousin S. uncle S. big and S. nephew and passed by the Tianxin sect. Those present should be aware that the Tianxin sect is a legitimate royal-level force, guarded by a revered master, and possesses a premium spirit vein. However, after experiencing the Lu family spirit vein today, I can assert with absolute certainty that it is of a higher tier than a premium spirit vein. The crowd found his reasoning compelling and began to believe. Was higher than a premium spirit vein? Someone inquired. I don't know. I have no idea. Neither do I. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks when a commanding voice interjected. This is a source vein. It was the head of the Li family, a great cultivator of the soul transformation realm. Greetings, head of the Li family. The crowd greeted him respectfully. There is no need for such formality. The Li family head replied warmly, gazing into the distance where the ethereal dragon of the source vein slowly dissipated. Source veins are possessed by sacred-level forces and are essential for a sacred land. He elucidated to the crowd. Sacred level. The crowd gasped in astonishment. While source veins lack grades, they do vary in length. Ordinary source veins measure only a few miles, yet this one from the Lu family extended an astonishing 100 miles. Such rarity was evident. It was likely that the attention of all of Qingzhou would soon be directed towards the Lu family. Meanwhile, within the Lu family estate, the members reveled in the vastly enriched spiritual energy. They felt a profound sense of loss. Mere hours earlier, their clan had faced annihilation. Now, not only did they possess superior cultivation methods and resources, but they also had a source vein. Indeed, all members of the Lu family had already received this month's resources from the various elders and stewards. Upon discovering that each pill possessed 4 inscriptions, they were left speechless with shock. The principle of possessing treasures brings calamity was well understood by all, and the family elders had long since cautioned them. Moreover, the Lu family had upheld their ancestral teachings for generations, with each member exhibiting maturity, prudence, and composure. Even with the ancestors' presence, they would not engage in reckless displays of wealth. Now, equipped with the Lu family's Taishan Heart Sutra and such profound financial backing, their realms would surely ascend continuously, enabling them to contribute their strength to the ancestor and the Lu family. In a small courtyard, Lu Yuan sat on a stone stool, his expression shifting restlessly. Ancient One, do you truly believe these pills originated from our ancestor? Nonsense. As far as I know, no one in the entire Xuanhuang ancient realm can refine a 4-inscription Qi pill, let alone a 4-inscription true essence pill. Your ancestor is remarkable, possessing only sage-level cultivation, yet wielding the strength of a quasi-emperor. He must possess some sort of unparalleled physique. Ancient One, should I cultivate the Lu family's Taishan Heart Sutra or your fire control technique? I, a grandmaster of techniques, would never have a foolish disciple like you. Ancient medicine was exasperated, thunderously rebuking from within the ring. Though Lu Yuan was talented, his intellect seemed to have been trampled by a donkey. Will you not practice both? The Lu family's Taishan Heart Sutra is undoubtedly an imperial-level technique. My fire control technique is currently only of heavenly rank, but it can evolve by capturing flames. Therefore, you should primarily focus on the Taishan Heart Sutra, while treating the fire control technique as a supplementary practice. The true purpose of the fire control technique is to subdue exotic flames. I understand now, Ancient One. Chapter 10. Lu Kuan and Lu He in another villa of the Lu family. Lu Fan was diligently practicing the Lu clan's Taishan Heart Sutra, as the surrounding spiritual energy continuously surged into his body. After a considerable time, he expelled a breath of turbid air. He had reached the third level of the spiritual sea. The ancestral heavenly level technique was indeed more terrifying than those imperial level techniques from his past life. It was undoubtedly not merely a heavenly tier. Additionally, the Qi pill was truly worthy of being a 4-pattern pill. It took only a few hours to progress from the pinnacle of Qi condensation to the third level of the spiritual sea. Lu Fan's heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with many questions. Why had the Ancestor become so powerful? Why did the Ancestor's demeanor and appearance seem more ethereal? Where had the Ancestor acquired such techniques? And what about the source veins beneath the Lu family estate and the rare 4-pattern pills? All these factors left Lu Fan in deep contemplation. Could it be the butterfly effect brought about by his rebirth? No, such an outrageous butterfly effect was implausible. Lu Fan furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Was it possible that the Ancestor had been possessed? A chill ran through Lu Fan. This was even less likely. The Ancestor's aptitude had always been ordinary. Furthermore, with my esteemed imperial perception, the Ancestor's soul aura felt precisely the same as before. Unable to unravel the mystery, Lu Fan ultimately concluded that this life was different from the last. Thus, the Ancestor's fate had changed, granting him fortuitous opportunities. Letting go of his thoughts, Lu Fan resumed his cultivation, eager to awaken his war king physique and personally eradicate the Xiantian sect. Qing Chung, you must learn from the Ancestor. You have cherished sword practice since childhood, and you must have witnessed that sword technique of the Ancestor. It was nothing short of celestial. With a single stroke, the heavens and earth transformed. The Grand Elder, Lu Kaitian, said earnestly as he patted Lu Chun's shoulder. I understand, Father, Lu Chun replied with a slight nod. Soon after, Lu Kaitian departed. Being the Grand Elder, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Lu Chun gazed at the sky, his expression calm yet contemplative. Qing Chung, have you broken through? In a small courtyard, the third elder, Lu Yuan, inquired with concern. Yes, Mother, I have successfully broken through to the spiritual sea realm. Wonderful. Thanks to the Ancestor's guidance, our Lu family's overall strength is rapidly increasing. Now that the entire clan is in seclusion for cultivation, I can take this time to accompany you. Lu Yuan spoke softly. Qing Chung, your father. Mother, please do not mention him again. I will settle the score with him in due time. Upon hearing those two words, Lu Qingcheng's expression turned frostbitten. Very well. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Qingcheng, her words hanging in the air. In a bamboo house. Haha, I have succeeded. Lu Xian proclaimed, chest puffed out with pride. Xiania, are you tinkering with your formations again? Remember not to neglect your cultivation, the second elder, Lu Suifeng, cautioned. Of course, Father, Lu Xian replied nonchalantly, returning to his experiments. Ah, you little rascal, I must invite the Ancestor to give you a proper lesson soon. In the residence of the sixth elder, Lu Yuan was drenched in sweat, as it seemed his sister was experiencing some peculiar situation. Lu Yao was seated on the ground, her hair disheveled, wearing a foolish grin. He. Every time Lu Yuan approached, she would lash out at him. Left with no choice, Lu Yuan resolved to inform the Ancestor of Lu Yao's condition. This bizarre situation could only be resolved by the Ancestor. As he pondered, he made his way towards the back mountain. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of the Lu family. Come out, you two. Lu Yuan released the divine palace, and two streaks of light shot forth. It was indeed the chicken and dog spirits. Once a cultivator reached the divine palace realm, a palace would form within their mind, known as the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace at this level was merely a rudimentary form. Like the Divine Sea and Primordial Spirit, advancing in realm meant continuously refining it. Lu Yuan, now a sage, could place living beings within it. "Big brother, hurry, I'm starving." The little white chicken squawked. "Me too." The little black dog echoed as they immediately sought food. With a sigh, Lu Yuan retrieved the prepared beast carcass and handed it to them. Watching the two spirits feast heartily, Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. What kind of bloodline did they possess? Why did they require constant sustenance without pause? System: activate the Eye of Inquiry. Target: chicken spirit, possessing a trace of the 10 Fiends Xuanhuang bloodline. Realm: Qi condensation. Talent: extraordinary. Physique: none. Target: dog spirit, possessing a trace of the 10 Fiends Xuanhuang bloodline. Realm: Qi condensation. Talent: extraordinary. Physique: none. Xuanhuang. Lu Yuan stared at the system information, astonished. While he had guessed that the bloodlines of the two spirits were extraordinary, he had still underestimated their terrifying potential. The second of the 10 Fiends, Xuanhuang and Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang represented speed, while Xuanhuang embodied darkness and curses. The two were a balance of light and dark. Lu Yuan gasped. He finally understood why these two spirits could navigate the Juyin mountain range unscathed despite their Qi condensation cultivation. Even with just a trace of bloodline, they could instill terror in countless beasts. Lost in thought, the one-zhang-tall beast carcass was swiftly devoured by the two spirits. "Big brother, is this the Lu family? The spiritual energy is so rich." The little black dog exclaimed, looking at Lu Yuan. "Indeed." Lu Yuan nodded slightly, then turned to the two spirits, speaking solemnly. "Do you wish to become my guardians?" "Yes, yes." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's request, the two spirits immediately expressed their eagerness, their eyes filled with anticipation, fearing he might change his mind. "Excellent. Then I shall bestow names upon you." The two spirits knelt on the ground, chests puffed out, ready to receive their names from Lu Yuan. Their hearts were brimming with excitement. "As guardians, I will protect Big Brother for a lifetime." The two spirits had no other thoughts. They simply wished to live carefree alongside Lu Yuan in this world, eating roasted meat, drinking broth, chasing after hens, and teasing dogs. This was the life they had enjoyed together in the Juyin mountain range for 2.5 years. "Very well, from this moment on, you shall be named Lu Kuan and Lu He." Lu Yuan looked at the two spirits in turn. "You two are now the Lu family's foremost guardians. Remember, do not betray the Lu family, and do not violate the clan's tenets. Those who do will be executed. Lu Kuan, Lu He, we thank the Ancestor for the bestowal." As Lu Yuan's words fell, the two spirits promptly bowed, their demeanor somewhat comical. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for having the Xuanhuang bloodline emerge in the clan. Luck value increased by 80,000. Reward: Xuanhuang's secret technique. Xuanhuang's secret technique. When fully cultivated, the practitioner can transform into the form of a Xuan or a Peng, possessing the powers of extreme Yin and extreme Yang, renowned for their speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having the Xuanhuang bloodline emerge in the clan. Luck value increased by 80,000. Reward: Xuanhuang's secret technique. Xuanhuang's secret technique. Capable of swallowing all things in the world. A practitioner who fully cultivates can devour the heavens and the earth, refining all that exists. Possesses the powers of darkness and curses. Ding! Due to a significant fluctuation in luck value, rewards are doubled. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 vial of Xuanhuang Essence Blood and 1 vial of Xuanhuang Essence Blood. Chapter 11. The Absence of the Soul. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, realizing that capturing the two demons would indeed grant rewards from the system. A total of 160,000 fortune points, along with the Xuanhuang Divine Technique and the 9 Netherhound Divine Technique. These techniques had surpassed the Imperial rank martial arts. Additionally, there were 2 vials of Essence Blood, whose rarity exceeded even that of the Divine Techniques. It is well known that a single demon beast possesses only a few drops of Essence Blood, and once extracted, it would take thousands to tens of thousands of years for it to regenerate. Yet Lu Yuan possessed 2 full vials. With just these 2 vials of Essence Blood, He could elevate Lu Yuan and Lu Hei's bloodlines to their utmost potential, transforming them into purebloods. The true strength of pureblood Xuanhuang and Nine Netherhound remained a mystery to Lu Yuan. However, he would soon discover Lu Yuan, Lu Hei. Here are the Xuanhuang Divine Technique and the Nine Netherhound Divine Technique, along with the essence blood of the Xuanhuang and Nine Netherhound. Lu Yuan and Lu Hei were not born as purebloods. They merely possessed a trace of the bloodline, even if their bloodlines were elevated to pureblood status. Grasping the divine techniques would require considerable time, unlike beings born as purebloods, who have the techniques inscribed in their minds from birth. Hence, Lu Yuan entrusted the techniques to the two demons. "Big brother, what is this?" Seeing their bewildered expressions, Lu Yuan replied calmly, "Once you absorb the essence blood and cultivate the techniques, everything will become clear." "Understood, big brother." The two demons echoed in unison before departing. At that moment, a voice reached Lu Yuan's ears. "Junior Lu Yuan requests an audience with the Ancestor." The voice was loud and clear. Lu Yuan gazed into the distance and recognized it was Elder Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. An interesting name, Lu Yuan mused softly before vanishing in an instant. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Yuan bent slightly, cupping his hands, awaiting the Ancestor's response with utmost respect. "Speak, what brings you here?" Just then, a faint voice entered Lu Yuan's ears. He looked up to see the Ancestor standing beside him, gazing down. "Ancestor, my younger sister is experiencing some issues. May I request your assistance to see her?" Lu Yuan said, his expression filled with helplessness and respect. "Lead the way." Before long, Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan arrived at a residence. Before they even entered, Lu Yuan heard bursts of silly laughter. If his memory served him right, Lu Yuan's sister was the reincarnation of a divine fox maiden. Upon entering, they found a young girl, around 16, sitting on the ground, giggling incessantly. Her hair was disheveled, yet it did not detract from her unparalleled beauty. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated intelligence, and her slightly parted ruby lips were drooling. Her skin was as delicate as jade, flawless to the touch. "Ancestor, this is my sister Lu Yao. She has been like this ever since the great battle. Can you discern the cause?" Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing quietly, though he could not ascertain the reason. However, his expression remained calm and composed. "System, what has happened to her?" Beep Lu Yao is the reincarnation of the divine fox maiden. An unexpected event occurred during the awakening of her memories, resulting in the separation of her soul. A separated soul? Lu Yuan's heart tightened. Humans possess three souls: the earth soul, the heaven soul, and the life soul. Lu Yao's life soul is missing, and she has not inherited the divine fox's memories, but she has retained the divine fox's character and abilities. Listening to the system's explanation, Lu Yuan was astonished. Such a phenomenon could occur? System, what impact does the absence of the life soul have on her? None. As a member of the Lu family, she is blessed with great fortune, and her fate has already been altered. There will be no repercussions. The system has detected that Lu Yao's life soul resides within the immortal realm. If recovered and fused, she will attain great fortune. Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief. He understood now. The reason Lu Yao appeared dazed was due to the recent separation of her life soul, and her body had yet to adapt. In due time, she would recover, but by then, Lu Yao would possess both her own body and the character and abilities of the divine fox. Fortunately, the divine fox had reincarnated within the Lu family. Had it been a family devoid of fortune, she would likely remain foolish for a lifetime. It seemed that the Lu family's fortune had reached a formidable level. Lu Yuan reflected, glancing at the fortune points, 758,688. The strength of the Lu family was steadily increasing, as were their fortune points. Returning his focus to Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan spoke calmly. Lu Yao is the reincarnation of the divine fox maiden, but her life soul unexpectedly separated during the awakening of her memories. Ancestor, can her life soul be retrieved? Where is it now? Lu Yuan inquired anxiously, his concern for his sister's recovery overshadowing everything else. The life soul is not within this realm. However, you need not worry. Administer this supreme, soul-nourishing pill, and she will recover immediately. Rest assured, her memories are intact. and she has awakened a supreme physique, the celestial charm, divine eyes. As for the life soul, it will not awaken her past memories unless actively sought. After consuming the pill, the effects of the missing life soul will be eliminated. In truth, there is no pressing need to consume it, as Lu Yaoyao is under the influence of fortune. Yet Lu Yuan chose not to elaborate further, preferring to use the pill as a safeguard. As soon as he finished speaking, a pill appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. The supreme soul-nourishing pill, a sacred-grade elixir. Lu Yuan turned to Lu Yaoyao, flicking his finger, causing the pill to transform into a streak of light that precisely entered her mouth. In an instant, Lu Yaoyao collapsed to the ground, and once she awoke, she would return to her former self. Thank you, Ancestor, for your great kindness. I shall repay you with my life. Lu Guan half knelt, his face flushed with gratitude. No need for such formalities. Focus on your cultivation. I have high hopes for you, Lu Yuan replied before vanishing from the spot. Upon returning to the rear mountain, Lu Yuan directed his consciousness towards the cave where Lu Kuan and Lu He were in seclusion. The two demons were steadily absorbing their training. Lu Yuan, too, began his cultivation. As a possessor of the chaotic immortal body, he broke through barriers as effortlessly as drinking water. The chaotic immortal body had no bottlenecks in its advancements, and its cultivation speed was exceedingly rapid. Lu Yuan retrieved the Kuanpeng Divine Technique and the Nine Netherhound Divine Technique, while he provided the two demons with copies for their reference. Gazing at the two techniques, one radiating golden light and the other a dark red glow, Lu Yuan commenced his cultivation. Thus, the entire Lu family fell into a tranquil state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the majority of the forces in Qingzhou turned their attention towards the Lu family, as turbulent waves brewed in the shadows. In the Great Qin Dynasty, the imperial city, at the Yangxin Palace. Very well, you may leave. A languid voice echoed. Yes, your majesty. As the voice faded, the figure kneeling vanished in an instant. Behind a curtain, a graceful silhouette reclined upon a bed woven with golden threads. Her waist was supple and slender, fitting perfectly within a gentle grasp, and her figure was alluringly curvaceous. Her bosom stood proudly, captivating all who beheld her. Pingyang City, Lu family, Lu Yuan. A sultry voice resonated. The woman shifted her position, resting her right leg atop her left, propping her head on her hand, lost in contemplation. This person was none other than the empress of the Great Qin Dynasty. Qin Yanran. Chapter 12. I am the guardian under the ancestor of the heavenly Xuanzong in the council hall of the heavenly Xuanzong. The sect leader, Wu Geng, was informed. We have confirmed that the source vein originates from the hands of the ancient ancestor Lu Yuan of the Lu family in Pingyang City. Oh, I did not expect such talent to arise from the humble Pingyang City. The ability to harness a source vein suggests that Lu Yuan must indeed be a revered figure. I have underestimated the Great Qin Dynasty. It has produced yet another eminent being. Given the current turmoil of the Great Qin, the emergence of a revered figure is already an extraordinary feat. It cannot possibly be a celestial master, Wu Geng stated with a composed demeanor. At that moment, an elder of the sect stood up, inquiring, Sect leader, what if Lu Yuan is a celestial master? Impossible. The emergence of a revered figure is already the limit for the Great Qin Dynasty. How could Lu Yuan possibly be a celestial master? Wu Geng replied dismissively before changing the subject. Even if he were a celestial master, what of it? Could he possibly surpass the celestial master of our heavenly Xuanzong? The elder had a sudden flash of insight and looked at Wu Geng again, saying, Sect leader, what if Lu Yuan is a saint? Upon hearing the elder's repeated provocations, Wu Geng felt a surge of anger. Why do you keep speculating? If Lu Yuan were a saint, how could he remain in such a remote corner? Which hall are you from, that you meddle so much? Sit down. Seeing the sect leader on the verge of an outburst, the other elders quickly stepped in to intercede. Sect leader, please calm your anger. He is new and inexperienced. You are magnanimous, so do not take offense. Indeed. Noticing the fearful expressions of the elders, Wu Geng's expression softened. He addressed the elders loudly. I observe that the source vein lies within the territory of the heavenly Xuanzong. We must reclaim it. The elders responded in unison, understood. We shall proceed to the Lu family to recover the source vein. At the Lu family, in the back mountain, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and in an instant, 2 beams of light shot forth. In just a few days, not only had he cultivated the Kunping treasure art and the 9 Netherhound treasure art to a minor completion, but he had also refined his realm. The Chaos Immortal body was truly formidable. Previously, Lu Yuan's comprehension was unremarkable, but now it surpassed all ages. His ability to grasp 2 treasure arts was entirely due to the power of the Nirvana Holy Pill and the Chaos Immortal body. He recalled the imperial treasures rewarded by the system, particularly the Kunlun mirror, which could enhance comprehension. It seemed he needed to engage in further practice. It was time to bring it forth. Boom! At that moment, 2 beams of light surged into the sky, 1 golden and 1 black. 2 ancient, beastly presences enveloped the entire Lu family. All members of the Lu family were startled, whether they were in meditation or not. Lu Fan and Lu Chun felt their scalps tingle, as if they were being watched by a ferocious beast. Ha ha ha, I Lu Yuan am truly magnificent. Humph! Even a wild chicken that flies to a branch cannot become a phoenix. At that moment, 2 figures approached, one after the other. The first, with golden hair, Hadjeted Afiesoha. His handsome visage and piercing gaze exuded an otherworldly charm. The second, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, possessed a muscular frame, exuding an imposing presence. These 2 were none other than the recently emerged Lu Yuan and Lu He. At this moment, both had assumed human forms. In the Xuanhuang ancient realm, beasts could transform upon reaching the divine palace realm. Lu Yuan scrutinized the 2. He could not deny that their bloodlines were astonishingly potent. Not only had their bloodlines reached a pure state, but their realms had also skyrocketed from the previous Qi condensation stage to the current divine palace stage. The Lu family currently had no one at the heaven and human realm. Ding, a powerful being has emerged in the clan at the heaven and human realm, rewarding 30 million high-grade spirit stones. Ding, a powerful being has emerged in the clan at the divine palace realm, rewarding 100 top-tier heavenly spirit weapons, 1,000 bottles of top-tier heavenly elixirs, and 10 books of top-tier heavenly martial arts. Ding, luck value has slightly increased, rewarding 3 random spirit body origins. Rewards for the emergence of the highest realms within the clan. Even spirit body origins are included. It seems I must hasten to elevate the overall strength of the Lu family. Receiving the system S rewards, Lu Yuan turned his gaze towards the approaching duo. Lu Yuan, Lu He, pay respects to the Ancestor. Since absorbing the essence blood and practicing the treasure arts, the 2 had comprehended everything. They were also astonished to possess a trace of the bloodline of 10 ferocious beasts. However, recalling the essence blood and treasure arts bestowed upon them by their elder brother, they felt an even greater sense of wonder. The 2 had just transformed and were still without clothing. Lu Yuan casually tossed them several robes, his expression one of helplessness. The 2 beasts paused momentarily, but cared little, donning the garments without hesitation. How has your practice of the treasure arts progressed? Lu Yuan inquired. Elder brother, we have achieved minor completion, Lu Yuan replied. Elder brother, you are truly extraordinary. Even treasure arts and essence blood are within your grasp, Lu He said, scratching his head with a foolish grin. Huh, little He, the elder brother's abilities are beyond your imagination. Well, you need not say more. There will be plenty of good things in the future. After speaking, Lu Yuan circulated his cultivation, and in an instant, a voice akin to that of a deity resonated in the ears of all clan members. Everyone, assemble at the family training ground. In an instant, the entire family responded, racing towards the training ground. Is that the voice of the Ancestor? Is he about to announce something significant? Father, the Ancestor has summoned us. Let us go. Husband, stop fidgeting. Quickly, put on your clothes, hurry. At the Lu family training ground, within moments, everyone had gathered. Lu Yuan observed the bustling figures below with a sense of satisfaction. The conduct of the Lu family members was quite to his liking. Lu, pay respects to the Ancestor. At this moment, the Grand Elder Lu spoke first, and soon everyone bowed in reverence to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stepped forward, his voice calm, yet crystal clear to every ear. Today, I shall announce 2 matters. Lu Yuan, Lu He, you may step forward. As his words fell, Two figures soared into view. The crowd, upon seeing them, felt a tremor in their souls, as if confronted by great terror. Lu Yuan, with his golden hair flowing, possessed an enchanting yet mischievous smile that made one want to take action against him. Lu He, with a robust physique, stood like a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. These two appeared somewhat unusual, evoking a feeling akin to facing a beast. Could it be that these two are transformed divine palace? Great beasts? Members of the Lu family exchanged alarmed glances, their hearts racing, and concluded that these two were undoubtedly transformed beasts. Indeed, as you have surmised, these two are transformed beasts of the divine palace realm. I have conferred upon them names, Lu Yuan and Lu He. Henceforth, they shall not only serve as guardians of the Lu family, but also as kin, sharing life and death with us in the Lu family. Lu Yuan explained to his kin, "We have met the guardians, Lu Yuan and Lu He." The crowd, their hearts resolute, gazed at the two with burning curiosity and deep admiration, for they were powerful beings of the divine palace. Recalling the overwhelming pressure they had felt moments ago, everyone shivered. Perhaps their strength far surpassed that of the divine palace. Chapter 13. The Imperial Treasure. There is no need for such formalities, everyone. Since the two of us have followed our leader to the Lu family and become the guardians of the Lu family, we are all one family. As family members, we should support one another, fostering unity and camaraderie. If anyone dares to bully you, come to me, and I shall swiftly remove their head and kick it like a ball. Lu Yuan, brimming with vitality, gazed at the members of the Lu family with an air of authority. Zamaji, please be quiet and allow our leader to announce important matters, Lu He retorted, his tone filled with exasperation as he unabashedly referred to Lu Yuan as Zamaji, showing no respect whatsoever. Zamaji, could it be that guardian Lu Yuan's true form is a chicken? How could a mere chicken attain the divine palace realm? Perhaps guardian Lu Yuan is not an ordinary chicken, but rather a divine fowl? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, each pondering the same question. Could guardian Lu Yuan truly be a chicken? You, Xuanhuang, you're truly asking for it. Now that we are all purebloods, I am eager to see who is truly more formidable. As the two guardians appeared ready to brawl, a glimmer of amusement passed through the crowd. These two guardians were indeed entertaining, showing none of the gravitas expected from beings of the divine palace realm. At that moment, a calm voice broke the tension. Have you all had your fun? Enough of the ruckus, Lu Yuan remarked, shaking his head in disbelief that these two had become guardians yet still treated matters so frivolously. Upon hearing the elder's words, the members of the Lu family ceased their laughter. Even the two guardians fell silent. Now, I shall present to you several treasures, Lu Yuan stated coolly. With a wave of his hand, several beams of light soared into the air, shimmering with brilliance. With a flick of his finger, one of the luminous orbs darted toward him, its radiance dissipating to reveal a small tower before the gathered crowd. This small tower, comprising 12 layers, radiated a magnificent glow and exuded an extraordinary aura. This is the Imperial Treasure, the Tontian Tower, consisting of 12 levels, each corresponding to a major realm. Entering, it will generate your projection, and within, you will find the projections of all the prodigies of the myriad realms, allowing you to battle at the same level and earn rewards for victories. The higher the level, the better the rewards, Lu Yuan explained, surveying the audience. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Tontian Tower emanated a brilliant light, growing larger and larger until it transformed into a tower hundreds of feet tall, standing majestically at the center of the training ground, dazzling beyond belief. The crowd widened their eyes, their pupils constricting in disbelief. An Imperial Treasure? An Imperial Treasure. The members of the Lu family were rendered speechless by the revelation of an Imperial-level artifact. The elder possessed an Imperial Treasure, the Tontian Tower, the myriad realms. Rewards. Lu Yuan's brief words struck their souls, reshaping their understanding. There is no need for astonishment. You'll comprehend it fully once you use it. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's voice, the crowd snapped back to reality. The prospect of utilizing an Imperial Treasure was indeed a stroke of fortune. Their hearts swelled with joy as they gazed at the other luminous orbs hovering nearby. Could it be? Indeed, Lu Yuan pointed again, and another orb shot forth, illuminating the space and revealing a tome before their eyes. This is the Imperial Treasure, the Sword Dao Illustrated Manual, containing the true essence of swordsmanship from all realms. By placing your soul within, you can enter and comprehend the true meaning of the sword. Whether you succeed in your understanding, and to what extent, depends on your own abilities. Yet another Imperial treasure. The crowd gaped in astonishment, their perceptions of their elder being further transcended. They beheld the tome in the air, resembling a scroll adorned with numerous sword artifacts, with ethereal sword shadows appearing above. The patterns were vivid, radiating a chilling brilliance. Subsequently, the Sword Dao Illustrated Manual will be placed in the family's library. Remember, only those who reach the soul origin realm may place their souls within. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's admonition, all members of the Lu family nodded eagerly, aware of the gravity of their elder's words. They were not foolish enough to seek their own demise. Only upon reaching the soul origin realm, when their souls become robust, could they delve into the manual. In an instant, the eyes of every sword practitioner in the Lu family ignited with fervor. They were determined to reach the soul origin realm swiftly in order to explore the Sword Dao Illustrated Manual. Next, we have this, Lu Yuan continued as he pointed again, and a beam of light transformed into a mirror. This is the Imperial treasure, the Kunlun mirror. Entering, it will generate inner demons, and upon overcoming these demons, your comprehension will be enhanced. Enhancing comprehension. The crowd momentarily overlooked the fact that this was yet another Imperial-level artifact, focusing instead on the phrase, enhancing comprehension. Besides the enlightenment tea and enlightenment pills, were there other means to achieve sudden understanding? The crowd remained oblivious, while the tea and pills could provoke enlightenment. The Kunlun mirror could elevate comprehension. The notion of enhancing comprehension was astounding. This Imperial treasure could accomplish such a feat. The crowd was electrified, their eyes shining with anticipation. Who would not wish to enhance their comprehension? They could hardly contain their eagerness to enter the mirror. The final treasure, Lu Yuan interjected, halting their fervent thoughts. He pointed once more, and the luminous orb morphed into a small tower. Another tower? Curiosity flickered among the crowd. However, this tower was distinctly different, not only in form but also in the aura it emanated. The Tantian Tower had 12 layers, while this tower had only 9. The Tantian Tower imparted a sense of mystery, while this tower conveyed the feeling of time slipping away. This tower is the Imperial treasure, the Time and Space Tower, consisting of 9 layers. By investing spirit stones, you can alter the flow of time, with each layer possessing a different rate. The first layer operates at a 1:10 ratio. 1 day outside equals 10 days inside. The second layer at a 1:100 ratio. 1 day outside equals 100 days inside. The third layer at a 1:1000 ratio. 1 day outside equals 1000 days inside, and so forth. Listening to Lu Yuan's explanation, the crowd was astounded, their minds racing. It was indeed extraordinary to be able to alter the flow of time. Presently, the Lu family lacked resources but was in dire need of time. With this tower in hand, they could rapidly advance their realms, especially when paired with the Tantian Tower, the Kunlun Mirror, and the Sword Dao Illustrated Manual. The Lu family would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the Xuanhuang realm. All were filled with excitement, their spirits uplifted. Yet they turned their gazes skyward. Was there not one more Imperial treasure? Why had the elder just declared that this was the last one? As the crowd pondered in confusion, Lu Yuan turned to the family head, stating calmly, Lu Qianshan, this Imperial treasure, the Xuanhuang Ding, shall be entrusted to you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the final luminous orb transformed into a small cauldron, gleaming with a golden hue. Before the crowd could comprehend, the small cauldron flew directly toward Lu Qianshan, merging with him in an instant. At that moment, Lu Qianshan's pupils constricted sharply upon the Xuanhuang Ding entering his body. He grasped its function and manipulation methods, truly an overwhelming power. Chapter 14. The Heavenly Profound Sect. Lu Qianshan was filled with astonishment, for the Xuanhuang Ding was far too extraordinary. From a moment he integrated with it, he could perceive the fortune of the Lu family. Golden rays surged upwards, already taking on the shape of a dragon. He was uncertain of what this signified, yet he understood that the Lu family's fortune was immensely profound. Bound to the Xuanhuang Ding, he felt invincible within the confines of the Lu family estate. Currently at the 5th level of his primordial spirit cultivation, he believed that if he wielded the Xuanhuang Ding in battle, he could slay even a heavenly sovereign. Lu Qianshan observed the fortune gradually amplifying, and he pondered how much stronger he could become in conjunction with the power of the Xuanhuang Ding. What realms of formidable opponents could he challenge? What enemies could he vanquish? He dared not imagine, for all of this hinged upon being within the Lu family estate. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Lu Qianshan realized that the ancestral elder had entrusted him with such a treasure. He cast a glance at Lu Yuan, his eyes brimming with respect. Qianshan, as the head of the family, this treasure is rightfully yours to oversee. Lu Qianshan expressed gratitude to the elder, just as he was about to kneel in thanks. A gentle breeze swept by, abruptly halting his motion, causing him to rise gradually. There is no need for such formality. After speaking, Lu Yuan waved his hand, and in an instant, the imperial treasures, the Kunlun mirror and the yearly universe tower, radiated a brilliant light, expanding before them. Lu Yuan placed them in the family's martial arena, each occupying a distinct position. Witnessing the 3 imperial treasures, the members of the Lu family exchanged astonished glances, completely taken aback. Lu Yin stood amidst the crowd, his expression calm, yet his heart trembled as he communicated with the ancient spirit within. Little Yin, your ancestor cannot possibly be an immortal, can he? I am at a loss as well. I am just as bewildered. The elder could actually produce such treasures, and their effects are astonishing. Ancient One, did you not claim to be well-versed in worldly matters? Have you ever encountered such treasures? Upon hearing Lu Yan's inquiry, the ancient spirit in the ring wore an awkward expression, his forehead lined with dark strands. Internally, he resolved never to boast in front of Lu Yan or anyone from the Lu family ever again. With such an elder, the perspectives and awareness of the Lu family were continuously elevated. Ancient One, why have you fallen silent? I recall you usually have much to say. Lu Fan gazed upward at the 3 imperial treasures, a chill coursing through him. Imperial treasures. In his past life, as a martial emperor, he possessed but a single imperial weapon, let alone treasures of such magnitude. His pupils constricted violently as he fixated on the Tongtian Tower with fervor. His interest in the Sword Dao Compendium, the yearly universe tower, and the Kunlun mirror paled in comparison to his enthusiasm for the Tongtian Tower. He relished combat, and now had the opportunity to spar with the prodigies inside the Tongtian Tower. Not only could this hasten the awakening of his war king physique, but it would also refine his combat experience. An exhilarating prospect. The Sword Dao Compendium, the true essence of swordsmanship across myriad realms. Lu Chun murmured continuously, his gaze distant. In his past life, he had been revered as the Sword Emperor, known as the Sword Immortal. His passion for swords had reached a fervent obsession, and he possessed an indomitable sword heart. Now, with Lu Yuan presenting the Imperial Treasure Sword Dao Compendium, it resonated like a great bell, continuously striking at his sword heart. Lu Xian stood behind the crowd, swaying slightly. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that his expression was vacant, his movements somewhat stiff. He was, in fact, a puppet of the spiritual sea realm. Lu Qingcheng stood gracefully, her eyes like water, gazing at the towering imperial treasures. Even she, a reincarnated empress, felt a sense of incredulity and astonishment. Lu Yaoyao's beautiful eyes turned towards Lu Yuan. Her brother, Lu Guan, had already informed her of recent events, her soul's absence, the reincarnation of the divine fox, and the ancestral elder's intervention in her rescue, awakening her heavenly charmed divine eyes. She gazed at the figure in the sky, clad in black hair and white robes, exuding an otherworldly aura, akin to a celestial being. Her eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed, filled with admiration. Meanwhile, the heavenly profound sect had arrived outside Pingyang City, casting a colossal shadow over a considerable portion of the town. An oppressive aura enveloped the air, causing heart palpitations among all present. The residents of Pingyang City looked upwards at the enormous figure above. A demonic beast. It was entirely azure, exuding an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a celestial bird. Several figures stood upon the spirit bird, their appearances obscured. That was the Xuanhuang bird. Only the heavenly profound sect possessed such a majestic creature in the entirety of Qingzhou. At that moment, a voice echoed, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. The Xuanhuang bird, bearing the members of the heavenly profound sect, was soaring towards the Lu family's direction. This Xuanhuang bird likely possessed the strength of the divine palace realm, meaning those seated upon its back were surely the esteemed ones of the heavenly profound sect. As the figure continued speaking, the pupils of all present constricted violently, unable to believe that the legendary elder had appeared in Pingyang City. They were undoubtedly heading towards the Lu family. In that instant, the entire Pingyang City erupted in excitement, with countless onlookers flocking towards the Lu family, eager to witness the unfolding events of the heavenly profound sect's arrival. Meanwhile, within the Lu family, all eyes were fixed on the approaching spirit bird, and in an instant, realization dawned upon them. These individuals must have come for the source vein. Their expressions remained composed. With the ancestral elder present, what was there to fear? The Xuanhuang bird, the heavenly profound sect. At this moment, Lu Yuan spoke nonchalantly. The crowd reacted with a twitch of their lips. Heavenly profound sect. The elder's formidable influence? Yet, considering their own ancestral elder's prowess, they felt a sense of calm. Before long, the Xuanhuang bird brought the members of the heavenly profound sect to hover above the Lu family estate. Who is Lu Yuan? Come forth immediately. A voice rang out, resounding like a bell, echoing throughout Pingyang City. Upon hearing the audacious proclamation, the members of the Lu family erupted in fury, their brows furrowing in anger. How dare this individual show disrespect towards the ancestral elder? Truly, they had grown weary of life. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure swiftly ascended into the air, confronting the members of the heavenly profound sect. Lu Yuan, are you Lu Yuan? The one who had previously insulted Lu Yuan spoke again. No, Lu Yuan ritlid kuli. Then be gone. If you are not Lu Yuan, you should return whence you came. Lu Yuan, if you are wise. Just as the individual spoke, Lu Yuan transformed into a golden shadow, instantly appearing behind the Xuanhuang bird, leaving even the members of the heavenly profound sect without a moment to react. Boom! In an instant, the individual plummeted to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. You are even more pretentious than I am. Truly insufferable. Lu Yuan's light laughter resonated in the ears of the crowd. With a single strike, he had eliminated a formidable opponent from the same realm. Who is he? The residents of Pingyang City were puzzled. When had the Lu family gained another powerhouse of the divine palace realm? Meanwhile, the members of the Lu family were exhilarated. Lu Yuan was incredibly powerful, effortlessly defeating an adversary of equal standing. Young man, you are exceeding your bounds. At that moment, an ancient voice emerged as an elder shattered the void, appearing in midair. He regarded the recently engaged Lu Yuan with intrigue. A demonic beast of the divine palace realm? Transform into your true form, and let this old one see what breed you are. I may reward you by making you my steed. Chapter 15 Daozi. The old man in the black robe maintained a calm demeanor as he demanded Lu Yuan to reveal his true form, even suggesting that Lu Yuan become his steed. How audacious! Upon hearing such brazen words, Lu Yuan's aura surged, radiating the oppressive force of the first level of the divine palace. Youngster, you are no match for my true self. Summon your ancestor. The black-robed elder looked at Lu Yuan with disdain. Old man, I find your Xuanhuang bird quite appealing. She is now mine. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pair of wings sprouted from Lu Yuan's back, and his hands transformed into sharp claws as he charged directly at the elder. Overestimating oneself. The black-robed elder felt a thrill of excitement upon seeing Lu Yuan's wings and claws, realizing he was dealing with a beast of avian lineage. To annihilate a being at the 5th level of the divine palace with mere 1st-level cultivation was no small feat. This creature possessed extraordinary talent. Having him as a mount would surely surpass the Xuanhuang. Daring to confront me, A revered elder, with your first-level divine palace power, demonstrates your audacity, but it is misplaced. With that, the elder gathered his energy, attempting to exert the pressure of a revered elder upon Lu Yuan. Yet, Lu Yuan, being one of the 10 fiends, was not to be subdued by the feeble aura of a mere elder. Ha, old man, what is a revered elder to me? I shall still slay you. Lu Yuan's golden hair flowed as his white robe billowed. He activated the Xuanhuang technique, and an enormous phantom of a rock appeared behind him. Having already mastered the Xuanhuang technique to a significant degree, he was eager to test his strength. The elder's gaze fell upon the phantom behind Lu Yuan, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What beast is that? Why does it resemble the golden-winged rock so closely? But he had no time for further contemplation. He activated the techniques of the Tianxian sect, his aura radiating, initial stage of the revered realm. The elder clenched his right fist, streams of light flickering around him. Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed with sharpness, a surge of energy from the 10 fiends rising to the heavens, propelling him toward the elder in an instant. Boom! With a single strike, Lu Yuan was sent flying back 30 zhong, while the elder staggered back 10 zhong. Ha! Old man, my attacks are not so easy to withstand. The elder's face turned ashen, his tightly clenched fist trembling slightly. He felt a chill run down his spine. How could an initial stage revered elder find himself evenly matched with a mere first-level divine palace junior? Though Lu Yuan flew further back, this was a profound humiliation. Recalling the phantom behind Lu Yuan, the elder was even more horrified. Could this creature truly be the golden-winged rock? The spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving them utterly astonished. A clash of divine palace and revered realms? And not at a disadvantage. Where did such a prodigious talent from the Lu family emerge? What beast is that phantom? Someone whispered. I don't know. I've never seen anything like it, came the chorus of confusion. Suddenly, a figure flashed through the air. Lu Yuan appeared, his black hair and white robe giving him an ethereal presence. His deep-set eyes reflected a calmness akin to an ancient well. You're Lu Yuan? The black-robed elder managed to compose himself, looking at Lu Yuan with renewed focus. Since you dare to seize the source vein, you must be prepared to pay the price. Lu Yuan responded with indifference, for there was someone even more formidable atop that Xuanhuang bird, a late-stage revered one. You. The elder's ire flared as he realized Lu Yuan was ignoring him, fueling his anger and prompting him to attack. Elder 7, step back. You are no match for him. An aged voice interjected, drawing the attention of the crowd. It belonged to a white-haired elder clad in a simple robe, his aura concealed as if he were an ordinary man. Yes, Grand Elder. Elder 7 felt utterly humiliated, struggling to a draw with a mere divine palace junior while being disregarded by Lu Yuan. In his eyes, this was a monumental disgrace, and he vowed to remember this grievance. Who would have thought that in such a small realm as the Great Qin dynasty, in this insignificant Pingyang city, several prodigies would arise? Lu Yuan, at merely 200 years of age, has reached the revered realm. His talent is remarkable. Come to my Tianxian sect. Surrender the source vein, and I will personally designate you as the Daozi of Tianxian sect, far surpassing your standing in this trivial Lu family. The Grand Elder spoke with an air of superiority, not regarding Lu Yuan as a threat. What Daozi? He still sought the source vein. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuan viewed him as nothing more than a foolish jester. Ha, how laughable. Laughable? The Great Qin dynasty lies within the sphere of influence of my Tianxian sect, and so does your Lu family. Therefore, the source vein is rightly ours to reclaim. What could possibly be wrong with that? The Grand Elder's words dripped with contempt. What shamelessness! Is this what the Grand Elder of Tianxian sect represents? A brazen rogue? The crowd murmured, their disdain palpable. By his logic, does that mean the Tianxian sect also has claims to the treasures of the Wujing Sacred Land? Do you think the ancestor of the Lu family can defeat the Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect? Currently, both the Lu ancestor and the shameless old man were revered, but the Lu ancestor had less time in cultivation, making it seem precarious. Lord Lu Yuan has cultivated for 200 years to attain the revered realm, far exceeding them. I believe Lord Lu Yuan is invincible. At this moment, not only the Lu family, but also the citizens of Pingyang City derided the Grand Elder of Tianqian sect, some even spitting at him, their disdain unabashed. If Tianqian sect seized the source vein, wouldn't they suffer a tremendous loss? Despite the presence of several revered ones, any member of the Lu family could contend with a revered elder. They firmly believed their ancestor was even more formidable. Grand Elder, why waste words with them? Just act and annihilate the Lu family. The source vein will be ours. Indeed, Grand Elder, since Elder Son was slain by that beast, we must avenge him. Let us eliminate the Lu family without hesitation. Lu Yuan, since you refuse to recognize the situation, do not blame us. As soon as the words left his lips, the Tianqian sect disciples unleashed their spells, preparing to focus their attacks on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shook his head with a smile, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. He stepped forward, ascending above them as if he were a celestial being, gazing down upon the disciples of the Tianqian sect. His aura surged, an overwhelming pressure descending like the decree of a sovereign. With a wave of his hand, the disciples of Tianqian sect burst apart like balloons pierced by a needle. Chapter 16. The Mixed Feathered Bird and the Dead Salty Fish in Pingyang City. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the multitude of cultivators, their hair standing on end. With a mere wave of his hand, everything was obliterated. The expressions of the citizens reflected sheer terror as they deciphered the conversations of a few individuals. The Grand Elder of the Tianqian sect had arrived, a figure of monumental stature at the pinnacle of the revered realm. Yet, even in the presence of the ancestral figure of the Lu family, he was rendered as insignificant as an ant. With a flick of his wrist, they were reduced to ashes. My heavens, is this truly the ancestral figure of the Lu family? A voice trembled in utter disbelief. It appeared that the ancestor was not merely a celestial being, but a formidable entity of the divine realm. The crowd gazed skyward, enraptured by the ethereal figure of Lu Yuan, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The scene that had just unfolded had shaken their very souls, an explosion of spectacle before their eyes. There was no grand battle, merely a few insignificant beings daring to challenge a dragon of the heavens. The Tianqian sect had stormed in with great fervor, intent on seizing the Lu family's source vein, only to be instantaneously vanquished by the ancestral figure, Lu Yuan. Among them were even a few esteemed elders. Ancestor, this azure phoenix is a beast of the divine palace realm. Its flesh must be exquisitely tender, don't you think? Lu Yuan remarked with a sheepish grin as he turned to Lu Yuan. A divine palace beast, Lu Yuan indeed had a knack for choosing delectable fare. Having never tasted such flesh, he pondered what the roasted meat of a divine palace beast might be like. Thus, he resolved to prepare a grand feast of divine palace beasts. Lu Yuan sighed and nodded slightly. Upon receiving his approval, Lu Yuan darted towards the azure phoenix, which trembled in fear. A divine palace beast could already take on human form, and having witnessed the instantaneous slaughter of the Tianqian sect's members before it, it was utterly terrified, knowing it too faced the grim fate of being devoured. Ha! With a low chuckle from Lu Yuan, the light in the phoenix's eyes gradually dimmed, ultimately turning to ash. In that moment, the peril that the Tianqian sect had brought to Pingyang City dissipated, leaving the citizens exchanging bewildered glances, each reflecting a dazed expression. The Lu family was indeed tyrannical, not only annihilating the Tianqian sect, but also intending to roast their beast mounts for a feast. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan summoned several storage rings, the possessions of the deceased members of the Tianqian sect now falling into his grasp. Uncertain of the wealth possessed by the elders, Lu Yuan then placed the corpse of the azure phoenix within the Lu family residence. Prepare the oil. The azure phoenix was colossal, being a divine palace beast. Thus, the Lu family mobilized nearly all their culinary talents. At that moment, the residence was alive with excitement. Moments later, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. In a massive cauldron, the broth boiled vigorously, surrounded by dozens of smaller pots. Not only that, Lu Yuan added medicinal herbs, including precious heavenly grade ones. He hesitated to use king-grade herbs, fearing it might cause issues for his family members. After all, the flesh of a divine palace beast was already a tremendous tonic, especially when infused with precious herbs. At this moment, laughter and merriment filled the Lu family, with cups raised in joyous celebration. Without regard for propriety, Lu Yuan embraced a large cauldron and began to feast, savoring the exquisite flavor of the divine palace beast. The sight of their ancestor devouring the meal with such abandon, as if he hadn't eaten in days, prompted uproarious laughter from the onlookers. Those of lower cultivation levels found a single bite overwhelming, necessitating them to sit and meditate to digest the energy. "I have broken through to the condensation realm," a youthful voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a boy of around 15 or 16, his face flushed from just one bite of meat, now sitting in meditation, having reached the condensation realm. In an instant, nearly everyone experienced a minor breakthrough in their cultivation, with some even surmounting long-standing bottlenecks to ascend to higher levels. Waves of breakthrough energy reverberated throughout the Lu family, while only two individuals continued to feast heartily, Lu Yuan and Lu He. Lu Yuan, being a chaotic celestial body and a sage, found little benefit from the divine palace beast's flesh, so he merely sampled the flavor before returning to his cultivation. His consciousness remained attuned to the happenings within the Lu family, vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances. As for Lu Yuan and Lu He, as the two notorious figures, their appetites seemed insatiable. They had consumed over half of the Azure Phoenix. At that moment, Lu Yuan and Lu He had transformed into hybrid forms, their bodies still human but exhibiting features of beasts. Bold children, merely 2 or 3 years old, gathered around them in groups, asking questions with innocent curiosity. After all, the two beasts were extraordinarily unique and immensely powerful, drawing interest not only from the children but from the adults of the family as well. "Lord Lu Yuan, what kind of beast are you? Brother Lu He, can we see your true form?" A chorus of sweet, childlike voices surrounded the two beasts. "There's no harm in telling you. I am an unparalleled Xuanhuang." "What is a Xuanhuang?" the children queried in confusion. Lu Yuan lifted the large cauldron and sipped the broth, preparing to respond, but was interrupted by a voice. "An unparalleled Xuanhuang? It's merely a mix of a scruffy bird and a dead salty fish." Lu He replied with a straight face. "Little He, you rascal." In an instant, the two beasts erupted into a chorus of playful curses, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. Meanwhile, amidst the revelry within the Lu residence, news surged like wildfire throughout Qingzhou in a matter of moments. The Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect, along with his entourage, had gone to the Lu family to seize their source vein, only to be nearly annihilated by the Lu family ancestor, Lu Yuan. In the Daqin dynasty, in Pingyang City, the Lu family ancestor was a figure of the divine realm. This news spread like wings across Qingzhou, as many forces above the elder level had already set their eyes on the Tianxian sect's movements, aware that possessing the source vein would pave the way for their ascendance as a holy land and the foundation for creating sages. Moreover, the Tianxian sect was itself a dominant force in Qingzhou. They had wisely chosen to remain still, observing the situation. However, the outcome left them astounded. When had this small family acquired a divine ancestor? Now, these forces were filled with trepidation. Some lacked even a single divine figure, while others had only an aging elder to rely on, whereas Lu Yuan was merely 200 years old. A 200-year-old divine figure. What an inconceivable concept. He was more monstrous than the holy progeny of the only holy force in Qingzhou, the Wuji Holy Land. As for the smaller forces, they were left utterly dumbfounded upon hearing the news. A small city in the Daqin dynasty had birthed a divine figure. Another force with a divine presence had emerged in Qingzhou. Chapter 17. The anxious era approaches in the main hall of the heavenly profound sect. An elder, his face ashen with fury, confronted the sect master, Wu Gong. "Wu Gong, I entrust the sect to you, and this is how you conduct affairs? You have been in this position for so long that your mind has grown rusty. Why have the other sects not seized the Lu family source vein? They're merely waiting for a power to make the first move. If one could harness the source vein, Lu Yuan would certainly become a revered one. Yet you so carelessly commanded them to seize it? You have squandered the accumulation of our heavenly profound sect over centuries. You have turned us into a laughingstock in Qingzhou. The elder, Xuanhuang, glared intensely, his anger palpable. He was infuriated not only by the loss of several divine palace experts, but also by the deaths of 3 revered ones. The revered realm was the foundation of their sect, and the death of the Grand Elder, a peak revered, was a significant blow. Xuanhuang's heart ached deeply. Despite Wu Gong's blunder, he could not bring himself to execute him. With 3 revered ones lost, the sect was in dire need of capable individuals. Elder, Wu Gong understands his mistake. Such a thing will not occur again. Wu Gong, filled with trepidation, had not anticipated this outcome. Lu Yuan was indeed terrifying, a celestial being. With the elder's wrath upon him, he could only endure, knowing he had erred grievously. As the elder's fury subsided, Wu Gong cautiously inquired, "Elder, what of Lu Yuan?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "What? Do you still seek revenge? Are you dissatisfied with the number of our heavenly profound sects dead, or are you simply tired of living? Do you even know if he's a nascent celestial or a peak celestial?" Lu Yuan possessed celestial strength at merely 200 years of age. How can you be certain his true cultivation isn't that of a sage? If I perish, the heavenly profound sect will cease to exist. And you still wish to seek revenge? You dare? Wu Gong, terrified, quickly exclaimed from this moment forth, "Issue an order that no sect members are to provoke anyone from the Lu family. Understood? Furthermore, you shall personally visit the Lu family in a few days to apologize and bring gifts, ensuring you earn the forgiveness of the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Yuan." "Yes, Elder. I shall obey." In the Lu family's rear mountain, a quaint cottage nestled beside a babbling brook, surrounded by lush trees and a variety of fragrant flowers swaying gently. Seated upon a stone pedestal was the extraordinary youth, Lu Yuan. With his eyes slightly closed, he allowed his consciousness to wander through Pingyang City when suddenly an indescribable scene appeared before him, flushing his face with embarrassment, prompting him to hastily withdraw his consciousness and open his eyes. At merely 200 years old, he was still a child, and such sights were far too inappropriate. System, check the panel. Host, Lu Yuan, identity. Ancestor of the Lu family realm. Early sage talent. Unparalleled throughout the ages physique. Chaos immortal body. Fortune value, 770,000. My fortune value has reached 770,000, indicating an increase in the family's prestige, Lu Yuan mused. He surveyed his possessions, the Emperor's slaying sword, the heavenly seal, 6 random sage body sources, 3 random spirit body sources, numerous spirit stones and elixirs, 100 top-tier heavenly grade spirit weapons, and 10 top-tier heavenly grade martial arts manuals. Lu Yuan contemplated whom to bestow the sage body and spirit body sources upon. Within the Lu family, several possessed remarkable physiques. The reincarnated Lu Chun with his indestructible sword heart, and the reincarnated Lu Yaoyao with her heavenly charmed divine eyes. Both were classified as divine-level talents by the system. However, one need not be limited to a single physique. If he could manifest a physique suitable for both, they could become dual physique bearers. With their extraordinary abilities, Lu Yuan would not permit them to remain at a disadvantage compared to Lu Fan and Lu Yin, who were soon to possess sage bodies. Next was the reborn Lu Fan. The War King body, though merely a royal physique, had allowed him to attain the status of a great emperor years later. Lu Yuan pondered. Was the heavenly Tao not already gravely wounded? Why was it that Lu Fan could achieve such greatness in his past life? Was the heavenly Tao on the verge of restoration? Lu Yuan felt a twinge of uncertainty. System, when will the heavenly Tao awaken? He inquired. Ding, the heavenly Tao will awaken in 395 days. What? Over a year? Ding, a reminder to the host. Due to the death of the heavenly Tao, this realm is in an age of decline, and being's cultivation is suppressed. With the higher the realm, the more severe the suppression. Once the heavenly Tao awakens, the world's essence will gradually restore, and the heavenly Tao will proclaim its return, heralding the opening of the path to emperorship. Once the path to emperorship opens, the spiritual energy in this realm will multiply, and various opportunities shall arise. Ushering ina glorious era. A gentle reminder to the host. Please hasten the enhancement of your family members' strength and fortune value to prepare for the forthcoming grand era. Lu Yuan's expression remained calm. An era of grandeur approached. It bore little weight upon him. Should any crisis arise, he could quell it single-handedly. This was the invincible mindset bestowed by his chaos immortal body. However, with the restoration of the world's essence, would that mysterious puppet master extend their dark grasp once more? How intriguing. Despite being at the early sage stage, Lu Yuan, fortified by the chaos immortal body and the emperor-slaying sword, felt capable of contending against a quasi-emperor. With no emperors emerging from the ancient realm, even if the path to emperorship opened and turmoil ensued, he would remain unrivaled. Yet, such a state of invincibility bore a tinge of boredom. Without worthy opponents, solitude became overwhelming. Once he ascended to the great sage or quasi-emperor, what heights would his power attain? Slaying an emperor with quasi-emperor strength should pose little challenge. Could that shadowy figure truly be immortal? Lu Yuan's thoughts raced. He was no longer the humble celestial he once was. However, while his fortune value steadily increased, the pace remained sluggish. Subjugating and annihilating factions offered limited enhancement. And while the emergence of the highest realms within his family yielded significant growth, it paled in comparison to the talent capable of becoming an emperor. Should I seek disciples? He mused. When the heavenly Tao awakens and the grand era dawns, an influx of talents will likely emerge. Royal and divine physiques will no longer be rare. However, encouraging his kin to procreate might be prudent. With the Lu family's burgeoning fortune, it was likely that countless prodigies, including those with exceptional physiques, would arise. With that thought, Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy and promptly spoke. System, exchange for the body tome. Ding, exchange, successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body tome. Fortune value, 470,000. Lu Yuan winced. He had long coveted this body tome, and now it was in his possession. Fortune values could be amassed anew, but the sooner he utilized the body tome, the sooner he would experience its benefits. Body tome, one of the 9 great tomes, the most potent technique for body refinement. Once cultivated, one's physical body will possess unparalleled strength and defense, capable of shattering stars with a punch and splitting the heavens with a palm. Chapter 18. The Body Scripture. Ancient sacred body, the 9 celestial scriptures, each representing the pinnacle of their respective paths, embody the most formidable powers of those doctrines. Extract. Lu Yuan murmured softly. In an instant, an unremarkable tome, yet radiating an extraordinary aura, materialized in his hands. 300,000 fortune points. Lu Yuan winced at the exorbitant price. After all, the Lu family had only rewarded 30,000 fortune points for the reincarnation of 3 supreme emperors. However, having already exchanged for it, he decided to disregard the cost. Eagerly, Lu Yuan began to peruse the book. Upon opening it, he found it devoid of any text. Yet a frown creased his brow. At that moment, a profound tremor coursed through him. Although the tome bore no words, the instant he opened it, an avalanche of characters surged into his mind, transforming into the essence of the Tao. They fused seamlessly with him, and in that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan comprehended the body scripture entirely, grasping its purpose and the terrifying enhancements it promised. Once he began to cultivate the scripture, his body would manifest 3,000 celestial stars. With each star filled, it would ignite, and once lit, the star would bestow its power back to him. At that point, he would reap the benefits conferred by the scripture, though the specifics remain to be discovered. Nevertheless, the resources required to illuminate these 3,000 stars were likely an unfathomable astronomical figure. Furthermore, the difficulty of igniting them would escalate progressively. According to Lu Yuan's understanding, to achieve the sanctification of one's flesh, one must ignite 100 stars. Upon achieving this sanctification, even a being at the revered level could shatter a sage with a single blow. Such was the terror of the body scripture. Let me first explore what miraculous abilities this scripture holds, Lu Yuan whispered as he produced pills and began consuming them. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 or 4 bottles. Moments later, he was left dumbfounded. He had ingested 500 bottles of top-tier medicinal pills, all designed to enhance cultivation. Yet the energy contained within them was insufficient. As soon as they entered his body's stellar constellation, it was as though a drop in the ocean, making not a single ripple. After 500 bottles, not even one star had ignited. Lu Yuan scrutinized the first star, which had merely lit a third of its entirety. System exchanged for king-level medicinal pills. Frustrated, Lu Yuan refused to believe that he could not even ignite the first star today. With the pills in hand, he continued his consumption. Moments later, radiant white light emanated from his body. Finally, he had ignited. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply, having consumed dozens of king-level pills, and at last, 3 stars were ignited. What a delightful sensation. The instant he lit the celestial stars of his flesh, he felt waves of exquisite pleasure, far surpassing anything he had experienced in his past life. At that moment, Lu Yuan sensed an overwhelming surge of power, as if he possessed an inexhaustible wellspring. Was this increase of strength from igniting 3 stars akin to 3 rounds of body tempering? Lu Yuan mused. Is my current strength 3 times what it was before? Merely igniting 3 stars had yielded a 3-fold enhancement in power. Overwhelmed with astonishment and joy, Lu Yuan marveled at the sheer terror of the body scripture. If all 3,000 stars were ignited, would that not equate to 3,000 times the enhancement? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ponder aloud. Ding, that is not how it is calculated. For every 100 stars ignited, the required resources will increase exponentially. According to the system's calculations, when the host ignites 100 stars and achieves the sanctification of the flesh, their strength will be 3,000 times that of a sage. What the hell? Lu Yuan exclaimed, utterly taken aback by the system's sudden explanation. The body scripture was truly terrifying, exhilarating. It was an ecstasy surpassing even the moment of igniting the stars. This sensation of exponentially increasing power lingered delightfully in his memory. He threw a punch, sending a gust of wind howling, shaking the very fabric of space. 300,000 fortune points were utterly worth it, Lu Yuan reflected, before turning his gaze toward the sources of bodily attributes. Lu Fan had achieved the status of emperor through the royal body, likely surging to greatness during the arrival of a grand era. With the royal body's endowment, he had surpassed those possessing divine bodies and even sacred bodies within the ancient realm, outstripping those ancient quasi-emperors who had lived for millennia to seize the mantle of emperor for a lifetime. Lu Yuan could scarcely imagine what Lu Fan had endured. The system had once described Lu Fan as the fated ancient sacred body. Could it be that I am about to unlock the essence of the ancient sacred body? Lu Yuan pondered in his heart. Then he softly commanded, System, activate the random sacred body essence and random spiritual body essence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sacred level physique, ancient sacred body essence, unchained version, void divine body essence, undying divine flame body essence, annihilation sword body essence, human emperor body essence, and primordial spirit sacred body essence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the spiritual level physique, profound spirit body, sword spirit body, and thunder spirit body. Note, physiques are divided into 4 tiers: spiritual body, royal body, divine body, and sacred body. The nomenclature of these physiques does not necessarily denote their tier. For example, the protagonist as chaos immortal body, though it contains immortal, is classified as a sacred body, one of the mightiest. Similarly, the void divine body, despite its divine designation, is not divine tier, but sacred tier. The author elucidates this to prevent misunderstandings. Indeed, an ancient sacred body exists, and it is the unchained version. Lu Yuan murmured to himself. The ancient sacred body is overwhelmingly powerful. A fully realized ancient sacred body could defy the heavens even in the quasi-emperor realm. Eons ago, the ancient sacred body was favored by the heavens, enabling rapid cultivation. However, as eons passed and the laws of heaven and earth transformed, sacred bodies ceased to receive such favor and were instead shackled. In the annals of the ancient realm's history, a singular ancient sacred body had once emerged. It was constrained by the shackles of heavenly law. Its might was less than a tenth of that of a true, ancient sacred body, and even cultivation became exceedingly arduous. That ancient sacred body had only reached the sacred realm and made no further progress thereafter. Nonetheless, it could contend with quasi-emperors at the sacred level. Ultimately, that sacred body was bound by shackles, unable to escape the fate of a natural death. What a pity! How lamentable! A wave of emotion surged within Lu Yuan. The lineage of sacred bodies is revered, comprising individuals of immense will and great merit, who devoted their entire strength to humanity. The sacred body of the ancient realm had slain countless formidable beasts during the Great War between humans and demons, laying the foundation for humanity's triumph. Since then, the human and demon races had forged a pact to cease hostilities. The ancient realm comprises 5 major regions: Zhongzhou, Donghuang, Beiyuan, Shimao, and Nanhai. Among these, Beiyuan has been designated for the demon race, also known as the demon domain. Zhongzhou, vast beyond measure, surpasses the combined area of the other 4 regions. Zhongzhou is the true, flourishing land of the ancient realm, housing the most powerful and abundant forces among the 5 regions. The sacred body essence Lu Yuan obtained is unchained. What does this imply? Should an unchained sacred body emerge, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire ancient realm. Those ancient beings within the realm might even rise from their slumber. Retreat? What nonsense! This sacred body is my disciple. Who would dare to seize it? Chapter 19. The fist of the celestial emperor, the step of the Qilin, the breathing technique of the tortoise. However, it appears that Lu Fan's War King body coincides with the effects of the primordial sacred body. Once he attains the sacred body, the War King body becomes redundant. This is, after all, a royal physique, which seems somewhat regrettable. System, can you extract the essence of my physique? Lu Yuan inquired. Ding, yes, not only that, but the system can also evolve the physique. What? Lu Yuan exclaimed, filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, he was contemplating to whom he should bestow the 3 great spirit bodies. Although they are spirit bodies, they represent the most inferior of physiques. If he were to grant these physiques to his kin, what would happen if a superior physique were to arise in the future? It would be a waste of the essence of the physique and an extraordinary hassle. Now, upon hearing the system state that it can extract the essence of the physique and even evolve it, Lu Yuan was undoubtedly elated. System, how can a physique be evolved? Lu Yuan eagerly asked. Ding, the host can obtain a physique evolution card through check-ins. Daily check-ins have a slight chance of yielding one. Monthly check-ins have a greater chance. And yearly check-ins guarantee one. As for the divine check-in, I must be frank. Even a divine physique evolution card is far beneath the level of a divine check-in. A physique evolution card. Lu Yuan gasped in astonishment. A divine physique evolution card can elevate a divine physique to a sacred level, yet it still pales in comparison to a divine check-in. What could possibly come from a divine check-in? Lu Yuan could hardly fathom. Over the past few days, he had only received spirit stones, elixirs, weapons, and martial techniques. It seemed that these were merely the most mundane rewards from check-ins. Moreover, the martial techniques and skills he received were of little benefit to the Lu family. In terms of techniques, the Lu family possessed the supreme mystical scriptures. As for martial skills, Lu Yuan had previously imparted several top-tier royal martial techniques to Lu Qianshan. These few top-tier royal martial techniques were the most valuable items Lu Yuan had obtained since acquiring the system. The royal level corresponds to the realms of the revered and the celestial. It seems that the system's check-in feature possesses an element of mysticism, Lu Yuan muttered to himself. Given the randomness of his check-in rewards, he often received only low-grade spirit stones, yet at times he would also receive top-tier royal martial techniques. He was now somewhat eager for the monthly check-in rewards. The yearly check-in was still a while away, but the monthly one was approaching. He wondered if there was a possibility for the system to upgrade. Receiving low-grade spirit stones daily was quite disheartening. Lu Yuan, with his experience in online literature, knew that many systems tend to upgrade. He had begun to understand the peculiar nature of his system. As long as he did not inquire, the system would remain silent. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan spoke up. System, don't you think your features are a bit lackluster? The system responded. For instance, you can still check in for low-grade spirit stones? System, your life panel lacks sufficient detail. System, the growth of this fortune value is agonizingly slow, and the items in the shop are exorbitantly priced. System, these are the only functions you possess? What else can you do? Seeing the system remain silent, Lu Yuan felt equally speechless. Could it be that the system could not upgrade autonomously? His earlier question was merely a test to see if the system could upgrade for free. It appeared that it could not. Then tell me, what are the conditions for an upgrade? Lu Yuan asked helplessly. Ding! A warm reminder. Upgrading the system requires 1 million fortune points. What? 1 million? Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Yuan was immediately filled with incredulity. What a shameless merchant. Just look at my current fortune points. Even if you sold me, I couldn't gather that amount. As he spoke, his voice grew louder, and the anger on his face deepened. Ding! Without fortune points, an upgrade is impossible. Please remain calm. Host. Hearing the system's cold voice, Lu Yuan's anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of grievance. I, Lu Yuan, have endured countless hardships for 2 centuries before awakening the system. I had hoped to pave the way for my kin and be their most steadfast support. Yet, what I have consistently received are low-grade spirit stones and useless mysterious techniques. When I heard that the system could upgrade, I was overjoyed, only to discover it required 1 million fortune points. Alas, I'm truly unfortunate. Lu Yuan lamented, wiping his tears and suddenly flinging his sleeve as he charged toward a pillar. What a supreme celestial clan system. It infuriates me. I shan't be the host any longer. Ding. The host must not. The system was taken aback. Its normally emotionless voice revealed a hint of shock, confusion, and fear. Ding. The system detects that the host possesses unparalleled talent, an extraordinary appearance, and exceptional charisma. Thus, a reward is bestowed, an upgraded version of the check-in function. Ding. Supreme check-in version. Daily, monthly, yearly, and divine check-in rewards are doubled, with a significantly increased probability of obtaining rarer items. Ding. The quality of rewards for daily, monthly, yearly, and divine check-ins has been enhanced. Ding. Daily check-in upgrade successful. The minimum reward level is now the Sacred Realm, including saints and great saints. Ding. Monthly check-in upgrade in progress. Upgrade successful. Minimum reward level modified to the Emperor Realm, including quasi-emperors and great emperors. Ding. Yearly check-in upgrade in progress. Upgrade successful. Ding. Divine check-in upgrade in progress. Upgrade successful. Ding. A new function has been added, ground check-in. This system will rate any forces or secret realms surrounding the host, including but not limited to sects, families, dynasties, secret realms, blessed lands, and perilous zones. Once they reach quasi-emperor level or higher, the host can check in there. The rewards for check-ins remain unknown. What? Lu Yuan's mind was shaken, his eyes wide in astonishment. Has it really upgraded? Observing the unchanged balance of fortune points, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. It was a free upgrade. The enhanced check-in function was truly remarkable. Rewards were doubled, with a high probability of obtaining rare items, and even the lower limit of rewards had been elevated. Now, even the daily check-in rewards would not fall below the Sacred Realm. It was utterly terrifying. System, has my Lu family reached quasi-emperor level? Lu Yuan pondered the ground check-in. As long as the system rated it quasi-emperor level or higher, he could receive rewards. Ding. Due to the host's existence, the Lu family currently achieves quasi-emperor level. The system was indeed fearful. The Lu family was presently merely a saint family, but it did not dare provoke Lu Yuan further. It simply counted it as quasi-emperor level. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. System, check in at the Lu family. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in at the back mountain of the Lu family. You have obtained the Fist of the Celestial Emperor, the Step of the Qilin, the Breathing Technique of the Tortoise, and 3 Spirit-level Physique Evolution cards. The Fist of the Celestial Emperor, the Step of the Qilin, the Breathing Technique of the Tortoise. Lu Yuan murmured. He had directly checked in for 3 Imperial-level martial techniques. The Imperial techniques, similar to the Xuanhuang technique and the 9 Nether Roaring technique. The Fist of the Celestial Emperor, when unleashed, conjures a formidable phantom of the celestial emperor behind the user. The step of the Qilin not only grants incredible speed, but also exudes a tremendous pressure akin to a Qilin charging forth. The breathing technique of the tortoise may sound simple, yet once employed, even a quasi-emperor cannot discern its true realm. Those who cultivate it deeply can easily disguise their own realm, either elevating or lowering it, but only within two major realms above or below their original level. Furthermore, with the 3 spirit-level physique evolution cards, he could elevate those 3 physiques to royal level. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt elated. The system had truly exceeded his expectations. Should he impart these techniques to his kin? Perhaps not. Now is not the time. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yuan decided against teaching his family the imperial techniques. He currently possessed 5 imperial techniques: the Xuanhuang technique, the 9 nether roaring technique, the fist of the celestial emperor, the step of the Qilin, and the breathing technique of the tortoise. Once fully cultivated, one shall transform into a hexagonal warrior. It requires time. Utilize the physique evolution card. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the royal physique. Thunder Tribulation Royal Body Essence, Mysterious Spirit Royal Body Essence, Myriad Swords Royal Body Essence. Indeed, the 3 spiritual body essences have vanished, transforming into the royal body essence. The moment has arrived. Lu Yuan's expression remained tranquil, and he then channeled his cultivation. In an instant, a serene voice resonated in the ears of every member of the Lu family. Lu Qianshan, Lu Kaitian, Lu Suifeng, Lu Yan Lu Fan, Lu Chun, Lu Xian, Lu Qinshang, and Lu Yaoyao. You 10 are summoned to the back mountain. Chapter 20. Fusion of the Origin. A resounding voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the Lu family. At that moment, a hint of confusion appeared on their faces. Was that the voice of the Ancestor? What could the Ancestor possibly want with the Supreme Elder, the family head, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Young Masters? Perhaps there was a significant matter to discuss. What are you all fretting about? Hurry up and cultivate. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a fierce countenance appeared, scolding the crowd. He was a steward of the Lu family, known among the youth as a stern and unyielding figure. During their regular training sessions, he was exceedingly strict, constantly urging them on, and even engaging in sparring with them, a formidable Spirit Sea realm practitioner taking on a group of body, refining, and chi condensation practitioners. Yet, the young men and women of the Lu family bore no resentment towards him. Instead, they held him in high regard. Steward Lu, do we need your reminder? We will go cultivate ourselves, the young men and women retorted with a hint of pride as they made their way to the training room. Meanwhile, in a courtyard rich with spiritual energy, Lu suddenly opened his eyes, ceasing his cultivation. Cousin? With that, he vanished in an instant. At the family training ground, Yinner, you are becoming increasingly powerful, able to exchange blows with me at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea, despite your 5th level of cultivation. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your praise, Father. I shall strive to improve further. The 2 figures seated together were none other than Lu Qianshan, the head of the Lu family, and his son, Lu Yuan. Suddenly, their conversation paused as they exchanged glances. Yinner, let us go. All right, Father. Additionally, Lu Fan, Lu Kaitian, Lu Xian, and others quickly made their way toward the back mountain. Moments later, they arrived at the back mountain of the Lu family. Lu Yuan sat in the courtyard, gazing at several figures before him, an elder, 3 middle-aged men, and 6 young men and women. He then turned to observe his surroundings. Sigh, the scenery is pleasant, but it feels a bit shabby. It seems I should establish a grand hall to sit in. Lu Yuan smiled wryly, waving his hand, and the others immediately appeared before him. Greetings, Ancestor. 10. No need for excessive formalities. I have brought you here today to impart something of importance, Lu Yuan began. Cousin, what will you impart to us? Lu inquired, his heart filled with curiosity. The others, too, were speculating internally about what the Ancestor intended to teach them. Could it be a heavenly treasure? Perhaps a royal artifact or sacred weapon? Or even a miraculous elixir? Their minds raced as they considered that since Lu Yuan could produce extraordinary imperial treasures like the Heavenly Tower and Kunlun Mirror, it seemed there was nothing he could not procure. The reincarnated emperors among them felt a similar anticipation. Though they had once been emperors themselves, compared to Lu Yuan, they felt like impoverished pretenders. Their combined wealth could hardly compare to even a single one of the treasures Lu Yuan had previously revealed. Imperial treasures were not to be compared with mere imperial weapons. Moreover, the Heavenly Tower and the sword Dao Manual possessed capabilities that defied the heavens. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Let us begin with the three of you, Lu Qianshan, Lu Kaitian, and Lu Suifeng. Yes, Ancestor. With a flick of his left index finger, Lu Yuan summoned 3 streams of light, each a different hue. These are the origins of the royal bodies. Lu Yuan softly explained. Royal body. Origin? The 3 were momentarily perplexed, struggling to comprehend. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, Lu Chun, and the others, along with the ancient beings within Lu Yan's ring, were rendered speechless. Royal body origin? Unlike the family head and the others, they were well-versed and had encountered many who possessed unique physiques, fully aware of the significance of these items. At that moment, Lu Yuan continued, by merging with them, you will attain a royal-grade physique. Physique. At last, the 3 understood what floated before them. They could hardly believe it, as could everyone present. The Ancestor had actually produced 3 origins of physique, and they were royal. However, a question lingered in their minds. Physiques had always been innate or developed through training. Origins were accumulated over time after acquiring a physique, and having the origin greatly aided practitioners in mastering and utilizing their physique. It could be said that without a physique, there could be no origin, as they complemented each other. So, where had the Ancestor obtained these 3 royal body origins? Could it be that he had slain these royal body possessors and forcibly extracted their origins? This seemed the only possibility. Yet this too was perplexing. There had been instances in history where such attempts had failed catastrophically. A quasi-emperor had once tried to extract the origin from a royal body, only to see the royal body's cultivation utterly destroyed, resulting in their death, while the origin dissipated into the void. They could not fathom how the Ancestor had acquired the royal body origins. Just then, Lu Yuan spoke nonchalantly. You need not worry. I did not kill anyone to obtain these origins. As for their origin, you need not know. Just know that these are indeed genuine origins. Hearing Lu Yuan's explanation, everyone felt reassured. The Ancestor had previously produced 5 extraordinary imperial treasures, so the royal body origins seemed trivial in comparison. Lu Yuan understood their thoughts and confusion. However, this was a reward from a system, something he could neither explain nor needed to explain. Now, the 3 of you may choose. Yes, Ancestor. With that, the 3 stepped forward, feeling the ancient aura emanating from the origins, their expressions filled with excitement. I choose this one, Lu Kaitian declared first, selecting the yellow origin. The Thunder Tribulation Royal Body. Then I shall take this one, Lu Qianshan said, choosing the white origin. The Mystical Spirit Royal Body. Only one remains. It seems I'm fated for this physique, Lu Suifeng remarked with a light smile, choosing the remaining origin, the 10,000 Swords Royal Body. Lu Qianshan, yours is the Mystical Spirit Royal Body. Lu Kaitian, yours is the Thunder Tribulation Royal Body. Lu Suifeng, yours is the 10,000 Swords Royal Body. As for the effects of the physiques, you will understand once you have merged. Now, commence the fusion. As soon as the words left his lips, the 3 origins of matter surged into their bodies. In an instant, the back mountain trembled. Sword shadows danced around Lu Suifeng. Lightning bolts struck Lu Kaitian, and profound radiance emanated from Lu Qianshan. What is happening at the back mountain? What is going on? All the members of the Lu family looked toward the back mountain, where sword shadows soared, and lightning continuously struck down. Do not panic. The Ancestor and the elders are at the back mountain. What could possibly go wrong? Moments later, the extraordinary phenomena subsided, and the 3 had completed their fusion. Lu Yuan reflected on the recent events, feeling a sense of amazement at the disparity between the manifestations of the royal bodies and his own chaotic immortal body. The difference was akin to that between a true dragon and an ant. An insurmountable gap. Chapter 21. The 6 Sacred Bodies. Ancestor, I have now reached the 5th level of the Yuan spirit. Lu Qianshan exclaimed excitedly as he looked at Lu Yuan. Indeed, the fusion of the innate physique has even elevated one's realm. Lu Kaitian and Lu Xuanhuang experienced the same, both ascending 2 levels in their cultivation. Very well, it is now your turn. The 6 of you, Lu Yuan nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Lu Fan and the others. They were all children of destiny. Some were reincarnated emperors, others sword immortals. And there was even the enigmatic elder with the ring. Lu Yuan still could not comprehend why such prodigies emerged from the Lu family. Was it due to his own transmigration or the activation of the system? Unable to find clarity, Lu Yuan chose to set aside his thoughts. With a wave of his hand, 6 sources of varying colors materialized before them. Compared to the 3 sources of royal bodies presented earlier, these were even more ethereal, exuding an ancient aura. You 6 possess unparalleled talents, each with the potential of an emperor. Thus I bestow upon you the sacred body, Lu Yuan declared with a booming voice. Upon hearing this, everyone was rendered speechless. The sacred body? Surely, they must have misheard. Was it truly a sacred level physique? It was well known that physique levels were classified into spiritual, royal, divine, and sacred. The higher the level, the greater the power. Just moments earlier, the Ancestor had revealed 3 royal body sources, and now he was proclaiming to grant them 6 individuals the sacred body. The sacred body, a physique that had not appeared for millennia. Their hearts tumultuously churned, and their souls trembled as if struck by lightning. They could hardly believe that the Ancestor possessed the source of a sacred body. Suddenly, Lu Qianshan, Lu Kaitian, and Lu Xuanhuang recalled the Ancestor's earlier words. The potential of an emperor. What? My grandson Lu Fan possesses the potential of an emperor? Lu nearly shed tears. His bloodline had but one grandson remaining. Lu Qianshan was equally ecstatic, repeatedly affirming to himself, my son Lu Yuan has the potential of an emperor. My son Lu Yuan has the potential of an emperor. Lu Xuanhuang felt similarly. He had thought his son Lu Xian had mediocre talent until he heard the Ancestor's personal commendation, leaving him in disbelief. Lu Chun, Lu Yao, you have now attained a divine-level physique, the indestructible sword heart, and the heavenly charm divine eye. However, your physiques will not conflict, even if fused with the sacred body. As for you, Lu Fan, your war king body differs from the sword heart and divine eye of the other 2. It will conflict with the sacred body. Thus, I shall extract your royal body source. At Lu Yuan's words, everyone gasped. Lu Fan possesses the war king body? Lu Chun has a divine body and the indestructible sword heart? Lu Yao also has a divine body and the heavenly charm divine eye? When did this happen? They were completely unaware. Lu Kaitian was shaken to his core. His son Lu Chun not only had the potential of an emperor, but also the indestructible sword heart. And now he was to fuse with a sacred body? Adieu physique possessor. Lu Fan was utterly bewildered. His war king body had yet to awaken, and he felt no source within him. How could the Ancestor extract it? Meanwhile, Lu Chun was equally astonished. How could the Ancestor know he possessed the indestructible sword heart? Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed. The Ancestor was truly remarkable. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Yuan produced a medicinal pill. The sacred pill he had just purchased from the marketplace, sufficient to awaken the royal body. Consume this, and your royal body shall awaken, Lu Yuan said softly, directing his gaze at Lu Fan. Yes, Ancestor, Lu Fan replied, stepping forward. He gazed at the 4-pattern pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, brilliant light erupted, and his war king body successfully awakened. What kind of pill is that? How could it possess such potent power? He marveled in disbelief. Very well, take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal, Lu Yuan remarked, placing his hand atop Lu Fan's head. Everyone inhaled sharply. The Ancestor was about to extract the source. They were concerned for Lu Fan, but quickly reassured themselves. The Ancestor was omnipotent. How could he possibly fail? At that moment, Lu Fan felt a slight dizziness. And in an instant, a source the size of a fingernail detached from his body. The source of the war king body. Since it had just awakened and was not yet robust, it was but a fraction, while the sources Lu Yuan had produced were all the size of a fist. Lu Yuan looked at the royal body source and chuckled softly. Go! Immediately, a wisp of chaotic energy surged forth from Lu Yuan's divine sea, vast and profound, enveloped in a hazy mist. As Lu Yuan spoke, this chaotic energy swiftly approached the War King body source, merging with it. In an instant, the source expanded, appearing even more extraordinary than before. Indeed, it should now be at the divine level, Lu Yuan observed keenly. He had previously contemplated what would happen if chaotic energy were infused into a source, and now he had the answer. The War King body, enhanced by the chaotic energy, had reached the standard of a divine-level physique. Moreover, it now possessed some chaotic powers. Lu Yuan felt a sense of pride. He had effectively created a new physique. Fortunately, the fusion had proceeded without incident. It was a pity that his chaotic energy was limited. He could not afford to waste it like this in the future. Contemplating the source, Lu Yuan pondered. Is it still the War King body? No, it should now be referred to as the Battle God body. This was the name he had just conceived. Lulu, this Battle God body now belongs to you. It is a divine-level physique. Lu Yuan pointed, and the source immediately flew toward Lulu. Lulu grinned widely, extending his hand to catch it. Everyone understood. The Ancestor had just upgraded the War King body to the Battle God body. Lu Fan, this source is fated for you. It is the ancient sacred body. Lu Chun, this is the silent sword body. Lu Yin, this is the indestructible divine flame body. Lu Xian, yours is the void divine body. Lu Qingcheng, yours is the monarch body. Lu Yao Yao, the last one, is the primordial spirit sacred body. Lu Yuan pointed successively, and each source flew out rapidly. I believe that with these 6 sacred bodies in your hands, they will surely radiate boundless brilliance. Everything is ready. Let the fusion commence. Lu Yuan spoke gently. Thank you, Ancestor, for your immense grace. They all responded in unison. They understood the significance of this moment. Soon, they would all become possessors of sacred bodies. In the past, a sacred body had not emerged on the continent for 10,000 years. Yet now, the Lu family would simultaneously unveil 6. After a brief moment, everyone opened their eyes. The fusion complete. The extraordinary phenomena had left all members of the Lu family in awe. The spectacle was so grand that Lu Yuan had shielded it with the system, revealing it only within the family. The phenomena of the sacred bodies were far more wondrous than the earlier manifestations of the royal bodies. At this moment, the Lu family was in an uproar. All were devoid of the will to cultivate, engrossed in discussions about what had transpired on the back mountain. On the back mountain, an aura of the celestial realm involuntarily emanated. Cousin, I have attained the celestial realm, Lu exclaimed after fusing the divine body, breaking through to the 3rd level of the celestial realm. Lu Yin and the others experienced similar transformations, with their sacred bodies causing their realms to surge dramatically. Lu Yin, the most powerful among them, had ascended from the 5th level of the spiritual sea to the Yuan spirit realm. The others, previously at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea or lower, had now all reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sea. Lu Fan, I didn't expect you to be the ancient sacred body. Is there a restriction from the heavenly Tao? Lu Yan's voice broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention back to him, recalling that the lineage of the ancient sacred body was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. They all turned to Lu Fan. Rest assured, this is a sacred body without shackles. Lu Yuan interjected, explaining to everyone. Instantly, they all exhaled in relief, rejoicing for Lu Fan. A sacred body without shackles. What level of combat power could it possibly yield? Chapter 22, Spiritual Embryo, a New Body. All right, you may all leave. Lu Yin, stay behind. Lu Yuan interjected, interrupting the conversation among the others. Moments later, only Lu Yuan and Lu Yin remained in the vicinity. Ancestor, did you summon me for a specific purpose? Lu Yin pondered anxiously, fearing that the Ancestor might have discovered the ancient presence. After all, Lu Yuan possessed formidable powers. Moreover, he dreaded the thought of Lu Yuan annihilating the ancient spirit. Lu Yin, your ring. Before Lu Yuan could finish, Lu Yin spoke hurriedly. Ancestor, the Ancient One is now my master. He harbors no ill intentions towards me or the Lu family. I beseech you to show mercy. Lu Yin knelt on the ground, his voice laced with desperation. At that moment, a spirit floated out from his ring. It was the elderly figure of Gu Yao, adorned with white hair and beard, who was now utterly alarmed. Since Lu Yuan's return, he had been living in fear, worried that Lu Yuan might uncover his existence. Although he was Lu Yan's master, he currently resided within Lu Yan, capable of seizing his body at any moment. Gu Yao was terrified that Lu Yuan might strike without warning and obliterate him. Consequently, whenever Lu Yuan appeared, he held his breath and concealed himself to the utmost extent, afraid to reveal any trace of his presence. He had previously discussed with Lu Yan whether they should inform Lu Yuan, but before any action could be taken, Lu Yuan had already inquired. "Senior, I assure you, Gu Yao means no harm to the Lu family, nor will he attempt to seize Lu Yan's body." Witnessing their panic, Lu Yuan found the situation somewhat amusing. He was well aware that Gu Yao bore no malice, for Lu Yan was merely following the script of his ring's elder. However, a question lingered in his mind. Had Lu Yan ever been betrothed? There is no need for such alarm. Gu Yao, do you intend to cultivate Lu Yan until he matures and then reconstruct your body? Lu Yuan asked deliberately. Indeed, senior, that is my intention, Gu Yao responded, trembling with trepidation. No need to wait any longer. I can reconstruct your body right now. So, will you agree to stay within the Lu family to serve? Yes, I am willing, Gu Yao replied hastily, eager to remain in the Lu family, certain that with Lu Yuan as their ancestor, the family would surely soar to greatness. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall be both Lu Yan's master and protector. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, a radiant sphere appeared before the two souls, vibrant with spiritual essence and extraordinary in nature. It is the spiritual embryo, Gu Yao exclaimed in astonishment. The spiritual embryo, a miraculous entity designed specifically for body reconstruction, could directly give birth to a new form, akin to rebirth. However, almost all instances of body reconstruction involve seizing an existing body rather than creating one anew with a spiritual embryo, as such treasures were exceedingly rare. This object was nearly comparable to imperial medicine. Let us commence the reconstruction, Lu Yan. You will administer these spiritual liquids to him shortly, Lu Yuan instructed softly, handing Lu Yan several vials necessary for the body reconstruction. Moreover, the energy required for Gu Yao to forge a new body was immense. Had Lu Yuan been at the imperial realm, he could have effortlessly created a new body for Gu Yao in a mere flick of his hand. But regrettably, he was only at the saint level at that moment. Alas, I, Gu Yao, shall dedicate my life to serve Lord Lu Yuan, following your every command without hesitation. Gu Yao was overwhelmed with gratitude, shedding tears despite his status as a saint-level alchemist. Enough. Let us begin promptly. Lu Yuan replied with mild exasperation, finding Gu Yao's enthusiasm rather amusing. Simultaneously, he contemplated that once Gu Yao succeeded, he would attain the status of a sage, possibly being recognized by the system as the pinnacle of their lineage. At that moment, Gu Yao controlled his incomplete spirit to enter the spiritual embryo, filled with excitement. He had initially believed that he would have to wait until Lu Yan matured to undergo reconstruction. However, since Lu Yuan's return, everything had changed. It had only been a short while since his awakening, and now he was on the verge of rebirth, using the spiritual embryo. With exhilaration in his heart, Gu Yao began the process leisurely. Moments later, an elderly figure appeared in the courtyard, with white hair and a blue robe. His countenance marked by the passage of time. It was Gu Yao. I, the aged Gu Yao, express my heartfelt gratitude for the ancestor's immense favor. Gu Yao felt somewhat surreal, as if he were in a dream. He pinched his own face and stroked his beard, still struggling to believe his revival had truly occurred. Not only that, but he had also regained his former cultivation, peak sage. Experiencing the surge of power coursing through him, he let out a joyous laugh. Ha ha! However, after a moment, he noticed Lu Yuan and Lu Yan observing him with peculiar expressions, causing him to abruptly cease his laughter, feeling quite embarrassed for having forgotten their presence. Can you concoct elixirs? Lu Yuan inquired. At the mention of alchemy, Gu Yao's interest was piqued. Indeed, I am a saint-level alchemist. The finest elixir I have crafted is of supreme saint level, though that was merely a stroke of luck. That is acceptable, Gu Yao, but you must strive to produce elixirs with patterns, Lu Yuan said earnestly. This You wanted to create elixirs with patterns? Surely you jest. Gu Yao was taken aback. Very well, you may leave now. Yes, Ancestor. As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Yao and Lu Yuan vanished from the scene in an instant. Supreme Saint-level elixirs. Those are coveted even by great saints. Clearly, this old fellow possesses extraordinary talent in alchemy, Lu Yuan mused, subsequently examining Gu Yao's information. Target, Gu Yao identity, Elder of the Alchemist Hall of Zhongzhou Realm, Peak Sage. Saint-level alchemist talent, extraordinary alchemist potential. A prodigy destined to become a quasi-emperor. Upon seeing the description of his potential, Lu Yuan felt a wave of confusion. He truly did not understand. In the systems panel, his potential was deemed unprecedented. Lu Fan and the two others, Lu Kuan and Lu He, were also anomalies. Yet here was Gu Yao, classified merely as a prodigy. System, what is the ranking of this potential? Ding potential is categorized from low to high as follows. Inferior, average. Superior, excellent, genius, prodigy, monster, anomaly. All rights of explanation belong to the system, Lu Yuan. He felt somewhat speechless. The system's assessment of potential was vague and elusive, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Was an anomaly the highest rank? What then of his unprecedented status? Chapter 23. Submission or death. With his eyes closed, Lu Yuan stood before a pile of exquisite spirit stones, each one rapidly vanishing into thin air. Yet, it was still too slow. He murmured to himself, having practiced for 2.5 hours, yet still remaining at the initial stage of a saint. Perhaps it was due to the spirit stones, or perhaps the suppression of heaven and earth in this era of decline. Having finished his thoughts, he rose gracefully, his footsteps light, and in an instant, he stood before the clan leader, Lu Qianshan. Goodness! Lu Qianshan, who was deep in his cultivation, felt a gust of wind pass by. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see his ancestor gazing at him. He quickly bowed in respect. Ancestor, what brings you here? Ah, it's nothing much, merely to instruct you on a few matters, Lu Yuan replied softly, producing a storage ring and tossing it to Lu Qianshan. Inside are some weapons and pills. Use them to replenish the clan's treasury. Lu Qianshan accepted the ring and swept his consciousness over it. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. The ring contained over 1,000 spirit weapons, of heavenly, royal, and even saintly quality. The same applied to the pills. Words escaped him. The wealth of his ancestor was truly staggering. Qianshan, it is time to activate the time and space tower and the Kunlun mirror, Lu Yuan continued softly. Lu Yuan had already learned about the time and space tower from the system, though he had yet to enter it. The first level operated at a flow rate of 10:1, meaning for every day outside, 10 days would pass within. Only exquisite spirit stones could be used, and the density of spiritual energy inside was akin to that of a top-tier spiritual vein. The second level had a flow rate of 100:1, allowing for 100 days inside for every day outside, but only source stones could be used, which meant the spiritual energy was at the level of a source vein. Currently, Lu Yuan had an abundance of spirit stones, but no source stones, so he intended to activate only the first level to test its efficacy. He shared some important details about the time and space tower with Lu Qianshan before disappearing in a flash to the clan's martial arts arena. Meanwhile, Lu Qianshan began to circulate his cultivation, and a booming voice echoed throughout the entire Lu clan. All members of the Lu clan gather at the time and space tower. Instantly, figures flickered throughout the clan as they responded to the call. Moments later, in the martial arts arena, hundreds stood before Lu Qianshan, their expressions filled with speculation. Is the clan leader really about to activate the time and space tower? Facing the crowd, Lu Qianshan spoke with clarity, as you have surmised. My Lu clan is about to activate the time and space tower. We will only be opening the first level. With a time flow of 10:1, 1 day outside equals 10 days inside. Form an orderly line, and once inside, commence your cultivation. Do you understand? The crowd was taken aback, glancing at one another. 1 day outside, 10 days inside, and that was just the first level. They could hardly fathom what the flow rates would be for the upper levels. Seeing their astonished expressions, Lu Qianshan secretly reveled in their shock. When Lu Yuan had informed him, he had been even more astounded than anyone present. Approaching the time and space tower, he produced exquisite spirit stones, continuously feeding them into the tower. The Ancestor had mentioned that the amount of spirit stones invested would determine the quantity of spiritual energy inside. With nearly 1,000 members in the clan, he had no idea how many stones would be required, so he continued to pour them in. At that moment, the time and space tower emanated an ancient aura, its light flickering as spiritual essence flowed. Just then, a voice rang out, reaching everyone's ears. Wu Gong, the leader of the Tianxin sect, requests an audience with the Ancestor of the Lu clan. The leader of the Tianxin sect? Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Was someone from the Tianxin sect seeking their own demise? Wu Gong's voice, though soft, was heard by many. The onlookers in Pingyang City had been puzzled by the sight of a lone figure pacing before the Lu clan's entrance. Seeing his anxious demeanor, they had presumed he sought something from the Lu clan. Little did they know he was the leader of the Tianxin sect. If memory served, Wu Gong was indeed a revered figure. Did he come alone? Was he seeking vengeance? It seemed unlikely, as Lu Yuan had already slain a late-stage respected elder. Moreover, Wu Gong had clearly stated his desire to see the Ancestor of the Lu clan. Lu Yuan gazed into the distance, quickly grasping the situation. Come to offer an apology, I see. He had never regarded the Tianxin sect highly. The previous incident involving the source vein had not weighed heavily on his mind. At this moment, his spiritual sense enveloped Pingyang City, and while the members of the Lu clan remained calm, only Lu Fan's face burned with fury, wishing he could tear Wu Gong to shreds. Previously, when the elder from the Tianxin sect had come to seize the source vein, Lu Fan had displayed similar wrath. Lu Yuan, being a formidable saint, could not miss any expression beneath his mental scrutiny. While the others were oblivious to the visitor's identity, Lu Fan seemed to know, his expression mirroring that of the present. Lu Yuan even saw him readying a spirit weapon, as if preparing for a fight. But it was Lu Kuan who had acted first. Lu Fan, a reincarnated martial emperor and a great sovereign of the Xuanhuang realm, evidently harbored deep-seated enmity with the Tianxin sect. After pondering briefly, Lu Yuan surmised the unusual behavior of Lu Fan. He then stepped forward, arriving directly before Wu Gong. Speak. What is your purpose here? Lu. Ancestor Lu, I have come to apologize. Upon hearing Wu Gong's words, the crowd internally nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wu Gong appeared to be in a submissive posture, genuinely seeking forgiveness. Senior Lu, this is my sincere offering. I hope you will forgive the previous offenses of the Tianxin sect. Wu Gong was drenched in sweat, genuinely fearing that Lu Yuan might strike him down. He was merely in the mid-stage of a respected elder's realm, inferior to the elder he had previously sent, and certainly could not withstand a single blow from Lu Yuan. Now he was bowing low, his face twisted in sycophancy, devoid of the dignity expected of a sect leader. Oh, is your ancestor not a celestial being? Why come here to acknowledge your mistakes? Lu Yuan said with a mocking tone. Hearing this, Wu Gong was taken aback, quickly responding, to be candid, it was my ancestor who instructed me to come. Lu Yuan's interest was piqued. He had not anticipated that the ancestor of the Tianxin sect would be so subservient, showing no regard for his own dignity. It seemed he was willing to risk it all, even if it meant losing face. Such a lack of pride from the Tianxin sect's ancestor is quite surprising. Lu Yuan mused. If merely being humble could elevate one's cultivation, I might have already ascended to the level of a great emperor. However, had Lu Fan not held a grudge against the Tianxin sect, he would have considered bringing them under his wing. Alas, such considerations were moot. The Tianxin sect could not escape the fate of annihilation. Thus, Lu Yuan turned to Wu Gong and calmly stated, I shall grant you one chance. Either bring the Tianxin sect to submit to the Lu clan or face annihilation. Chapter 24. A single punch. Lu Yuan's frigid voice echoed in Wu Gong's ears, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Submission? If not, would he annihilate my Tianxin sect? Wu Gong's soul quaked. What audacity did Lu Yuan possess to utter such words? In his perception, Lu Yuan was merely a mid-stage celestial akin to the ancestor. Yet, doubts began to creep into his mind regarding his earlier assessment. Could it be that Lu Yuan was, as the ancestor suggested, perhaps a sage? The thought sent tumultuous waves through Wu Gong's heart, as if his spiritual sea were stirred into a tempest. A sage, in the entirety of Qingzhou, only the Wuji's sacred land was graced by a sage. Was it possible that the Lu family would become the second sage-level power in Qingzhou? At this moment, regret consumed Wu Gong. He wished he could stab himself twice for being so foolish, like a dog drawn to the sight of excrement upon encountering a source vein. Thankfully, the Ancestor had been wise, instructing him to come and apologize early on. Wu Gong exhaled, then weakly addressed Lu Yuan. "Senior, this matter is too grave. I must consult the Ancestor." Consult? If your Tianxian sect submits, there would be no need for consultation. If you choose not to submit, there would be even less reason, Lu Yuan scoffed. "Senior." Wu Gong sensed the dire implications of Lu Yuan's words. He understood all too well what was being suggested. However, Tianxian sect was not solely his to command. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, Lu Yuan interrupted him. "Ha ha ha, Wu Gong, I offer you an opportunity, yet you squander it. In that case, go and consult. Rest assured, your Ancestor shall be seeing you shortly." Upon hearing this, Wu Gong's scalp prickled, and his pupils constricted violently, a wave of crisis surging within him. Was Lu Yuan intending to kill him? How could he be so unreasonable? In that instant, he hurriedly summoned his cultivation, but alas, there was no opportunity left. Lu Yuan raised a hand, and with a mere flick, a sword chi pierced through Wu Gong's forehead. Thud! Wu Gong's corpse crumpled to the ground, his face still etched with confusion. Why could he not simply return to consult the Ancestor? He could not fathom, for Lu Yuan had never intended to spare him, nor the Tianxian sect. Lu Yuan casually handed Wu Gong's storage ring to Lu Qianshan, then turned to Lu and Lu Kaitian, declaring, "Supreme Elder, Grand Elder, accompany me to the Tianxian sect." As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Yuan swept the two away, vanishing from the scene. At this moment, the entire Pingyang city was in an uproar. Many had witnessed the preceding events, particularly since they transpired before the Lu family's gates. No one anticipated that Lu Yuan would so decisively eliminate Wu Gong, leaving no room for mercy. Even the Lu family members were perplexed. Both the sect master and the Ancestor of Tianxian sect had expressed remorse, with the sect master even coming to apologize. Moreover, the Ancestor had already gone to Tianxian sect, signaling that he feared not the Celestials. If that were the case, why not simply bring Tianxian sect under his wing? While the crowd was bewildered, it was merely confusion. The Ancestor need not justify his actions to anyone. At this moment, Lu Fan's heart was a whirlpool of thoughts, echoing the sentiments of the Lu family. Unable to comprehend, he resolved to cast aside his musings. Since Tianxian's sect was on the brink of destruction, he could only feel elation, albeit regretting that he would not be the one to bring about its downfall. Simultaneously, news of Lu Yuan's intent to obliterate Tianxian sect spread rapidly. By the time Lu Yuan and his companions arrived at Tianxian sect, numerous onlookers had gathered within a 1,000-mile radius. These were individuals from various esteemed powers, as well as some lone cultivators, all drawn to witness the spectacle. Tiangxuan sect, located in the northern part of Qingzhou, spanned a territory of hundreds of thousands of miles. The entire sect was perched atop the majestic Yunwu mountain range, its grand architectural complex resting upon towering peaks. Inside the main hall of Tianxian sect, Ancestor Xuanhuang and several elders fidgeted anxiously. They had already received the grim news. Sect Master Wu Gong was dead, and Lu Yuan intended to annihilate Tianxian sect. The distance between Tianxian sect and the Great Qin dynasty was measured in millions of miles, and with Lu Yuan's leisurely pace, an hour and a half was more than sufficient for the sect to receive the news. "What do we do, Ancestor?" an elder inquired urgently. "How should I know? If Lu Yuan dares to come, it signifies his strength rivals my own," Xuanhuang replied coldly, though he maintained an outward facade of calm. Dread had long since taken root in his heart. All he had desired was to survive in peace. Yet Wu Gong had provoked Lu Yuan, resulting in the death of 3 esteemed celestials. Wu Gong's attempt to apologize had also ended in his demise. He had heard that Lu Yuan demanded the Tianxian sect submission, but Wu Gong hesitated, leading to a fatal outcome. It was truly unreasonable, despite the fact that they had instigated Lu Yuan first. In that moment, he cursed Wu Gong for not acquiescing to Lu Yuan's demands from the outset, thus inciting inevitable calamity. Compared to death, what did submission signify? Lu Yuan's willingness to come indicated he feared no repercussions. Now that he had slain Wu Gong, the conflict was irrevocably escalated. Xuanhuang steeled himself for a desperate confrontation with Lu Yuan. At that instant, a youthful voice rang out, "Come forth, disciples of Tianqian's sect, and accept your fate." Startled, Xuanhuang exclaimed, "Quick, activate the sect protective formation." Simultaneously, Lu Yuan stood before the gates of Tianqian's sect, his gaze surveying the surroundings. The Yunwu mountain range housing Tianqian's sect was indeed splendid, with breathtaking scenery and lofty terrain, a veritable sea of verdant peaks. Yes, this would make an excellent future ancestral land for the Lu family, Lu Yuan mused, mentally noting the location of Tianqian's sect. At that moment, several figures flickered into view, revealing the elders and ancestor of Tianqian's sect. Xuanhuang stood at the forefront, his expression grave as he regarded Lu Yuan. The young man before him was strikingly handsome, with profound eyes and long black hair cascading over his shoulders, dressed in flowing white robes that danced in the wind. He resembled a transcendent, celestial being. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, Xuanhuang felt an overwhelming terror, as if he were gazing upon an immense beast. What was this? What was his cultivation level? Why did it feel as though he were facing a ferocious creature? His heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. Lu Yuan, do you truly wish to wage war against my Tianqian sect? Need you ask? Your Tianqian sect dares to seize my source vein. Why should I not seek to destroy your sect? Lu Yuan replied casually. In that case, let us battle, Xuanhuang retorted coldly, skeptical that Lu Yuan could single-handedly obliterate the entire Tianqian sect. Ha ha ha, everyone is like this. When the outcome remains shrouded in uncertainty, they harbor a misplaced confidence. Little do they know, calamity often lurks at such moments. Lu Yuan observed with a hint of amusement, his lips curling into a smirk as he slowly raised his hand. Heavenly Emperor's fist. In an instant, a shadow of a fist manifested out of thin air. A phantom of the Heavenly Emperor appeared behind Lu Yuan, its oppressive aura enveloping the entire Yunwu mountain range, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Crack! In a single strike, the royal-level formation at the entrance of Tianqian's sect was shattered. What kind of formation is this? How could it fail to withstand even 1/10 of my strength? Xuanhuang exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Yuan spoke with a calm demeanor, his gaze sweeping across all present, his voice resonating like thunder, his eyes surveying the world with disdain. Chapter 25. The Fall of the Heavenly Profound Sect, a Banner. Boom! Although Lu Yuan's voice was not loud, it resonated like the rumble of thunder, echoing in the ears of the crowd and shaking their very souls, akin to a celestial emperor. With a single punch, he shattered the protective formation of the Heavenly Profound Sect. A wave of trepidation swept over everyone present, and a singular thought emerged in their minds. If such a fist were to strike them, who among them could withstand it? What kind of martial art was this? Someone gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. The ethereal figure before them resembled an emperor. The crowd gasped in shock. Some even flinched, fearing that their mere presence might provoke Lu Yuan's ire. Although they were all powerful beings of the respected realm, in the face of Lu Yuan's punch, they felt like lambs awaiting slaughter, devoid of any will to resist. Xuanhuang, is this truly your sect's protective formation? It is as fragile as paper. Lu Yuan remarked nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back as he stood suspended in the air. Sweat beaded on Xuanhuang's forehead. He was drenched in perspiration. The protective formation of the Heavenly Profound Sect was a top-tier royal formation, more than capable of withstanding the assaults of a peak celestial lord. It had been obliterated by Lu Yuan's single blow. Just how formidable was Lu Yuan? At the pinnacle of the celestial lord realm? Or perhaps a saint? Xuanhuang had never possessed the heart to fight to the death. Surviving to the status of celestial lord was already a remarkable feat. His earlier bravado was merely an attempt to save face amidst the throngs gathered here, especially with Lu Yuan approaching with murderous intent. But now, he truly felt intimidated. His fighting spirit had been utterly shattered by Lu Yuan's punch. Lu Yuan, we harbor no deep-seated grudges, do we? Moreover, you have already slain Wu Gong. He acted on his own volition in attempting to seize your source vein. Now, they have all been vanquished by you. So let us reconcile. After all, fighting is ultimately detrimental. Dao Hong spoke ao sets di li. Oh, reconciliation? Why should I reconcile? Lu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. Internally, Tao Hong cursed in frustration, racking his brain for a way to make Lu Yuan relent. This man was nothing short of a demon. Was submission the only option? With a sigh, he conceded, Lu Yuan, I choose to submit. Henceforth, the heavenly profound sect shall be under your dominion. The crowd was left speechless at Tao Hong's declaration. Could it be that the esteemed ancestor of the heavenly profound sect did not dare to confront Lu Yuan, a celestial lord ancestor choosing submission? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, his voice cold as ice. Tao Hong, it is too late. You must understand that everything comes at a cost. With that, Lu Yuan raised his hand, forming a fist. At this gesture, Tao Hong's face drained of color, and a chill surged through him. Recognizing the futility of changing Lu Yuan's mind, he turned his gaze outward toward the heavenly profound sect. Brother Lin, brotherly, save me. I am willing to offer half of the heavenly profound sect's assets. His voice resonated across the expanse, and the crowd paused, looking toward the two individuals he had called upon. They were none other than the ancestors of the Li family and the Golden Cauldron sect. Seeing this, Lu Yuan found it amusing. Meanwhile, the ancestors of the Li family and the Golden Cauldron sect felt a chill run down their spines. Although they shared a decent rapport with Tao Hong, it had not reached the point where they would risk their lives to save him. As leaders of three Celestial Lord factions, their priorities were based on self-interest. How could they possibly intervene to save Tao Hong for the sake of the heavenly profound sect's assets? They had witnessed Lu Yuan's overwhelming strength. Even combined, they could not breach the sect's protective formation within 2.5 hours. Realizing this, the two silently cursed, wondering if Tao Hong intended to drag them to their demise. Exchanging glances, they chose to flee, channeling their powers to escape at the fastest possible pace. Seeing them abandon him, Tao Hong felt despair, yet his eyes blazed with combativeness. He slowly approached Lu Yuan, seething with anger. Every one of the heavenly profound sect. Heed my command, fight to the death. No sooner had he spoken than tens of thousands of disciples and elders from the heavenly profound sect unleashed their magical attacks upon Lu Yuan. Only by repelling him could they hope to survive. Lu Yuan, let us engage in a battle to the death, Tao Hong declared, drawing a long sword and pointing it at Lu Yuan, making it seem as if he was about to engage in a fierce duel. However, to everyone's astonishment, he suddenly produced a talisman with lightning speed, the talisman of swift movement. In an instant, he crushed it and vanished, fleeing thousands of miles away. He fled? The crowd's jaws dropped in disbelief. Just moments ago, Tao Hong had appeared resolute, as if ready to confront Lu Yuan in battle. Yet the next moment, he had abandoned the entire heavenly profound sect. The elders and disciples of the heavenly profound sect were left despondent, filled with confusion and resentment. Escape? Did he think he could truly get away? No sooner had the thought left his lips than a sword appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. In that instant, a magnificent sword aura soared skyward, chasing after Tao Hong. Its speed was so swift that it filled Tao Hong with despair. He had thought he could escape, but as he glanced back at the pursuing sword aura, he felt as if he were standing on the precipice of an abyss. Swish! The sword aura pierced through him, leaving a gaping wound in his forehead. His essence and spirit were obliterated. The crowd gasped in unison. He died? A powerful being of the Celestial Lord realm perished just like that? It was surreal. The events of the day left them in shock. They had anticipated a fierce battle, but never expected it to conclude so swiftly. The ancestor of the heavenly profound sect was slain by Lu Yuan's sword. Just how strong was Lu Yuan? Reports suggested that although he was the ancestor of the Lu family, he was a mere 200 years old. With Lu Yuan's presence, it seemed he had already become invincible among celestial lords. Invincible at 200 years? What kind of prodigy was this? Surely, even the saints of the infinite Holy Land could not rival such prowess. The crowd was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had transpired. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, as if he had merely squashed an insect. Xuanhuang's death was imperative, and the heavenly profound sect had to be eradicated. Beyond the influence of Lu Fan, this misty mountain range was of utmost importance. Since Lu Yuan had set his sights on it, it must be seized. Moreover, through this incident, Lu Yuan could demonstrate to the various factions in Qingzhou that the Lu family was not to be trifled with. This would deter any foolish individuals from interrupting his cultivation. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan turned his gaze toward the remnants of the heavenly profound sect. He would not make the foolish mistake of letting them escape. He would root out the weeds completely. Raising his hand, he unleashed a punch. The celestial emperor's fist. All were turned to ash, dissipating into nothingness, and the mountain gate of the heavenly profound sect was left in ruins. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, he produced a banner. The banner was a striking black and gold, shimmering with luminous threads, a true marvel of craftsmanship. Not only that, it was a spiritual weapon, a sacred artifact. Emblazoned upon the banner was a single character, Lu. This was a banner personally designed by Lu Yuan, symbolizing the unparalleled majesty of the Lu family. Wherever the banner was planted, it signified the territory of the Lu family. With a calm demeanor and an air of supreme authority, Lu Yuan spoke, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, looking down upon all with disdain. Chapter 26, The Supreme Power, the Lu Family. The voice of Lu Yuan resonated throughout the cloud mist mountain range, echoing like a resounding bell, shaking the souls of all who heard it. Once he finished speaking, he cast a flag into the air, which instantly enveloped the mountain range. Those within the mountains, both humans and beasts, felt as though they had been marked by an unimaginable presence, a wave of trepidation washing over their hearts. Wherever the flag was planted, it signified the territory of the Lu family. Lu Yuan's words were undeniably domineering, yet he possessed the strength and qualification to utter them. Suddenly, Lu Yuan appeared directly among the crowd, startling them all. "You, which faction do you belong to?" he asked coldly, pointing at a middle-aged man. The man, terrified, wondered why this harbinger of death had fixed his gaze upon him. Overwhelmed with fear, he nevertheless mustered the courage to respond. "Senior Lu, I am an elder of the Spirit Sword sect." "And the Spirit Sword sect, what faction does it belong to?" Lu Yuan inquired, looking around at the others with an indifferent demeanor. "It is a revered faction," someone answered, their voice trembling slightly. Lu Yuan nodded silently, then continued questioning others. "From which faction do you hail?" "And you?" "And you?" Lu Yuan pointed to more than a dozen individuals until he realized that the Lu family, apart from the Wuji's Holy Land, had become the second largest power in Qingzhou, a force that no one dared to provoke. "Very well, those whom I have just pointed out, listen closely. Do you see that?" Lu Yuan gestured towards the broken entrance of the Tianxian sect, which he had smashed with a single punch. "Yes, we see it," the crowd responded in unison. "Since you see it, you shall repair it. Within 3 days, I want it to be more magnificent than the original Tianxian sect. Otherwise, I will visit your sects and families myself," Lu Yuan declared coldly. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Was Lu Yuan treating them as laborers? They were of considerable status, the lowest among them being at the Divine Palace realm. They were either elders of their sects or esteemed family members. The dignified, revered powers were being coerced by Lu Yuan to rebuild the sect. Though reluctant, they dared not show their discontent. They had witnessed Lu Yuan's tyranny before, having obliterated the entire Tianxian sect without leaving a single survivor. Even if Senior Lu did not say so, I would do the same," one person spoke up, filled with respect. "What this brother says is true. Senior Lu need not worry. Within 3 days, we shall make this place even more imposing. Senior Lu, you must visit my family someday. I will prepare fine tea to await your arrival." So began to ingratiate themselves. Recognizing that the Lu family had now become a revered family, they sought to establish good relations. Lu Yuan dismissed them, issuing a command that spurred everyone into action. "Let's begin at once." He then entered the Tianxian sect with Lu and Lu Kaitian, embarking on a quest to seize its riches. As a revered power, the Tianxian sect undoubtedly possessed immense wealth. Lu and Lu Kaitian were both filled with excitement, having witnessed the recent events. Their ancestor truly possessed unparalleled prowess, overshadowing the other revered powers. They exchanged smiles before beginning their tasks. A little more than a quarter of an hour later, the three departed, while dozens of divine palace and revered experts remained laboriously toiling, without even receiving wages. Lu Yuan, the ancestor of the Lu family, had slain the Tianxian sect's ancestor, Xuanhuang, with a single sword strike and annihilated the sect with a punch. This news spread rapidly, as if it had wings. The major powers of Qingzhou were left speechless. Thus, the Tianxian sect was erased from history. In its place rose the newly established, revered family, the Lu family. In less than a month, the Lu family had ascended from an obscure clan to a revered family, transforming from a neglected entity into a prominent force in the eyes of all factions. This transformation was entirely due to the efforts of their ancestor, Lu Yuan. How had Lu Yuan accomplished such feats? Coming from a humble background, he had achieved greatness, endowing him with an air of mystery that captivated many. After all, according to reports, Lu Yuan was barely over 200 years old, yet already possessed the strength of a revered expert. Lu Yuan's tyranny was enough to instill fear. Not only had he slaughtered the entire Tianxian sect, but he had also compelled the leaders of Qingzhou's major factions to labor for him, rebuilding his family's territory. Now, everyone understood that the Cloud Mist Mountain Range belonged to the Lu family, and it was likely that they would soon relocate en masse. This event had not only caught the attention of Qingzhou, but also that of several surrounding provinces. It had been ages since a revered power had undergone such a transformation. This incident was destined to be extraordinary, drawing the gaze of multiple states. At the center of this upheaval, Lu Yuan had now returned to the Lu family. Lu Yuan stood in the family's martial arts arena, before the Tower of Time and Space. Everyone in the family had entered, except for the family head, Lu Qinshan, who had been awaiting the triumphant return of the ancestors. After pausing for a moment, Lu Yuan addressed the three. "Let us enter and take a look." With that, they stepped inside. As Lu Yuan entered, it felt as though he had arrived in an eternal realm. The surroundings were enveloped in a brilliant white mist, devoid of any presence, the entire space brimming with spiritual energy. It was visibly thick, almost transforming into liquid. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The density of this spiritual energy was simply extraordinary, though it was produced by top-tier spirit stones. The essence that seemed on the verge of liquefying assured him that it was nearly comparable to the energy generated by the source veins. Surveying the surroundings, Lu Yuan contemplated for a moment, realizing that upon entering the Tower of Time and Space, a separate space was automatically generated for each individual. Thus, he sat down and sealed his senses, focusing his mind on cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Meanwhile, all members of the Lu family had cultivated within the tower for 10 months. On this day, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, sensing the waning spiritual energy around him. He murmured, "The spiritual energy is beginning to thin. Perhaps the spirit stones are nearing depletion." Rising to his feet, he stepped out of the tower, only to find many had already concluded their cultivation. They gathered in the martial arts arena, discussing their gains from the training, exchanging experiences, and creating a vibrant atmosphere. Observing this scene, Lu Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. With such diligent descendants, how could the family not thrive? Seeing Lu Yuan emerge, many hurriedly bowed, but were stopped by an unseen force. With a gentle expression, Lu Yuan addressed the crowd. "The training in the Tower of Time has concluded. Next, we shall proceed to the Kunlun Mirror. Entering, it will automatically conjure inner demons. Only by overcoming these demons can one enhance their comprehension. Inner demons are challenging to dispel. Do not be disheartened by failure. If you do not succeed the first time, try again. The Lu family has no cowards, nor those who give up easily. Do you understand?" "We understand, Ancestor. Let us begin. We can hardly wait." "Indeed, Ancestor. We wish to see what extraordinary aspects the Kunlun Mirror possesses that can enhance our comprehension. Some bolder individuals urged him on, knowing that Lu Yuan was approachable. Lu Yuan chuckled, shaking his head at these eager youths. Then, he formed a hand seal, unleashing a beam of spiritual light. Kunlun Mirror, arise. Chapter 27. The teacher, as Lu Yuan's voice resonated, the Kunlun Mirror began to spin and gradually expand. A formidable pressure enveloped the training grounds. Everyone, please enter, Lu Yuan declared with a resonant tone, gazing at the Kunlun Mirror with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. What is my inner demon? He pondered, uncertain and uncomprehending. Throughout the 2 centuries spent cultivating in the Xuanhuang ancient realm, he had witnessed countless battles, treachery, and deceit. People resorted to unscrupulous means for the sake of profit, even turning against friends and family and kin for a single elixir or a spiritual stone. He often questioned the purpose of his cultivation. Lu Yuan did not know. Upon his initial arrival in this realm, he forced himself to accept his mediocrity, average talent, ordinary background, and modest strength. If there was anything noteworthy, it might only be his handsome visage. At that time, Lu Yuan could only immerse himself in arduous practice, aware that the world of cultivation was merciless and brutal. He was not yet ready to embrace death. Combined, he had not lived enough in 2 lifetimes. Later, he ascended to become the elder of the Lu family. And, at that juncture, he questioned again the purpose of his cultivation. Was it to protect his family? To dedicate his life to them? To elevate the family to a loftier position? Lu Yuan introspected. Was it truly so? Although he felt a sense of belonging and achievement towards his family, it did not resonate with his innermost thoughts. Eventually, he embarked on a quest to discover the opportunity for ascension to the heavens. Talent, he realized, is the greatest hindrance to one's cultivation. Even with abundant resources, without the requisite aptitude or the chance to defy fate, striving to break through to a higher realm was akin to chasing a mirage. After leaving the Lu family, Lu Yuan traversed the vast eastern wilderness in search of the opportunity to transcend. Yet 10 years passed, then 50, and he still had not succeeded. He roamed numerous locales, from cities of cultivators to humble villages. Where there were people, there were conflicts, be they cultivators or commoners. He had witnessed a village of mortals pillaged and slaughtered by bandits, leaving no survivors among the hundreds. He had also seen a town under a minor sect decimated by its own members for the sake of crafting a single artifact. He had observed a so-called monk of the Buddhist sect, beads in hand and a benevolent smile, who upon turning away, annihilated a family. Lu Yuan understood that strength was the essence of all things. Thus, even if he could save others, he refrained from intervening. Every individual has their own destiny. Once intervened, karma follows. This principle accounted for Lu Yuan's 2 centuries of survival, where even the system never deemed him to be in peril. Of course, all of this was the most prudent conduct stemming from his lack of power. Now, with a system by his side and the chaotic immortal body within him, he had attained an invincible mindset. He could act as he pleased, intervene as he wished. What karma? What calamity? All would be shattered by his fist. Now, when Lu Yuan again questioned the purpose of his cultivation, he found but one answer: eternal life, reaching a higher realm and safeguarding all those around him. Recollecting his thoughts, he noted that all members of the Lu family had entered the Kunlun Mirror. His expression remained tranquil, his gaze as deep as a well, and he stepped forth. In a humble village, within an ordinary schoolhouse, Lu Yuan stood at the podium before a group of children who were attentively listening to his lecture. With one hand holding a book and the other wielding chalk, he alternated between writing on the wall and responding to the children's inquiries. Dressed in a plain robe, tattered and faded, he paused his lesson, glancing out the window. The sun was setting behind the mountains, wisps of smoke rising in the air. Children, today's lesson ends here, Lu Yuan said gently to the eager faces before him. Oh, school us out. Time to go home for dinner. The children cheered, their faces radiant with joy. The eldest among them was merely around 10 years old, while the youngest were only 3 or 4. Goodbye, Mr. Lu. Bye-bye, Mr. Lu. They chorused as they bid him farewell. Lu Yuan waved back, then began to tidy his belongings. An unsettling feeling lingered in his heart that afternoon, as if something ominous were about to unfold. Sensing a slight discomfort, he hurried out of the schoolhouse, eager to return home for a meal and rest. He was the only scholar in the village. Years earlier, he had prepared for the imperial examinations, brimming with aspirations. Utterly confident in his ability to succeed and become the top scholar of the Dali dynasty, bringing glory to his family. Yet, reality had dealt him a crushing blow. He managed only to attain the status of a scholar, failing multiple times to become a recommended candidate, which extinguished his ambition and shattered his confidence. Lacking the connections and innate talent others possessed, he relied solely on years of hard work. Ultimately, he earned the title of scholar through tireless nights of study. At 30, Lu Yuan relinquished this path. It might be a good one, but perhaps it was not suited for him. He established a schoolhouse and became a teacher in this village devoid of educators, choosing to remain there with his family. As he stepped out of the schoolhouse and closed the door, he found the school situated at the village's entrance, beside a picturesque stream. Lu Yuan steadied his unsettled feelings and walked on. "Huzi, stop playing in the river and hurry home. Your parents must be worried." "Sure to. Take your sister and go home quickly. It's getting late." He called out to a few children still frolicking by the water. "Got it, Mr. Lu." They replied in unison, then scampered off towards the village. Once again, a peculiar sensation washed over Lu Yuan, causing a flicker of unease within him. He quickened his pace into the village. The air was filled with smoke rising from chimneys, as families bustled about in their courtyards, some preparing meals. Others engaged in conversation, a scene of serene harmony. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, villagers approached him eagerly. "Mr. Lu, the classes have concluded. My son Huzi didn't he cause any trouble?" "Did he?" "Not at all. Huzi was quite well behaved today." Lu Yuan responded with a smile to the middle-aged woman. "Mr. Lu here. These are freshly picked vegetables from my garden, still crisp." "Mr. Lu, this is some milk my husband bought in town. We have plenty left. So please take it for your wife. She just gave birth and needs nourishment." One of the elder women handed him a small jar, while another insisted he take freshly laid eggs to help nourish the mother and child. Lu Yuan attempted to decline, yet was unable to do so. They even tucked items into his clothing, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Eager to return home, he ultimately accepted their generosity. Lu Yuan taught without charging fees. Thus the villagers often brought him food. In this impoverished village, everyone was hard-working and resilient, each possessing a pure and kind heart, for which Lu Yuan felt genuine gratitude. Though the village was poor, their spirits were rich. The schoolhouse lay at the southern edge of the village, while Lu Yuan's home was at the northern end, comprising several rooms and a small courtyard. He lived with his elderly parents, a gentle and virtuous wife, and a recently born chubby baby boy. As he clutched the gift from the villagers, thoughts of his loved ones filled him with profound happiness, prompting him to quicken his stride. Chapter 28. Inner demons. Lu Yuan walked briskly, his home situated at the far end of the village, having moved there only recently. Moments later, he arrived at his doorstep. Looking into the courtyard, he was met with a scene of utter chaos, with various items strewn across the ground. What had transpired? Why was it so disordered? Lu Yuan's expression turned frantic, uncertainty gripping him. At that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, akin to being struck by lightning, compelling him to dash into the yard. The eggs he had been carrying fell one by one, shattering upon impact, their contents spilling forth. With a forceful shove, Lu Yuan flung open the door to the main house. The sight that greeted him was that of his father and mother, their bodies contorted on the floor, blood pooling around them. Their skin bore numerous deep and jagged scratches. "Father, mother." Lu Yuan's eyes widened in shock, a gasp escaping his lips, the items gifted by the villagers slipping from his grasp. The scene before him was unfathomable. Had his parents truly perished? Struck by a thunderous blow, it felt as though his world had collapsed. Those two tireless souls, who had devoted themselves to his education, were gone, just like that. For over a decade, they had supported his studies, never once blaming him for failing to achieve the title of scholar. They were simple farmers, much like the other villagers, and now they lay lifeless in their home. Overwhelmed by grief, Lu Yuan was engulfed by an indescribable emotion. He yearned to weep, yet reason held him back. Who was the perpetrator? Who had taken his parents' lives? In that moment, Thoughts of his wife and child pierced through his anguish. He seized the kitchen knife from his father's hand and rushed into the inner room. Upon entering, he beheld his wife sprawled on the ground, cradling an infant in her arms. Barefoot and alone, she lay amidst a pool of blood, already devoid of life. "Ah!" Lu Yuan cried out, tears streaming down his face as he trembled, clutching his deceased wife and child. The visions haunting him struck at his very soul, his heart aching as though it were being torn asunder. Why? Why? Raising his gaze, he beheld a massive white tiger sprawled atop the bed, its eyes wide open, whiskers twitching as it silently regarded him. Terror flooded Lu Yuan's heart, his body shaking with fear. A white tiger, its immense form occupied the entire bed, leaving no room to spare. It was this very beast that had slain his parents and family. Fixating on the creature, fury ignited within him, eclipsing his fear. He yearned to kill it, to exact vengeance on the one who had shattered his life. He wanted to avenge his parents and his beloved wife and child. Once more, he grasped the kitchen knife that had fallen to the ground, unsteadily rising to his feet and aiming the knife at the tiger. To his astonishment, the tiger displayed a human-like grin, a look of disdain, mockery, and contempt evident in its expression. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging, Lu Yuan charged at the beast without a second thought. With a resounding thud, Lu Yuan was thrown to the ground by the tigeress swipe, his chest caving in. In an instant, his life flashed before his eyes. Born in a village, he had played carefree with the other children, forging friendships. At 15, he embarked on his academic journey, burning the midnight oil to avoid disappointing his parents. At 21, he had passed the scholarly examination, and the entire village rejoiced in his achievement, celebrating as though it were the new year. His parents' smiles were uncontainable as they graciously accepted gifts from the villagers, while others suggested he should marry, noting that many of his peers were already fathers. At 23, he wed the gentle and kind daughter of the Wang family, and they fell in love at first sight. By 30, Lu Yuan remained a scholar, striving diligently to attain recognition, but alas, failure plagued him, shattering his resolve. He even postponed starting a family in pursuit of his ambitions. Realizing the harshness of reality, he decided to change course, understanding that this path might not be meant for him. At 31, he relocated with his family to Qingniu village, the only neighboring village without a school. With his savings, he established a free school and became a teacher, earning the villagers' respect as Mr. Lu. By 32, his wife was expecting, and at 33, she gave birth to a healthy boy. The villagers offered their blessings, and Lu Yuan embraced his son with overwhelming joy. Reflecting on his life, tears streamed down his face. Given the chance, he would willingly relive his ordinary yet fulfilling existence, for all choices made were the best at that time. Despite studying for years, he remained a poor scholar, looked down upon by his in-laws and mocked by townsfolk. He had forgotten the fawning smiles of those who once praised his potential, who believed he would rise to greatness. Yet, circumstances shifted, and he was no longer hailed as the future Master Lu, but rather scorned as a failure, labeled merely as a destitute scholar. Childhood friends who once revered him now regarded him with disdain, creating an invisible barrier between them. Yet, what did it matter? He had lived a humble and modest life, never flaunting his achievements, while the boastful ones only revealed their own insecurities. They felt humiliated for having supported him for nearly a decade, only to discover he was nothing more than a failure. The disappointment of others mattered little to him. He smiled lightly, unconcerned. Fortunately, he had a wife who understood him and parents who supported him. His wife had severed ties with her own family, resolutely choosing to accompany him to Qingniu village, while his parents toiled tirelessly throughout their lives, never enjoying the fruits of their labor. They had never lost faith in Lu Yuan. It was Lu Yuan himself who had been perpetually disappointed. He loathed his own incompetence, resenting his failures. Ultimately, he was just a poor scholar, a teacher without strength. As Lu Yuan's thoughts began to fade, his consciousness dissipated. He succumbed to death. Chapter 29. Enhancement of Insight. Alas, how lamentable. A figure appeared in the void, arms crossed, with a sorrowful expression. This was Lu Yuan. He hovered above Qingniu village, silently observing all that transpired. Rather than a manifestation of inner demons, it felt more akin to a trial of illusion. Lu Yuan spoke softly. He had already shattered this illusion. When did this occur? Perhaps it was the moment his heart first stirred with unease. At that time, he had awakened, yet he did not intervene in the unfolding events. Instead, he allowed them to progress, for he was quite intrigued by his own narrative. This illusion bore an uncanny resemblance to reality, encapsulating both Lu Yuan's life within this world and the world itself. Lu Yuan expanded his consciousness, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire realm of illusion. This was merely a world of mortals, with martial arts and imperial examinations. Individuals could enhance their strength through training, just as the beasts could also evolve. However, under Lu Yuan's scrutiny, it appeared that the pinnacle of martial prowess in this realm reached only the 5th layer of body refinement, and the same applied to the beasts. No, to be precise, they were not beasts but spirit entities. The corpse of the white tiger he observed was merely at the 1st layer of body refinement. Lu Yuan found this rather amusing. The Kunlun mirror's divine ability was indeed remarkable, capable of conjuring an illusionary realm that rivaled the genuine world. It hardly resembled a mere illusion. He murmured to himself, reasoning that since he had broken the illusion, he could still witness the events unfold in his own essence. He could linger in this world or choose to depart, all contingent upon a mere thought. How peculiar. System, what is the meaning of this? Lu Yuan called out within his heart. Ding, because the host is the master of the Kunlun mirror. Everyone who enters the Kunlun mirror creates a world. This world exists in reality. Anyone other than the host who shatters the illusion will be forcibly ejected. Only the host may choose whether to observe or depart. Note, the current world connected by the Kunlun mirror is merely below the lesser 1,000 worlds level. The host may freely explore each world, but there is a time limit related to the host's realm and the world's level. As the illusionary world is real, the host may bring individuals into the Xuanhuang ancient realm, but there are restrictions on the realm and number of individuals based on the host level and the world's tier. So that is how it is. Lu Yuan finally comprehended that the Kunlun mirror possessed such a function. It was undeniably useful, albeit with significant limitations. The worlds connected by the Kunlun mirror were currently below the standard of lesser 1,000 worlds. Even with a few prodigies, what heights could they truly achieve? In the grand 1,000 worlds, the pinnacle is the emperor. In the middle 1,000 worlds, it is the great sage. In the lesser 1,000 worlds, it is the celestial sovereign. Below the lesser 1,000 worlds, the highest attainable level is the divine palace realm. In the world Lu Yuan currently inhabited, the utmost limit of cultivation reached merely the 9th layer of body refinement. He scanned the surroundings with his consciousness and discerned nothing of note. Everything seemed too ordinary. However, he did identify the destined child of this realm, enveloped in a glimmer of fortune, akin to a locator. With mediocre talent, the highest he could achieve was the Qi condensation realm. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and silently resolved to depart. Meanwhile, in a city within this realm, a young man abruptly halted his steps. His expression shifted as he sensed an unseen presence observing him. Who could be? Yet, in a fleeting moment, the sensation of being watched vanished. Shaking his head, the young man cast the thought aside and continued on his way. A flash of light enveloped Lu Yuan, and he opened his eyes to find himself in a realm of void, reminiscent of the space within the Tower of Time. Before he could fully observe his surroundings, an enigmatic aura surged forth, akin to a wisp of celestial energy, flooding into Lu Yuan's mind. In that instant, it was as if he had been enlightened. His insight had ascended. Previously perplexing issues regarding his cultivation became effortlessly resolvable. It felt as if he had unlocked a new level of understanding. After his last training session in the Tower of Time, he had already entered the mid-stage of the Sage realm, and now he was on the cusp of the late stage. Simultaneously, his comprehension of the imperial laws deepened significantly. Lu Yuan marveled at this extraordinary sensation. It was truly a sublime experience. Alas, one could only enter the Kunlun mirror once a year. Otherwise, he would surely have elevated his insight 100-fold, reaching its zenith. A mere illusion of inner demons was trivial to Lu Yuan, akin to child's play. Rising, Lu Yuan exited the Kunlun mirror. Outside in the training ground, some members of the Lu family had concluded their illusions. Some succeeded, while others failed. They sat on the ground, engaging in animated discussions about the insights gained from this illusory journey. With only one opportunity each year, some wept softly, unable to conceal their sorrow. Do not cry. There will be opportunities next year. In the future, there will be many chances, reassured one, their words imbued with pride in being a member of the Lu family. Listening to their words, Lu Yuan felt a genuine sense of joy. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he noticed Lu Fan and Lu Chun, both meditating, undoubtedly having broken through the inner demon illusion and enhanced their insight. Moments later, all had emerged from the Kunlun mirror. Family head Lu Qianshan dismissed the assembly. The training session in the Kunlun mirror had come to a close. At that moment, the gathered individuals realized something significant. When did the Lu family become a celestial sovereign family? Prior to entering the Tower of Time, Lu Yuan and the others had just visited the Tianxian sect, and upon exiting the Tower of Time, they had entered the Kunlun mirror. With no contact with the outside world for a month, they were oblivious to any news. Now that their training had concluded, they received word of an astonishing event. The Ancestor had eradicated the Tianxian sect. Tens of thousands lay dead. Not a single survivor remained. Gasping, the members of the Lu family collectively inhaled sharply. Their spirits jolted. Every member of the Lu family, upon stepping outside, would receive the highest honors in Pingyang City. Upon learning that their ancestor had conscripted the numerous divine palaces and powerful beings as laborers to construct the family grounds, they were left astounded, speechless, and filled with admiration. The ancestor was undeniably formidable. Moreover, the ancestor had attained the level of celestial sovereign. The Lu family now stood as the second most powerful force in Qingzhou, surpassed only by the Wajishan Holy Land. Even if Lu Yuan was the only high-end combatant in the family, devoid of any other sovereigns, they still embodied the might of a celestial sovereign force. No one dared to underestimate them, for they understood that as long as Lu Yuan lived, the Lu family would eternally remain a celestial sovereign family. Chapter 30, Monthly Sign-In, the Celestial Star Array. In the Hall of Heavenly Tao, in the secluded courtyard of the Lu family's rear mountain, Lu Yuan sat upon a modest stool, savoring the tranquility. He retrieved an exquisite tea set and utilized his spiritual energy to bring water to a boil before adding the delicate tea leaves. Lu Yuan had a profound appreciation for tea, especially the ethereal varieties he procured from the system's marketplace, all of which were spiritual teas beneficial for enhancing one's cultivation. The assortment was vast, encompassing green tea, black tea, jasmine tea, oolong tea, oriental tree leaves, longjing, and tiguanyin, each bearing names reminiscent of those from his past life on Blue Star. However, despite the shared names, the flavors were distinctly different. The teas produced by the system possessed a purity and richness unmatched by those of Blue Star. Ah, how soothing. This time, Lu Yuan brewed green tea. Moments later, the tea was ready. He lifted the teapot and poured the fragrant liquid into a cup, savoring each sip. As the tea flowed down his throat, an invigorating aroma enveloped him, the taste robust and full-bodied. Lu Yuan smacked his lips in approval. Truly delightful, befitting the quality of sacred tier tea. With a gentle smile, he relished the spiritual tea, his thoughts drifting. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to claim the rewards from his monthly sign-in. Thus, he softly spoke, "System monthly sign-in. Ding! Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Imperial Tier Formation, the Celestial Star Array, and the Imperial Tier Artifact, the Hall of Heavenly Tao. Celestial Star Array, an ancient protective formation of the heavenly realm, composed of the powers of 360 celestial stars, with the sun and moon as the primary focal points, wielding immense might. Hall of Heavenly Tao, an Imperial Tier artifact that creates a unique space within, allowing the host to possess godlike authority, wherein the lives and deaths of beings below the Emperor are entirely at the host's discretion. The Celestial Star Array. Lu Yuan murmured to himself. Though the rewards from this monthly sign-in were limited to 2, their Imperial Tier status rendered them invaluable. There is little need to elaborate on the formation. Given Lu Yuan's current cultivation level, he could not fully deploy the celestial star array. At most, he could harness the power of 120 stars, yet even though it would render him invincible beneath the Emperor's realm. The celestial star array was versatile, both offensive and defensive, consuming no resources other than the celestial powers from the heavens. Once activated, it bore the capability to obliterate worlds. Moreover, the Hall of Heavenly Tao was formidable. Within its confines, Lu Yuan would be akin to a creator, as long as beings of emperor rank or lower entered. Their fate would lie solely within Lu Yuan's thoughts. Finally, he possessed a palace. The system truly understood his needs, providing precisely what he lacked. Lu Yuan smiled softly, contemplating that there was no need to set up the formation in Pingyang City. He would wait until he moved to the Cloud Mist Mountains. He summoned the Hall of Heavenly Tao, and in an instant, a palace the size of a human head materialized in midair. Unlike other palaces adorned in gold and splendor, this one exuded an ancient, weathered aura. Its mere presence was awe-inspiring, reminiscent of an ethereal palace with a commanding grandeur. Larger, even larger, Lu Yuan murmured, watching as the palace gradually expanded until it reached his desired size, at which point it ceased to grow. He then placed the Hall of Heavenly Tao within the Lu family's rear mountain. With a thunderous roar, a seismic tremor reverberated through Pingyang City. What on earth? An earthquake? Where did this earthquake come from? Are you out of your mind? It seemed to be yet another display of the Lu family's power. One could not deny that with a single ascension, the entire family thrived. People exchanged glances, their conversations rife with envy towards the Lu family. Meanwhile, in the rear mountain, Lu Yuan stepped into the Hall of Heavenly Tao. In that instant, he felt as though he had entered a realm of immortals. The interior of the hall was vast beyond imagination. Although devoid of ostentatious decorations, it emanated an air of mystery that instinctively compelled one to kneel in submission. With a flicker, Lu Yuan appeared upon the main throne, slowly bending to take his seat. The hall appeared unremarkable, save for the throne that harmonized perfectly with its grandeur. Lu Yuan's mind buzzed with ideas, eager to experiment. Table, he uttered casually. Instantly, a table manifested in the hall. Chair, stool. The experience was indeed marvelous. The sensation of creation exhilarating. Alas, it was a pity that he could not conjure living beings. After some time, Lu Yuan completed the arrangement of the Hall of Heavenly Tao, transforming it into a true palace. Its interior was resplendent, suffused with radiant jewels and a rich concentration of spiritual energy, far surpassing the essence born from the Lu family's source vein. The core of the source vein beneath the Lu family only extended within their domain, while the residents of Pingyang City merely enjoyed a taste of sublime spiritual energy. Nevertheless, it was enough for them to express their profound gratitude. Having finalized the Hall of Heavenly Tao, Lu Yuan departed, finding himself suspended in the void. Only a year remained until the resurgence of the Heavenly Tao. He mused quietly, uncertain of what transformations would unfold post-resurgence. Subsequently, he vanished from sight. At the Cloud Mist Mountains, once the domain of the Tianxian clan, but now rightfully belonging to the Lu family. Lu Yuan had previously commanded that the construction be completed within 3 days, surpassing the former Tianxian clan's establishment. A month had passed, and upon his return, he observed that they had indeed exceeded the previous structures. The Cloud Mist Mountains, shrouded in ethereal mist, stood as the tallest range in the entire Qingzhou. Rising majestically like a sword piercing the heavens, this place resonated with Lu Yuan. Beneath his feet lay a supreme spiritual vein, accompanied by 3 upper-tier spiritual veins scattered throughout the mountains. They intertwined like a colossal serpent, a clear testament to the handiwork of the Tianxian clan, a force to be reckoned with. Lu Yuan reflected on the Tianxian clan's stature in Qingzhou, one of the pinnacle powers aside from the sacred lands. The vastness of Qingzhou boasted several esteemed forces, and the total number of other factions was countless. The Eastern Wilderness comprised 5 major regions, with Qingzhou ranked 3rd in power, largely due to the presence of the Wujiqing sacred land. With a composed demeanor, Lu Yuan surveyed the newly established territory of the Lu family. Though the Cloud Mist Mountains were neither the center of Qingzhou nor the Eastern Wilderness, nor the epicenter of the entire Xuanhuang world. With Lu Yuan's presence, they were destined to become the finest sanctuary for cultivation in the future. Contemplating this, he vanished once more. While the structures were commendable, they had yet to meet his expectations. He intended to invite others for a visit. Chapter 31. Please have a cup of tea. In the grand hall of the Lingjian sect, several figures sat upright, their expressions grave. At that moment, a voice laced with indignation rang out. Sect Master, that Lu Yuan is utterly intolerable. As an elder of the Lingjian sect, he had the audacity to make me perform menial labor. I was ridiculed for an entire month. I refuse to accept this. His actions are a blatant disrespect to our sect. An elderly man rose, his beard bristling and hair standing on end, his words filled with vehement accusations against Lu Yuan. He was astute, elevating Lu Yuan's actions against him to an affront against the entire sect. The others in the hall regarded his animated speech with a sense of disbelief. So what if he did some labor? You chose to watch the spectacle. It's better than meeting your demise. They internally scoffed, including the sect master. They understood Elder Fong's grievances, yet what could be done? They could only swallow their bitterness. Lu Yuan had single-handedly subdued the formidable Tianxian sect. Did he truly care for their meager authority? Elder Fong, calm down. Though it may seem humiliating to work, it has preserved your life. Elder Chen interjected wisely. Old Fong, do not take it to heart. Even the venerable He, the patriarch of the He family, has had to endure labor as well. In unison, the elders began to console Elder Fong, fearing that in his rage he might act rashly. While personal repercussions for him were inconsequential, a scandal involving the sect would be disastrous. Just as the sect master prepared to announce matters, he was interrupted by an unexpected voice. Do you harbor such animosity towards me? Who dares to emerge and play tricks? The assembly gasped, collectively demanding to know who had infiltrated their high-ranking gathering unnoticed. They felt a mixture of shame and horror, scanning the room with heightened senses. Suddenly, a figure materialized, a tall individual clad in black hair and a white robe, swiftly appearing behind the sect master. All present widened their eyes, frozen in shock. The young man slowly raised his hand, and in an instant, the sect master was displaced outside the hall. The youth then nonchalantly took the sect master's seat, reclining back with his legs crossed on the table, observing the assembly with a leisurely demeanor. Silence enveloped the hall, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have echoed. Tremors coursed through their minds. Who was this youth, so audacious as to claim the master's position? The elders remained rooted in place, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of Lu Yuan. His calm, inscrutable gaze instilled a sense of dread, as if they stood on the edge of a chasm. At that moment, Elder Fong finally recognized the figure before him. His pupils dilated, and an involuntary shiver coursed through his frame as he muttered, Lu Yuan. It is he. Elder Fong trembled, his spirit shaken. Had Lu Yuan just addressed him? It was over. He was doomed. In that instant, Elder Fong felt as though he were staring into the abyss of his own demise. The others, upon hearing his exclamation, gasped in horror. He is Lu Yuan? The very demon who annihilated tens of thousands from the Tianxian sect? What business does he have here? Shall our Lingjian sect meet the same fate? Their minds raced, but the overwhelming reputation of Lu Yuan left them paralyzed with fear, forgetting entirely that they had never wronged him. Why do you all fear me so? Lu Yuan inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Am I truly that terrifying? I am, after all, quite benevolent and approachable. Hearing Lu Yuan's question, the assembly regained their composure but stumbled over their words, unsure of how to respond. Were they to confess that they feared him due to his notorious deeds? They had no desire to provoke death, and Lu Yuan seemed devoid of hostility. Exchanging glances, they hastily bowed before Lu Yuan. We pay our respects to Senior Lu Yuan. Though younger than they addressed him with reverence. For strength is the ultimate principle in the realm of cultivation. You, the one surnamed Fong, did you not just express your profound hatred for me? Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon Elder Fong, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Forgive me, Senior. I was merely speaking out of turn and haste. I hold you in the highest esteem and regard you as a paragon. Elder Fong stammered, desperately explaining himself. I shall spare you this once, Lu Yuan replied coldly, having no intention of taking lives today. His earlier words were merely a jest to intimidate the old man. Thank you, Senior Lu, Elder Fong exclaimed, perspiring profusely, as if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. He realized he had provoked a being of immense power and yet lived to tell the tale. The other members of the Lingjian sect breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts pounding for Elder Fong, who had been vocally critical of Lu Yuan's character. While he had not directly insulted the man, his accusations had been directed at a formidable figure. Senior Lu, what brings you to our Lingjian sect? The sect master, who had been hastily summoned back, approached Lu Yuan with a mix of trepidation and urgency. Gather all those who assisted Elder Fong in constructing the clan grounds, including the high-ranking array masters and weaponsmiths from their ranks. Inform them it is my command, Lu Yuan instructed. The assembly was taken aback. Did this esteemed figure find fault with the previous construction? Have you understood? Depart swiftly and return within 2.5 hours. I wish to see everyone, he commanded. Yes, we shall comply, they replied, hastening to leave the hall. After all, some sects were quite distant from the Lingjian sect. Soon, only Lu Yuan and several attendants remained in the hall. These attendants had been summoned before the sect master departed. Lu Yuan, ignoring their presence, began to prepare his tea with casual grace. The attendants trembled, unaware of Lu Yuan's true identity, only knowing that he was a figure of immense respect even from their sect master. 2 hours later, the hall was bustling with activity, filled to capacity. The assembly consisted of masters in array and weaponry from various esteemed sects, all eyeing Lu Yuan with trepidation, as if walking upon the edge of a precipice. As they arrived, they had already learned that it was Lu Yuan's command and surmised that they were likely to reconstruct the clan grounds. Lu Yuan surveyed the crowd with a serene smile. Since you are all here, please take a seat. Young Fong, prepare tea for our esteemed masters. Chapter 32. This tea is quite exceptional, Xuanhuang. Prepare tea for the esteemed masters. Lu Yuan's voice echoed through the room, his gaze directed at Elder Fong, a broad smile adorning his face. Xuanhuang? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their eyes shifting to the only individual present with the surname Fong. Elder Fong flushed with embarrassment, his face slightly reddening as he silently seethed. Damn you, old devil Lu. How could you address me so? Yet, he dared not show his displeasure, forcing a smile as he began to brew the tea. The assembly of masters in the arts of formations and weaponry found themselves caught between laughter and exasperation. Their expressions were filled with mirth, and the anger that had compelled them to this gathering began to dissipate. Masters, I trust you now comprehend the purpose of my invitation. Indeed, I wish for you to assist in the reconstruction of the dwellings atop the Yunwu mountain range, Lu Yuan announced, keenly observing the countenances of those present. The expressions of the attendees shifted constantly. In the outside world, they were revered figures, treated as esteemed guests wherever they went. Yet here they were, compelled by Lu Yuan's authority, unable to resist. Their influence was merely at the level of the honored. Within their clans or sects, the pinnacle was the revered one. In comparison to Lu Yuan, a celestial sovereign, they resembled insignificant insects before a true dragon. The chasm between them was vast. Thus, they refrained from opposition. Even if all their revered ones were to unite, they would likely be no match for Lu Yuan, who seemed to stand at the zenith of celestial sovereignty. Once a cultivator reached the revered realm, they began to engage with the laws of the universe, rendering their cultivation increasingly arduous, with required resources multiplying. The categorization of realms also transformed. It was no longer a matter of first and ninth levels, but rather early, mid, late, and peak stages. Advancement through each phase became exponentially challenging. Among the gathered, the highest cultivation level barely reached the mid-revered stage. While some of this was due to their specialization in formations and weapon forging, it did not fully account for their standing. The ranks of formation masters and weaponsmiths were akin to those of alchemists, ranging from the profound to the imperial stages. In this grand hall, nearly half of the elite in the arts of formations and weaponry from Qingzhou had gathered. Even the least skilled among them possessed quasi-king level formation experience. Yet today, they found themselves summoned to labor, constructing a mountain gate for Lu Yuan. Should word of this circulate, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. What? King-level formation masters and weaponsmiths reduced to manual labor. If people were to learn of this, their jaws would drop in disbelief. Masters, I, Lu Yuan, am not unreasonable. Since I have invited you today, I assure you I shall not offer nothing in return. The tea is ready. Please indulge in a cup before we discuss compensation. As the masters gazed at the tea before them, their expressions shifted. The fragrant aroma wafted into their nostrils, refreshing their spirits. Instinctively, they sensed that this spiritual tea was extraordinary, prompting them to sip it at a leisurely pace. What is this spiritual tea? After just one sip, I feel my cultivation has slightly improved. One exclaimed, astonished. The others echoed similar sentiments, feeling the barriers of their cultivation loosening after merely tasting the tea. They turned their gazes toward Lu Yuan at the head of the table. May I inquire, esteemed Lu, the grade of this spiritual tea? One ventured, curiosity piqued. Not high, merely of the saintly grade. Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, his calm voice resonating in their hearts. Saintly grade. They had never encountered such treasures, not even in the presence of celestial factions. Now, to have savored saintly spiritual tea, their hearts brimmed with joy and gratitude. This single cup had rendered their journey worthwhile. They looked at Lu Yuan, their eyes glimmering with excitement and appreciation. Fear not. I possess an abundance of such spiritual tea, and it shall not count towards your compensation. Now, let us deliberate on the matter of remuneration and the construction of the mountain gate. Lu Yuan smiled serenely, his demeanor unhurried. He produced a storage bag, opening it to reveal a dazzling array of items before the masters. As they focused on the contents, astonishment washed over their faces. Source stones? Indeed, Lu Yuan had unveiled source stones, a bounty accrued from the system's upgraded signing function. Source stones are resources used by sages for cultivation, exclusively yielded by source veins. For those below the sage realm, utilizing source stones for cultivation would be excessive. Typically, one would harness spiritual stones, absorbing the spiritual essence within. The speed of absorption and the richness of energy varied by the stone's grade. Using source stones without being at the sage level would waste much spiritual essence, unless one is extraordinarily wealthy. On the continent, a single source stone could be exchanged for 100 premium spiritual stones. However, even celestial sovereigns rarely possessed many source stones, relying primarily on premium spiritual stones for cultivation. Source stones were reserved for battles or emergencies requiring swift replenishment of true essence. The masters exchanged glances, pondering whether this was truly their compensation. You will meet my requirements within 3 months, and each of you shall receive 1,000 source stones. I shall provide 200 as a deposit now, with the remaining 800 to be settled upon completion. How does that sound? Lu Yuan declared. The revered masters were momentarily stunned. Had they misheard? 1,000 source stones? This was equivalent to 100,000 premium spiritual stones. Furthermore, no one would trade source stones for premium spiritual stones unless at a premium. Typically, 1,000 source stones could be exchanged for 110,000 premium spiritual stones. 110,000 premium spiritual stones. For them, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Although they were affluent formation masters, 110,000 premium spiritual stones constituted a substantial fortune. With dozens present, that amounted to tens of thousands of source stones. Lu Yuan's wealth was truly staggering. As this realization dawned upon them, their reluctance vanished, replaced by enthusiasm. They even felt an overwhelming urge to start laboring immediately. There was simply no denying Lu Yuan's generosity. Consequently, the group began to discuss the matters of constructing the clan grounds with Lu Yuan. Sipping the saintly spiritual tea and clutching the source stones, their spirits soared, and their faces radiated with vitality. They engaged in animated discussions, with many proposing valuable suggestions that Lu Yuan eagerly adopted, rewarding them with 100 source stones each. This incited envy among the onlookers, and soon everyone was brainstorming, vying to contribute ideas. Esteemed Lu, I have a plan. Feasible. 100 source stones for you. Esteemed Lu, there's a flaw here. You have keen insight. Well done. Here's 100 source stones for you. Esteemed Lu, reward. Chapter 33. The Tower of Heaven. One step to explode. Moments later, Lu Yuan departed, and the crowd began their journey towards the misty mountain range. Simultaneously, some individuals, perplexed by the scene, decided to follow and investigate. Gradually, an increasing number of people trailed behind, eager to discover the purpose of the assembly of so many high-ranking formation masters and artifact masters. It was only upon their arrival at the misty mountain range, witnessing these masters personally engaging in the construction of the Lu family's mountain gate, that the truth dawned upon them. This, once again, and even more awe-inspiring than before. This time, the gathering consisted of the esteemed figures from Qingzhou's formation and artifact disciplines, nearly a formidable half of both realms. This spectacle left the onlookers in disbelief. Some approached to inquire whether Lu Yuan had coerced them into labor. To their astonishment, the questioned formation master erupted in indignation. How dare one accuse Elder Lu? Such audacity! He promptly called upon his friends, surrounding the individual with a flurry of punches and kicks. To blame Elder Lu, even if it were out of concern for their welfare, warranted a reprimand. After delivering their stern words, they resumed their tasks. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the area, as those who had come to spectate exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what had transpired. Were they defending Lu Yuan? Everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe the scene before them. The individual receiving the beating wore an expression of innocence, his heart a tempest of emotions. As a celestial being, he found himself besieged by several venerable figures enduring their blows. It was almost an honor to be in such a situation. The crowd watched as dozens of masters diligently worked, each harboring a singular thought. What sort of enchantment had Lu Yuan cast upon them? Or perhaps, had Lu Yuan offered them something? Meanwhile, Lu Yuan returned to the Lu family estate, seated within the Hall of Heavenly Tao. System, display the panel. Host, Lu Yuan realm. Mid-saint talent. 1 in 10,000 fortune value. 477,777 items owned. Tower of Heaven, Sword Down Manual, Time and Space Tower, Kunlun Mirror. Seal of Heaven, Sword of the Emperor, Qilin Steps, Fist of the Celestial Emperor, Turtle Breathing Technique, Body Manual, Great Star Array, Hall of Heavenly Tao. Numerous spirit stones, elixirs, tea leaves, spiritual artifacts, and martial techniques. Unbeknownst to him, his fortune value had nearly approached 480,000. Undoubtedly, this was a gradual result of the family's growing strength and influence. Yet it still felt somewhat sluggish. The treasures available in the system shop had long been objects of his desire, but he lacked the strength to procure them. As Lu Yuan surveyed his possessions, he could not help but acknowledge their opulence. There were over a dozen imperial-grade treasures alone, and the remaining resources were countless. However, these source stones bore little significance to Lu Yuan's cultivation. His body had undergone a rebirth through the Nirvana sacred pill and was endowed with a chaotic immortal physique. Thus, the resources he consumed for cultivation were monumental, and while the source stones were plentiful, they ultimately proved inadequate for him. To illustrate, it was akin to a true dragon's sustenance being that of a mere beast at the body refinement stage. Quantity may be abundant, yet quality was lacking. Furthermore, Lu Yuan needed to cultivate the body manual. He had only illuminated 5 stars thus far. His physical form had grown increasingly formidable. The enhancement provided by the chaotic immortal physique did not rival the extraordinary nature of the primordial sacred body. The chaotic immortal physique excelled more in the realms of cultivation, principles, and comprehension. Therefore, Lu Yuan was dedicated to mastering the body manual. He aspired to attain ultimate power. However, as a mid-saint, without the support of rare treasures, his progress remained excruciatingly slow. Alas, sometimes possessing a superior physique can be burdensome. Lu Yuan mused to the air. Subsequently, he vanished from the Hall of Heavenly Tao. In the Lu family's martial arts arena, Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind him as the Lu family disciples, upon seeing their ancestor's arrival, bowed respectfully before returning to their endeavors. The Tower of Heaven. Lu Yuan resolved to explore its depths, as well as the Sword Down Manual. Since acquiring these imperial treasures, he had yet to utilize either. The Tower of Heaven consists of 12 levels, each corresponding to a significant realm. Upon entry, one could challenge all the prodigies across the myriad realms, as well as themselves. Upon victory, one would receive rewards bestowed by the Tower of Heaven. Where did the Tower of Heaven procure such rewards? Lu Yuan pondered, somewhat perplexed, yet he dismissed the thought. He did not need clarity. Rewards were all that mattered. Gazing at the towering edifice before him, Lu Yuan vanished in an instant. Inside the Tower of Heaven, Lu Yuan materialized on the 9th level, corresponding to the Saint Realm. The surrounding space was vast, illuminated by twinkling starlight. Suddenly, a figure slowly emerged, seemingly forged from starlight. Within moments, a being, half human and half beast, stood before Lu Yuan. With a striking appearance, it possessed a long tail, protruding scales, and a fierce demeanor. At that moment, ancient characters appeared in the sky. Ancient God Dragon Realm Prodigy, Dragon Shrimp Cultivation, Mid-Saint Race, Flood Dragon Talent, Bloodline Power of the Flood Dragon Interesting, a Flood Dragon. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, then declared aloud to the void, "Commence the trial." Instantly, a radiant barrier enveloped both Lu Yuan and Dragon Shrimp. They surged forward simultaneously, a tempestuous aura of mid-saint energy radiating outward. Lu Yuan clenched his fist, delivering a powerful blow that collided with Dragon Shrimp's fist, generating a shockwave that sent Dragon Shrimp staggering back several dozen feet. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained utterly unmoved, shaking his head in disappointment. This flood dragon was rather underwhelming. Was it not said that the dragon race possessed formidable physiques? Sensing Lu Yuan's overwhelming strength, Dragon Shrimp activated its bloodline power, emanating waves of heat akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. In an instant, it vanished, reappearing within a mere yard of Lu Yuan, unleashing a punch. Speed and strength surged exponentially. Qilin steps, Lu Yuan called out, and in that moment, a phantom of a Qilin manifested beneath his feet, allowing him to teleport away, narrowly evading Dragon Shrimp's strike. Qilin treads the heavens. Lu Yuan spoke calmly, his hands clasped behind him as he deftly propelled himself forward once more. Dragon Shrimp had yet to react. When it finally saw Lu Yuan, it felt a searing pain in its chest. Lowering its gaze, it discovered Lu Yuan's foot pressing firmly upon its chest. Boom! Dragon Shrimp was sent crashing to the ground, dissipating into starlight. With a single step, Lu Yuan had obliterated a mid-saint prodigy. Was I truly that powerful? Or was this flood dragon merely lacking? Lu Yuan gazed at the slowly dissipating starlight, lost in contemplation. Simultaneously, a voice echoed, "Congratulations, challenger, on your successful trial. You have been rewarded with a purple spirit fruit." Chapter 34. The Might of the Celestial Body's Manifestation. The challenge continues. Lu Yuan spoke calmly, his gaze sharp as he looked ahead. Before him, a figure slowly materialized, adorned with glimmering starlight. After a breath, a towering silhouette, nearly 10 meters tall, emerged. 3 zhang high. Lu Yuan marveled at the sight of the colossal being, muscles rippling like a giant. What manner of creature is this? At that moment, the very fabric of space trembled, and large characters appeared. Barbarian Clan Prodigy, Xuanhuang Realm, Mid-Saint Innate Talent, Body of Saint Barbarian Clan. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. While the Xuanhuang Realm lacked a barbarian clan, it did not imply that other worlds were devoid of them. A body of a saint? Lu Yuan felt his fighting spirit ignite. His own physique was far from achieving such a state. Battling this prodigy would allow him to grasp the profound mysteries of the body of a saint. The trial commenced. As soon as the words left his lips, both combatants soared into the sky, engaging in fierce combat. Xuanhuang's fist was larger than Lu Yuan's entire form. The contrast in their sizes rendered the battle almost theatrical, akin to an ant contending with a human. Lu Yuan exchanged blows with Xuanhuang, but soon found himself at a disadvantage. Boom! Lu Yuan was sent sprawling hundreds of zhang away, yet he managed to steady himself with a swift maneuver. Meanwhile, Xuanhuang stood firm, as unyielding as a rooted giant tree. His strength seemed to grow increasingly formidable. Lu Yuan observed him with a grave expression. He was losing in their contest of strength. No, to be precise, Lu Yuan was being thoroughly outmatched. Were it not for his Qilin step, which granted him speed surpassing that of Man Wang, he would have undoubtedly taken a devastating hit. With Lu Yuan's current physical prowess, he would not merely be injured, but would face near death. Note, the body of a saint is considered invincible within the realms of saints and great saints, as will be elaborated later. Of course, this was merely a trial. Participants would not suffer injury or death, but they could still experience pain and the sensation of dying. Fascinating, indeed. Is this the power of a body of a saint? It is truly overwhelming. Lu Yuan laughed heartily, and at that moment, a shadow appeared behind him. It was the Celestial Emperor. Though his visage was obscured, it instilled a profound urge to kneel and submit. Celestial Emperor Fist. Lu Yuan's right fist surged with true essence, and he struck forth, summoning a colossal fist that hurtled towards Man Wang. The speed of the attack left Man Wang no choice but to absorb it with his body. He retaliated with a fist of his own, leading to a violent clash. However, upon impact, he felt himself sink and was sent flying. Seizing the moment, Lu Yuan pressed his advantage. After a ranged assault, he initiated close combat, leveraging the might of the Celestial Emperor Fist. Every time Man Wang approached, Lu Yuan would evade using the Qilin step, then unleash the Celestial Emperor Fist from a distance before seeking opportunities for close-range strikes. Yet, Man Wang's physique was astonishingly resilient. He was like an indestructible cockroach. Moreover, as a prodigy of the barbarian clan, he had achieved the body of a saint. Lu Yuan could not match him in direct confrontation, so he resorted to tactics. As time passed, Man Wang's projection grew fainter, gradually becoming translucent and thin. He was on the verge of being worn down by Lu Yuan. Upon this realization, Lu Yuan's spirits soared, and an overwhelming pressure began to emanate from him. Chaos Celestial Body Manifestation. The projection of a celestial king emerged, towering behind Lu Yuan. Man Wang found himself suppressed by the manifestation, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan executed the Qilin step and delivered a close-range Celestial Emperor Fist. Boom! Man Wang's projection dissipated, transforming into specks of starlight. Lu Yuan remained silent, pondering deeply. He recognized his own weakness. Were it not for the Qilin step and the Celestial Emperor Fist, two imperial-grade martial techniques, he might not have triumphed over this prodigy of the barbarian clan. Although he possessed the GD sword and the Seal of Heaven, employing imperial treasures would render the trial devoid of excitement. The trial was, after all, a process of self-improvement and honing one's abilities. Congratulations, trial participant, on your successful challenge. Reward: 1 bottle of Earth Heart Body Refining Elixir. Subsequently, Lu Yuan engaged in several more trials, encountering an eclectic array of prodigies from various races: human, demon, monster, and even a spirit race. The spirit race, birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, had no parents, only revering the natural world. The spirit he faced was a fire spirit, engulfed in flames that forced Lu Yuan to dodge and evade until he ultimately resorted to using a trump card. Manifesting the illusory Sea's Golden Lotus, a grand golden lotus enveloped him, rendering him impervious to all attacks. With this advantage, he overwhelmed the fire spirit with relentless assaults until it succumbed. Holding an array of rewards, Lu Yuan felt a deep sense of reflection. The prodigies of the myriad realms were truly overwhelming. What of the celestial domain? Despite his diverse arsenal, Lu Yuan recognized that he lacked mastery. The Xuanhuang technique and the 9 nether hunting technique had yet to yield their potential, and he had only illuminated 5 stars of the physical scripture, leaving a vast chasm to bridge before achieving the body of a saint. Lost in thought, Lu Yuan departed the Tongtian Tower. Unlike the Age Tower and the Kunlun Mirror, which required resources and offered limited access, the Tongtian Tower remained perpetually open to all members of the Lu family. Lu Yuan glanced at Lu Fan in the training arena. The young man had taken residence within the Tongtian Tower, engaging in daily sparring with prodigies. Truly a savage, ancient body, born for battle. With vigorous blood and a robust physique, Lu Yuan felt a pang of envy. However, the chaos celestial body and the ancient holy body could not coexist. When would he sign in to acquire the reincarnation eyes and supreme bones? Lu Yuan mused, for these two physiques could coexist, unlike the physical types, as they pertain to eyes and bones, thus causing no conflict. Afterward, Lu Yuan departed and instantly arrived at the family's scripture repository. Here, the entirety of the Lu family's divine techniques was stored. However, all members practiced the Lu clan's Supreme Heart Sutra, rendering the other techniques virtually useless to them. As Lu Yuan stepped inside, the elder guarding the repository, Lu Cheng, was taken aback, abruptly awakening from his stupor upon seeing him. "Greetings, Ancestor," Lu Cheng bowed respectfully. Lu Yuan waved him off and proceeded inside. The repository was sparsely populated, with only a handful of clan members present, all oblivious to Lu Yuan's presence. The first floor of the repository housed profound martial techniques, while the second floor contained earth-grade techniques. The third was reserved for sky-grade techniques, and the fourth for king-grade. The sky and king-grade techniques were obtained by Lu Yuan, which he had entrusted to Lu Qianshan for placement within the repository. However, Lu Yuan's objective was the fifth floor. There lay but a single artifact, the Sword Path Codex. The Sword Path Codex could only be accessed by those with a realm of soul origin, where one's spiritual power must be sufficiently robust. The soul origin realm was the minimum standard, as entry required mastery over one's spirit to comprehend the essence of the sword. Thus, those with insufficient spiritual strength could not properly fathom its depths. Lu Yuan ascended the stairs gradually, and after a brief moment, he arrived at the fifth floor, where the Sword Path Codex resided in the center. It appeared as a scroll, yet above it, sword intent coalesced, sharp and tangible. Lu Yuan approached, gazing at the already unfurled codex, and slowly seated himself on a mat. Subsequently, his spirit detached from his body, translucent and ethereal, soaring into the codex. Chapter 35. The Way of the Sword is born for me. As Lu Yuan stepped into the Sword Path illustrated tome, another figure emerged within the scripture vault. Clad in azure robes, with sharp features and striking eyes, the newcomer raised an eyebrow. Is this the body of the Ancestor? Has he also entered the Sword Path illustrated tome? It was none other than Lu Chun. He had finally ascended to the Yuan Shun realm. After that fusion breakthrough, he had spent 10 months in the Tower of Time, diligently honing his skills and refining his cultivation methods while refraining from martial techniques. At last, upon leaving the Tower of Time, he successfully advanced to the 9th layer of the spiritual sea. Now, he stood with the cultivation of the first layer of Yuan Shun. A closer inspection would reveal Lu Chen's aura was freshly broken through, unmistakably indicating his recent achievement. Indeed, just an hour prior, he had succeeded in his breakthrough and had hurried to the family's scripture vault. At long last, he could enter. Lu Chun was overwhelmed with excitement. This day had finally arrived. Although he had been a sword emperor in his past life, he felt no arrogance in front of Lu Yuan within the Lu family. One could see that the various emperor treasures Lu Yuan had procured, particularly this Sword Path illustrated tome, significantly aided his cultivation of the sword. One could also note that Lu Yuan had bestowed upon the 6 of them the essence of the holy body, while the 4 of the highest rank received the essence of the royal body. Hence, Lu Chun dared not flaunt his prowess before Lu Yuan in his former life. He was known as the Sword Immortal, but he also bore another title, the pompous King Lu Chun. The heavens did not give birth to me, Lu Chun. The sword path is an eternal night. Those who play with swords are either flamboyant or pretentious, save for the true sword enthusiasts. Pausing his thoughts, Lu Chun glanced at Lu Yuan's corporeal form before sitting cross-legged on a mat. Detaching his spirit, he entered the Sword Path illustrated tome. Within the illustrated world, Lu Yuan's spirit floated in the void, gazing into the vastness that resembled a hidden realm. How does one comprehend the essence of a sword? Lu Yuan murmured, furrowing his brow as his gaze fell upon the desolation around him. He extended his consciousness, which was immensely powerful at the sage level, yet he perceived no anomalies. How vast could this place be? Lu Yuan felt astonished. The tranquility here was overwhelming. He drew forth the Emperor's sword, hoping to uncover some clues. At the moment he unsheathed the Emperor's sword, it emitted a shrill cry, as if sensing something, and surged swiftly in a specific direction. Startled, Lu Yuan hastened to follow the Emperor's sword at full speed. Moments later, he arrived at a location shrouded in deathly energy, resembling a realm devoid of life. As he advanced, small hills gradually came into view. What could that be? Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Were those graves? He approached the cemetery, scrutinizing closely, only to realize that these were not graves at all, but rather sword tombs. The sheer number of sword tombs was staggering, beyond comprehension. Could each sword tomb harbor a distinct sword essence? Lu Yuan's expression turned grave as he speculated. The area of these sword tombs was exceedingly peculiar, and his consciousness had failed to detect them. He took a step forward and instantly found himself before a sword tomb. The emperor's sword in his hand had calmed down, and he sheathed it. How was one to comprehend the essence? Cradling his chin in contemplation, he observed that each sword tomb was accompanied by a stone tablet, yet none bore any inscriptions. Lu Yuan attempted to touch the stone tablet, and in an instant, a surge of sword energy ascended to the heavens, followed by the manifestation of a sword shadow. Although merely an illusion, it felt as though he stood before a genuine blade. The sword shadow hovered before the stone tablet, radiating profound sword path insights. Suddenly, clarity struck Lu Yuan. Touching the stone tablet activates the sword shadow, enabling comprehension. As this thought crossed his mind, a line of ancient characters appeared on the tablet. Essence of the water sword path. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he settled into a meditative posture, beginning his comprehension. Simultaneously, Lu Chun entered the sword path illustrated tome, equally perplexed and bewildered. His consciousness was limited to the Yuan Shun level, making exploration nearly impossible. Just then, the sword at his waist suddenly soared into the air, racing toward the direction of the sword tombs. With a flicker of thought, Lu Chun followed closely behind. Upon entering the sword path illustrated tome, a swordsman's spirit sword would be guided, responding to the call of the sword tomb, leading its master to the tombs. Thus, possessing a sword grants access to comprehend sword essence. Without one, even an emperor would be unable to locate the sword tombs. After a brief moment, Lu Chun arrived at the site of the sword tombs. Upon seeing the countless tombs before him, he was left in a daze, his very soul trembling with excitement. In his past life, he had been a sword emperor, fully aware of the significance of what lay before him. Unlike Lu Yuan, his indestructible sword heart pulsed with fervor, akin to a wolf spotting a little rabbit. His annihilation sword body radiated with brilliance, suffused with overwhelming sword intent. The indestructible sword heart, a divine-level physique, could only be innate and cannot be acquired later. Its possessor is a genuine prodigy of swordsmanship, naturally attuned to the sword path, unrestrained by other sword physiques, significantly enhancing the comprehension of sword path insights. The annihilation sword body, a holy level physique, signifies that when its wielder draws a sword, the world falls silent, truly the foremost combat physique of the sword path. Lu Chen's thoughts raced as he possessed two supreme sword physiques, the indestructible sword heart and the annihilation sword body. Undoubtedly, he cultivated the sword of slaughter, aiming to comprehend the essence of annihilation. This domain of sword tombs encapsulated the true meanings of sword paths from all realms. But did the essence of annihilation truly exist in this world? Even if it did, how could he find it amidst the seemingly endless tombs and myriad sword truths? With unwavering resolve, Lu Chun questioned why he must pursue the essence of annihilation. He had momentarily fallen into a misunderstanding. What sword essence could not be comprehended? He, Lu Chun, would grasp all sword truths. With the enhancement of the indestructible sword heart and the annihilation sword body, Lu Chun's aptitude for swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. I am not born for the sword. The sword path is born for me. I shall comprehend the true essence of myriad swords. In that moment, Lu Chen's state of mind soared to unprecedented heights, akin to a sharp blade, his mindset invincible. He then casually selected a sword tomb and commenced his understanding. Time flowed by, and before long, several hours had passed. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, casting his gaze toward the certain direction where Lu Chun was seated. Upon Lu Chen's arrival, he had noted that he was comprehending the essence of water. I'm not born for the sword. The sword path is born for me. Ha ha ha. How truly magnificent, with a touch of my own flair. At that moment, Lu Yuan regarded Lu Chun with admiration. This old chap certainly knew how to show off. His presence here indicated that he had broken through to the Yuan Shen realm. And unless mistaken, he was likely the second fastest to achieve this, after Lu Yuan. Having successfully comprehended the essence of water, Lu Yuan, possessing the chaos immortal body, could glimpse myriad paths, merging with them, making learning exceedingly rapid. The mere sword path was naturally trivial. With a flick of his finger, he conjured sword energy from his spiritual essence, resonating with a continuous clang. He laughed heartily, exuding unrestrained spirit. A voice filled with wild confidence echoed throughout the entire sword tomb space. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. Chapter 36. What beast is he? The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. The intent of the sword flows forth like the yellow river from the skies. The soaring sword energy howls. The spiritual essence surges, and the grandeur is overwhelming. Suddenly, the distant sky is cleaved apart. A great river manifests, tumultuous and frothy, rolling through the air like a dragon of water. Not bad, murmured Lu Yuan. Although the sword intent of water is the most ordinary, it is also the most fundamental. All things in the world are connected to the 5 elements. Countless forms of sword intent exist, yet Lu Yuan remains indifferent. His sword intent advances courageously, akin to the yellow river's descent from the heavens. He does not intentionally seek to comprehend sword intent, just as he does not deliberately cultivate the sword path. With a chaotic immortal body, he is invincible. Lu Yuan glanced at Lu Chun, who was still before the sword tomb, eyes closed in contemplation. The inscription on the stone tablet read, "Killing sword intent." Lu Yuan silently turned and walked outward. A sword cultivator must forge ahead unflinchingly, with no hesitation, and cannot solely focus on comprehending sword intent. While the sword path anthology is beneficial, it carries a slight disadvantage. Those whose hearts are not steadfast in the sword path are easily lost in the vast truths of sword intent. Sword intent can only be contemplated and referenced, not blindly imitated. A true sword cultivator must possess their own sword heart, understanding the purpose of their sword cultivation, and must carve out a sword path that belongs uniquely to them. Lu Yuan halted, standing still, deep in thought. At that moment, he felt an urge to act. He channeled his cultivation, letting true essence flow forth, transforming into a stone tablet soaring hundreds of feet tall, which he then drove into the ground outside the sword tomb. Lu Yuan took out the Zhutian sword and inscribed on the tablet. The sword intent here may only be comprehended and referenced, not merely imitated. After carving just a few words, he paused. This was a piece of advice he left for the members of the Lu family. Unbeknownst to him, his actions would awaken countless sword cultivators of the Lu family. But such matters would come later. Lu Yuan returned to the scripture pavilion, his spirit re-entering his body as he slowly rose. He gazed at the sword path anthology, feeling a sense of enlightenment. If one were to ask him what his sword path is, Lu Yuan would respond with 3 words: invincible. Lu Yuan returned to his hall of heavenly Tao, brewing a pot of Longjing tea, the aroma wafting beautifully. Truly, a product of the system. He took a sip, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Then, he retrieved the treasures he had acquired earlier from the Tongtian Tower: purple spirit fruit, earth core body, refining liquid, and other items. In the Tongtian Tower, every successful trial on each floor yielded treasures corresponding to one's realm. Without a doubt, what Lu Yuan held were all saint-level spiritual herbs. However, all the rewards he received were spiritual fruits, spiritual liquids, spiritual herbs, and spiritual medicines. These were materials and fruits of great benefit for cultivation. Could it be that the Tongtian Tower rewards are solely these spiritual materials? If that were the case, it would be terrifying. After all, these are treasures of heaven and earth. Lu Yuan pondered deeply. Then, without further ado, he placed the purple spirit fruit into his mouth, followed by the earth core body refining liquid. He began his cultivation. Moments later, Lu Yuan sensed his body, having consumed these spiritual materials. He was but a step away from the late stage of the saint realm. It is worth noting that Lu Yuan had become a saint less than 2 months ago. Other saints might require hundreds or even thousands of years to progress from the early to late stages. Yet Lu Yuan stood on the threshold, ready to step into the late stage of the Saint Realm. Additionally, within him were the stars birthed from the body of star cultivation. Now, an astonishing 25 stars had ignited. Previously, he had only ignited 2 at 2. 5. Now he had 10 at 2. 5. Remarkably, an increase of 8 at 2. 5. Feeling the surge of power within, Lu Yuan's expression brightened, albeit with a hint of confusion. Were these spiritual materials truly this effective? The energy contained in heavenly and earthly spiritual items is astonishing. Lu Yuan had never before utilized such saint-level spiritual materials. Meanwhile, an explosion of sounds erupted. Goodness! Guardian Lu Yuan and Guardian Lu He were at it again. How many times have these two fought this month? It seems to be the 5th time. In a square within the Lu family, Lu He and Lu Yuan were engaged in a battle of spells. Both displayed furious expressions, their eyes aflame with anger. They transformed into half-human, half-demonic forms. Should they reveal their true forms, their sizes would be overwhelmingly large, making it impossible to fight. Lu Yuan's golden hair billowed, golden light shooting from his eyes as he launched an attack at Lu He. Lu He, too, was unfazed. His sturdy arms tore through his clothing, covered in dark fur, and a long tail extended behind him. Employing the 9 nether tornado technique, a swirling vortex of darkness emerged, absorbing all of Lu Yuan's spell attacks. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan's rage ignited. After several scuffles with Lu He, every attack would simply be absorbed by that vortex. Truly, it was infuriating. With ranged attacks failing, he could only resort to close combat. Wings sprouted from his back, and true essence surged through his claws as he charged at Lu He. Lu He also showed no signs of retreating, raising his right arm to strike down fiercely upon Lu Yuan. The two beasts continued their assault, illuminating the entire square, drawing the attention of most of the Lu family. After all, both were the divine palace realm, and battles among such powerful beings were rare. Although the two guardians had fought several times, they remained endlessly fascinating to watch. At the same time, standing at the edge of the square, Lu Qingxing frowned, while beside her, Lu Yaoyao clapped her hands in encouragement for the two combatants. It seemed that Guardian Lu Yuan resembled the golden-winged Great Peng, known for its incredible speed. But what about Guardian Lu He? What beast is he? Lu Qingxing truly could not discern. Lu He's abilities were exceptionally unique. Not only was his defense formidable, but he could also conjure that enigmatic black vortex. At present, it appeared that Lu Yuan's magical attacks posed no threat to him whatsoever. Like a canine, Lu Qingxing's beautiful eyes remained fixed in observation, yet in her memory, no beast matched Lu He's characteristics. Since he could contend with the golden-winged Great Peng without falling behind, Lu He must certainly be a beast of equal rank. But where did the Ancestor procure these two rare beasts? Sister Qingxing, who do you think will win this time? Lu Yaoyao's voice chimed in, her face brimming with excitement. Probably a draw, like previous times. On the other side of the square, Lu Yan Lu Fan and Lu Xian stood shoulder to shoulder. Lu Fan shifted his gaze to Lu Yan. Lu Yan, I never expected your indestructible divine flame to be so fearsome. It's nothing much. You were merely chased around by my fists, Lu Yan replied with a smile. They had just concluded their sparring, both achieving a stalemate. Lu Fan possessed the ancient saint body, boasting unparalleled combat strength and a robust physique. Meanwhile, Lu Yan fought using the indestructible divine flame, capable of recovering from injuries while battling Lu Fan. Ultimately, they ended in a tie. At this moment, Lu Fan turned to Lu Xian, who had quietly watched from the sidelines, and spoke. Lu Xian, when will you spar with us? I am keen to witness the prowess of your void divine body. Indeed, Lu Xian, you spend all your time hiding in the bamboo loft. Now that you've finally come out, you must engage in some sparring, Lu Yan added. However, Lu Xian felt awkward. He had not wished to come at all, but was forced out to participate in the Tongtian Tower trials after being unable to refuse the two. Now, they wanted him to spar? You two are truly excessive. Lu Xian thought inwardly, then turned to them with an apologetic expression, saying, I'm feeling a bit unwell today. Let's postpone the match until another day, and you can spar with Lu Chun once he emerges. Chapter 37. The Grand Family Competition, Lu Chun? That fellow is utterly obsessed with the sword. Now that he has finally broken through to the Yuan spirit realm, it is likely that he will not emerge from the Sword Dao Codex for quite some time, Lu Fan declared fiercely. Then you should seek out Lu Qingcheng. The two fell silent. Among the younger generation of the Lu family, they were indeed the sixth strongest with the highest potential. This is why Lu Yuan had bestowed upon them the essence of the sacred body. Although there were other talented youths within the family, such as Lu Tian, Lu Feng, and Lu Ling, these individuals had either reached the 9th level of the or entered the spirit sea realm. Yet, in comparison, they paled in significance. They were already prepared to break through to the Yuan spirit realm. The Ancestor had once proclaimed that all 6 of them possessed the potential to become emperors. The others had been left speechless, unlike the astonishment displayed by Lu Kaitian and his companions. Their disbelief stemmed from their understanding of the arduous path to imperial status. And the weight of the Ancestor's words was truly daunting. The prospect of 6 prodigies capable of ascending to the emperor realm within a single clan was simultaneously enviable, astonishing, and deeply envious. As for Lu Qingcheng, possessing the physique of the human sovereign, it was only natural that she would wish to spar with Lu Fan, the battle fanatic. However, Lu Qingcheng paid them no heed. Since that incident, Lu Fan and Lu Yuan had ceased their previous antics. Lu Qingcheng's gaze, much like her physique, radiated an air of indifference, akin to that of an imperious queen overlooking the masses. The two exchanged awkward smiles, feeling somewhat embarrassed and lapsing into silence, turning their attention to the duel between the two guardians. Meanwhile, Lu Xian relaxed his brow, quietly retreating behind them, activating his void god body and vanishing from sight. Truly, the strongest physique of the 6th. Lu Xian's disappearance went unnoticed by the two. In another corner, the battle between Lu Kuan and Lu He raged on. The two creatures fought with fervor. Today was indeed a visual feast, having just witnessed the sparring between young Master Lu Yin and young Master Lu Fan. They were now treated to the spectacle of the Guardians' clash. Ha ha ha, who could deny it? However, young Master Lu Yin and young Master Lu Fan are truly formidable. Even the residual energy from their battle reaches the advanced stages of the Yuan spirit realm. As the spectators engaged in conversation while observing the match, a youthful voice suddenly rang out. I feel it coming. Today shall surely be the day I break through to the... Who wishes to engage in a duel with me? I shall, declared one. It is an honor to battle against me, a formidable first level of the... The crowd fell silent, incredulous. Did we hear that correctly? Surely. This cannot be a jest. They turned to the speaker, only to find 2 boys, around 12 or 13 years of age, shaking hands with utmost seriousness. They then positioned themselves several meters apart, one standing with arms crossed, the other with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air as if they were on the brink of a monumental clash. The sight left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, they are genuinely one at the 9th level of body refinement, and the other at the 1st level of, albeit the latter's aura, is unsteady, clearly just having made a breakthrough. Observing their grave expressions, laughter erupted among the crowd. Oh, so this is how you choose to play. Ha ha ha. How amusing, truly amusing. At that moment, a voice filled with mirth broke through the laughter, drawing everyone's gaze. There stood Lu Yuan, hovering above the square, watching the 2 youths in confrontation. The crowd gasped in surprise. It was the Ancestor. They promptly bowed and saluted. We greet the Ancestor. Even Lu Kuan and Lu He paused their contest, transforming into human forms to look in that direction. Lu Yuan's voice resounded once more, icy and commanding. Why have you 2 ceased your battle? Continue. Oh well, we were mistaken, great elder. The 2 creatures stammered, their embarrassment palpable. Look at the state of the ground beneath you. What a mess it has become. Restore the square within the next 2.5 hours, and I shall grant you leniency. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, the 2 were filled with joy. It seemed the Ancestor had intended to punish them, with the penalty being the prohibition of meat consumption for an entire month. They had faced this punishment before in the Juyin Mountains, and the memory was far too painful to revisit. Grinning, the 2 creatures exclaimed, Thank you, great elder. Lu Yuan then surveyed the family members gathered in the square. Just moments ago, while observing the two youths, an idea had struck him: to hold a family competition. This notion, once ignited, spiraled out of control. The Lu family had previously hosted clan trials, but these had been abolished due to oppression from the Tang and Zhao families. Traditionally, the clan trials had involved a single competition among all the newly adult young members. Thus, Lu Yuan resolved to alter this format. With the majority of the clan present, he seized the opportunity to announce his decision. Clearing his throat, Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the assembled crowd as he proclaimed, "Today, I have decided to reinstate the family competition." A hush fell over the crowd, astonished at the prospect of the Ancestor reviving the clan trials. All eyes turned to the young adults, around 18 years of age. They anticipated a continuation of past customs. Lu Yuan reflected on the situation. While the family could access the Celestial Tower for training, most lacked the potential of the prodigious projections. In the same realm, they would only be subjected to humiliation. Thus, only by battling their own projections could they improve, but this had its limitations. Hence, Lu Yuan resolved to host the family competition. He continued, "This competition will differ from those of the past. It will encompass 4 major realms. First, the body refinement realm. Anyone within this realm may participate. Second, all individuals under the age of 18 in this realm are eligible. Next, the Spirit Sea realm. Anyone under the age of 25 may join. Finally, the Yuan Spirit realm. There are no age restrictions. The top 10 participants from each realm will receive rewards." As Lu Yuan's words fell, an electrifying silence enveloped the crowd. Eyes widened, hearts raced. This was no longer merely about the young generation, but divided into 4 realms with distinct categories. Furthermore, any individual could voluntarily participate, with the Ancestor himself bestowing rewards. This meant everyone could take the stage, not only for honor, but also for rewards. Surely, the Ancestor's rewards would not be lacking. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Some individuals were already eager to commence the competition. At that moment, Lu Yuan's voice resonated once again. 1 month from now, the first grand family competition will commence. Chapter 38. The Profound Spirit King Body, Taking a Wife and Concubines? The grand competition begins in 1 month. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Their spirits ignited as they eagerly prepared for the upcoming challenge. Each individual was filled with fervor, secretly resolved to dedicate themselves to intense training over the next month in preparation for the family competition. A commendable performance could not only yield rewards from the Ancestor, but might also attract his attention and recognition. Lu Yuan surveyed the assembly, then addressed Lu Qianshan, who stood upon the plaza. "Patriarch, the specifics of the competition require your consultation with the esteemed elders." "Understood," Lu Qianshan replied. Lu Yuan then proclaimed loudly to the gathered crowd, "Following this competition, regardless of your rankings, should you perform well, I shall personally offer guidance." "What?" "The Ancestor's guidance." The crowd erupted with joy, for it was widely believed that the Ancestor possessed the cultivation of a heavenly sovereign. To receive his counsel could potentially lead to profound insights and breakthroughs. Within the Lu clan, only the elders and a handful of administrators were aware that Lu Yuan's true cultivation level was that of a saint. The majority of the clan members still perceived him, as the outside world claimed, merely as a heavenly sovereign. Yet even as a heavenly sovereign, he remained an unattainable pinnacle for the current members of the Lu family. At present, excluding Lu Yuan, there were no members within the clan who had reached the saint realm. Only 2 great demon guardians, Lu Kuan and Lu He, had attained the divine palace realm. As for the celestial realm, there was currently only 1 elder, the Supreme Elder, who stood at the 3rd level of celestial cultivation. In the realm of the nascent soul, there were several others, with Lu Qianshan holding the highest position since acquiring the profound Spirit King body, experiencing rapid advancements in his cultivation. The profound Spirit King body, while not enhancing combat directly like Lu's Battle God body, Lu Kaiqian's Thunder Tribulation King body, or Lu Suifeng's Myriad Swords King body, each of which provided significant boosts in combat effectiveness, was renowned for its remarkable training speed. In terms of cultivation velocity alone, Lu Qianshan might rank 3rd within the clan. First was naturally Lu Yuan's chaotic immortal body, followed by Lu Yaoyao's primordial spirit holy body, which exhibited extraordinary sensitivity to the essence of the universe and harmonized seamlessly with laws, utilizing the vital energies of heaven and earth to her advantage. This clearly illustrated the astonishing enhancement that the profound Spirit King body provided for cultivation, even surpassing many ancient saintly physiques. Since obtaining the profound Spirit King body, Lu Qinshan's cultivation had soared rapidly, reaching the 9th level of the nascent soul realm in a short span, just one step away from the celestial realm. Beneath Lu Qinshan, the other nascent soul cultivators included several elders. Lu Kaitian and Lu Suifeng, both possessing notable physiques, had achieved the 8th and 6th levels of the nascent soul realm, respectively. Following them were the 3rd elder, Lu Ningyue, the 4th elder, Lu Guangzong, the 5th elder, Lu Yaozu, and the 6th elder, Lu Yuan, all within the 4th and 5th levels of the nascent soul realm. Lastly was the recently ascended Lu Chun at the 1st level of the nascent soul realm, along with several clan administrators who had previously been high-level spiritual sea cultivators and had just breached into the nascent soul realm due to resource allocation. Currently, the Lu family boasted over 300 members in the spiritual sea realm. The Qi condensation realm had the highest number of cultivators, as a majority of the family members steadily progressed with the help of resources. It was no exaggeration to claim that within the Lu clan, even a dog could cultivate to the Qi condensation realm, and perhaps even the spiritual sea realm. Finally, in the body refinement realm, there were merely a few dozen youths, the eldest not exceeding 15 years of age, with most being around 12. Those above 15 had already entered the Qi condensation realm. Alas, the Lu family currently numbered just over 800, falling short of a 1,000-member clan. Lu Yuan pondered deeply, troubled by the thought. Must all members of the Lu family marry and procreate? Yet, it was not the right time at present. Aside from himself and the 2 demon guardians, the family was still merely a celestial clan. The overall strength of the family was insufficient, and the members had yet to mature. If they were to hastily take wives and concubines now, it would not be feasible. It would only result in marrying ordinary women, as Lu Yuan could not possibly abduct hundreds of talented women from large families or sections. He was not a tyrant without reason. Moreover, should he bear children with women of mediocre talent, it would significantly diminish the likelihood of producing prodigies. It was essential to recognize that the birth of prodigies within the clan would grant Lu Yuan immense fortune and luck. Thus, it was imperative to refrain from allowing the clan to indulge in taking wives and concubines at this time. Once the overall strength of the Lu family reached the standard of a royal-level force, that is, a respected power, it would happen naturally. By then, Lu Yuan would likely have ascended to the status of a great saint or even a quasi-emperor. At that time, with the Lu family's influence, countless families in the profound wilderness would wish to offer their daughters to the clan. When the time came to act, the probability of producing talented offspring would undoubtedly increase. After all, the higher the power and talent of the parents, the better the potential of their children. Lu Yuan reflected, "The Ancestor has selflessly devoted himself for your sake. You must strive to produce prodigies for the Ancestor in the future." With this thought, Lu Yuan resolved that the foremost priority was to strengthen the family. In reality, only a few moments had passed. He then instructed the crowd, "Dedicate yourselves to training this month, as the rewards for the competition are quite generous." With that, Lu Yuan vanished in an instant, leaving the members of the Lu family filled with excitement and fervor standing in place. Within the Hall of Heavenly Tao, Lu Yuan was immersed in comprehending the Kunpeng technique, with phantoms appearing behind him, sometimes transforming into a colossal Kun, at other times into a great Peng. With a deep exhale, Lu Yuan released a breath of turbid air. Despite the enhancement of the chaotic immortal body and a recent boost in comprehension, his understanding was still not at the pinnacle, far inferior when compared to his cultivation aptitude. Lu Yuan glanced at the system shop, where one entry caught his eye: Enlightenment Tea Tree, price 300,000 fortune points. It was the same price as the body book, yet Lu Yuan currently cannot afford it. He had only around 480,000 fortune points. It was impossible for him to purchase a single tea tree, even if it was the Enlightenment tea tree. He casually took out a fruit and bit into it, juice splattering, tantalizing, and delectable. This was a reward he had acquired in the Tower of Heaven, given his overwhelming strength relative to his peers. He often ventured into the tower for some sparring and to gather rewards. Yet he remained uncertain about the mechanism of the Tower of Heaven, pondering how it could yield such an abundance of spiritual items. If he were to break through to the Emperor realm and challenge it again, winning would grant him Emperor-level treasures? Lu Yuan could hardly fathom the implications. It was simply too terrifying. Just then, he sensed someone approaching the Hall of Heavenly Tao. Simultaneously, a pure and melodious voice rang out. Lu Yao requests an audience with the Ancestor. Chapter 39. Betraying the Master and Ancestry. The power of the human emperor body outside the Hall of Heavenly Tao. Lu Yao and Lu Qingcheng stood side by side, their hearts astir as they gazed upon the grand, ancient, and unblemished hall before them. The sensation from a distance differed vastly from that of close proximity. Above the hall hung a plaque, elegantly inscribed with the three bold characters, Hall of Heavenly Tao. Lu Qingcheng stood upright, her brows slightly arched, as a reincarnated empress. She was well aware of the significance of the Heavenly Tao. She had not anticipated that their ancestor would name this magnificent hall after it. Such a display of dominance was truly overwhelming. At that moment, Lu Yuan's voice reached the two women. Come in. They stepped into the Hall of Heavenly Tao, waves of profound energy enveloping them. Gasp! Lu Yao inhaled sharply. The spiritual energy within the hall was several times denser than that of their clan. The two gazed towards Lu Yuan, who sat regally, draped in a white robe, his long black hair cascading like a waterfall. He exuded an otherworldly charm, akin to a peerless immortal. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Lu Yao's cheeks flushed involuntarily, her eyes brimming with admiration. Lu Qingcheng, too, was taken aback. Having encountered countless men in her past life, she found none who could rival their ancestor. Lu Yuan's looks were extraordinary, his demeanor ethereal. Any woman who beheld him would inevitably feel an attraction. Turning to Lu Yao, Lu Qingcheng furrowed her brow. Her discerning eye, honed from her imperial past, detected something unusual in an instant. At that juncture, Lu Yuan inquired, "What brings you two here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yao stepped forward, kneeling on one knee with genuine sincerity. "I beseech the Ancestor to accept me as a disciple." Both Lu Yuan and Lu Qingcheng were momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Accept her as a disciple? Meanwhile, Lu Qingcheng internally pondered, Aha, Lu Yao, were you not supposed to ask me about the sacred body? Why have you suddenly chosen to seek a master? It seems your intention to become a disciple may be a mere fade. Why do you wish to become a disciple? Lu Yuan asked calmly. Yao wishes to remain by the Ancestor's side to cultivate, Lu Yao replied, her face slightly flushed, her small hands fidgeting, unable to articulate the reason behind her desire to stay near Lu Yuan. The prospect of cultivating alongside such a powerful and handsome ancestor was irresistibly alluring to her. Lu Yuan mused inwardly, what is this? Has she lost her senses? How could I, a venerable ancestor, accept my own kin as a disciple? Then, he recalled the matter of Lu Yao's missing soul. System. Has Lu Yao been influenced by the nature of the divine fox? Ding, ice dog. Lu Yao possesses the illusionary powers and vision of the divine fox, along with the temperament of a fox maiden. The Fox clan inherently admires and yearns for beauty and handsomeness, and as the most handsome man in Xuanhuang, it is only natural for Lu Yao to be drawn to and idolize you. Curse it, Lu Yuan inwardly lamented. It seems that being handsome is a burden in its own right. While Lu Yao is captivated, I have no such intentions. He had always regarded everyone as juniors. Yet now, an 18-year-old girl wished to become a disciple? This was indeed perplexing. Yao, if you have any questions regarding cultivation, feel free to seek me out at any time. As for accepting disciples, I have no such intention, Lu Yuan replied with a gentle smile, his tone amiable yet tactful. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately lowered her head, a sense of sorrow emanating from her. Ancestor, I understand. Suddenly, she lifted her head and nodded earnestly. In the future, if I have any unresolved questions regarding cultivation, I shall come to inquire. Very well. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Lu Yuan asked. With renewed determination, Lu Yao resolved to cultivate diligently, vowing not to disappoint her ancestor. Yes, ancestor, I would like to inquire about how to develop and utilize my human emperor body. At this moment, Lu Qingsheng turned to Lu Yuan, seeking clarification. Although she possessed the human emperor body, she still lacked understanding. The human emperor? She truly did not know how to wield it. In her past life, she had heard of the human emperor body, and now, as its bearer, her comprehension remained hazy. Lu Yuan pondered briefly before smiling and responding. The human emperor body is the innate embodiment of royalty, destined to be a sovereign of a nation, an emperor of an era. Those who possess the human emperor body, if they become the ruler of a dynasty, can receive national sacrifices and draw upon the power of the national fortune. Once a citizen calls their name, they shall gain an inexhaustible source of strength. Furthermore, there is the human emperor seal, distinct from the human emperor jade seal. The human emperor seal is cultivated through the national fortune, while the human emperor seal is birthed from the human emperor body itself. It can manifest the royal dragon energy for the human emperor's use. The more prosperous the national fortune, the stronger the human emperor body becomes. The human emperor body represents the pinnacle of national fortune. Qingsheng, there should be a seal currently forming within you. Indeed, ancestor, this is the human emperor seal. With that, Lu Qingsheng produced a small seal no larger than a fingernail. This was because she was not yet a sovereign. She was merely nurturing it through her human emperor body. Once she ascended to the throne, both her human emperor body and the seal would grow in power. Ancestor, do I need to establish a dynasty? Lu Qingsheng asked, somewhat disheartened. In her past life, she had been an empress, known as the Empress Qingsheng. Was fate leading her to once again assume the role of an empress? The thought of founding a dynasty seemed quite troublesome. Lu Yuan regarded her thoughtfully. Lu Qingsheng had reincarnated with the aura of a dynasty, which could further empower her human emperor body. However, he found it peculiar that Lu Qingsheng exhibited 3 distinct auras, having practiced the art of fortune-telling, a sacred skill rewarded by the system. He could discern subtle traces of aura. Intrigued, he had chosen to refine it to observe the family's fortune. Now, as he applied it to Lu Qingsheng, he discovered 3 different auras swirling above her head. One was the fortune inherited from her past life. Another belonged to the Lu clan, but what of the third? Lu Yuan found himself puzzled. Suddenly, he recalled that Lu Qingsheng seemed to lack a father. Lu Yue was her biological mother, yet she bore her mother's surname. The answer became clear. With that, Lu Yuan fixed his gaze upon Lu Qingsheng and asked solemnly, Qingsheng, who is your father? Chapter 40. The monarch of the Great Qin dynasty, royal bloodline? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's inquiry, Lu Qingsheng was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of anger ignited in her eyes, but it was swiftly concealed, restoring her calm demeanor. This subtle display did not escape the perceptive gaze of Lu Yuan. There was a story behind this. Lu Yuan mused inwardly, sensing her unease. Lu Qingsheng remained silent, her expression serene, yet internally she was in turmoil. She grappled with the decision of whether to divulge her lineage to Lu Yuan, perplexed by the suddenness of the question. Initially, she had intended to resolve this matter on her own once she grew stronger, but it appeared that she had no choice but to reveal it now. Her mother, Lu Yue, returned to the Lu family after giving birth to her, and none of the family members knew the identity of Lu Yue's husband. When questioned, Lu Yue remained tight-lipped, burying the truth deep within her heart. At that time, the Lu family was powerless to act, and any effort would have been futile. Thus, for more than a decade, this secret was kept between mother and daughter. When her mother finally confided in her, Lu Qingsheng was shocked and incredulous. She never imagined that her father was that man, the one who had abandoned her mother. From that moment on, Lu Qingsheng harbored a seed of hatred within her heart, vowing that the man who had forsaken her mother and herself would pay dearly. It was not until her memories resurfaced recently that she discovered she was the empress of the Supreme Divine Dynasty in her past life. The merging of these two memories transformed Lu Qingqing's perspective. The person she once deemed unattainable, the object of her deep-seated hatred, now seemed insignificant in comparison. Soon, she would personally ensure that all debts were settled. With this thought, a whirlwind of emotions coursed through Lu Qingqing. She looked at Lu Yuan, her feelings complex, and said, "Ancestor, my father is the father of the current empress of the Great Qin dynasty, the former monarch, Qin Shanha." Boom! Lu Qingqing's words resonated in Lu Yaoyao's ears, sending a jolt through her heart. As for Lu Yuan, he had his suspicions but felt no surprise. The previous ruler of the Great Qin dynasty, Qin Shanha, the disbelief in Lu Yaoyao's eyes was palpable. She had never anticipated that her sister Qingqing's father was a monarch of such noble lineage. Lu Yuan also realized the weight of Lu Qingqing's fate. He had sensed her aura and speculated that her father belonged to a powerful faction. But he had not expected him to be Qin Shanha, a name Lu Yuan had heard far too often. The Great Qin dynasty, although a respected power, lacked any celestial lords within its royal ranks. Only a few esteemed figures. The incident when the heavenly Xian sect invaded Pingyang City to seize the source vein illustrated this, as the dynasty chose to remain passive, implicitly allowing it. Once, Qin Shanha, the iron-blooded monarch, had vanquished two major dynasties, the Wu and the Yu, annexing their territories under his rule. Thus, all of Qinzhou came to be governed solely by the Great Qin. Though the Great Qin lacked celestial lords at that time, it stood as the most powerful among esteemed factions, leading the ranks of Qingzhou's revered powers. The people of Qingzhou had long proclaimed that he would soon ascend to celestial lord and elevate the Great Qin into the realm of celestial powers. However, this extraordinary figure mysteriously faded from the spotlight shortly thereafter, as if a fleeting flower had bloomed. 10 years ago, he abruptly announced his abdication, igniting a fierce struggle for the throne. Rumors circulated that Qin Shanha was gravely ill, on the brink of death, necessitating the selection of a new monarch. The outcome of this royal conflict was brutal. Qin Shanha's 4 sons perished, leaving his only daughter, Qin Yanran, to ascend the throne. The ruthless nature of the royal struggle revealed that familial bonds were utterly eclipsed by the thirst for power. The world was unaware of how a mere woman like Qin Yanran seized the throne. They only knew that upon her ascension, she ordered the execution of her 4 brothers. It was said that the Great Qin Empress not only inherited her father Qin Shanha's abilities, but also his ruthless disposition and iron-fisted methods. Since Qin Shanha's abdication and the ensuing turmoil, the strength of the entire dynasty seemed to wane. Fortunately, with Qin Yanran at the helm, the Great Qin remained a respected power. Reflecting on this, Lu Yuan halted his thoughts, astonished to learn that Lu Qingqing was indeed the daughter of Qin Shanha, the half-sister of Qin Yanran. At that moment, Lu Qingqing's voice broke through. "My mother once." After a brief pause, Lu Qingqing recounted how Lu Ningyue had journeyed to the Great Qin imperial city in her youth, where she fortuitously encountered Qin Shanha. Young Lu Ningyue, possessing a beauty akin to that of a flower, still retained her allure. The two fell in love at first sight, and soon thereafter, Lu Ningyue became pregnant. It was only then that she realized she carried the child of the reigning monarch, Qin Shanha. Upon discovering Qin Shanha's identity, it signified separation, not just parting but abandonment. Qin Shanha forsook the pregnant Lu Ningyue, for he was a monarch surrounded by wives from prominent families. Lu Ningyue, from a humble lineage, posed a threat to his reputation, and thus he cast her aside. In the end, Qin Shanha provided Lu Ningyue with some resources, urging her to return to the Lu family, forbidding any future encounters. Left alone, Lu Ningyue raised Lu Qingqing for many years. As Lu Qingqing recounted her tale, fury consumed her. She gritted her teeth, wishing to slay the man who had betrayed her mother at that very moment. The rumors of Qin Shanha being gravely ill, on the verge of death, felt like poetic justice in her eyes. Lu Yuan remained silent, empathizing with Lu Qingqing's anguish. It appeared that elder Lu Ningyue harbored a sorrowful past. "Don't be upset, Sister Qingqing. I will train diligently to help you avenge this wrong," Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, puffing her cheeks and shaking her tiny fists in indignation. She too felt sorrow for Lu Yuan and harbored intense resentment toward that Xuanhuang for forsaking them. Hearing her words, Lu Yuan turned to Lu Yuan and calmly asked, "Yuan, do you desire vengeance?" Lu Yuan nodded silently. "Then it shall be simple," Lu Yuan declared. "I shall directly recruit the great Qin under my banner. What does royal bloodline matter? Even without it, strength alone will command respect and compel all to listen to your words. Afterward, you may deal with matters as you see fit. Your human emperor physique requires only to be the monarch of a dynasty, reigning supreme in the hearts of all within your realm. As for the royal family, should they oppose you, eliminate them without hesitation. As for Xuanhuang, you may even cleanse the royal lineage and adopt a new title, transforming the great Qin into something entirely new. Not only would this exact your revenge, but it would also allow your human emperor physique to flourish, harnessing the power of the nation to cultivate and fight. The opportunity lies before you. There is no need to establish a new dynasty. Qingqing, what are your thoughts?" Chapter 41. In fact, you have a sister meanwhile in the grand capital of the Qin. A figure gracefully traversed the cobblestone path deep within the imperial city. She possessed an extraordinary stature, with curves that captivated the eye, skin as smooth as jade, and a visage reminiscent of a celestial being, marked by a cool demeanor. The woman held a steaming bowl of an unknown concoction, infused with the scent of medicinal herbs. As she walked slowly, moments later, she arrived at a quaint courtyard. Gently, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Father, I've come to see you." Cough, cough. "Yanran, what brings you here?" "It has been a while since I visited father, so I thought I would keep you company." The woman was none other than Empress Qin Yanran. "Yanran, you need only focus on your cultivation. Have old Zhang bring the medicine." "Father, how is your health?" Yanran's eyes reflected a hint of concern as she gazed at the man before her. His complexion was ashen, lying in bed, appearing much older than his years, with strands of white hair adorning his head. This man was Xuanhuang. He parted his pale lips and spoke. "The efficacy of the medicine is waning. I fear my days are numbered." "Yanran, have you uncovered anything about that matter?" "Not yet. They have concealed themselves too well." "Are you still at the initial stage of the esteemed realm?" "Yes, my potential has been exhausted, and I am unable to advance. However, they have yet to make a move." The father and daughter exchanged hushed words, their conversation lingering despite the soundproofing wards in place. "Father, please drink this medicine first." "Very well." As the words fell, Xuanhuang slowly sat up, extending his trembling hand to accept the bowl, gradually swallowing the concoction. "Alas, Yanran, once I depart, the entire Qin shall rest upon your shoulders." He placed the bowl on the table beside the bed, addressing Qin Yanran. Noticing her silence, he raised his gaze, as if seeing a reflection of his former self. Xuanhuang had not become this pitiful figure due to the ailments rumored by outsiders. He had once been a formidable, revered figure, untouched by illness. He had been poisoned, indeed. Initially, he was besieged by unknown powerful adversaries, barely escaping with his life, only to return and be poisoned by traitors in the court. His fate was tragic. He was left with barely the cultivation of the spirit sea realm. He could not even identify the poison he had ingested, aware only that it gradually seeped through his body, diminishing his strength. 25 years prior, he had just vanquished the Wu and Yu kingdoms, brimming with vitality, akin to an unrivaled emperor. But good fortune was short-lived. After a 5-year seclusion, he was ambushed by several late-stage revered figures during an outing. He fought desperately to survive, returning to the palace grievously injured. However, after a period of recovery, he discovered that he seemed to have been poisoned. His once robust body began to weaken. His cultivation even regressed to the mid-stage of the esteemed realm. In that moment, he realized there were traitors within the court. Through investigation, he eventually uncovered traces leading him to suspect the traitors were indeed of the revered realm, and not just one. Yet, he found no further clues, and with his cultivation diminished to the initial stage, he lacked the strength to resist. Thus, he sought methods of salvation outside, and although he found some, they merely provided temporary relief. Now, 20 years later, he was reduced to the spirit sea realm. A decade ago, he had reluctantly abdicated the throne, forcing his daughter, Qin Yanran, to ascend by sacrificing the lives of his 4 inept sons. Their demise was perhaps a blessing, for their mediocre talent and poor character had led them to collude with court officials, plunging the dynasty into chaos. Reflecting on this, Xuanhuang sighed deeply, casting a resigned glance at Xuanhuang. Yanran, in truth, you have another sister. What? Xuanhuang was taken aback by his words. She had long ceased to value familial ties within the royal family. 10 years ago, during the struggle for the throne, she had made it clear she would not partake. Yet, her 4 brothers continued to conspire against her, wishing to eliminate her before vying for power among themselves. She could not fathom why those brothers, who had once treated her kindly, had turned against her, all for a fleeting throne. Eventually, she realized the throne had already been designated to her by her father. She had become the Your Majesty spoken of by others. Now, upon hearing her father mention the existence of another sister, she was momentarily stunned and found it hard to believe. 20 years ago, when I first fell victim to poison, I encountered her while searching for an antidote. We fell in love at first sight, and soon after, she became pregnant. Yet, burdened by the poison coursing through my veins and feeling my strength ebb away, I had no choice but to deceive her and her mother out of a fierce desire to protect them from harm. Otherwise, they might have been caught in the crossfire and lost their lives. However, the deed is done, and I have wronged them. I suspect she still harbors resentment towards me. As Xuanhuang spoke, tears welled in his eyes. He felt profound regret, yet the events had transpired, and 19 years had passed, leaving no room for redemption. Yanran, after I am gone, please visit them and provide them with some cultivation resources, allowing them to live safely. Yanran listened silently to her father's narration, feeling a surge of emotion. A woman enduring nearly 2 decades of solitude, caring for her daughter alone. How noble and tragic that was. At that moment, she felt an urge to protect them both. Having experienced the sorrow and disappointment of the power struggle, and now facing an unknown betrayal within the court, Yanran felt immense pressure. With her father as her only remaining kin, the sudden revelation of a sister brought her a flicker of happiness. Father, what is her name? Where are they now? Her name is Lu Yuan, your sister. I named her Xuanhuang. She once told me she hails from Pingyang City, a small family within the city that only possesses the strength of the Spirit Sea realm. Pingyang City lies within Artichine territory, Yanran. You must go and see her. As Xuanhuang spoke, his expression turned somber, an unexplained wave of sorrow washing over him. Meanwhile, Yanran was left in a daze. What? Pingyang City? The Lu family? If her memory served her correctly, there was indeed only one Lu family in Pingyang City. Father, are you certain you are not mistaken? Is it truly the Lu family of Pingyang City? Do you think I would deceive you? My cultivation may have waned, and my body may be failing, but my mind remains intact. Xuanhuang retorted with exasperation. Yanran stood frozen, grappling with the reality that her sister belonged to the Lu family, the very family that boasted a revered ancestor, the one that had destroyed the Tianxian sect, the one that had ascended to the status of a revered force. Yanran was astounded, her expression filled with disbelief. Her sister was indeed a member of the Lu family? Chapter 42. Truly, heroes are as plentiful as fish in a river. Yanran's delicate lips parted slightly, her sparkling eyes brimming with disbelief. Observing his daughter's expression, Xuanhuang could not help but inquire, Yanran, what troubles you? Upon hearing her father's voice, Yanran regained her composure and earnestly addressed the emperor. She recounted all the recent events concerning the Lu family. What did you say? The Lu family in Pingyang City has become a force of the celestial sovereign. They possess an ancient ancestor of celestial stature, and they have even eradicated the Tianxian sect. Xuanhuang's voice resonated like a bell, his eyes wide with astonishment, his very soul trembling as he hastily sought to confirm the truth of her words. Absolutely true, Yanran affirmed, her tone unwavering. Instantly, Xuanhuang fell silent, struggling to fathom that Pingyang City was merely a small family of Yuanshan realm 2 decades ago. How had they transformed from underground insects to soaring dragons? Lu Yuan, With a single strike, he obliterated the ancient ancestor Xuanhuang of the Tianqian sect, and with a mere fist, he decimated tens of thousands of disciples. This was likely the prowess of a half-step saint. He understood all too well what this implied. Just moments ago, he contemplated having Yanran extend a hand to the Lu family to care for Lu Yuan and her daughter. It appeared that such considerations were now unnecessary. With a half-step saint safeguarding them, the Lu family wanted for nothing. In comparison, it seemed that he himself might be the one in need of protection. The father and daughter exchanged a glance, a heavy silence enveloping them. The facts lay bare before them. Lu Yuan was undoubtedly a member of the Lu family. Contemplating their current predicament, a thought flickered in their minds. Should they seek aid from the Lu family? Father, should I visit the Lu family? Xuanhuang remained silent. Both of them acutely aware that there was no need to visit the mother and daughter. They were thriving. Perhaps it was best not to disturb them. Yanran, go and continue your cultivation, Xuanhuang stated, his expression devoid of emotion. He felt unworthy to face the mother and daughter, let alone seek assistance from the Lu family. Yes, Yanran exited the room, quietly closing the door behind her. She brushed a strand of hair from her face and sighed, as if having resolved some profound determination. Meanwhile, within the Lu family's hall of Heavenly Path, Lu Yuan regarded Lu Qingqing. Qingqing, what are your thoughts? Ancient Ancestor, I must return and speak with my mother, she replied. Very well, there is no rush. Whenever you are ready, simply inform me, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Moments later, Lu Qingqing and Lu Yaoyao departed. Left alone in the hall of Heavenly Path, Lu Yuan fell into contemplation. His brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed as understanding dawned upon him. Xuanhuang was either a man forced to abandon the two due to perilous circumstances or a cold-hearted individual devoid of affection, starkly contrasting with external perceptions. Exhaling a heavy breath, Lu Yuan expanded his consciousness, realizing that even his vast awareness, as a saint, struggled to encompass the entirety of Qingzhou, illustrating the vastness of a single region. Lu Yaoyao's recent mentorship had reminded him that perhaps it was time to acquire a few exceptionally gifted disciples. Otherwise, his fortune would likely dwindle. As for those of extraordinary potential, it seemed implausible, yet perhaps there were prodigies among them. Even if not, surely there were some exceptional talents. The system classified aptitude into various tiers: inferior, average, superior, excellent, genius, prodigy, and extraordinary. The ancient medicinal aptitude fell within the prodigy category, with the system indicating that such individuals were destined to become quasi-emperors. An emperor was one whose fate was singular throughout the vast world, suggesting that even prodigies might possess the potential for emperor-level qualities. Lu Yuan pondered deeply. Were those of extraordinary aptitude akin to celestial beings? Moreover, there remained the classification of anomalous aptitude. System, can I gain fortune points by accepting disciples? Beep, affirmative. Surprised by the system's revelation, Lu Yuan had not anticipated that accepting disciples would yield fortune points. Currently, within the Lu family, there were 8 individuals of anomalous aptitude: Lu Fan, Lu Yin, Lu Chun, Lu Xian, Lu Qingsheng, Lu Yaoyao, Lu Kuan, and Lu He. However, Lu Yuan required disciples to possess at least prodigious aptitude. Otherwise, he would struggle against those 8. System, can you identify any prodigies within Qingzhou? Beep, affirmative. Can you? Why did you not say so sooner? Beep, you did not inquire. Damn it. Lu Yuan composed himself, suppressing his urge to curse. Though delayed, it was not too late. System, initiate immediate detection. Beep, system scanning. 1. 25. 99. Beep, scanning complete. Currently, there are 5 individuals of prodigious aptitude among the younger generation in Qingzhou, and 1 individual of extraordinary aptitude. No individuals of anomalous aptitude. 5 individuals with the potential to become emperors. Lu Yuan was taken aback by this revelation. Prodigies, given proper resources, were almost guaranteed to become quasi-emperors, with the potential to ascend to emperor status. After all, becoming an emperor required competition against all others in the vast realm. Beep. There is no need for the host to be astonished. This is destiny. These individuals are unlikely to survive the moment they attain sainthood, let alone become quasi-emperors or true emperors. They may be limited by resources, stifled in their cradle, or meet with unexpected demise, unless someone intervenes to alter their fates and manipulate the threads of destiny. So, this small Qingzhou harbors so many with the potential of emperors. What are the Eastern Desolation? The central continent? The entire vast world? The numbers are likely staggering. Lu Yuan mused, indeed, heroes are as plentiful as fish in a river. Truly, there are far too many. Yet, the thought of altering their destinies? Lu Yuan deemed it unwise. While they possessed some aptitude, it was still insufficient. They were not fated to forge a bond with him. As for the individual of extraordinary aptitude, he was deeply connected to Lu Yuan. However, the decision to accept a disciple would depend on the individual's character. If not suitable, Lu Yuan would never take them on. System: locate the individual of extraordinary aptitude. Beep location successful. This person is. Chapter 43. The stone wasteland in a rugged mountain range of Qingzhou, a young boy was desperately fleeing. His face smeared with dirt, his hair unkempt, and his tattered clothes hanging loosely on his frail frame. His expression one of acute anxiety. Behind him, several figures clad in black were in pursuit, the leader of whom bore a sinister grin as he taunted, "Haha, run, stone wasteland, continue your flight. Ahead lies the soul burial cliff. You have no path of retreat left. Damn it, how vile. Sure, are you truly intent on exterminating me?" Stone Wasteland cursed inwardly, clutching his chest which, though uninjured, throbbed with an ominous pain. It was there that the Supreme Bone once resided, a relic of immense power. At the tender age of 3, he had awakened this Supreme Bone, causing a stir within the entire Shi family. The Shi clan, a family of celestial status, existed in seclusion within a hidden realm. His awakening, heralded by a momentary cosmic phenomenon, was swiftly suppressed by the alarmed ancestor of the Shi family. Concealed from the world outside, after careful observation, the elders of the Shi family concluded that he had awakened a saintly constitution. The revelation of the Supreme Bone brought immense joy to the Wasteland family and the entire Shi clan, celebrating the emergence of a member with such exceptional potential. However, this joy was short-lived. Everything changed. Mere days after being designated the Shi family's divine child, he found himself imprisoned, confined within a solitary cell, the 3-year-old stone wasteland. Already wise beyond his years, sensed impending doom. Indeed, when he next awoke, his bone had been extracted and transferred to Shi, the son of the family's head. In a single night, the Shi family transformed entirely. They now celebrated the rise of Shi, the new bearer of the Supreme Bone. While Stone Wasteland was relegated to a state of utter disgrace, his parents, seeking justice, were met with brutal violence, left gravely injured and their powers stripped away, condemned to live like mere beasts in confinement. Fortunately, a few compassionate elders interceded on his behalf, allowing him to survive within the Shi family. Yet he remained ostracized for a full 15 years. Possessing extraordinary talent, capable of awakening the Supreme Bone, his potential was undeniable. Yet, he had only managed to reach the Qi condensation stage. Gaunt and pale, he spent those 15 years merely surviving, clinging to life for the singular hope of vengeance. Then, 3 days prior, he learned that his parents had perished in their cell, unable to withstand the torment of 15 years of captivity. Heartbroken and enraged, Stone Wasteland cried out to the heavens, lamenting the unfairness of his fate. Why grant me the Supreme Bone, yet deny me a worthy family? Why bless me with a saintly constitution, yet not provide a stable environment? Why? In that moment, the desire for revenge surged within him, reaching a fever pitch. He longed to eradicate every member of the Shi family. Yet before he could catch his breath, he was hunted, forced to flee. To his astonishment, the once impenetrable gates of the Shi family stood ajar, and the protective barrier that had long shielded them was now down. The bustling Shi family grounds were eerily silent. Stone Wasteland understood that his family intended to eliminate him, and that the mastermind behind this was undoubtedly Shi. As he ran, the pursuers dogged his steps. Ahead, he glimpsed a sheer cliff. In that moment, he imagined his parents, their faces radiant with smiles, gazing at him with warmth from the heavens, hand in hand, journeying to the afterlife. Was that paradise? Father, mother, I'm coming to find you. Stone Wasteland halted, turning to face his pursuers. Where is Shi? That wretch? His voice thundered, filled with fury and labored breaths, his eyes bloodshot. Ha ha ha. Stone Wasteland, do you think you are worthy to meet Lord Shi? Your days of peace have come to an end. Wait, it seems you haven't experienced a single good day in the past 15 years, ha ha. The black-clad figures mocked him, their eyes gleaming with disdain. Slowly, they removed their hoods, revealing faces that Stone Wasteland both recognized and loathed. Despair filled his gaze as he realized these members of the Shi family possessed powers at the Spirit Sea stage. Their relentless pursuit aimed at driving him to the soul burial cliff. It was indeed the end. Resigned, he turned away and leaped. Father, mother, I am coming to join you. This world is so bitter. With that, he gently closed his eyes. Memories of his happy life with his parents before the age of 3 flooding his mind. He recalled the glory of awakening the Supreme Bone, reflecting on his brief 18 years. No, only 3 years. He had truly lived just 3 years. The real Stone Wasteland had perished at the age of 3. In this world, it mattered not if he remained. Yet, the Shi disciples, their eyes glinting with malice, cackled. He jumped. He jumped. Ha ha ha. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. However, moments later, the onlookers were gripped by terror. Why was Stone Wasteland still suspended in midair, not falling? Why could they not move? What was happening? Move now. They strained to control their bodies, attempting to budge even a single finger, yet found themselves utterly immobilized. Stone Wasteland, too, discovered that he was frozen in the air, unable to move a muscle. All present were bewildered, wondering what had transpired. Why did this space feel as though it had been sealed? Suddenly, they sensed a presence above them and turned their gazes upward, where a figure emerged. He had long black hair cascading over his shoulders, a white robe billowing without wind, and a countenance as dark as ink. An overwhelming aura of dread began to rise, an aura that radiated an uncontainable force. The celestial pressure enveloped the entire mountain range, uprooting the trees by the soul burial cliff and causing the ground to tremble as if in the grip of a natural disaster. I grant you an opportunity. Continue laughing. Lu Yuan's deep voice resonated, directing his gaze at the black-clad assailants, their mocking expressions from moments ago still vivid in his mind. The gleeful eyes that toyed with prey, the sadistic smiles that tormented, filled him with revulsion. Moreover, just moments before, he had utilized his probing eye on the fleeing boy. To his shock, he discovered the boy was a victim of bone extraction. Lu Yuan's gaze settled on the battered youth, Stone Wasteland. I sense that I have touched upon a profound karmic connection, he murmured inwardly. At that instant, a voice broke the tension. Who are you? We are disciples of the Shi family. Harm us, and you shall face eternal pursuit from the Shi clan. The lead black-clad figure spoke coldly, but his voice trembled with fear. Lu Yuan remained silent, his expression serene as he declared, 3 breaths. Continue laughing or face death. Exchanging glances, the others recognized the fear etched in each other's eyes. They were horrified. This individual was far more terrifying than any elder of their clan. What was his realm? Was he a half-saint? Laugh. How could they possibly find mirth in this moment? 3, 2. The countdown from Lu Yuan echoed ominously, and the black-clad figures felt as though they stood on the precipice of despair, struggling to turn their heads to one another. After a moment, they forced out grotesque smiles, their expressions contorted in agony. Lu Yuan's voice, cold as death, resounded in their ears, followed by a series of thunderous explosions at the edge of the soul burial cliff. Bang, 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 bang. They exploded. Chapter 44. Seeking justice for you, a boundless mist of blood enveloped the air, permeated by a distinct metallic scent. At that moment, Xuanhuang remained suspended in the air, his posture frozen in a rather comical leap. His heart was tumultuous, filled with shock, confusion, and a deep sense of incomprehension after witnessing the recent events. This exquisite and ethereal man had effortlessly annihilated those few at the Spirit Sea realm without even moving an inch. Was it merely because they mocked him? Who exactly was he? Why did he save me? At that instant, Xuanhuang felt his body gently descend to the ground. Xuanhuang, do you wish to take me as your master? Lu Yuan inquired with a calm smile. Simultaneously, he continued to examine Xuanhuang's life template. Target, Xuanhuang, realm. Third layer of Qi condensation, identity. Disciple of the hidden family, Clan talent. Prodigy, due to the extraction of the supreme bone. His potential diminished from extraordinary to prodigious. Innate gift, unmatched aptitude, destined to become the ancient emperor of the wild. Fortune, greatly auspicious. Having his supreme bone extracted at a young age, his parents rendered powerless and imprisoned for 15 years. Passing away 3 days prior, Xuanhuang fled for his life, ultimately becoming Lu Yuan's disciple, embarking on an invincible path. System, I adore you. I never anticipated that this sole prodigious talent was originally extraordinary. Lu Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement. He had thought Xuanhuang merely a prodigy, only to discover he was once extraordinary. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Xuanhuang was momentarily taken aback. He wishes to take me as his disciple? Now bereft of parents, with the Shi clan tacitly allowing Shi to attempt his life. He had nowhere to turn. Moreover, the man before him had just saved him. How could he possibly refuse? Tears welled in his eyes as he choked out, Disciple Xuanhuang pays respects to master. With that, he knelt, bowing 3 times heavily to the ground. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting Xuanhuang as a disciple. Fortune value increased by 100,000. Rewards: Supreme Bone Skill, Hand of Heaven, Reincarnation Bone Skill, Power of Reincarnation. Ding! Due to a significant fluctuation in fortune value, rewards are doubled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Supreme Reincarnation Bone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the first-time disciple achievement. Reward: a Wisdom Tea Tree. Current fortune value: 579,999. Seeing the system's reward notifications, Lu Yuan was astounded. It granted 2 powerful skills. The Hand of Heaven, the power of reincarnation. The Hand of Heaven is a skill of the Supreme Bone, allowing its possessor to comprehend the heavenly tribulation light. However, this is merely the first stage, requiring further comprehension to elevate it to the Hand of Heaven. To his astonishment, the system directly awarded the complete Supreme Bone skill. The power of reincarnation, a skill of the Reincarnation Bone, possesses the power to manipulate the passage of time, enabling one to become youthful or age prematurely. Furthermore, the Supreme Reincarnation Bone encompasses all abilities of both the Supreme Bone and the Reincarnation Bone. It is known that both the Supreme Bone and the Reincarnation Bone, when considered individually, belong to the sacred level physiques. The system had unexpectedly awarded the upgraded version of both, the Supreme Reincarnation Bone. Such a physique could likely rival the chaotic immortal body. Lu Yuan sighed in awe. Yet a question lingered in his mind. Why was there an achievement? What could this mean? Ding, all achievements belong to hidden achievements. Please explore them at your leisure. Very well, so this is how it will be. Lu Yuan felt resigned. The system had its own ways that never changed. Had he not been contemplating how to increase his fortune value before accepting a disciple, he might have remained unaware of when this achievement would trigger. He then turned his gaze to the system space. A Wisdom Tea Tree. The system marketplace sells it for a whopping 300,000 fortune value. To his surprise, he had gained 30,000 fortune value for free. Lu Yuan was elated, nearly unable to suppress his laughter. Ah, dear disciple, I have come late. Lu Yuan approached and assisted Xuanhuang to his feet, the two of them standing face to face. Xuanhuang, having survived a calamity, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Master, why have you come to the Burial Soul Cliff and accepted me as your disciple? Xuanhuang inquired, puzzled. The Burial Soul Cliff was remote, a place where falling meant certain death, desolate and seldom visited. The master had specifically come here to accept him as a disciple. I say it is fate. Do you believe in it? Lu Yuan replied with a smile, addressing Xuanhuang's question. I do, he said earnestly. Perhaps this was destiny. He awakened the Supreme Bone, endured the torment and loss of his parents, and narrowly escaped death, but fortuitously, he encountered his master. The master and disciple sat beneath a large tree that had been uprooted, side by side. Disciple, this is a gift from me to you. It is called the Supreme Reincarnation Bone. With that, Lu Yuan presented a bone that shimmered in golden hues with a trace of purple light, radiating brilliance. What? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's calm words, Xuanhuang was taken aback, his eyes wide as he gazed at the bone in Lu Yuan's hand, his pupils contracting sharply. The Supreme Reincarnation Bone? Master, is this a fusion of the Supreme Bone and Reincarnation Bone? Xuanhuang ventured to ask. Indeed, as you have surmised, it possesses all the powers of both the Supreme Bone and Reincarnation Bone. Among the 3,000 physiques, it may rank within the top 5, far exceeding the individual Supreme Bone and Reincarnation Bone. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's explanation, Xuanhuang was struck with astonishment. What kind of identity did his master possess to own such a treasure? And he would bestow it upon him as a greeting gift. In that moment, tears brimmed in his eyes, cascading down to the earth. Since the age of 3, he had not felt the warmth of care or concern from others, surviving alone in the cold indifference of the Shi clan. Ha ha! Dear disciple, a true man stands tall, able to endure and adapt. How can you shed tears so easily? If I am not mistaken, there should be divine blood within you nurturing a new bone. Quickly absorb and integrate the Supreme Reincarnation Bone, and use the divine blood to refine it further. This will amplify its power. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuang was momentarily startled, but soon felt relieved. His master had presented the Supreme Reincarnation Bone, so how could he be unaware of the extraction of his Supreme Bone and the nurturing of a new one? Yes, the divine blood within me has been nurturing for 15 years, yet there are still no signs of a new bone. I intended to endure until the new bone manifested. But Xuanhuang briefly recounted his experiences to Lu Yuan, from the extraction of his bone at 3 years old to being hunted 3 days prior. Only now did Lu Yuan comprehend the tragic life Xuanhuang had led. He realized how his parents had been treated like animals and understood the 15 years of his disciple's struggle for survival, a struggle not merely for life, but for existence. With this thought, a surge of righteous fury ignited within Lu Yuan. If his beloved disciple had been subjected to such treatment, how could he, as a master, not seek justice? Absorb and integrate the bone. We have matters to attend to afterward. All right. Moments later, Xuanhuang successfully integrated the Supreme Reincarnation Bone. At that moment, he radiated an unparalleled majesty, golden and purple light swirling around him. A breath of powerful energy emanated from him. He had ascended from the 3rd layer of chi condensation to the 1st layer of soul formation. This demonstrated the terrifying potency of the Supreme Reincarnation Bone. Disciple, do you wish to take revenge? Lu Yuan inquired. Yes, it haunts my thoughts day and night. Very well. Then I shall take you to the Shi clan. For you, I will seek justice in this world. Chapter 45. The True Self in a Chamber of the Shi family. A young man roared at the person before him. Why have they not returned after 3 days? The subordinate replied timidly. Perhaps they have completed their tasks and gone to enjoy themselves. Do you take me for a fool? The young master retorted. I dare not, my lord, the subordinate stammered. Just then, a frantic voice echoed from outside. My lord, something terrible has happened. The newcomer burst through the door, panic etched across his face. What is it? The young master demanded. The life tokens of Zhao Wu and the others have all shattered simultaneously, yet Xuanhuang remains unharmed. What? The young man's shock was palpable. All 5 of them were in the Spirit Sea realm, while Xuanhuang is merely in the Qi condensation realm. How could he have survived? Was it possible that someone intervened on his behalf? Useless fools. How could they allow Xuanhuang to live? He cursed, frustration boiling over. He was the heir of the Shi family and the mastermind behind the attempt to seize Xuanhuang's Supreme Bone. If I had known, I would have sent a celestial being. What a bunch of waste. Shi Yi's indignation grew. He felt an unshakable discomfort, as if a thorn was lodged in his heart. To save Xuanhuang from the hands of 5 Spirit Sea cultivators, and to kill them instantly, likely required a practitioner of high-level divine consciousness or a celestial being. Summon the shadow guards of the divine palace. We must eliminate Xuanhuang entirely, he commanded fiercely. Understood. At that moment, a cataclysmic explosion resonated throughout the Shi clan, shaking the very ground as if an earthquake had struck. Who dares disturb my serene cultivation? How audacious to attack the ancestral grounds of the Shi clan. Several authoritative voices boomed, echoing across the clan. Even the Elder Council was startled. The illusion array has been breached. A voice rang out, filled with terror and disbelief. The Shi clan had concealed itself within the Morning Soul Mountains, a notorious region in Qingzhou. Now, they were being deliberately attacked, and their protective array had been shattered. In an instant, figures flickered as clan members rushed outside to confront the audacity of their assailant. Meanwhile, within the Morning Soul Mountains, Lu Yuan and Xuanhuang stood atop the Shi clan's sacred ground, suspended in the void. Lu Yuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, summoned boundless divine light, channeling his saint-level cultivation to announce his presence across Qingzhou. Suddenly, a voice reverberated in the ears of all in Qingzhou, commanding and awe-inspiring, akin to the sound of thunder. I, Lu Yuan, have come to the Shi clan to seek justice for my disciple, Xuanhuang. The voice rolled forth like celestial thunder, stunning the populace into silence. Lu Yuan? The Shi clan? Many searched their memories for information about the Shi family, but found none. Who were they? Was Lu Yuan the one who recently annihilated the Tianxin sect? The majority had only heard of him in passing, knowing merely that he had destroyed the sect. As for the Shi clan, nearly all had never heard of this family. What power did they wield? How did they compare to the Tianxin sect? Perhaps they were somewhat similar, but if Lu Yuan dared to confront them, he must be unafraid. How foolish! You are speaking without knowledge of the Shi clan's might. In my view, Lu Yuan's actions are tantamount to seeking his own demise. He stands no chance against the Shi clan, yet he dares to proclaim his quest for justice? Laughter erupted from a man with a smug expression, arms crossed, exuding disdain. How can you be so sure Lu Yuan is courting death? Did not others say similar things regarding the Tianxin sect? And what was the outcome? A retort came from the crowd, directed at the despairer. The Tianxin sect? That so-called celestial power is not worthy of comparison with the Shi clan. While they may appear formidable, they possess only one mid-stage celestial. While the Shi clan is a hidden family with true celestial might, boasting multiple celestials, some even on the brink of the saint realm. And Lu Yuan? What can he use to contend with the Shi clan? His head? The speaker's words dripped with contempt for Lu Yuan and praise for the Shi clan. The crowd looked at him, faces darkening, contemplating physical retribution, but sensing his considerable strength, they hesitated. Ignorant fools. I say this. If Lu Yuan succeeds in avenging his disciple, I shall stand on my head and defecate. Very well, those are bold words. Be cautious. You may regret them. At that moment, several figures zoomed past, halting to observe the bickering individuals. Instead of arguing, why not witness the impending battle firsthand? A confrontation between celestial beings is a rare spectacle. The crowd paused, intrigue peaked, and began to move. May I inquire, where is the Shi clan? The Morning Soul Mountains, came the reply, and the group continued on. The crowd expressed their gratitude, but a voice of disdain interrupted. You do not even know where the Morning Soul Mountains are? With that, he proceeded toward the mountains, leaving the others exchanging glances, anger simmering. This individual was insufferably arrogant, practically inviting disaster. In no time, they began to communicate telepathically, plotting to surround and eliminate this brash individual. In the Wuji sect, also known as the Wuji Holy Land, a young man sat upon a throne in the Saint Sun Hall, surrounded by numerous beauties dancing and singing. He embraced one on each side, his right hand squeezing firmly. You're hurting me, my lord," she gasped. The young man paid no mind, his movements practiced and unhurried, murmuring to himself, Lu Yuan. Let me see what skills this reputedly gifted individual possesses. At this moment, all of Qingzhou was ablaze with excitement, stirred by Lu Yuan's proclamation that resonated throughout the land. In an instant, a vast majority of high-level cultivators flocked to the Morning Soul Mountains. At this moment, the hidden Shi clan emerged into the public eye. At this moment, Lu Yuan pointed his sword at the Shi clan, seeking justice for his disciple, Xuanhuang. At this moment, The gazes of all in Qingzhou were drawn to the morning soul mountains. Chapter 46. I am Xuanhuang, born supreme as the storm approached. Shadows danced across the morning soul mountain range. In the instant that Lu Yuan declared his intent, some individuals swiftly reacted. Within mere minutes, numerous cultivators gathered at the periphery, eager to witness Lu Yuan's next move. The members of the Stone Clan had already emerged, confronting Lu Yuan with palpable hostility. They were deeply unsettled. The audacity of Lu Yuan was astonishing. How dare he come alone, claiming to seek justice? Their disdain was palpable, yet anxiety gnawed at them. The fear that Lu Yuan would expose the matter of Xuanhuang's supreme bone. This secret was known only to the Stone Clan. Should it come to light, their reputation would be utterly shattered. They feared they would never hold their heads high in Qingzhou again. To seize the supreme bone of a clansman and transfer it to another, such an act defied reason and would surely incite outrage. Lu Yuan stood in midair, observing the Stone Clan members below. In the distance, more individuals approached the Morning Soul Mountain. Xuanhuang's fury was evident. Those below were all deserving of punishment. Disciple. Which one is she? Lu Yuan inquired softly, yet she did not make an appearance, remaining within the confines of the Stone Clan. Meanwhile, within the Stone Clan, a voice sneered, Xuanhuang, do you really think that finding a powerful ally will enable you to reclaim your justice? You remain ignorant of the Stone Clan's might. Without a saint, we are invincible. She contemplated the radiant bone within his body, glowing with divine essence. The heavenly calamity light. I am on the verge of understanding it. Xuanhuang, this time I shall personally use your bone to end you and vanquish the demons within my heart. Indeed, she bore a grudge against the supreme bone, for it was not rightfully his, but rather taken from another. He resented the fact that he could not awaken his physique, while Xuanhuang could. Although he was nearly a decade older, having reached the celestial realm before 30, he was undeniably a true genius. Until he dispelled the demons within, his cultivation would remain hindered. As the young master, having seized Xuanhuang's supreme bone, he could not annihilate Xuanhuang's family entirely. However, with the death of Xuanhuang's parents 3 days ago, he could finally act without fear of repercussions. Thus, he had dispatched others to hunt down Xuanhuang, seeking to purge the demons within his heart. Yet now, Xuanhuang had not perished and had returned with a master seeking vengeance. How laughable! She had never regarded them as a threat. With only a step remaining to comprehend the heavenly calamity light, he yearned to slay Xuanhuang with his own hands. Outside, Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd before speaking with a calm, yet resonant voice. Do you dare to seize my disciple's supreme bone and remain hidden? His words sent ripples of shock through the assembly. What? Supreme bone? Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with disbelief. The supreme bone was an unparalleled physique, ranking among the highest of 3,000 physiques. They had heard of it, but had never witnessed it. Now, was there truly a supreme bone manifesting in Morning Soul Mountain? According to Lu Yuan, it was she of the Stone Clan who had taken the supreme bone from his disciple, Xuanhuang, all sharing the surname Xu. Were they all members of the Stone Clan? To turn against one kin and seize their bones? The high-ranking cultivators present were not fools. They quickly deduced the situation from Lu Yuan's statements. She had seized Xuanhuang as supreme bone, seemingly transferring it into himself, and now Lu Yuan had come to reclaim justice on behalf of Xuanhuang. In an instant, many were filled with righteous indignation. Xi's actions were utterly reprehensible. It was an affront to humanity, inciting the wrath of both mortals and gods alike. How preposterous! The Stone Clan has only one supreme bone, and that is our young master, Xi. What is Xuanhuang? Merely a traitor who has defected from the Stone Clan. An elder stepped forward, standing defiantly in the void, speaking with disdain. Such audacity! A traitor indeed, with the skill to distort the truth. Lu Yuan, incensed, flashed forward, appearing before the elder in an instant. You have a lot of nerve. The elder roared, raising his fist to block Lu Yuan's strike. A sharp crack echoed as the elder's arm shattered, followed by a resounding explosion. The onlookers beheld the elder's arm break first. Then half of his body was obliterated by the residual force. Lu Yuan had not even tapped into his cultivation. his physical strength alone, amplified by the power of 25 celestial stars, was now several times that of before. A mere casual punch had reduced this early-stage celestial elder to ruin. Had he utilized even a fraction of his power, the elder would have faced complete annihilation. A scream erupted from the elder as he gazed in horror at his own body, wailing in agony. The pain was unbearable. Simultaneously, fear gripped his heart. What kind of cultivation did Lu Yuan possess to wield such terrifying strength? Even a casual punch was beyond his ability to withstand. The crowd was similarly shaken. What was the true level of this young man? Someone nearby recounted Lu Yuan's past exploits. He single-handedly annihilated the Tianxian sect. Is it really him? Speculation arose that Lu Yuan was at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. At that moment, another figure appeared, addressing the injured elder. You should withdraw. Then, turning to Lu Yuan, he inquired, Lu Yuan, what is your intention? What is my intention? Surely each member of the Stone Clan understands. We have done nothing. Xuanhuang defected from the clan, and now that he has become your disciple, we shall not pursue this matter further. As for the bone-snatching incident, it is merely your fabrication. The elder, clad in black, spoke calmly, his expression unchanged as he twisted the facts, attempting to deceive the people of Qingzhou. After all, as long as the Stone Clan remained silent, no one could ascertain the truth. Relying solely on Lu Yuan's words, there was no solid evidence. How shameless! Lu Yuan's fury turned to mockery. It was truly time for revenge. At that moment, Xuanhuang stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the black-clad elder. Addressing all present, he proclaimed, I am Xuanhuang, born of supreme lineage. Yet in my youth, my supreme bone was seized and grafted into Shi's body. My parents were rendered powerless and perished 3 days ago. I fought desperately to escape and was rescued by my master. I have returned to declare to the world that even with my supreme bone taken, I can still be reborn. Shi, do you dare to face me in battle? With those words, a surge of divine light emanated from Xuanhuang's chest, and the crowd caught a glimpse of a glowing bone. His voice resonated across the heavens, and all present grasped the truth, confirming their earlier suspicions. They now looked upon Xuanhuang's chest, where a new bone had manifested. Had Xuanhuang truly cultivated a new bone? Seized in his youth, with his parents rendered powerless and dying tragically, he had not fallen. Now, he had birthed a new bone and had come to reclaim what was rightfully his. The black-clad elder from the Stone Clan wore a look of sheer astonishment, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Impossible. How could you possibly cultivate a new bone? Chapter 47. Digging again. 15 years have passed since the bones were excavated in childhood, and astonishingly, new bones have emerged. This matter is exceedingly bizarre and unfathomable. The old man in black cannot comprehend how the supreme bone could be so easily nurtured. It seems that the divine blood within Xuanhuang possesses extraordinary vitality, allowing for the birth of new bones in just 15 years. Had he known this beforehand, he would have never permitted Xuanhuang to escape. Instead, he would have imprisoned him, turning him into an unending source of bone production. With this thought in mind, the old man in black gazed at Xuanhuang, his eyes filled with fervor, as if Xuanhuang were a peerless treasure. The onlookers, having heard the old man's instinctive words of shock, immediately confirmed their suspicions. Indeed, the Shi clan had excavated Xuanhuang's bones and grafted them onto Shi. It was unexpected that a prestigious hidden clan would resort to such despicable and shameless acts. At this moment, a thunderous shout echoed, drawing everyone's attention to its source. An elderly man with white beard exhibited an expression of fury, his aura emanating strongly. It was the Heavenly Master Hiyu. To their astonishment, he had also arrived. Hiyu, a loose cultivator at mid-stage Heavenly Master level, was renowned throughout Qingzhou for his gentle disposition and sound judgment. Yet, he was enraged enough to confront the elders of the Shi clan. The black-clad elder appeared even more formidable than Hiyu. You are the legendary Hiyu from the outside world? Why should our Shi clan explain our actions to anyone? Even if we excavated bones, so what? What can Xuanhuang do to me? What can Lu Yuan do to me? The black-clad elder's words were filled with arrogance. his voice booming and dismissive of both Lu Yuan and He Yu. Indeed, the Shi clan stood as a colossal entity in the presence of these individuals. Even if they had excavated Xuanhuang's supreme bone, what of it? If one were dissatisfied, they could come and challenge him, provided they had the strength. The old man's gaze was sharp, exuding an air of invincibility. At this moment, shouts arose from within the Shi clan. Well said. Elder Shi is right. Why should our Shi clan explain ourselves to others? Hearing Shi Ming's arrogant words, Lu Yuan shook his head gently. Did they truly believe they were invincible in Qingzhou? They thought Lu Yuan was merely at the pinnacle of heavenly master level, unaware that he was on the verge of late-stage saint. Without further ado, Lu Yuan flashed and appeared above the group from the Shi clan. Qilin step, he intoned inwardly, summoning the phantom of an ancient divine beast, the Qilin. With a single step, the Qilin's phantom surged toward the crowd, moving with such speed that even the black-clad elder could not react in time. Boom! The earth caved in, and a massive pit formed, leaving only the elder named Shi Ming alive, while all others were crushed beneath Lu Yuan's foot. The pit quickly became stained with blood. Shi Ming gasped in pain as a shattered defensive artifact before him buzzed briefly, dimming and falling to the ground. How could this be? Kneeling in shock, Shi Ming felt the tremor in his heart. He had expended all his strength to defend against that kick, and even the broken quasi-saint artifact had not withstood it. Being utterly destroyed, although it was damaged, it was still a quasi-saint artifact. At this moment, his energy dwindled, and his body was drenched in blood, with only sheer willpower keeping him upright. What kind of martial technique is this? Is it the phantom of the divine beast Qilin? Someone exclaimed, their face filled with terror at the sheer horror of the kick that annihilated the Shi clan members, leaving only one half-dead individual still clinging to life. Is this the Shi clan? Hardly impressive. Where is the ancestor of the Shi clan? Come forth. These individuals are unworthy of battling me. Lu Yuan's words were excessively domineering, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Was he perhaps a half-step saint? In that moment, everyone reconsidered their previous assumptions. After proclaiming his words, Lu Yuan ceased speaking. He had heard that the ancestor of the Shi clan was a half-step saint. He wondered if he could withstand a single punch from him compared to the prodigies within the Tongtian Tower. Disciple, watch closely and learn well. This punch will be quite impressive. Lu Yuan suddenly turned to Xuanhuang, speaking with a light chuckle. Then, with tremendous divine might, a wave of pressure enveloped the entire Morning Soul Mountain range, causing those present to struggle for breath. Behind Lu Yuan, a shadowy figure emerged, indistinct in appearance. Lu Yuan stepped forward, his internal stars shimmering, and launched a full-force strike at the Shi clan's territory. Heavenly Emperor, fist. Unstoppable. What kind of fist technique is this? I'd perish? The black-clad elder was horrified, devoid of any thought of resistance in the face of this punch, seeing no glimmer of hope. Just then, a voice of authority resonated through the heavens, ethereal yet profound. Junior, you have gone too far. It was the voice of the Grand Elder, the most formidable of them all. In that moment, a figure appeared, seemingly ready to intercept the punch. The black-clad elder felt a surge of hope, believing salvation was at hand. However, before he could rejoice, he witnessed that figure barely touching the punch's shadow before disintegrating into ashes, vanishing from existence in an instant. What? The black-clad elder's final thought faded, leaving no trace behind. He had perished alongside the Grand Elder, obliterated beneath Lu Yuan's fist. Boom! A colossal wave of energy surged forth, lifting the garments of all present. Moments later, a significant portion of the Shi clan's territory was reduced to ruins. All who had appeared were annihilated by Lu Yuan's foot and fist. Silence enveloped the scene. Disciple, was that punch impressive? Lu Yuan's calm voice echoed in the vastness, clear and distinct in the ears of all present. In that moment, the entire Morning Soul Mountain rang with the sound of gasps from the crowd. Was that the Grand Elder of the Shi clan? He could not withstand even a moment. Their worldview shattered, obliterated by Lu Yuan's punch. Even He Yu wore a bewildered expression, unable to believe what had just transpired. Master, you are simply too powerful. Xuanhuang's voice was dazed. He could hardly fathom that the usually elusive Grand Elder of the Shi clan could not withstand even a single punch from his master. No, it was not even a full punch, merely a fraction of its force. For he had clearly witnessed that the elder had disintegrated upon merely touching the punch's shadow. At this moment, Lu Yuan wore a faint smile. He had just poured forth all the power of the stars within him, combined with the heavenly Emperor fist, a blow that even a saint could not withstand, let alone a mere peak heavenly master. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, numerous figures emerged, all at the level of the venerable. A cursory glance revealed dozens of them, with no fewer than 10 heavenly masters. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. Was this truly a hidden heavenly master clan? Was this the Shi clan? Compared to the sects and families of the outside world, this was an unabashed display of dominance. Lu Yuan, you are courting death. What if you are at the peak of heavenly master level? My Shi clan's ancestor is a half-step saint. Your death is imminent. A middle-aged man spoke, dressed magnificently, exuding an air of authority that marked him as a person of high status. He was the patriarch of the Shi clan, Shi Yi's father. Upon hearing Xuanhuang's transmission, Lu Yuan recognized this man as Shi Yi's father. Ha ha, Xuanhuang, you truly are my good nephew. Have you come to present bones to your uncle again? 15 years ago, I excavated your bones, and today I shall do so once more. The patriarch of the Shi clan revealed a greedy smile. Chapter 48. The hand of heaven. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of indignation ignited within the hearts of the crowd. Such arrogance! To audaciously proclaim the intent to unearth the bones of the Stone Clan's supreme ancestor for a second time. The speaker was none other than Shi Yi's father, Shi Zicheng, a mere esteemed figure. Yet, he dared to stroke the whiskers of the tiger that was Lu Yuan. Just as Shi Zicheng finished speaking, a figure appeared. Though he bore the frail appearance of an elder, vitality surged within him, and his imposing presence obscured any notion of his true strength. Was this the progenitor of the Stone Clan? A half-saint, he was the mightiest warrior Lu Yuan had ever encountered, excluding the phantoms within the Tower of Heaven. Within the tower, Lu Yuan's trials were against opponents of equal rank. Even the most gifted could not rival him. This time, however, Lu Yuan intended to challenge those beyond his level. Thus, he had suppressed his cultivation to the realm of the celestial sovereign. Consequently, those in the outside world mistakenly perceived his realm as merely that of a celestial sovereign. Deliver unto me the culprits, Shi Zicheng and his wife, along with Shi Yi, and I may spare your lives. Lu Yuan spoke coolly, gazing at the figure in the sky. Oh, Lu Yuan, I did not anticipate that a junior like you would possess such prowess and strength. To be frank, I admire you greatly. It is a pity you have reached this juncture. You have slain so many of the Stone Clan, yet still dare to offer us mercy? Now, kneel and prostrate yourself. Surrender the traitor Xuanhuang, and I may strip you of your powers, yet spare your life. The voice of the Stone Clan's progenitor reverberated, presenting Lu Yuan with a choice: to surrender Xuanhuang and submit, thereby receiving a fate of mere powerlessness rather than death. Such brazen arrogance! This was the confidence that came with being a half-saint. Ha ha ha! Even if you are invincible among celestial sovereigns, until you breach the threshold of the saintly realm, you shall never be my match. Should I slay you, Xuanhuang will still belong to us. Listening to the words of the Stone Clan's progenitor, Lu Yuan scratched his ear. How tiresome! Meanwhile, the progenitor, Xuanhuang, swiftly appeared before Lu Yuan, his terrifying power manifesting as a fierce gale of fists relentlessly striking toward him. Xuanhuang was a formidable figure, adept in both physical and martial disciplines. His robust physique attested to his terrifying strength, yet he was still far from achieving a saintly body. As Xuanhuang's fierce fists approached, Lu Yuan remained unperturbed, instead turning to Xuanhuang. Disciple, observe this technique closely. After this matter, I shall impart it to you. Before his words could fully escape his lips, an abrupt, thunderous roar erupted. Lu Yuan radiated an astonishing brilliance, golden divine light cascading around him, transforming into a majestic divine bird. Its immense form appeared to be cast from gold. its wings adorned with countless razor-sharp feathers, exuding an aura of dread. The Xuanhuang, Lu Yuan murmured internally, and in an instant, a deafening roar shattered the air. Boom! The onlookers beheld Xuanhuang crashing to the ground, a gaping hole the size of a human, head piercing through his body. What was that? A golden-winged great pung? What martial skill is this? The crowd from the Burial Soul Mountains exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. What level of martial skill could possess such terror? Lu Yuan seemed to embody a monstrous beast, resembling a golden-winged great pung. That phantom was even more terrifying than the golden-winged great pung. Yet its true nature remained a mystery. At this juncture, the celestial sovereign Hiyu inquired, his voice laced with bewilderment. The appearance of the bird bore some resemblance to the golden-winged great pung, yet it was distinctly different. Thus far, Lu Yuan had unleashed 3 martial skills, one resembling a qilin, another akin to a great emperor, and this final one, surpassing even the golden-winged great pung in ferocity. What depths of foundation did he possess? From where did he acquire such martial skills? It was no wonder they were unaware. The Xuanhuang Great World had no legends of the Xuanhuang, and even the qilin was merely a figure of ancient history. However, the golden-winged great pung was well known to them. The golden-winged great pung stood atop the pyramid of avian beasts. Cough, cough. At that moment, Xuanhuang spat a mouthful of blood, laboriously gazing at the divine figure not far away. Lu Yuan's strike had extinguished the vitality within him, causing his spirit to waver. He had become powerless. That blow had shattered his divine sea and crushed his divine palace. How could this person be so terrifying? He only exuded the aura of a celestial sovereign. At this moment, regret washed over Xuanhuang. He glanced at Lu Yuan, then at Xuanhuang beside him. Perhaps he should not have acted so recklessly. With that final thought, Xuanhuang's head crashed heavily to the ground. He had perished, his soul extinguished. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Was Xuanhuang truly so weak? If he knew, he would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. They had no comprehension of Lu Yuan's terror. In the eyes of Xuanhuang, the formidable Lu Yuan had suppressed his cultivation to the early stages of the celestial sovereign. Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to fathom what they had witnessed. Some even pinched themselves, only regaining their senses upon feeling the pain. A half-saint perished just like that? A tremulous voice broke through the silence, though it was faint. It resonated clearly in the ears of the crowd. He is dead. Our ancestor is dead. The members of the Stone Clan snapped back to reality, filled with horror. He's a demon. Run. Some went mad, overcome with fear at Lu Yuan's overwhelming presence. Truly worthy of being my master, so terrifying indeed, Xuanhuang murmured. Lu Yuan's gaze turned toward Shi Zicheng, his oppressive aura enveloping him, causing the dignified clan leader to collapse to the ground in terror. They all understood that Lu Yuan would not spare them. In that moment, the hearts of all the Stone Clan members shattered. The scythe of death loomed over them, waiting for Lu Yuan's whim to fall. Humph! Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, lacking in spirit and brazenly arrogant. This is the hidden Stone Clan? Today, I shall rid Qingzhou of this scourge and restore peace to the land. Lu Yuan's voice thundered, and before the astonished eyes of the crowd, a colossal hand materialized from thin air. The hand of heaven. Instantly, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted from the Stone Clan, resonating throughout the Burial Soul Mountains. In an instant, all members of the Stone Clan were crushed, save for 3. Whether they were esteemed figures, celestial sovereigns, or at the pinnacle of celestial sovereigns, they were all obliterated by that colossal hand. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply, bewildered by the unfolding events. What was that? What was that hand? An idea formed in their minds, refusing to dissipate. In that moment, they sensed that even a saint would likely perish beneath that hand. Chapter 49. Zhao Wuji. At this moment, only 3 individuals remained from the entire Stone Clan. Shi Yi and his wife, Shi Zicheng, along with their child, found themselves captured by Lu Yuan. Shi Yi stood in a daze, though he was physically present among the Stone Clan. His divine sense from the celestial realm was keenly surveying the surroundings. initially astonished yet untroubled when he witnessed the first elder being obliterated by a casual punch from Lu Yuan. His composure shattered upon seeing the mightiest patriarch reduced to ashes by a single blow. Fear gripped him, his heart racing at Lu Yuan's overwhelming power. However, the arrival of the Ancestor instilled a flicker of courage within him. That was until he witnessed the Ancestor nearly incapacitated by Lu Yuan's strike. Sure, he could hardly believe his eyes. How could the Ancestor, his master Xuanhuang, be unable to withstand such an attack? What cultivation level did this formidable master possess? Where had Xuanhuang found such a powerful mentor? Standing beside his parents, sure, he was engulfed in confusion and despair. Xuanhuang's voice echoed, "Sure, does my supreme bone prove useful?" As he revealed his cultivation level, a shock coursed through Sure. Hadn't he just been the Qi gathering stage? In merely 3 days, he had ascended to the spirit realm? Sure Yi's gaze dulled, his worldview shattered multiple times within mere moments. "Lu Yuan, you cannot kill us," Sure Zichen implored. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. "Oh, pray, enlighten me, why not? My son Sure Yi is a true disciple of the Wuji sacred grounds. If you slay us, you will provoke the wrath of the Wuji sacred grounds. Invoking their ire will spell your doom." Sure Zichen's words were assertive, laced with a hint of confidence. The mention of the Wuji sacred grounds stirred something within Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, in the crowd gathered at the Soul Burial Mountains, a masked figure trembled. "So, you believe I should simply release you? Indeed, I urge you to do so swiftly, lest the Wuji sacred grounds come for your head." Lu Yuan's laughter boomed. "Haha, the Wuji sacred grounds? What is that? A mere sect dares to call itself a sacred ground?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was Lu Yuan truly dismissing the Wuji sacred grounds, branding it merely a small sect unworthy of the title? "Disciple, extract his bones," Lu Yuan commanded nonchalantly. As Xuanhuang approached, Sure Yi and his family found themselves immobilized, as if sealed in place. "What sorcery is this? Move, move." Sure Yi strained against the invisible bonds, despair creeping into his heart as he beheld Xuanhuang advancing slowly. "No, you cannot extract my son's bones." Sure Yi's mother cried out, her face twisted in anguish. "Do you recall the feeling when you excavated my disciple's bones? Now, it is your turn to experience such agony." Lu Yuan replied calmly. In that moment of despair, Sure Zichen suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. "That mask, it's him. Lord Saint, save my son." Sure Zichen bellowed, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Lord Saint? There was but one saint in Qingzhou, the saint of the Wuji sect, Zhao Wuji. Had he arrived? In an instant, everyone scanned their surroundings, eager to glimpse Zhao Wuji. Yet, no one could discern his presence. At that moment, Zhao Wuji, adorned in a mask, lamented his choice to come incognito, wishing to observe the fabled Lu Yuan without drawing attention. Little did he expect Lu Yuan to possess such formidable strength, effortlessly annihilating the Stone Clan's elder. Witnessing the battle unfold, he felt a sense of relief at having refrained from showing off, realizing how perilous that would have been. Zhao Wuji harbored a tinge of gratitude for the rumors circulating about Lu Yuan. Otherwise, he would have sought to confront him, only to face dire consequences. Just then, Sure Zichen's voice broke through again. "Saint, do not think I cannot recognize you simply because you wear that mask. Yes, the one in the red mask, come forth. If you do not, I shall reveal that matter here and now." At this, the crowd began to scrutinize their surroundings once more, discovering that only one individual wore a red mask. Could it be the saint of the Wuji sacred grounds, Zhao Wuji? Curiosity arose within them. What matter was he alluding to? Zhao Wuji, overwhelmed with regret, thought to himself, "Damn it, why didn't you perish at Lu Yuan's hands, Sure Zichen? If only I had chosen a different mask." Sure Zichen was well aware of Zhao Wuji's mask and the leverage he held over him, a matter so disgraceful that its revelation would invite public scorn. "No, I absolutely must not allow him to speak of it." With that, Zhao Wuji slowly removed his mask, revealing a handsome visage. "It truly is the saint." Many in the crowd bowed, given that there was but one sacred force in Qingzhou, and Zhao Wuji was its representative. Zhao Wuji gracefully approached Lu Yuan and his companions. Offering a smile, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, finding this individual perplexing. "Lord Saint, please save us. You are our only hope," Shi Zichen implored. Despite having just threatened Zhao Wuji moments before. "Shi Zichen, what do you intend?" Zhao Wuji inquired, a hint of desperation in his tone. "I beseech you, Lord Saint, intercede on our behalf with Lord Lu Yuan. Spare our lives." Zhao Wuji glanced at Lu Yuan, a wry smile on his face, before speaking helplessly. "Brother Lu, might you grant me this favor?" Lu Yuan's brow knitted tighter. "Favor? What value does your favor hold?" He rejected the plea outright, leaving the crowd gasping in shock. Could it be that another confrontation looms? Lu Yuan versus the saint of the Wuji sacred grounds, Zhao Wuji? The prospect is terrifying. Lu Yuan's outright refusal of Zhao Wuji's request and disregard for the notion of favor left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. What leverage could Zhao Wuji possibly possess over Shi Zichen to warrant such a response? "Zhao Wuji, you must save us. Otherwise, I shall make this matter public," Shi Zichen threatened. "Oh dear," Zhao Wuji gasped, turning to Lu Yuan with a troubled expression, his forehead resting in his hand, exuding exasperation. Lu Yuan, having lost patience with their back and forth, produced the seal of heaven. Instantly, Shi Zichen felt a chill of impending doom. He opened his mouth to speak, managing only to utter, "Zhao Wuji," before falling silent. Lu Yuan raised his hand, quietly directing his focus towards Shi Zichen's head. Soul Search. Chapter 50. Born Supreme. Destined to be unrivaled. Lu Yuan's voice boomed, and Zhao Wuji immediately realized his intent to probe his soul. In a flash, he swiftly channeled his cultivation to thwart Lu Yuan's actions. This matter must remain concealed from any other soul. Lu Yuan glanced sideways, sensing a potential counterattack. In that instant, the sealing heaven seal in Lu Yuan's hand shimmered, causing Zhao Wuji's impending assault to dissipate instantly. The space within a 2-meter radius around him was sealed, rendering Zhao Wuji utterly immobilized. Why could he not move? What kind of treasure was that small seal? Zhao Wuji was filled with dread, his pupils contracting as he gazed upon the sealing heaven seal in Lu Yuan's possession. How could his esteemed early-stage, venerable cultivation be so utterly ineffective? In that moment, the holy son of the Wuji sacred ground felt a profound sense of helplessness. "Brother Lu, I truly had no intention of harming you. I merely sought to intervene. Now, feel free to search my soul. I am indifferent to it." Zhao Wuji spoke, despite being unable to move, his voice laced with resignation and acquiescence. "Let him search." The only person aware of this matter had merely shifted from Shiziding to Lu Yuan. However, while Shiziding could be manipulated, Lu Yuan was an entirely different entity. Contemplating this, Zhao Wuji felt a bitter pang of apprehension, deeply wary of provoking Lu Yuan. "Humph." Lu Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, dismissing him entirely, and turned his attention to Shiziding. In the midst of Shiziding's despair and terror, Lu Yuan slowly raised his hand. Moments later, the soul search concluded, and Lu Yuan regarded Zhao Wuji with a knowing glimmer in his eyes. He finally comprehended the leverage that compelled Zhao Wuji to humiliate himself and plead for mercy in such dire circumstances. To think Zhao Wuji could be brought so low. This leverage would grant Lu Yuan dominion over Zhao Wuji for a lifetime. Releasing his astonishment, Lu Yuan calmly addressed Xuanhuang, "Disciple, extract the bone." Xuanhuang nodded. Turning to Shi, he said softly, "Shi, do you not dare to fight?" At this moment, Shi was lost in a daze, having surrendered all resistance. If even the Holy Son refrained from challenging Lu Yuan, he saw no glimmer of hope. "No, my son," Shi's mother cried out, her eyes wide with desperation, feeling the crushing weight of despair as she helplessly watched her son await his doom. "Odison, Lu Yuan has declared that the Wuji sacred ground is merely a minor sect, unworthy of the title of sacred ground. Can you truly endure such humiliation?" She glared at Zhao Wuji, her voice filled with fury. The Wuji sect has never been deserving of such a title, regardless of what you say." Zhao Wuji's blunt retort left the crowd in disbelief. How could he be so self-deprecating? Everyone glanced at his nonchalant expression, filled with a sense of existential doubt. Wasn't the Holy Son always so arrogant? Why had he suddenly become excessively cautious today? At that moment, Shizading, who had just undergone a soul search, regained a modicum of clarity and witnessed the unfolding scene. He watched as Xuanhuang's right hand, enveloped in true essence, plunged directly into Shi Yi's chest. "No, my son." A muffled thud echoed as Xuanhuang's hand emerged, clutching a bone radiating a terrifying aura. The Supreme Bone. The crowd gasped, their breaths quickening. Was this truly the Supreme Bone? Regrettably, this bone could no longer be grafted onto another. Having been extracted twice, its divine essence had long since dissipated. Perhaps it still held some significance for its former master, Xuanhuang. Would Xuanhuang attempt to utilize it once more? The crowd speculated eagerly about the ultimate fate of this bone. Could it be that Qingzhou was on the verge of birthing a prodigy with two supreme bones? Yet, at that moment, Xuanhuang's voice resounded through the morning Soul Mountain range, imbued with unmatched dominance. "New bone is born, old bone perishes. Once I was born supreme, now I am destined to be invincible." With that declaration, a flash of calamity light appeared in Xuanhuang's hand, and with a forceful squeeze, crack, a crisp sound echoed as the supreme bone shattered, transforming into countless specks of light that dispersed into the cosmos. The supreme bone was thus crushed? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Xuanhuang had personally destroyed the very bone that once belonged to him. It was known that although the bone had been extracted twice, it could still attain a divine-level physique. Yet, it was obliterated by its former master. "Once I was born supreme, now I am destined to be invincible." This proclamation resonated in the ears of the crowd, lingering long after. Was Xuanhuang signifying that his former self had died, and his current self had undergone a rebirth, destined to be unrivaled? The spectators regarded Xuanhuang, a slender figure with a resolute countenance, appearing as an ordinary youth. Yet, he exuded an air of supreme authority and dominance. Could this be the essence of being born supreme? Even with the supreme bone extracted, he could still cultivate anew. Though he was merely in the realm of the nascent soul, he imparted an overwhelming sense that an emperor stood before them, born supreme. The crowd erupted with excitement, as if witnessing the rise of a new star. And this star belonged to them, the people of Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Xuanhuang gazed silently at the three individuals before him, deep in contemplation. Truly, the divine calamity light was no trivial matter. He had invoked it when shattering the supreme bone. Although his bone had been removed, the divine blood within him rendered the supreme bone a mark of his essence. After 15 years of comprehension, he had fully grasped it upon merging with the supreme reincarnation bone. Now, he could only unleash a fraction of the calamity light's power. Yet, even that fragment was sufficient to crush the seemingly indomitable supreme bone. Returning to the present moment, Xuanhuang fixed his gaze on the three culprits who had excavated his bones. Once, he had longed to rip out every one of their 206 bones and shatter them. However, now, such thoughts had faded. His path to invincibility had commenced, stretching ever forward. The three before him were but trifling obstacles along the way. No, they could not even be called obstacles. They were merely fragments of dust. Slowly, Xuanhuang raised his hand and, in a voice inaudible to others, murmured, "Divine calamity light." As his words faded, three faint beams of calamity light descended from the heavens, reducing the three to ashes. Lu Yuan, observing from the side, wore an expression of admiration, astonished by Xuanhuang's mastery of the divine calamity light. Truly, he was destined to become the future emperor of the wasteland. In that moment, the entire Shi clan was annihilated, from the lowly servants to the venerable elders in the semi-holy realm, all perishing at the hands of Lu Yuan and his disciple. Today, a colossal sect in Qingzhou was obliterated, erased from the annals of history, much like the previously fallen Tianxian sect in the eastern wasteland. Chapter 51. The family competition commences. The onlookers gazed at the figures in the distance, unable to regain their composure. The events of the day bore immense significance. The Morning Soul Mountain Range had become a gathering place for the strongest forces, all of whom witnessed the battle. In its aftermath, the entirety of Qingzhou would likely be shaken once more. Lu Yuan observed Zhao Wujing, who was confined by the sealing heaven seal, his expression enigmatic. He subsequently lifted the spatial restrictions, and Zhao Wujing, feeling the exhilarating return of his bodily autonomy, was overwhelmed with emotion. The sensation of confinement was unbearable, akin to being a fish on a chopping board, subjected to Lu Yuan's whims. It was a terrifying experience. He vowed never to provoke Lu Yuan again. With this thought, he turned to Lu Yuan and attempted to speak. "Brother Lu, how about visiting my Wujizong for a while?" "Ah, there is no need for that. We can discuss it another time," Lu Yuan replied, casting Zhao Wujing a meaningful glance, causing the holy son of Wujizong to furrow his brow. After a moment, realization dawned upon him, and with a twist of his wrist, a storage ring appeared in his hand. "Brother Lu, to celebrate your triumph over the scourge of the Stone Clan, I present you with a grand gift. Please accept it." With that, he extended his hands toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, upon seeing this, instantly broke into a broad smile. "Ah, Zhao brother, you are indeed generous. There is no need for such gestures. I, Lu Yuan, am known for my discretion and will certainly keep this to myself." "Isn't that so, disciple?" "I have heard," Lu Yuan began, seemingly about to say something to Xuanhuang. Seeing this, Zhao Wujing was taken aback and hurriedly interjected, Brother Lu, how could I have forgotten a piece I neglected to retrieve?" He repeated his earlier action. Lu Yuan inspected the contents of the storage ring with his divine sense and inwardly marveled. No wonder he was the holy son of sacred ground. His wealth was truly substantial. "Ah, Zhao brother, you are such a kind soul. Until we meet again." With that, Lu Yuan led Xuanhuang into the territory of the Stone Clan. They intended to retrieve the remains of Xuanhuang's parents and conduct a thorough sweep of the Stone Clan. Though Lu Yuan had amassed considerable resources through daily sign-ins, he would not let such ripe opportunities slip by. Otherwise, wouldn't he that merely benefit others? Lu Yuan was not so magnanimous. A moment later, Lu Yuan and Xuanhuang emerged, flying towards the Lu family. Just as their figures began to fade from sight, a massive black gold banner appeared out of thin air, settling firmly in the center of the Stone Clan's territory. It bore a single ancient character, Lu. Simultaneously, shadows flickered within the Morning Soul Mountain Range as many departed to spread the news of the day's events throughout the eastern wasteland. Lu Yuan, even if not a sage, surely approached that realm. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the mountain, a figure cursed as he walked. The very individual who had previously slandered Lu Yuan. Now, his face was a mask of fury, his mouth spewing profanities. Damn it. How could Lu Yuan be so strong and arrogant? He will surely bring disaster upon himself. What a worthless hidden Stone Clan, incapable of dealing with a mere Lu Yuan, leaving me in such disgrace. You care about disgrace? At that moment, a voice rang out, followed by the appearance of dozens of figures. The man was startled. What the hell? Why are there so many people here? What do you want? He spoke in shock, a hint of panic rising within him as he realized they had laid a trap for him. He recognized these individuals. During the battle between Lu Yuan and the Stone Clan, he had continuously belittled Lu Yuan, drawing many to argue with him, all of whom he had rebuffed. Now, it appeared they had ambushed him specifically. "Don't you know what we want? Guess for yourself, my friends, attack." As the words left his mouth, a barrage of assaults descended upon him, overwhelming him with magical strikes, leaving nothing but remnants of his essence. His final thought echoed, "I should not have harbored envy or spoken ill. Alas, there is no remedy for regret." This slanderer of Lu Yuan was ultimately vanquished by the forces of justice. A storm swept across Qingzhou, as Lu Yuan's earlier proclamation had captured everyone's attention. Most did not rush to witness the battle at the Morning Soul Mountain Range, but instead awaited news. They were uncertain of the outcome, speculating that Lu Yuan might fail. Challenging the Stone Clan's authority, how could one man take on a hidden family? This was the assumption of the majority, yet some believed Lu Yuan would emerge victorious, such as those from the Lu family and Pingyang City, who blindly trusted in him. When the details and results of the battle were disseminated, all were left astounded, unable to fathom the reality. Lu Yuan, the man who had single-handedly obliterated the Tianxian sect, had now, once again, single-handedly annihilated the Stone Clan. What was his true cultivation level? Previously, when Lu Yuan had visited the Tianxian sect, people had assumed he was merely a revered elder, only to find that he had effortlessly brought them to ruin. Now, upon confronting the Stone Clan, they mistook him for a heavenly sovereign. Yet he had effortlessly dispatched even the half-saint Ancestor. What, indeed, was Lu Yuan's true realm? Moreover, he had taken on Xuanhuang, a disciple with a sacred physique, a sacred physique. This news was even more shocking than Lu Yuan's destruction of the Stone Clan. A person with such an extraordinary constitution had emerged in Qingzhou. The news spread like wildfire across the Eastern Wasteland. In all 5 regions of the Eastern Wasteland, whether small forces or sacred-level entities, all were stirred by this revelation. A physique that had not appeared in millennia had manifested in this generation. The powerful among the super forces sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere. It seemed as though this realm had undergone a subtle transformation. What could it be? They were unaware and unable to investigate, yet an instinctive feeling lingered in the air. A month later, in the Lu family Tiandao Hall, Lu Yuan sat at the head seat. Throughout this past month, he had been diligently cultivating, occasionally guiding Xuanhuang on his training and keeping Lu Yaoyao occupied. Since Lu Yuan's return from the Stone Clan, the entire Lu family had erupted in fervor, incredulous that their ancestor had accomplished such a monumental feat in silence. It was simply overwhelming. During this month, the Time and Space Tower had been activated once more, still operating at tenfold speed on the first level. As for Xuanhuang, he had transformed from his previously frail physique to a robust form over the past month. After all, Lu Yuan had provided him with an abundance of precious herbs. He had also effortlessly passed the trials of the Kunlun Mirror, elevating his comprehension to a new level. Upon exiting the Time and Space Tower, Kunlun Mirror, and Tongtian Tower, he was astounded when he consumed the 4-patterned elixir. All of these were imperial treasures? The elixirs were all 4-patterned? The Lu family possessed such extraordinary items. What manner of being was his master? Now, Xuanhuang had astonishingly reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, exuding an aura of terror. Lu Yuan sipped his tea guanyin and murmured, "The month has passed. The family competition is about to commence." Chapter 52. The 3 True Insights and the Celestial Tea Tree within the Hall of Heavenly Tao. Lu Yuan sat majestically in the main seat, cradling a teacup in his hands, and he silently called out, "System, moon sign. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the imperial-level techniques, true insight of alchemy, true insight of artifacts, and true insight of arrays." Ding. A gentle reminder. How can a truly supreme, celestial clan lack versatile talents among its kin? Please cultivate the 3 prodigies as soon as possible. 3 imperial-level techniques? Lu Yuan gasped in astonishment. During the last moon sign, he had only acquired 2 imperial treasures, the Zhou Star Battle Array and the Hall of Heavenly Tao itself. To his surprise, this time he had received 3 imperial items. The moon sign guaranteed at least quasi-imperial rewards, with a possibility of imperial-level items above that. It was unexpected that both times he had drawn imperial-level rewards. Clearly, the system was becoming increasingly considerate. As Lu Yuan contemplated the gentle reminder regarding the cultivation of 3 prodigies, he reflected that, although the Lu family had designated places and individuals for alchemy, artifact crafting, and array formation, these were all clan members nurtured over the years. Unlike other factions that invited masters in these disciplines as honored guests. The most experienced alchemist in the Lu family, excluding the saint-level alchemist Gu Yao, could merely be rated as mid-grade in the Earth realm. Of course, there was one exception. Gu Yao's disciple, Lu Yuan, whose talent for alchemy surpassed even Gu Yao, had attained the pinnacle of the Earth realm in alchemy. He was nearly capable of concocting any elixir needed by those in the Yuan spirit realm. However, for artifact crafting and arrays, the highest-ranked clan members also only reached mid-grade in the Earth realm. From Lu Yuan's observations, a few individuals exhibited some talent in these 3 disciplines, Elder Lu Yuan had a gift for alchemy. Elder Lu Guangzong was adept at artifact crafting. And Elder Lu Yaozu showed promise in a race. It seemed necessary to procure a royal constitution to enhance their talents across these disciplines. Although the elixirs Lu Yuan had drawn were all of the 4th tier, which were exceedingly rare, he had only drawn them a handful of times. Now, they were nearly depleted, indicating that the cultivation of his clan members needed to be expedited. With a long, contemplative sigh, Lu Yuan turned his attention to his personal panel. Host, Lu Yuan identity, ancestor of the Lu family realm, late saint talent, unmatched across the ages physique, chaotic immortal body, fortune value, 598, 888, items owned, Zhu Di sword, seal of heaven, time and space tower, Tong Tian tower, Kunlun mirror, sword Dao compendium, Zhou Tian star battle array, hall of heavenly Dao, Kuanpeng method, 9 nether method, heavenly emperor fist, Qilin step, turtle breathing technique, body techniques, true insight of alchemy, true insight of artifacts, true insight of arrays, enlightenment tea tree, elixirs, spiritual weapons, martial techniques, spiritual stones, source stones, and more. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed such an abundance of items. His fortune value was swiftly approaching 600,000. Following the previous battle, the Lu family had gained renown throughout Qingzhou, even being spoken of in the other 4 major states of the Eastern Wilderness. In the past month, numerous factions had visited the Lu family, bringing countless gifts. Their intentions were clear, mere self-interest. The family head, Lu Qinshan, was thus overwhelmed with visitors, having to engage with these powerful figures. Yet, he quickly dismissed them after accepting their gifts. The Lu family had no need for allies or marital ties. During this time, he watched as those of the divine palace and venerable realms bowed and scraped before him, their faces adorned with smiles. Lu Qinshan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Was this the feeling of being superior? After decades of life, he finally experienced it. Thus, his fortune value had surged so rapidly over the past month. At this moment, Lu Yuan's brow furrowed. He nearly overlooked the enlightenment tea tree. The reward for his first disciple was none other than the enlightenment tea tree. The system marketplace valued it at a staggering 300,000. Lu Yuan gazed at the towering enlightenment tea tree standing majestically in the system space, a smile spreading across his face. The tree was colossal, its branches lush and verdant, reminiscent of an ancient giant. He marveled at the sheer quantity of tea leaves it would yield. According to the system's prior description, enlightenment tea tree, a congenital spiritual root, flowering every 3,000 years, maturing every 3,000 years, producing 30,000 leaves per harvest. Consuming these leaves carries a high probability of entering a state of enlightenment, greatly enhancing one's comprehension of cultivation, with the duration of enlightenment varying by individual. However, Lu Yuan's tea tree seemed slightly different. It flowered every 3 years and matured within the same time frame, producing an uncountable number of leaves. At this moment, the enlightenment tea tree stood tall in the system space, surrounded by swirling, chaotic energy, resembling a child dancing joyfully. Lu Yuan could even sense the delight emanating from it. The chaotic energy was naturally his own. As the system indicated, the enlightenment tea tree could evolve into a chaotic enlightenment tea tree, provided it was nurtured with spiritual objects infused with chaotic energy. Lu Yuan's chaotic immortal body was ideally suited for this task, requiring only nourishment without any depletion. Truly, the system's offering surpassed all other enlightenment tea trees by countless magnitudes. Lu Yuan sighed, feeling that the 300,000 fortune value for such a treasure was almost a bargain. Regaining his composure, he began to circulate his cultivation, and in an instant, a voice familiar to all within the Lu family resonated. Tomorrow morning at dawn, the first family competition will officially commence. At that moment, all members of the family raised their heads, their spirits invigorated by the announcement. The family competition was finally upon them. Throughout the past month, they had been tirelessly preparing, eager to stand out during the competition and earn the Ancestor's favor. The Ancestor could potentially be a saint. This was the speculation of the outside world. Saints. so distant yet so tantalizingly close. Countless individuals entered the Tongtian Tower, hoping to refine their cultivation one last time in anticipation of the forthcoming family competition. The following day, the sky was clear and cloudless, sunlight cascading down upon the earth, casting a golden hue across the land. Within the family training grounds, numerous figures occupied the viewing platform, while the Lu family descendants stood in formation below. Among those seated on the platform were the highest-ranking and most powerful members of the Lu family. Lu Yuan sat centrally, flanked by elder Lu Yuan on his left and family head Lu Qinshan on his right. The 6 elder members of the Lu family were arranged on either side, with various leaders of the family S departments positioned at the ends. Meanwhile, Lu Kuan and Lu He were present in the training grounds, maintaining order, while Gu Yao, having received the true insight of alchemy from Lu Yuan the previous day, was engrossed in study. At this moment, family head Lu Qinshan slowly rose, declaring in a resonant voice, "The family competition is now commencing." Chapter 53. Only 4 participants. The rules of the family competition had been previously articulated. Beginning from the body refinement stage, it progresses through the chi condensation stage, the spirit C stage, and finally the soul formation stage. Individuals at each level are permitted to choose their opponents for combat until the top 10 are determined. In this family contest, it is imperative to remember that camaraderie takes precedence, followed by friendly sparring. Malicious harm is strictly prohibited, and should any grievous injury occur due to an accident, the family possesses healing elixirs capable of instantly mending multiple wounds. However, should there be deliberate injury, disqualification is immediate. Those at the body refinement stage step forward, boomed Lu Qinshan, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, commanding attention. Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly turned to observe the dozens of figures approaching. Presently, the number of Lu family members at the body refinement stage was quite scarce, being the least populous of all levels, totaling just over 80. Not yet 100. Amongst these young men and women, the eldest was merely around 15 years of age, while the youngest was as young as 12. A cursory glance revealed that most were at the 9th or 8th levels of body refinement. After a month of rigorous training and several months in the Qiankuan Tower, some individuals who were once at the body refinement level had ascended to chi condensation, resulting in an even smaller number at the body refinement stage. Conversely, those at the chi condensation stage had grown in number, leading to a current situation where there were no practitioners below the 7th level in the body refinement stage. Despite the most modest of talents, the abundant resources available fostered remarkable growth. As these dozens of young practitioners ascended to the center of the stage, Protector Lu Kuan waved his hand, signaling the commencement of the competition, with the entire family in attendance. They selected their opponents and engaged in combat. Due to the relative weakness of the body refinement stage, most battles were physical confrontations, with few employing martial techniques, and even fewer utilizing weapons. Amongst them, one individual stood out conspicuously. He, possessing the 8th level of body refinement, consistently triumphed over several at the 9th level. What was his name? Lu Yuan inquired of Lu Qinshan beside him. His name is Lu Huai, currently 13 years old and at the 8th level of body refinement. Although his innate talent is not remarkable, he seems to possess a certain aptitude for martial arts. His mountain-shattering palm has likely reached a level of great mastery. Lu Yuan observed the diminutive figure amidst the crowd, his eyes reflecting admiration. The proficiency in martial techniques can be broadly categorized into stages: introductory, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Both Lu Yuan's Heavenly Emperor Fist and Shilin Steps have achieved major accomplishment, while his Kunping technique is only at minor accomplishment. The mountain-shattering palm is classified as a low-grade earth technique. It is remarkable that Lu Huai, a mere practitioner of the body refinement stage, has managed to cultivate it to such a level of mastery. This speaks volumes of his exceptional comprehension. Regrettably, with only the 8th level of body refinement, even with the mastery of the mountain-shattering palm, it would be impossible for him to break into the top 3, though securing a position within the top 10 should be well within reach. For those at the 9th level of body refinement also possess knowledge of earth techniques, albeit only to the extent of minor accomplishment. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of regret. This was the current state of the Lu family. Those with good innate talent might lack comprehension, while those with keen understanding might possess lesser talent. Furthermore, there were those devoid of any aptitude altogether. Comprehension could be steadily enhanced through the Kunlun mirror and one-time use Dao enlightenment tea. As for innate talent, it can only be improved with precious treasures. Of course, one's physique can also augment innate talent. However, where could Lu Yuan procure such an abundance of physiques? It is impractical to expect every family member to possess such traits. Thus, he organized this family competition to identify individuals with acceptable talent and comprehension, intending to later provide them with the essence of physical cultivation. As he pondered, Lu Yuan gazed onto the stage, where the competition at the body refinement stage was nearing its conclusion. Only 12 figures remained on the martial arts platform. Finally, with a resounding thud, one figure was hurled from the stage. The top 10 had emerged. Subsequently, some time was spent determining the top 3. Given that they had observed one another during their earlier battles, little had changed regarding who would secure the top 3, allowing for a swift conclusion. As Lu Yuan had anticipated, the top 3 were all at the 9th level of body refinement, with Lu Huai being the sole individual at the 8th level, proudly claiming the 4th position. Lu Huai's performance was astonishing, achieving 4th place at the 8th level of body refinement. Unfortunately, he remained distant from the top 3. Yet, as the only 8th level participant in the top 10, his combat prowess was undeniably formidable. The mastery of his mountain-shattering palm was truly fearsome. Members of the Lu family engaged in animated discussions, and Lu Huai undoubtedly captured the majority of their attention. At this juncture, the voice of the family head resonated. The competition for the body refinement stage has concluded. The chi condensation stage shall now commence. The crowd responded eagerly, and moments later, hundreds of figures stepped forth. Unlike the body refinement stage, the chi condensation stage had restrictions. Only those under 18 could participate. The Lu family had the largest contingent at the chi condensation level, and although some chose not to participate, over 100 individuals under 18 still entered the competition. Several hours later, the competition for the chi condensation stage concluded, and Lu Yuan observed several promising talents who could engage in battles across levels, even if only a single tier higher, which was no small feat. Unsurprisingly, the top 10 mirrored the results of the body refinement stage. While there were practitioners at the 8th level of chi condensation, only one managed to secure the 10th position. As the levels ascend, the challenge of battling across tiers intensifies. Next came the Spirit C stage, which, like chi condensation, had limitations. Only those under 25 could participate. Though the number of participants was fewer than in chi condensation, there still remained several dozen competitors. This time, the top 10 was devoid of any at the 8th level of Spirit C, featuring exclusively those at the 9th level. Their battles were fierce and vibrant, marking this competition as the most exhilarating thus far. Spells and martial techniques were unleashed in abundance, with physical confrontations and weapon clashes that drew continuous cheers from the Lu family. The top 3 at the Spirit C stage were Lu Tian, Lu Feng, and Lu Ling. Lu Tian excelled in close combat with his blade techniques, while Lu Feng was renowned for his agile swordplay. Lu Ling also showcased impressive swordsmanship, leaving many in awe. They represented exceptional talent, having achieved the 9th level of Spirit C before the age of 20, besting older practitioners of the same tier. Their innate capabilities were indeed remarkable. The following day, only the competition for the soul formation stage remained. The members of the Lu family were filled with excitement, for there were few at the soul formation level. Apart from the ascended celestial elder, the family head, and the grand elder, the elders on the high platform were all practitioners of the soul formation stage. However, would they participate? If so, why remain aloof? Those at the soul formation stage, please ascend to the martial arts platform, Lu Qianshan reiterated. As his words fell, merely a handful of figures leaped forward. The crowd gasped in astonishment, for only 4 members were present in the soul formation stage for this family competition. Chapter 54. The 4 sacred bodies in this grand competition. Are only 4 participants from the spirit realm present? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering why they were all so low-key, even shunning rewards. He cast a glance at the elders and pavilion masters beside him, who, upon noticing their ancestors' gaze, offered awkward smiles. As venerable figures of their families, they felt it prudent not to compete with the younger generation. In truth, they feared the possibility of defeat, which would only lead to ridicule from others. Lu Yuan's attention shifted to the audience, where he observed Lu Xian leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. This time, he was present in his true form, not merely a puppet as before. It is quite favorable that Lu Xian has undergone such a transformation. Otherwise, it would be unbecoming for a member of the illustrious Lu family to behave so timidly. At that moment, while Lu Xian continued to snack, he inwardly grumbled, "Damn Lu Yin and Lu Fan, dragging me here to watch your trivial contest. What is there to see in a mere spirit realm competition?" Exposed to the public eye under the sun, he felt a peculiar sensation, as if being scrutinized. He swallowed hard, a constricting feeling enveloping him like a serpent, prompting him to quietly retreat behind the crowd. Meanwhile, Lu Qingsheng and Lu Yaoyao sat side by side, quietly observing the 4 contestants on stage. Sister Qingsheng, who do you think will emerge as the foremost among the spirit realm? Lu Qingsheng's beautiful eyes shimmered with intrigue. Foremost? If the 4 do not engage earnestly, it may be difficult to discern who stands at the top. An ancient sacred body, a silent sword body, an indestructible divine flame body, and a supreme bone. What a spectacle their battle would be. In her previous life, she had never encountered so many sacred physiques. Now, the Lu family boasted 7. No, the Ancestor should also count among them. Lu Qingsheng parted her lips, softly analyzing. It is hard to determine a leader among them. Currently, all 4 share the same realm, the 9th level of the spirit realm. In terms of combat prowess, Lu Yan's physique might be slightly less formidable, yet the indestructible divine flame possesses regenerative properties. Perhaps it would be more apt to call it the immortal divine flame. Hence, it may be impossible to ascertain a leader until later. All right, the 3 of them must strive to defeat Lu Fan decisively. Lu Yaoyao clenched her fists, indignantly exclaiming. She had sparred with Lu Fan on several occasions, each time being utterly crushed. Despite their comparable realms, she could never prevail, and Lu Fan's strikes were notably severe. Thus, she had kept a mental ledger, vowing to find an opportunity to retaliate against Lu Fan. Here we go, it is about to begin. Someone nearby exclaimed excitedly, drawing everyone's attention to the martial stage. There! Lu Fan called out to Xuanhuang with a resounding voice. "Xuanhuang, let us battle. Since you possess the Supreme Bone and have been accepted as a disciple by the Ancestor, I am eager to gauge your strength. It is a most welcome challenge." The martial arena was vast enough to accommodate their clash, and across from them, Lu Chun and Lu Yin exchanged glances. "Lu Chun, you have finally emerged from the Sword Path records. I was just hoping to have a match with you." No further words were necessary. Lu Yuan observed the 4 with a sense of anticipation. Ancient sacred body versus supreme bone, indestructible divine flame body versus silent sword body. How intriguing. Boom! In an instant, Lu Fan and Xuanhuang soared into the sky, resembling 2 meteors colliding midair. Meanwhile, Lu Yin and Lu Chun commenced their own battle. The aura of 4 9th-level spirit realm practitioners surged forth, overwhelming the onlookers beneath them with an oppressive force. Many felt their breaths hitch, astonished to discover that all 4 were indeed at the 9th level of the spirit realm. How young they appeared. They must have only just come of age. Yet here they were, already at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, merely a step away from transcending to the celestial realm. Although the majority of the Lu family were aware of the high talents possessed by Lu Fan and Lu Yin, none had anticipated their prowess to be this extraordinary. It was said that after being summoned to the ancestral grounds, their progress had been meteoric, leading the family to speculate that they must possess unique talents that granted them exceptional opportunities. Unbeknownst to the rest of the family, several sacred bodies existed among them. They erroneously believed that only Xuanhuang possessed such a physique. The prowess of Lu Fan and his companions, including the family head and 2 elders, remained undisclosed, leaving others unaware of their true capabilities. as the four engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. Both Lu Fan and Xuanhuang relied on the strength of their physical bodies. The ancient sacred body and supreme bone provided immense enhancement to their physical forms, making them warriors born for battle, resulting in a fierce melee where martial techniques were scarcely employed. Ha ha ha, Xuanhuang, your strength is astonishing, far superior to that fire-wielding Lu Yuan. You truly embody the essence of a natural supreme. As he spoke, Lu Fan unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which howled through the air. You are not lacking yourself, Xuanhuang retorted, though internally he was shocked by Lu Fan's strength. How could it be so formidable? He was a supreme bone, fortified by divine blood, and his physical form had been enhanced countless times. Yet now, he found himself evenly matched with Lu Fan. Could it be that Lu Fan also possessed a sacred physique? At that moment, Xuanhuang recalled that his supreme reincarnation bone was bestowed upon him by his master, leading him to ponder whether his master had other sacred physiques as well. What could they be? He speculated, but could not deduce, his understanding limited, especially since Lu Fan had yet to tap into the full potential of his physique. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was engulfed in flames, the space around him appearing to be incinerated. Lu Chun stood tall, wielding a spirit sword, his gaze narrowed. The flames of Lu Yuan were truly terrifying. No wonder they belonged to a sacred physique, the indestructible divine flame. Fire comes in many forms, categorized by ranks: beast fire, heavenly fire, strange fire, divine fire, and celestial fire. Beast fire is born from the bodies of magical beasts and commonly harvested by lower-tier alchemists. Heavenly fire is not only precious but also exceedingly rare, often a requisite for high-tier alchemists. Is even rarer, resulting from a mutation of heavenly fire possessing immense power. Divine fire, it seems, is unique to Lu Yuan, the sole wielder of the indestructible divine flame in the current realm. As for celestial fire, it requires no explanation. Lu Chen's expression grew grave. Lu Yuan's flames were classified as divine fire, a type that could continuously evolve, potentially leading to the attainment of celestial fire. Lu Yuan, behold my sword. With that declaration, a blade of intent surged forth, aimed at Lu Yuan, who remained encircled by his flames, akin to a serpent, protecting him as the sword energy gradually dissipated within the fire. Truly, it was a fearsome manifestation of divine fire. Chapter 55. Enlightenment Tea leaves the air resonated with explosive sounds as Lu Fan and Xuanhuang continued their fierce battle, the surrounding void trembling under the intensity of their clash. This confrontation had evidently surpassed the boundaries of the Yuan spirit realm. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan unleashed a torrent of sword energy and flames that ascended toward the heavens, the temperature rising dramatically. The sword light screeched while the flames twisted like a dragon. Such divine might was rarely seen, even among the celestial realm. What extraordinary talents do young Master Lu Yuan and the trio of Lu Fan, Xuanhuang, and Lu Chen possess? Their abilities are simply terrifying. What level of flames does young Master Lu Yuan wield? The aura is astonishing. How profound is Lu Chen's mastery of sword? He might have already grasped the essence of sword intent. Observers exchanged whispers, assessing the strength of the four as they witnessed the martial stage beginning to fracture. All eyes were drawn to Lu Fan and Xuanhuang, who radiated an overwhelming aura, elevating their presence to that of celestial beings. No, their pressure surpassed even that. Lu Fan, unleash your physical prowess. Otherwise, you may miss your chance. Are you about to utilize the power of the Supreme Bone? Very well. Witness the true capabilities of the ancestral sacred body. With that, the two gradually ascended into the air, a radiant light of calamity slowly coalescing above them. What is that? Gasped someone, gazing at the destructive aura of the calamity light. Astonishment reflected in their eyes. Around Lu Fan, steam began to rise as his body temperature surged, revealing golden veins that surfaced, exuding a torrent of vitality, transforming even his eyes into a golden hue. This was the golden essence of the ancestral sacred body. On the other side, Lu Chen looked at Lu Yuan and remarked, "They are getting serious. Shall we join in?" Haha, Precisely what I intended. With that, the two emanated an immense aura, surpassing even that of the celestial realm, drawing everyone's attention. A true flame materialized in Lu Yuan's hand, gradually forming into a lotus flower. This lotus continuously spun, expanding until it resembled a small mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, with a calm demeanor, summoned a colossal sword intent that manifested as a giant sword shadow, pointing ominously at Lu Yuan. What on earth are you planning? Are you intent on destroying the Lu family? Lu Yuan, witnessing this scene, could no longer remain composed. All four had unleashed their physical powers. The golden essence of Lu Fan's ancestral sacred body, Xuanhuang's heavenly calamity light, Lu Chen's annihilating sword, and Lu Yan's divine fire lotus. If unleashed, this might obliterate half of the Lu family. Realizing this, Lu Yuan swiftly appeared above the martial stage. The crowd gasped in surprise. Why has the Ancestor descended? A resigned voice echoed. Is it truly necessary to escalate a family competition to this extent? With a wave of his hand, all attacks vanished in an instant, and the overwhelming pressure dissipated. Ah, Ancestor, we acted impulsively. Please punish us, Master. The four glanced at Lu Yuan, fear in their hearts, hastily admitting their faults. There's no need for such formality. Simply exercise caution in the future. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd as he declared, the family competition concludes here. At that moment, the members of the Lu family were still in shock. Had Lu Fan just mentioned the ancestral sacred body? Wasn't the ancestral sacred body a sacred level constitution? What? Another sacred level constitution has emerged in our Lu family? At that moment, everyone exchanged incredulous glances, astonished as they looked towards Lu Fan, Lu Yan, and Lu Chen. The might they had displayed was not inferior to Lu Fan and Xuanhuang's. Could it be? Are they also endowed with sacred level constitutions? As recollections of Lu Yan's terrifying flames and Lu Chen's seemingly sky-slicing sword intent surfaced in their minds, they concluded that both must indeed possess sacred level constitutions. What is happening? How could our Lu family suddenly have so many endowed individuals? What's more, all sacred level. It is truly astonishing, leaving everyone in disbelief. Just then, Lu Yuan's voice reverberated, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. Next, we shall distribute the rewards. The top 10 from each realm, please step forward. With that, dozens of figures emerged, representing the top 10 from the competition. Let's begin with the body refinement realm, Lu Yuan stated, as hundreds of glowing leaves appeared, capturing everyone's attention. Curiously, they asked, are those leaves? So many leaves. Could they be the prizes for this competition? Then, Lu Yuan slowly announced, the sole prize for this competition is the Enlightenment Tea leaves before you. Enlightenment Tea leaves. His casual words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The famed tea leaves, known for inducing states of profound insight, were a rarity they had only heard of but never encountered. The mere thought of the Enlightenment Tea leaves appearing before them was exhilarating. The Ancestor was offering the Enlightenment Tea leaves as prizes? Who would believe such a thing? The value of a single Enlightenment Tea leaf rivaled that of a quasi-imperial pill. These leaves were never owned by anyone. They could only be found in secret realms or the relics of powerful beings in ancient places. Now, some rejoiced, while others despaired. The fortunate ones were those who secured a place in the top 10, while those who narrowly missed out, as well as those in the Yuan spirit realm, lamented. Had they known the prize was the Enlightenment Tea leaves, they would have participated. What was a moment of embarrassment compared to the chance of obtaining the tea? They felt as though they had suffered a grave loss. At that moment, all members of the Yuan spirit realm began to regret their decisions, without exception. Lu Yuan's voice then rang out. The number of tea leaves awarded is uniform. The first place in each realm receives 10 leaves, the second receives 8, the third 5, and the fourth to 10th each receive 3. He added, as for the 4 of you, since no specific rankings were established, your rewards will be distributed after the event concludes. Please visit the back mountain. Lu Yuan then pointed out several individuals, all of whom had not secured a rank but shared one commonality. They fought beyond their realms. Looking at the group of over a dozen, Lu Yuan declared, though you did not make into the top 10, Your commendable performances will earn each of you 2 enlightenment tea leaves." Then, he turned his gaze to Lu Yuan, pronouncing, "From now on, every member of the family will receive 1 enlightenment tea leaf per month, and those who contribute to the family may receive additional leaves as deemed appropriate." Chapter 56. The 3 halls each person may receive a piece every month. Those who contribute to the family can receive more. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, their earlier discomfort dissipating like mist. Simultaneously, thoughts raced through their minds. The Lu family comprises nearly 900 members, which translates to over 900 pieces each month, amounting to more than 10,000 pieces in a year. Goodness! A simple calculation sent shockwaves through their hearts. The realization that over 10,000 pieces of enlightenment tea would be consumed in a year was staggering. Just how much enlightenment tea does the Ancestor possess? Could it be that there exists a single enlightenment tea tree? Surely not. Such a notion was quickly dismissed. If it were true, the implications would be too terrifying. If these 10,000 pieces of enlightenment tea were to be revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed, turning the Lu family into the epicenter of chaos across the entire Xuanhuang continent. In that moment, everyone in the Lu family silently resolved to keep this matter hidden from anyone outside their clan, just as they had done with the 4-pattern medicinal pills and several imperial treasures, buried deep within their hearts, forgotten the moment they stepped outside the family doors. At this juncture, Lu Yuan spoke once more, his voice resonating with authority. "Everyone, listen closely. From now on, the family will establish the Alchemy Hall, the Artifact Hall, and the Formation Hall, each with 1 Hall Master and 2 Vice Hall Masters. The Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall will be Gu Yao, the former Master of the Alchemy Pavilion, while the 3 Elder Lu Yuan will serve as one of the Vice Hall Masters. The Hall Master of the Artifact Hall will be Lu Guangzong, with the former Master of the Artifact Pavilion as a Vice Hall Master and another position temporarily vacant, to be appointed by the Hall Master and reviewed by the Elder Council. The Hall Master of the Formation Hall will be Lu Yaozu, with the former Master of the Formation Pavilion as Vice Hall Master and another position also vacant, to be appointed by the Hall Master and reviewed by the Elder Council. Lu Yuan's tone was grave and earnest, indicating a shift in the power structure of the family. Moving forward, the family would focus on nurturing talents in these 3 disciplines. Anyone who joined the halls and contributed to the family would receive 1.5 times the cultivation resources compared to before. Simultaneously, the Hall Masters and Vice Hall Masters must diligently fulfill their responsibilities, rigorously assessing those who applied to enter the halls. Those without the aptitude for the 3 disciplines were simply required to focus on their cultivation to improve their skills. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Although the previous Pavilion Masters had transitioned into the positions of Hall Masters and Vice Hall Masters, it did not significantly impact them. They were exhilarated by the prospect of receiving 1.5 times the cultivation resources. While that may not sound like much, it was important to note that their current resources were already 10 times greater than before. If they received an additional half, that would amount to a staggering 15 times the original. At that moment, many began to entertain thoughts of joining the 3 halls, but quickly recalled their own lackluster talents in the 3 disciplines. Perhaps it was wiser to focus on their cultivation instead. Suddenly, 3 figures approached: Lu Yuan, Lu Guangzong, and Lu Yaozu. Lu Yuan spoke first. "Ancestor, is this perhaps inappropriate?" Lu Guangzong and Lu Yaozu shared her sentiment, their expressions mirroring her concern. "We are already elders. Taking on the role of Hall Master may not be suitable." They expressed their reservations to Lu Yuan. "Ha ha ha, there is no need for such concern. Ningyue, you have shown great interest in alchemy, frequently visiting the Alchemy Pavilion. Guangzong, you often seek counsel from the Master of the Artifact Pavilion. And you, Yaozu, your mastery of formations should have reached the Earth stage by now. Since you 3 possess interest and some aptitude, it would be a disservice to let that go to waste. This matter is settled. No further discussion is needed." Lu Yuan's words were final, leaving no room for dissent. Lu Yuan and the others could only smile wryly in acquiescence. Thereafter, everyone departed, marking the end of this grand competition. In the Hall of Heavenly Tao, Lu Yuan sat at the head of the table, surrounded by several figures. Lu Fein, Xuanhuang, Lu Kun. You 9 possess either a sacred physique or the bloodline of the 10 fiends, and you all possess the potential of emperors, making you the pillars of the Lu family. Here are some pieces of enlightenment tea. Take them and share among yourselves. If this is insufficient, do not hesitate to come back for more. With a wave of his hand, a pile of enlightenment tea appeared in the hall. The others were momentarily stunned. A pile of enlightenment tea? A quick glance allowed them to estimate that the amount Lu Yuan produced was likely several thousand pieces. At this moment, astonishment flickered in their eyes, and they could not help but gasp in disbelief. Even those among them who had once been emperors in their previous lives were taken aback. Simultaneously, questions arose in their minds. Just how much enlightenment tea does the Ancestor truly possess? Could there indeed be an enlightenment tea tree? Brother, when are we moving? This Pingyang city is utterly dull, lacking even a female bird. In the silent hall, Lu Yuan spoke up casually, his tone relaxed, utterly devoid of the demeanor expected from a guardian of the Lu family. Moving should be soon. Once the Yunwu mountain range is completed, we will depart immediately. Lu Yuan replied, a hint of anticipation stirring within him. How long had it been since his last visit to the Yunwu mountain range? Almost 2 months, if memory served. He had given them 3 months, and they should have completed a significant portion by now. At that moment, a mocking voice interjected, "Humph, female bird, female bird. Your mind is consumed with thoughts of female birds. How about I catch you a few hens instead?" Lu He stood with crossed arms, speaking coldly. In an instant, Lu Yuan and Lu He began to bicker, leaving the others with exasperated expressions as they watched the 2 lively characters, shaking their heads in amusement. Lu Yuan was about to intervene when he heard Lu Yao's voice chime in. "Ancestor, what kind of beasts are the 2 guardians? They seem so mysterious." Upon hearing Lu Yao's question, Lu He and Lu Yuan ceased their quarrel, and the others turned their attention to the 2. Lu Yuan is a Xuanhuang, and Lu He is a Jiuyou Yao. They are among the 10 fiends, Lu Yuan explained, his tone calm. Yet, his words struck like thunder in the ears of the listeners. Among the 10 fiends? Xuanhuang? Jiuyou Yao? Their hearts quaked, souls trembling at the revelation. Lu Yan, Lu Yao, and Xuanhuang were not reincarnated beings. They lacked the worldly perspective that Lu Fan and the others possessed from their previous lives. Thus, they were puzzled. What exactly were the 10 fiends? What kind of beasts were Xuanhuang and Jiuyou Yao? In contrast, Lu Xian and the others were different. They had once been emperors, ruling over their respective realms in their previous lives. Their horizons were broad, their experiences vast. How could they not know of the 10 fiends? How could they not recognize the legendary beings, the fabled bloodlines now standing before them? Chapter 57. Qin Yinran astonishment enveloped the group as they stood in disbelief, confronted by the living embodiments of the 10 fiends, standing shoulder to shoulder with the true dragon and phoenix. Yet, here they were, mere paces away, and they belonged to the same clan. The onlookers turned their gazes towards Lu Yuan and Lu He, their eyes betraying a hint of scrutiny. What could their true forms possibly be? Could the Xuanhuang truly oscillate between its 2 manifestations? What was the nature of the 9 Netherhound? And what might its size be? At that moment, an incessant tide of questions flooded their minds, akin to an unrelenting river. Lu Yuan and Lu He had previously engaged in a few skirmishes within the clan, but at most, they had transformed into half-human, half-demon forms. They had never revealed their true selves. Thus, the curiosity and anticipation regarding their actual appearances were palpable. Just then, Lu Yin inquired, "Guardian Lu Yuan, Guardian Lu He, would you be so kind as to unveil your true forms for us?" The crowd nodded eagerly, anticipation gleaming in their eyes, even as Lu Yao, who had just been disparaging the 2, found herself starry-eyed. Seeing the excitement, Lu He and Lu Yuan exchanged glances and simultaneously began, "You go first." "No, you go first." Moments later, after revealing their true forms, the 2 departed, leaving the audience thoroughly gratified before they too took their leave, leaving only Lu Yuan behind. He retrieved a spiritual fruit and consumed it, commencing his cultivation. Meanwhile, in Pingyang City, a graceful figure strolled forward, draped in flowing purple robes and veiled from view. Although her features remained concealed, her aura commanded attention, halting the passers-by in their tracks, drawing the gaze of all. Whispers spread among the men, who fancied themselves formidable beings at the spirit sea level, contemplating approaching the enchanting lady. As she walked, her gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond, her brow slightly furrowed. As a powerful figure of the venerable realm, she perceived every movement around her. A fleeting glance at the man nearby ignited a flicker of disdain within her. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from her, a force befitting a divine palace expert that left the crowd quaking with trepidation. A divine palace powerhouse. The crowd's countenance shifted to one of panic, swiftly averting their eyes, while the men, who had dared to step closer, turned on their heels and fled in terror. Relieved that she had refrained from striking, they understood that such a being could easily sever their heads from their bodies in an instant. Thoughts raced through their minds. Did this formidable woman intend to visit the Lu family? They felt envious, yet dared not harbor jealousy, for the Lu family had long ascended beyond their reach. They mused on how splendid it would be to be a member of the Lu family, for even a mere disciple from the Lu clan could command respect from those at the spirit sea level. At that moment, the woman arrived at the gates of the Lu family estate. She was none other than Qin Yanran, the current sovereign of the Great Qin dynasty. She had come to pay a personal visit to Lu Yue, seeking an audience with Lu Yuan. The reason for not approaching Lu Yuan directly was a matter of respect. Even as the ruler of the Great Qin, she did not deem herself worthy to seek an audience with the ancestral figure of the Lu family, particularly since she was in need of assistance. "Miss, you are at the entrance of the Lu family grounds. If there is nothing of importance, I must kindly ask you to step back," a guard spoke, his tone gentle and laced with a note of caution, devoid of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Qin Yanran felt a surge of warmth. The Lu family treated even their guards with such familiarity. What then could the family members be like? At that moment, she was taken aback, for as a ruler, she had encountered countless examples of proud and disdainful nobles, where even the most menial guards often exhibited arrogance. Reflecting on this, she turned to the guard and softly requested, "Please convey a message to the third elder, Lu Yue, and inform her that Xuanhuang wishes to meet." "Understood. Please wait a moment," the guard replied. Qin Yanran referred to herself as Xuanhuang because she had once met Lu Yue in her youth. She recalled how she had playfully urged, "Sister Yue, let us play hide and seek." "Sister Yue, do you think this flower is pretty?" Nostalgia washed over her, as she felt a wave of sentimentality. She had been so innocent back then, merely regarding Lu Yue as an older sister to play with. Though their time together was brief, she believed Lu Yue would remember her as well. Moments later, a woman hurriedly approached. It was Lu Yue, the third elder of the Lu family. "Xuanhuang, is that really you?" "Yes, it is." Within a courtyard of the Lu family, Lu Yue and Qin Yanran sat together. Recognizing one another, Lu Yue spoke first. "Yanran, you have come this time for your father?" Lu Yue understood that following the Lu family's rise to prominence in the eastern wilderness, it was likely that Qin Yanran, the sovereign, would pay them a visit. A bittersweet feeling washed over her. She recalled how Qin Shana had abandoned her and their unborn child, leaving her seething with resentment. Yet, the sudden news of Qin Shana's grave condition had shifted her perspective. It dawned on her that his abandonment might have stemmed from a desire to protect her from impending danger, compelling him to take such drastic measures. She had spoken to Lu Qinsheng about this, but had hesitated to share her full suspicions, leaving Lu Qinsheng harboring lingering resentment toward her father. Whenever he was mentioned, Lu Qinsheng would interrupt her. Recently, however, Qinsheng had approached her, revealing details about the emperor's physique and the outcome of discussions with the Ancestor. With a heavy heart, she had tried to convey her thoughts, but Lu Qinsheng had been obstinate, unable to accept her reasoning. All she knew was that she and her mother had been forsaken for 19 years. At this moment, Qin Yanran replied, "Indeed, my father's actions stem from." She proceeded to share everything with Lu Yue, and as they sat face to face, silence enveloped them. "Alas, I had surmised as much. I have tried to persuade Qinsheng multiple times, but she likely still cannot forgive your father. Just then, a hurried voice interrupted, abruptly ceasing mid-sentence. "Mother, I." Lu Qingsheng entered to find her mother and a stranger rising from their seats. As Qin Yanran removed her veil, Qingsheng's eyes widened in shock. How could she not recognize the woman before her? The reigning sovereign of the great Qin dynasty, her half-sister. In that instant, disbelief flickered in Lu Qingsheng's eyes. Why had she come here? Chapter 58. The path of cultivation has come to an end, assisting you in ascending to celestial sovereignty. Within the hall of heavenly Tao, Lu Yuan gazed at the three women before him, feeling an overwhelming headache. He had just acquired all the necessary information, and as he suspected, the royal family of the Qin was in dire straits, and Qin Shana's life was drawing to a close. The previous abandonment was indeed rooted in this reality. Although it appeared to be a misunderstanding, the events had long since transpired. The traces left behind would not easily fade away. What was done was done. However, Lu Qingsheng still harbored a semblance of resistance. After being abandoned by that man for 19 years, how could reconciliation be so easily achieved? Qingsheng. Lu Yuan looked at her daughter, wishing for her to not remain in this state, and for their relationship not to continue as that of enemies. Yet, she also understood that even if she were indifferent, the wounds inflicted upon Lu Qingsheng could not be erased. "Mother, I." Lu Qingsheng hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. A tempest of emotions brewing within her. In her past life as an empress, she had seen through many hearts, yet now, she felt a sense of injustice for her mother, Lu Yuan. Having raised her alone for 19 years, her mother had endured countless hardships. Although her mother had forgiven that man, Lu Qingsheng felt an inexplicable anger that was difficult to express, bordering on madness. "Mother, you are too infatuated." Lu Yuan, observing this, understood that Lu Qingsheng, as an empress in her former life, could not easily let go of her feelings. It was likely that she felt pity for her mother. What should be done? Lu Yuan pondered deeply, struggling to devise a solution. Suddenly, a moment of inspiration struck him. He calmly said, "Qingsheng, since this is the case, we cannot let Qin Shanha off so easily. Let us impose a punishment upon him, and that punishment shall be." "All right, let be so." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingsheng spoke up in agreement. Lu Yuan and Qin Yuan, witnessing this exchange, were filled with joy. Qingsheng had finally relented. To Lu Yuan, this situation felt akin to a farce. Now that it had reached a conclusion, it was time to address the turmoil within the Qin royal family. Lu Yuan turned his gaze towards Qin Yuan and inquired, "You mentioned that there are traitors within Qin. Do you know what they are scheming?" "Senior Lu, I'm also unaware. We in Qin have no ulterior motives." Qin Yuan replied in confusion, feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, a thought struck Qin Yuan, and she spoke urgently. "Senior Lu, my father once found a jade pendant, which is currently within the royal treasury. Apart from my father, no one else can access it. Are they perhaps plotting to acquire this item?" She racked her brain, and this was the only possibility she could conceive. "What is the significance of that jade pendant?" "I do not know. I only know it is no ordinary item. My father once struck it with all his might at the peak of the honored realm, and it showed no signs of damage." Lu Yuan contemplated deeply. It was highly probable that this item was the cause of the current turmoil. A jade pendant? Could it be a key to some hidden realm, or perhaps a relic of a powerful being? With this thought, Lu Yuan concluded that it was likely indeed this item. "Let us proceed to the royal city." Lu Yuan slowly rose and spoke with a calm demeanor. With a wave of his hand, the four of them vanished from the hall of heavenly Tao. Above the Qin imperial city, Lu Yuan looked down upon the grand metropolis. The magnificent towers and bustling streets were alive with activity, a stark contrast to the tranquility of Pingyang City, embodying the divide between the celestial and the mundane. This was the most resplendent place in the entire dynasty. Yet, compared to the cloud and mist mountain range, this imperial city was but a trifle. The higher the realm, the greater the treasures one possessed. In the depths of the imperial city, outside a courtyard, Lu Yuan and the three women stood tall. "Yuan, is your father inside?" Lu Yuan's voice trembled, her expression dazed. After 19 years, she was finally to meet him. "Yes, Aunt Yu, my father is within." "Let's enter." The group stepped forward. Creak. The sound of the door opening echoed, and the figure lying on the bed was instantly roused. Yuan, is that you? Yuan? Seeing no response, the emaciated, pallid man opened his eyes with great difficulty, turning his head. So many figures. Yet, Wei clearly discerned the faces of the four. He was struck with shock, sitting upright. Is that Ningyue? Qin Shanha's voice quivered, his body shaking. Disbelief etched upon his face. He could hardly fathom that Lu Ningyue had come to this place. Yuan, did you truly visit the Lu family? Qin Shanha turned his gaze to the side, where two figures stood, one a man with black hair and a white robe, handsome and exuding an ethereal aura, and the other, upon a first glance, struck him like a thunderbolt. An instinctual recognition surged within him. At that moment, he knew who she was, his daughter, the only other descendant, Lu Qingsheng. Shanha, it is I. I have come to see you. Lu Ningyue, too, could hardly believe her eyes. The once radiant figure had now diminished to this state. Father, I have invited Senior Lu here. He will assist you. At this moment, Qin Shanha turned his gaze to Lu Yuan, realizing that this was indeed the man who single-handedly vanquished the Tianxian sect and the hidden family, the Shi clan. He appeared to possess no discernible cultivation. Lu Yuan regarded Qin Shanha and spoke quietly. Qin Shanha, I have long admired your name, yet I never anticipated you would be reduced to such a state. Lu, brother, I feel ashamed to admit that I have been tormented by a poison to this extent. To cut a long story short, I can resolve all your troubles. As for the price, Brother Lu, as long as you help us eliminate those traitors, I am willing to pay any price. Very well. The price is simple. It is the throne. Transfer the throne to Lu Qingsheng and declare to the subjects of the dynasty that she possesses royal blood. I trust there will be little resistance. Upon hearing this, Qin Shanha looked at Lu Qingsheng, his gaze complex, then at Qin Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yuan interjected, Father, my sister Qingsheng possesses a sacred body, the human emperor body. Only by becoming the sovereign of a nation can she fully unleash the power of her physique. Hearing Qin Yuan's words, Qin Shanha's mind was shaken, his very soul quivering. He could not have heard incorrectly. Could he? A sacred body? The human emperor body. Excellent. It is settled then. In that moment, Qin Shanha seemed to release his obsessions. He feared that Lu Qingsheng harbored resentment towards him, yet now that she had come, he believed she must have let go of her grievances. At this juncture, Lu Yuan spoke, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. You too. One has regressed to the qi condensation realm, while the other has exhausted her potential, remaining at the initial stage of the honored realm. Truly, a father-daughter pair. Yuan once said that the path of cultivation has come to an end. It seems it is still too early to declare such a thing. Since that is the case, allow me to open up your cultivation paths. And as for you, Qin Shanha, I shall assist you in ascending to celestial sovereignty. Chapter 59. Where is your sect? Point me in the right direction to open the path of cultivation and assist Qin Shanha in ascending to the celestial venerable realm. The voice of Lu Yuan resonated in the ears of the crowd, causing several of them to shudder. Lu Qingsheng and Lu Ningyue remained composed, harboring no doubts. After all, how could the miracles birthed by their ancestor be few? However, Qin Shanha and Qin Yanran were momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Could it truly be possible? Did Lu Yuan possess such extraordinary powers? It was well known that Qin Yanran had already exhausted her potential, rendering her incapable of any further advancement. Was there truly a method to restore her? As for Qin Shanha, his cultivation was merely at the qi condensation stage, and it was continuously declining. Was there a genuine way to reach the celestial venerable realm? In that moment, despite a flicker of doubt in their hearts, the father and daughter were overwhelmingly excited, their gazes fervent as they looked towards Lu Yuan. Ancestor, what must we do? Quite simple, just consume this elixir, Lu Yuan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, two pills materialized in his hand. One gleamed with brilliance, resembling a star. Its deep black surface shimmered with a faint golden glow, seemingly harboring boundless energy. The other resembled a pearl, warm and lustrous, with a subtle, mysterious aura. Its smooth, mirror-like surface compelled one to gaze upon it longer. Both pills were of the sacred tier, one obtained through a sign-in reward, and the other freshly purchased from the system store. The former was known as the Nirvana pill, a supreme sacred tier elixir, distinct from the imperial tier Nirvana sacred pill Lu Yuan had previously consumed. This Nirvana pill could not reshape one's body or foundation, but could thoroughly cure all ailments, refine the body, and elevate the user to a higher realm. The latter was called the Supreme Foundation Pill, also a supreme sacred tier elixir with a singular purpose, to restore potential and slightly enhance aptitude, perfectly suited for Qin Yanran. The two pills floated in the air, emanating aromatic scents. Qin Shanha and Qin Yanran stared at the pills, their breaths quickening. They were unaware of the specific nature of these elixirs, but judging by the richness of the fragrance, they were undoubtedly of royal tier or higher. However, that was merely secondary. The most significant aspect was that both pills bore 4 markings. For markings, as the most esteemed individuals of the dynasty, they had only encountered 2 marked pills, which were merely the lowest level of the mystic tier. And now, these 2 pills possessed 4 markings, at least royal tier. In that instant, they realized that Lu Yuan's earlier words were not exaggerated. He could indeed heal them. At that moment, Lu Yuan's voice rang out. Consume them. It won't be long before you recover. With that, Lu Yuan gestured, and the pills shot towards the 2. They grasped the pills and promptly consumed them. Moments later, 2 terrifying pressures descended upon this state. One was at the mid-celestial venerable stage, and the other at the late respectable stage. Qin Yanran and Qin Shanha stabilized their cultivation, exchanging glances filled with ecstatic joy. Qin Shanha, who had previously been at the peak of the late respectable stage, had now surged directly into the mid-celestial venerable stage. Meanwhile, Qin Yanran, having previously exhausted her potential to forcibly elevate herself to the early respectable stage, now found herself astonishingly at the late respectable stage, with even greater aptitude. The father and daughter were overwhelmed with emotions, their hearts a tumult of feelings, unable to articulate the complexity of their sensations. They looked towards Lu Yuan and bowed deeply, proclaiming, Qin Shanha, Qin Yanran, vows to follow Lord Lu Yuan unto death. Our Qin dynasty shall henceforth be a vassal of the Lu family. Their voices echoed thunderously, resonating throughout the estate. Lu Yuan's flowing robe swayed gently, a soft power enveloping them, lifting them slowly. In that case, we are kin now. There is no need for such formality. Qin Shanha, please retrieve that jade pendant for me to inspect. Understood. Meanwhile, within a lavish estate, a figure knelt on one knee, reporting, My lord, it seems that Qin Shanha has recovered from his injuries, and he has gone to the royal treasury. What? An astonished voice exclaimed, aged and tinged with shock. It is impossible for Qin Shanha to suddenly recover. Something is amiss. Inform the others at once. Yes, my lord. On this side, Qin Shanha had already obtained the jade pendant and presented it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan held it, rubbing it between his fingers, unable to discern its true nature. Qin Shanha inquired, Ancestor, what exactly is this object? Just as Lu Yuan prepared to consult the system, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Qin Shanha, come out. The group exchanged glances, bewildered, and slowly stepped out of the room. Outside, several figures stood, their expressions unfriendly as they gazed at Lu Yuan and the others. Qin Shanha, your cultivation has recovered? Ha ha. As you can see, I have returned to health. Who would have thought you would betray the dynasty? My good imperial uncle. How did you recover? The elder spoke incredulously, for Qin Shanha had been better than previously. Now he appeared robust and healthy, brimming with vitality. How did you recover? Do you think I would divulge that to you? At this juncture, Qin Lang, there is no need for further words, since you have retrieved that item from the treasury. Seize it. Very well. You are Sun Gongfeng? Who would have thought that you have been scheming to seize treasures during your years in our Qin dynasty? Ha! Qin Shanha, what does it matter that you have regained your strength? Can a mere respectable stage practitioner contend with us? I advise you to hand over the jade pendant. I may grant you a chance at survival. A hoarse voice rang out, exuding overconfidence, demanding that Qin Shanha surrender the treasure in exchange for his life. Oh, the jade pendant? Is this what you refer to? Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, tossing the jade pendant into the air before catching it deftly, his eyes glinting with mockery as he observed the group. "Is it your hired help? Xuanhuang, I must admit, you possess some skill, but alas, I have entered the celestial venerable realm. Today, none of you shall escape." As he spoke, he revealed his cultivation level, early celestial venerable. A wave of oppressive energy surged forth, stirring the air and raising clouds of dust. Xuanhuang and the others were oblivious to the identity of the person before them, having only heard of Lu Yuan but not knowing what he looked like. Had they realized it was Lu Yuan, they would have fled in terror, hearts pounding with dread. "Ha ha ha! Which faction do you belong to? Since you have come to the Qin dynasty, you should know the significance of that item." Lu Yuan scoffed at death's door. "Let me enlighten you. I am from the Blood Sun sect of Qianzhou. As for the jade pendant's significance, you are not worthy to know." "Oh, how intriguing. Blood Sun sect. What level of power is that?" Lu Yuan turned to Xuanhuang, inquiring. "A royal tier power. I believe there is an ancestor at the late celestial venerable stage within the sect." Celestial venerable. Lu Yuan then turned his gaze towards the elder from the Blood Sun sect, his demeanor indifferent yet commanding, and calmly stated, "Where is your sect? Point me in the right direction." Chapter 60. A single sword destroys a sect from 10,000 miles away. Where is your sect? Point me in the right direction, and I shall strike with a single sword. The voice of Lu Yuan resonated, his expression devoid of emotion, and his demeanor remarkably calm. "A single sword? Are you implying you can obliterate my Blood Yang sect with just one strike? Ha ha ha, you amuse me. You don't even know where my Blood Yang sect is located. I see you're merely a lowly venerable, brazenly boasting about your sword." Elder Sun mocked, his eyes filled with disdain for Lu Yuan. Though the youth appeared extraordinary and strikingly handsome, he was far too young. In Sun's estimation, Lu Yuan could not exceed the cultivation of a venerable, and his inability to see through him might be attributed to some concealed aura artifact he possessed. Moreover, could a venerable like Xuanhuang possibly summon a celestial lord? The fact that Lu Yuan had never even heard of Blood Yang sect, a minor sect in his eyes, was utterly laughable. With this thought, Elder Sun's voice grew more resonant, and he arrogantly addressed Lu Yuan. "I grant you the opportunity. My Blood Yang sect is located in the falling wind canyon of Qianzhou. Draw your sword, and let me witness its extraordinary nature." He spread his arms, inviting Lu Yuan to act. Lu Yuan shook his head with a slight smile, his wrist flicking as a sword materialized in his hand. The Judy sword. Onlookers turned their heads, unable to ascertain the grade of this spiritual sword, which appeared rather ordinary, yet exuded an ancient, weathered aura. "Qianzhou Falling Wind Canyon," Lu Yuan murmured inwardly. He was well acquainted with Falling Wind Canyon, having traveled through Qianzhou for many years, yet he had never heard of Blood Yang sect. Indeed, back then, he was merely a lowly Yuanshan, while Blood Yang sect was a king-level force guarded by a celestial lord. The two were worlds apart. How could he have had any contact? Lu Yuan had not even heard whispers of its existence. However, now Lu Yuan's expression remained placid as he wielded the Judy sword, channeling his late-stage sage cultivation. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The Grand Qin Imperial City was engulfed in ominous clouds, and a terrifying aura manifested, instilling a profound sense of suffocation in the hearts of all present. What is happening? What kind of pressure is this? It is terrifying. A voice cried out within the Imperial City, panic evident in their expression. Is it a celestial lord? Or perhaps a half-saint? Meanwhile, Lu Yuan stood with his flowing robes billowing in the wind, long black hair cascading like a waterfall, his attire rustling majestically, embodying the essence of an unparalleled sword immortal. What level of cultivation does he possess? Elder Sun and Xuanhuang's group were stricken with fear, their minds shaken. Positioned before Lu Yuan, they bore the brunt of his overwhelming pressure. At this moment, they found themselves kneeling, unable to rise. With great effort, they lifted their heads, gazing at the sword, immortal-like figure before them, their pupils constricting in terror. Reflected in their eyes was Lu Yuan's poised stance as he raised his sword hand and executed a gentle slash. Boom! Clang! A resounding sword energy surged forth, the sword wind howling as it soared into the sky above the Qin Imperial City. Instantly, Everyone looked upward. Was that a dragon-shaped sword energy? The sword intent seemed tangible. Who has unleashed such a strike within the imperial city? This gentleman's swordsmanship has likely attained the manifestation of sword intent. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd as they witnessed the sword energy twisting in the air, its formidable intent cleaving through the towering structures of the imperial city. The dragon-shaped sword energy ascended as if possessing a spirit, hurtling straight towards the falling wind canyon in Qianzhou. In that moment, all individuals from Qingzhou and Qianzhou felt a pang of trepidation. What is happening? What is that sound? Someone shouted in shock, their voice laden with astonishment. Look to the sky, look to the sky. All heads turned upwards, witnessing a soaring dragon-shaped sword energy racing through the air, vanishing in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the powerhouses of the two provinces were stirred. Is this a sword struck by a sage? When did Qingzhou acquire sage? The sword energy was en route to Qianzhou. Moments later, Lu Yuan's unleashed sword energy reached the falling wind canyon, arriving above Blood Yang sect in an instant. The thousands of disciples within Blood Yang sect sensed it immediately, their eyes drawn to the sky, hearts racing in dread. A singular thought surged in their minds. What is that? It resembles a sword energy. Yet, as this thought surfaced, a thunderous crash reverberated as the sword energy descended, transforming into an expanse of dazzling brilliance. Blood splattered like a grand display of crimson flowers. In a heartbeat, the entire Blood Yang sect was enveloped by the boundless sword light, bodies collapsing one after another, their demise met with a cacophony of thuds. They perished without ever understanding the cause of their end. On that day, the world learned of the annihilation of Blood Yang sect. News spread far and wide, recounting how a sword energy had traversed 10,000 miles from Qingzhou to obliterate Blood Yang sect. All knew this was the work of a sage-level sword cultivator. Yet the identity of this nameless swordsman remained a mystery. Blood Yang sect had seemingly offended a sage-level sword cultivator, resulting in their destruction from afar. The news spread like wildfire across the 5 major provinces of the eastern wilderness, this event proving even more shocking than Lu Yuan's prior annihilation of the Stone Clan. Speculation arose. Could this be the work of the ancestral figure of the Lu family, Lu Yuan? He had once slain members of Tianqian's sect with his sword. This conjecture sparked lively discussions, but ultimately, it was concluded that this individual was likely not the ancestral figure. The sword energy was confirmed to possess the aura of a sage, with sword intent taking tangible form. This nameless swordsman had traversed far along the path of swordsmanship. Moreover, Lu Yuan had not revealed his sword intent, and it was inconceivable that he could achieve sage status so swiftly. Thus, this topic was closed. Even after many days, the tale continued to be a subject of conversation among the populace. Of course, these are merely subsequent narratives. Time returned to the moment Lu Yuan unleashed his sword energy. Elder Sun and Qin Lang's group were directly pressed to the ground by the overwhelming force, their faces intimately acquainted with the earth. I have made my move. What will you do next? Lu Yuan spoke indifferently, an air of nonchalance about him. Who exactly are you? Elder Sun stammered, his forehead veins bulging, 3 parts astonished and 3 parts fearful. He was astonished at Lu Yuan's terrifying strength, too fearful to speculate on the young man's cultivation level. Anger surged within him as he lay face down, stripped of dignity, while fear loomed over him. Realizing his imminent demise at the hands of this man, who would surely not spare him. Who am I? Perhaps you should inquire with King Yin below. The members of Blood Yang sect are likely already awaiting you down there. Allow me to send you to reunite with them. With that, Lu Yuan's aura surged. A terrifying sage pressure descended upon Elder Sun and his companions, causing their heads to spin. In an instant, they erupted in a violent explosion, meeting their demise. Chapter 61. The New Emperor of the Great Qin. The Sacred Dynasty of the Great Qin. Within the Hall of Nurturing the Heart, Lu Yuan sat in the position once occupied by Qin Yanran, his fingers incessantly caressing the object in his hand. At this moment, he gently summoned the system in his mind. System, what is this object? Ding, this object is the key to unlock the sacred-level secret realm, the Absolute Cloud Secret Realm. Time remaining for the Absolute Cloud Secret Realm to manifest. 25 days. The host may choose to awaken the secret realm upon arriving at the absolute cloud mountain range. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was taken aback. A sacred-level secret realm, and it was located in the absolute cloud mountain range of Qianzhou. He recalled that his ascension to the celestial realm and the awakening of his system had occurred in the very same mountain range. He never anticipated that he had once brushed past a sacred-level secret realm. Lu Yuan reminisced about the spiritual fruit he had consumed at that time, which had directly elevated him to the celestial realm. At the time, he believed it was merely a stroke of good fortune that he had stumbled upon it. However, it now seemed that such an occurrence might not have been mere coincidence. Ancestor, what is the use of this object? At this moment, Lu Qingxing inquired. Given that several individuals had conspired for this object, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. This object is the key to unlock the sacred-level secret realm, Lu Yuan replied calmly, his tone unremarkable. This revelation left the others in shock. Is this truly the key to the secret realm? A sacred realm? At that moment, everyone except Lu Qingxing found it hard to believe. Qin Yanran and Qin Xuanhuang were equally astonished, their hearts filled with bewilderment and fervor. They had never expected that this jade pendant, which they once deemed insignificant, was actually the key to a sacred-level secret realm. Ancestor, where is this secret realm? Lu Yuan's voice broke the silence, and everyone turned their attention to Lu Yuan, awaiting his response. In Qianzhou, at the absolute cloud mountain range. 3 days later, within the Lu residence, Lu Yuan remained in the hall of the heavenly path, meditating in tranquility. Meanwhile, an announcement reverberated throughout the Great Qin dynasty. The Empress of the Great Qin has been replaced. Qin Yanran has abdicated in favor of Lu Qingxing. As soon as this news broke, it ignited a frenzy across the entire dynasty. Countless individuals speculated, who is Lu Qingxing? How could she inherit the throne? Subsequently, more news emerged. Qin Xuanhuang has recovered from his grave illness and ascended to the celestial supreme realm. Lu Qingxing is a descendant of the Lu family, the long-lost offspring of Qin Xuanhuang, and they have now been reunited, resulting in the transition of power. Lu Qingxing has successfully surpassed the bloodline test and entered the imperial tomb. The previous empress, Qin Yanran, announced, the Great Qin dynasty has become a vassal of the Lu family. The Great Qin dynasty has changed its name. It no longer bears the suffix of a dynasty and is now called the Sacred Dynasty of the Great Qin. With each piece of news, the hearts of the people trembled, their faces paling in astonishment. First, there was the elevation of Qin Xuanhuang to the celestial supreme realm. Now, the Great Qin dynasty was no longer an ordinary force of the celestial realm and had risen above the lowly ranks. Then came Lu Qingxing to outsiders. The discovery of Qin Xuanhuang's descendant seemed inconsequential. However, what astonished them was that Lu Qingxing was indeed a member of the Lu family. Lastly, the dynasty's name changed to the Sacred Dynasty. Such hubris! The Great Qin had no sage, yet dared to name itself after one. Other sects in Qianzhou, upon hearing this, felt a sense of injustice, but dared not voice their discontent. For the current Great Qin was now under the banner of the Lu family. Those factions that had previously been at odds with the Great Qin now arrived bearing lavish gifts, all led by the most esteemed individuals of their respective sects. All of this could not be separated from the Lu family. Lu Qingxing was a descendant of the Lu family, and the ascension of Qin Xuanhuang to the celestial supreme realm was likely orchestrated by the Lu family's elder, Lu Yuan. After all, he was a half-saint. Nurturing a celestial supreme was hardly a challenge. Moreover, the entire Great Qin had now merged with the Lu family, binding them together. However, the name Sacred Dynasty left many puzzled. Was Lu Yuan truly a sage? The outside world claimed he was merely a half-saint, a far cry from sage. Yet he had the audacity to name it as such. This clearly illustrated Lu Yuan's arrogance and self-assurance. Once again, the Lu family stirred the waters, sweeping through much of Qianzhou. Meanwhile, in the infinite sacred land, within the hall of the sacred sun, Zhao Wujuan embraced a voluptuous woman, listening to his subordinate's report. His expression exuded satisfaction as he muttered to himself, "My brother Lu truly knows how to stir up trouble." At the same time, a thought surfaced in his mind. The sword energy from 3 days prior had reportedly originated from the imperial capital of the Great Qin. And now, Lu Yuan was again stirring the winds of Qingzhou. This felt too coincidental. Could it be that my brother Lu is indeed that unnamed sword cultivator of the sacred realm? As this thought crossed his mind, Xuanhuang abruptly released his hold, feeling that the beauty in his arms had lost its allure. If Lu Yuan were truly a sage, he would pale in comparison to this so-called brother of his. He was merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm, soon to ascend to the mid-stage. And yet the world compared him to Lu Yuan, who had already reached the sacred realm. The disparity was too great. Furrowing his brow, Xuanhuang made his way to the cultivation chamber of the sect, disregarding the pleas and entreaties of the dozens of beautiful women in the hall. With determination in his eyes and firm strides, he thought, what is there to amuse oneself with women? If I do not cultivate, I might be left far behind by my brother Lu. As he walked, he suddenly paused, reaching for his waist. Hiss, why does it hurt a bit? In the outside world, the recent upheaval instigated by the Lu family in the Great Qin capital aroused suspicion among the observant. Many were aware that the sword energy from 3 days ago had surged from the Great Qin capital, and now the Lu family was making another appearance. Considering Lu Yuan's penchant for mischief, a collective gasp echoed as many speculated, could that unnamed sword cultivator truly be the ancestral elder of the Lu family? Lu Yuan? Is Lu Yuan truly a sage? In that moment, countless rumors began to circulate, some hot-headed individuals even resorting to violence over their differing opinions. Meanwhile, within the Lu family, in the Hall of the Heavenly Path, Lu Yuan brewed a cup of enlightenment tea. The previously esteemed sacred-grade tea had been discarded into his storage ring. With enlightenment tea available, who would still consume that inferior brew? Do you not agree that this is indeed the case? Lu Yuan treated the enlightenment tea as if it were common tea, extravagantly indulging in it like a spendthrift. There was no alternative. He was simply too powerful. Sitting upon the heavenly path chair, Lu Yuan reviewed his personal status panel. Host, Lu Yuan realm. Late-stage sage talent. Unparalleled in millennia, physique, chaotic immortal body, fortune value. 63333. This remarkable surge in fortune value was most likely a result of Lu Yuan obliterating the Celestial Supreme Sect, the Blood Sun sect, subjugating the Great Qin dynasty, and the public speculation that he was indeed that unnamed sword cultivator, eradicating a faction, enhancing family prestige, and gaining notoriety could all yield fortune value. Moreover, the members of the Lu family were steadily advancing in their cultivation, continuously supplying Lu Yuan with an endless stream of fortune value. At that moment, the system's melodic voice unexpectedly echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully subjugating a faction for the first time. Reward. Chapter 62. The Golden Dragon of Fortune. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in Lu Yuan's mind, causing him to start. Congratulations, host, on your first successful subjugation of a faction. Reward. The Celestial Map of Fortune. Lu Yuan was perplexed by the term Celestial Map of Fortune and quickly turned to the system's introduction. Celestial Map of Fortune, an item produced by the system, with no classification of rank and the only one of its kind in the world. Upon use, the host may bind to a faction of their choosing, including but not limited to family, sect, dynasty, great religion. Once bound, this faction will receive 1/10 of the Lu family's fortune, increasing alongside the Lu family's fortune but never exceeding that 1/10, and will also provide the host with fortune points. Note, this is fortune gained without detracting from the Lu family's fortune. After reading the system's description, Lu Yuan understood. How should he put it? It felt somewhat superfluous. Essentially, this item provided Lu Yuan with fortune points, while the bound faction would gradually enhance its own fortune, ensuring that the factions Lu Yuan acquired would not be too weak. Lu Yuan pondered, perhaps at this moment, there was no faction in the entire Xuanhuang world that could rival the Lu family in terms of terror. Even those quasi-emperor level factions likely paled in comparison. After all, the Lu family currently possessed 9 individuals with extraordinary talents. What qualifications did those great emperors have compared to them? At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding detected that the host's subordinate faction is the Great Qin Holy Dynasty. Would you like to bind? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. And instantly, it felt as though an unseen connection was forged between the Lu family and the Great Qin Holy Dynasty. Lu Yuan activated his fortune-gazing technique and looked up, witnessing the golden dragon of fortune above the Lu family beginning to swirl magnificently. It emitted waves directed towards the imperial capital of the Great Qin. To outsiders, the entire Pingyang city appeared tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. However, apart from Lu Yuan, there was one other person who noticed this phenomenon, the head of the Lu family, Lu Qianshan. He was in his room, cultivating, when suddenly, the Xuanhuang ding within him trembled slightly and broke free from his body. Lu Qianshan was taken aback. His Xuanhuang ding was connected to the Lu family's fortune, allowing him to observe it at all times. Now, as the small ding inexplicably began to tremble, he sensed something and instantly appeared on the rooftop, gazing at the sky. There, the two-clawed golden dragon of fortune, symbolizing the family's luck, was dancing in the air, emitting a series of roars, its sound waves reverberating. After observing for a while, Lu Qianshan found nothing particularly unusual and scratched his head in confusion. How strange, just then, the Xuanhuang ding returned to his body, and the two-clawed golden dragon began to calm down, quietly lingering in the void, gradually fading from sight. Even those who practiced the fortune-gazing technique and could observe the fortunes of the land would not easily detect it. Seeing this, Lu Qianshan silently regarded the Hall of Heavenly Tao, where no activity was evident. He mused that since the Ancestor had not appeared, it implied that this matter was under the Ancestor's control. He then returned to his room to continue his cultivation, preparing to break through to the Divine Palace realm. Now, he possessed the Xianling royal body, and his cultivation level had already reached the 9th stage of the celestial being realm. With the enhancement of his physique and ample resources, Lu Qianshan's cultivation was skyrocketing, poised for an ascent into the Divine Palace realm. Lu Yuan retracted his consciousness, having anticipated that Lu Qianshan would be startled. Currently, only Lu Kuan and Lu He were at the Divine Palace realm, but they were also on the verge of breaking through. These two, endowed with extraordinary talents and being pure-blooded 10 fiends, had soared from the condensation realm directly into the Divine Palace realm upon merging their essence blood, transcending several major levels. However, their dedication to cultivation had not been as fervent, resulting in their current status at the 8th stage of the Divine Palace realm. Meanwhile, Lu Yin and the others had gradually entered the celestial being realm. The present state of the Lu family could be encapsulated in a single word: flourishing. Lu Yuan reflected on this, casting his gaze towards the imperial capital of the Great Qin. With his sacred realm cultivation, he effortlessly enveloped the entirety of the Great Qin with his consciousness. At that moment, in the imperial capital, Lu Qiansheng was astonished, staring at the golden, one-clawed dragon of fortune in the sky. Her expression was blank, her mind in disarray. Just a moment ago, this one-clawed dragon had merely been an ordinary golden flood dragon, and even earlier, it had been nothing more than a colossal golden python. It was only after she ascended to become the Empress of the Great Qin that it evolved into a flood dragon. Yet now, it seemed to undergo another transformation. She had just witnessed the flood dragon sprouting an additional claw, transforming from 2 claws to 3, and then to a 5-clawed dragon, before shedding its mortal form and becoming a true dragon, now manifesting as a 1-clawed golden dragon, a genuine 1-clawed dragon. Lu Qiansheng contemplated deeply but could not comprehend this occurrence. It was beyond her understanding. Although she had been an empress in her past life, she had never encountered such a situation. What did this signify? Had the fortune of the Great Qin elevated? Yet, this seemed implausible within mere days. It had upgraded twice in succession, from python to flood dragon, then to golden dragon. As the human emperor body, now the empress of the Great Qin, she could naturally observe the fortunes of her dynasty. Lu Qiansheng retrieved the human emperor seal and the human emperor jade seal from within her. The human emperor seal was birthed from herself and was continually growing. After becoming the empress, she had directly enhanced it with national fortune, now swelling to the size of fist. Now, the human emperor seal appeared even more extraordinary. It had not simply grown larger, but had become more exquisite, adorned with a vivid one-clawed dragon due to the enhancement of fortune. Lu Qingcheng then gazed at the human emperor seal, which had also transformed due to the augmentation of national fortune. It measured 4 inches in diameter, resting on a square base, with a dragon coiled atop. Previously, the dragon on the seal had merely been a flood dragon, but now it was indeed a true one-clawed dragon. A ripple of emotion coursed through Lu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes. She felt a sense of uncertainty. She had a strong intuition that this matter was likely connected to the ancestor. Suppressing her complex feelings, Lu Qingcheng commenced her cultivation, as the human emperor body could draw upon the national fortune for training. Moments later, Lu Qingcheng opened her eyes, astonished, as her cultivation speed had multiplied several times over. In the Hall of Heavenly Tao, Lu Yuan withdrew his consciousness, a hint of confusion crossing his brow as he murmured. Has the Lu family's fortune reached the level of a one-clawed golden dragon? He took out the key to the Jueyun's secret realm, contemplating whether there were any realm or time restrictions for this secret realm. Once opened, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire eastern wilderness. If there were no restrictions, what would be the consequence? Inevitably, countless sacred-level factions would descend to compete for the secret realm, and the entire eastern wilderness could plunge into chaos. After all, this was a sacred-level secret realm. Chapter 63. The Emergence of the Secret Realm of Jueyun. System. What are the limitations of the Jueyun secret realm? Lu Yuan silently summoned the system within his mind. The Jueyun secret realm is a saint-level secret realm, with a time limit of 7 days for its opening. Boundary restriction. Maximum saint below great saint. 7 days? Maximum saint? Lu Yuan's pupils constricted, and an impulse to curse surged within him. Below great saint. What difference does that make from having no boundary restrictions at all? The Jueyun secret realm is the burial ground of the Jueyun saint from thousands of years ago. Within the secret realm lies the Jueyun medicinal garden and numerous ferocious beasts, with the greatest fortune being the inheritance of the saints. Hearing the system's voice once more, Lu Yuan furrowed his brows. Since this secret realm is an inheritance realm, why did Jueyun not set the boundary restrictions to below saint? How could even saints enter? Something feels off. Lu Yuan pondered, finding it exceedingly strange. According to the system, this secret realm is emerging for the first time. Then why did Jueyun arrange it for 10,000 years later? If the inheritance of the saints is the greatest fortune, why can saints enter? Do they still need the inheritance of other saints? Hey, Jueyun, is it? I shall see what your intentions are. Lu Yuan halted his contemplation, his gaze profound, suddenly recalling that he hadn't visited the Yunwu Mountains in quite a while. Once this secret realm matter passes, it will be time to relocate. Then, he awaited the awakening of the heavenly Tao, curious about how it would perceive the fortune of the Lu family and these few exceptional individuals upon its return. Lu Yuan even felt a tinge of anticipation. Subsequently, Lu Yuan slowly rose and walked out, his divine sense enveloping the Lu family, while his voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. In 1 hour, a saint-level secret realm will emerge in Qianzhou. Everyone is to remain within the clan. Lu Kuan, Lu He, accompany me. With that, Lu Yuan swept up the 2 demons, vanishing directly from the clan. The members of the Lu family were instantly filled with confusion, astonishment, and disbelief. A saint-level secret realm? It will appear in Qianzhou in an hour? Why did the ancestor want us to stay within the clan? Their faces showed shock as doubts swirled in their hearts. Just follow the ancestor's decision. In Daqin, the imperial capital, Lu Yuan arrived with the 2 demons. Currently, Lu Kuan and Lu He were the highest cultivators of the Lu family. As for the ancient medicine, he was still researching the true essence of alchemy. Lu Yuan came here to bring Qin Yin ran along. She was at the late stage of a venerable, perfectly suited to enter the secret realm for some tempering. As for Qin Shanhe, though he possessed the cultivation of a heavenly venerable, Lu Yuan chose not to bring him, as he was still stabilizing his realm. Having directly broken through from the late venerable stage to the mid-heavenly venerable stage, which required further honing. Qin Shanhe's wives offered little help during his regression, Rather, they had added to his difficulties, and now they had all been purged. As for Qin Yanran's mother, she had long since passed away. Coincidentally, with all his wives gone, Lu Yuan had become the sole one left. Otherwise, he would be reluctant to let the third elder of the Lu family suffer any indignity. After all, such matters could easily turn against one. With a light step, Lu Yuan directly entered Qin Yanran's chamber. Upon suddenly finding someone in her room, Qin Yanran was taken aback. But upon recognizing the visitor, she immediately let down her guard. Looking at the extraordinarily handsome man before her, she quickly stood, her face slightly flushed. Bowing respectfully, Yanran pays her respects to Lord Lu Yuan. Come with me to the saint-level secret realm. Senior Lu, are you about to open the secret realm? Indeed, my father. He is still stabilizing his realm. There's no need to bring him along. In Qianzhou, at the Juyin mountain range, Lu Yuan stood in the void with one woman and two demons, gazing down below. He had spent 2.5 years there. Suddenly, a questioning voice broke the silence. Boss, isn't this the place we stayed at before? Lu Kuan asked, looking at Lu Yuan. Indeed, this is the Juyin mountain range. The very place where we once lived, Lu Yuan affirmed. Qin Yanran, upon hearing this, glanced sideways, her thoughts stirring. Lord Lu Yuan had lived here before? As his words fell, Lu Yuan produced the key to the Juyin secret realm, a jade pendant. Go, he murmured softly, and the jade pendant transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the depths of the mountain range. Simultaneously, the entire mountain range trembled, and an ancient, profound aura emerged within this realm. Countless powerful figures were stirred, collectively looking up towards the Juyin mountain range. Is a secret realm emerging? That direction is the Juyin mountain range? This aura, could it be the saint-level secret realm? Quick, summon the saint Ancestor. At that moment, the land of Qianzhou trembled, and within a quarter of an hour, news of the saint-level secret realm's emergence spread throughout the entire region. Countless individuals flocked to explore the Juyin mountain range. For according to the news, it was indeed a saint-level secret realm, bound to contain opportunities for breaking through boundaries. Who wouldn't wish to seize such fortunes? The saint-level secret realm, for them, was likely overflowing with opportunities. Whether they were venerables, divine palace cultivators, celestial beings, or even those at the primordial spirit level, they rushed toward the location of the secret realm, hoping to savor a taste of its offerings. If I cannot partake in the meat, perhaps I can at least sip the broth? At that moment, several voices resonated through the heavens and earth, sending shivers down everyone's spine. What are you people from Qianzhou doing in our Qianzhou? With the secret realm emerging, anyone can enter. Since the secret realm has appeared in our Qianzhou, it belongs to us. People from other major states, leave quickly or face extermination. Truly, the second-ranked state of the Eastern Wilderness speaks with such arrogance. Which forces saint are you? State your name. Do you think you are worthy to know my name? You just wait. It would be best if I do not encounter you within the secret realm. With that, the conversation ended, and people gaped in disbelief. Just now, was that a saint communicating from afar? The voices belonged to 3 different individuals, a saint from Qianzhou and 2 from other major states. Although the Qianzhou saint declared that people from other major states could not enter the secret realm, it seemed few were deterred. You do not even know where I come from? Besides, with 2 other saints opposing you, every major state in the Eastern Wilderness has its own saint-level forces. How could Qianzhou stand against the other 4 states? With such thoughts in mind, the crowd hastened their steps. Deep within the Juyin mountain range, Lu Yuan and the others stood before the gate of the secret realm. Upon the grand gate, a vast and radiant light screen displayed several lines of text. Reading, the Juyin secret realm is open for 7 days. Those below great saint may enter. May you all seize your opportunities, and may the fated inherit my legacy. Lu Yuan gazed at the inscription, lost in profound contemplation. Chapter 64. Entering the secret realm in the Juyin mountain range, shadows flickered as terrifying auras swept through the air. Departing swiftly, in a mere moment, a multitude of cultivators had gathered, and a cursory glance revealed that the lowest among them had reached the primordial spirit realm. Those at the primordial spirit level already possessed the qualifications to establish their own factions. Who were those few in front of the secret realm's gate? How could they have arrived so quickly? Why do they linger outside instead of entering? As more figures emerged, inquiries filled the air, faces reflecting confusion. Oof. Did you not see the countdown on a light screen? Are you blind, being a celestial being? A cold scoff echoed, emanating from a formidable figure of the divine palace realm. Merely a divine palace cultivator, yet he spoke with such arrogance, claiming others were blind. Suddenly, a rebuttal rang out, drawing the attention of the crowd. It was a venerable expert. Following this, another voice chimed in. A mere venerable one begins to teach others now. The onlookers turned once more, their gazes landing on an elderly man whose terrifying aura was unmistakable. He was a heavenly sovereign. A trivial heavenly sovereign dares to boast? Just then, a hoarse, indifferent voice reached the ears of the crowd, prompting all to look again. It was an elderly man, frail and emaciated, his complexion pale, resembling a ghoul risen from the depths of hell. What is this? Someone gasped at the sight of the old man's appearance, inadvertently drawing his attention. Bang! The individual was instantly obliterated by the old man's aura, a wave of death sweeping across the area, leaving the onlookers aghast and drenched in cold sweat. Shock and trepidation gripped everyone, exchanging glances yet too fearful to utter a sound. Is he a sage? This is the power of a sage. How terrifying. One aura, and that divine palace expert is dead. Do not provoke him. He is far too intimidating. Thoughts raced through the minds of the crowd, their eyes betraying their fear. At that moment, a casual voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Old withered tree, you remain as formidable as ever. Upon this utterance, a middle-aged man appeared, exuding a violet glow, clad in resplendent purple robes, a faint smile gracing his features as he regarded the elder. Zixing, you have come as well. It is quite a distance from Lingzhou. Are you not weary? Would you allow this old man to host you? The withered sage fixed his gaze on Zixing, his horse, eerie voice ringing out. No need for your hospitality. The secret realm is about to open. Old ghost, do not perish inside. Boast as you will. Even if all of you die, this old man shall remain. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, prompting the assembled cultivators to stabilize themselves. Within the secret realm, peculiar waves surged forth, seemingly welcoming the crowd. The secret realm has opened. The secret realm has opened. In an instant, the throng surged into the secret realm like a gushing spring. Lu Yuan observed silently from above, while distant heavenly sovereigns and several sages lingered, seemingly in no rush to enter, mirroring Lu Yuan's intent to bide their time. As the last of the crowd entered, Lu Yuan looked towards the sages. The earlier Zixing smiled faintly and said, "Friends, let us proceed together." With his words, the sages vanished, stepping into the secret realm. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, flanked by a woman and two demons, before he too entered the realm. As the world spun momentarily, Lu Yuan opened his eyes to find himself in an immense forest. Towering trees abounded, their numbers akin to the stars, while the roars of beasts echoed around him. It appeared he had been randomly transported. Alone, he stood in the forest, realizing that Qin Yanran, Lu Kuan, and Lu Hai had all been transported elsewhere. Yet, given their cultivation levels, they should be safe below the heavenly sovereign realm. As Lu Yuan strolled through the forest, it was his first time entering a secret realm. How was this place created? He mused to himself, extending his consciousness, only to find it abruptly halted. His perception was obstructed. He could only observe his immediate surroundings. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. Frowning, Lu Yuan quickened his pace. Before him, a young woman was fleeing in a panic, exerting every ounce of strength to escape. Behind her, a ferocious tiger pursued relentlessly. She was merely at the primordial spirit realm, yet upon entering, she encountered a divine palace beast. If she had any hope of escape, it was truly a testament to her survival skills. What bad luck! She had hoped to seize an opportunity, but found herself in the jaws of danger. Despair clouded Xinxi's mind. Was she truly about to die? As her true essence rapidly depleted, regret washed over her. Had she known, she would never have entered this secret realm. At just 22 years of age, was she destined to leave this world? As she fled, her thoughts raced. Suddenly, she spotted a figure ahead and recognized the young man as appearance. He was remarkably youthful, with black hair and a white robe, exuding a cold aura and striking features. Yet he appeared so young that perhaps his cultivation was even lower than hers, and he was walking towards her. In that moment, Xinxi's heart tightened. She could not be the cause of another's demise. Friend ahead, run quickly. A divine palace beast is behind you. Yet, upon seeing Lu Yuan standing still, motionless, she was taken aback. Why wasn't Tihi moving? She had warned him. Friend, what are you doing? If you don't run now, you'll be devoured by the tiger. As she reached Lu Yuan's side, she gazed at him in urgency. Although he was strikingly handsome and exuded an ethereal quality, he seemed to lack common sense. Having ignored her repeated warnings, determined not to let him perish, she concluded that he must have heard her cries and approached. She could not allow such a fate to befall him. Resolving her thoughts, she made an unexpected move, preparing to carry Lu Yuan away. However, given Lu Yuan's status as a sage, how could she possibly lift him? Breathless, she turned to glance behind her, only to see a massive tiger, resembling a small mountain, closing in. This was it. She was doomed. Whispering to herself, her body trembled. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan regarded the beast ahead, his gaze sharp, a slight smile curling his lips. With a subtle movement of his finger, a sound akin to something collapsing echoed through the air. Boom! The beast lay lifeless, a blood hole between its brows. Devoid of breath, with a wave of his hand, the tiger's carcass vanished without a trace. Chapter 65. The Her Garden. Having collected the flesh of the tiger demon from the divine palace realm, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Given the abundance of demon beasts in this area, it would be prudent to gather more game for the benefit of his kin upon his return. With this thought in mind, he continued onward, utterly oblivious to a figure who stood frozen in place. At this moment, Xinxi found herself at a loss, her mind swirling with countless questions. What had just transpired? The tiger demon lay dead? This seemingly frail youth had effortlessly vanquished a formidable demon from the divine palace realm? What was his cultivation level? As she regained her composure, a flicker of astonishment and disbelief lingered in her eyes. With these thoughts racing through her mind, she hastily rose and pursued him. Esteemed sir, I am grateful for your timely intervention, she said, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she regarded the now stationary Lu Yuan, her heart fluttering slightly. Miss, you are obstructing my path. Lu Yuan's voice was cool and indifferent, suggesting that she should vacate the area immediately. Upon observing the young woman before him, a fleeting thought crossed Lu Yuan's mind. She possessed a kind and gentle nature, having warned him a few moments prior. Yet, her cultivation was too low to survive long in this perilous secret realm. May I inquire your esteemed name? Sir, I am Xinxi. May I accompany you? It is far too dangerous here, and I cannot leave just yet, she implored, her anxiety evident. She had only attained the 5th level of the primordial spirit realm, not even qualifying as a celestial being. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would never have ventured into this secret realm. The youth who had instantaneously dispatched the divine palace demon must surely be of the venerable realm. Such a young venerable? What sort of force did he belong to? Was he perhaps a hidden prodigy from a prominent family or sect? At that moment, Lu Yuan replied, Miss, you have drawn a demon beast to me, and I saved your life. Thus our debts are settled. You should depart now. I am heading toward the outer areas, where danger is minimal. Faced with Lu Yuan's unwavering stance, Xinxi could only relent. After expressing her gratitude, she turned and hurried back in the direction from which he had come. Lu Yuan smiled faintly as he ventured deeper into the wilderness, contemplating that if fate allowed, he would not mind assisting the young woman further. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan arrived at a cave, where a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Narrowing his eyes, he unleashed a powerful punch, causing the cave to collapse. There, sprawled on the ground, lay a massive python, lifeless and utterly defeated. Lu Yuan sighed in disappointment. It was merely a snake, a type of meat he had no desire to consume. Stepping forward, he reached out and grasped the spirit fruit that had appeared in his hand. This snake demon had used spirit fruits as bait to ambush others. Indeed, a demon of the divine palace realm possessed considerable intellect. After stowing away the spirit fruit, he prepared to leave when a sudden voice halted his progress. Kid, that spirit fruit is mine. Put it down and walk away." Or else an elderly man descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of immense terror. A venerable? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Did this elder mistake him for a mere divine palace realm cultivator? Indeed, upon his arrival, the elder had observed Lu Yuan alongside the slain beast and had instinctively assumed him to be of lesser cultivation, hence his intent to kill and seize the treasure. The elder's gaze bore into Lu Yuan with intensity. In response, Lu Yuan chuckled, revealing his true power, which swept through the surroundings, causing the elder to spit out a mouthful of blood. "You are a saint?" The elder collapsed to the ground like a withered leaf in the wind, landing heavily. Lu Yuan glanced at him silently before continuing on his way. At last, he encountered no further adversaries seeking their demise. He had amassed a considerable collection of demon beast bodies, including those from the Divine Palace realm, Venerable realm, and even two from the Heavenly Venerable tier. A moment later, Lu Yuan arrived at a bustling location, filled with clamorous voices. "Is this the herb garden?" Furrowing his brow, he realized he had stumbled upon the famed herb garden of the legendary Saint Juan. As he surveyed the area, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of the herbs, an idea began to form in his mind. This herb garden seemed to hold a deep connection to him. It was rightfully his to claim. At the core of the garden, several figures were embroiled in a heated argument. "Old withered tree, we agreed that each would take 3 shares, and the remainder would be divided among the other cultivators. Let us commence the harvest." "Very well, let it be so," replied the old tree's spirit, observing the two with a cunning glint in his eye. Unlike the others, he had no intention of relinquishing his share for mere pride and reputation. He cast a cold gaze upon the surrounding cultivators, contemplating the possibility of exterminating any who dared to resist. As the 3 figures prepared to gather herbs, a thunderous explosion erupted, shrouding the area in smoke. 2 streaks of light shot forth, revealing 2 figures engaged in combat. "Who dares to steal the herbs of our sect's master? Prepare to pay with your life." "Ha! Do you claim them as yours simply because you say so?" The 2 exchanged fierce blows, their rapid movements captivating the attention of all present. Moments later, one combatant fell, coughing blood. How can a mere divine palace cultivator be so strong? "Humph! If a venerable cannot defeat a divine palace cultivator, then your existence is a waste of air. I shall send you to your death." With those words, the golden-haired man prepared to strike down his fallen opponent. Just then, a flash of light surged forth at lightning speed. Lu Yuan hurriedly attempted to defend himself, but the overwhelming force sent him flying several thousand feet, toppling trees along the way. "Damn it, you cowardly sneak!" Lu Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring furiously. The assailant slowly revealed himself, his expression calm, as if regarding a mere insect. "You dare steal my herbs and attempt to harm my sect's members? You have chosen the path to your own demise." Chapter 66. A palm that shatters the saint. A resounding voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth, imbued with a hint of indifference and the essence of judgment. The saint stood quietly amidst the void, his gaze apathetic as he looked down upon the bloodied Lu Yuan, shaking his head. "To be able to defeat a revered one of my sect with the cultivation of the 8th realm of the Divine Palace is indeed impressive. However, regrettably, you shall have no further opportunity to cultivate." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure flashed and appeared above Lu Yuan, looking down from his elevated position with a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. With his right hand, he conjured a spell and struck downwards with great force. The onlookers were rendered speechless, feeling a sense of discomfort, yet none dared to intervene. It was truly shameless for a saint to resort to such measures against someone unable to contend with their own revered one. They felt a profound sorrow for the golden hair man below. To have defeated a revered one at the Divine Palace level, he was undeniably a prodigious talent. Alas, he was now destined to meet his end here. Reflected in their eyes was the image of Lu Yuan, as if they had already witnessed his annihilation. However, at that moment, the attack suddenly halted, suspended just a yard above Lu Yuan. A gentle voice echoed, reaching the ears of all present. "Ha! How disgraceful it is for a dignified saint to bully a junior of the 8th realm of the Divine Palace. Have you no shame left?" As the words fell, A figure appeared out of thin air, hands clasped behind his back, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, his white robe billowing in the wind, and his gaze profoundly deep. The crowd looked up, their souls trembling as they beheld this ethereal young man, a thought surfacing in their minds. Could he be another saint? Seeing the previous saint's attack still suspended in the air, everyone concluded that this was indeed another saint. Only a saint could intercept another saint's assault. Yet, why did this saint appear so youthful while the other was an elderly figure clad in gray? Which sect do you belong to? I do not recall having seen you before, inquired the gray-clad elder, his eyes reflecting confusion, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. He could not discern the cultivation level of this young man. There was only one possibility. Either his realm surpassed that of the elder, or he possessed a concealed artifact. Observing the youth's fair visage, the gray-clad elder speculated it must be the latter. Perhaps this individual had just ascended to the saintly realm. At this point, Lu Yuan calmly stated, "Which sect do you belong to? I have not seen you either." A saint unashamedly bullying a junior. Your sect must surely be called the sect of shamelessness. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, quickly stifling their laughter. Though their expressions were difficult to control, the gray-clad elder, hearing Lu Yuan's words and witnessing the amused expressions of the cultivators below, felt a surge of anger. A mere early-stage saint, it seems you wish to court death for attempting to save that rascal below? Defeating me will not only grant you that person, but also my 30% of medicinal materials. The elder spoke with arrogance, his demeanor dismissive of all else. Boss, this old man is insufferably arrogant. Just take his head off, and I'll kick it like a ball. At that moment, Lu Yuan wiped his mouth and spoke fiercely, having genuinely thought he was about to die. Fortunately, Lu Yuan arrived just in time, allowing Lu Yuan to escape disaster. Gazing at the two figures in the sky, Lu Yuan dusted himself off and shouted once more, "Old man, my boss has arrived. Your time is up. Ha ha ha. Oh, it seems you are indeed allies," chuckled the gray-clad elder, completely unfazed. As a mid-stage saint who had cultivated for centuries, how could he be compared to the young man before him? He felt no fear. Rather, he anticipated the moment when the one who threatened to take his head and kick it like a ball would witness his boss being mercilessly slaughtered. You appear quite confident, but do you truly possess only 30% of the medicinal materials? You worthless fool, unable to even grasp all of the precious herbs. Your cultivation must be akin to that of a dog. Lu Yuan's voice rang out, growing louder until he proclaimed earth-shattering words. This medicinal garden belongs to me, Lu Yuan. All of you, leave this place at once, or none shall remain. That includes you, and those two eavesdropping over there. Upon finishing, Lu Yuan pointed to the distance, and suddenly, two streaks of light flew in, transforming into two figures, a man as frail as a withered tree and an unremarkable middle-aged man. Alongside the gray-clad elder were the three saints who sought to divide this medicinal garden. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's audacious declaration, the crowd trembled, astonishment coursing through their veins. Were the two eavesdroppers indeed these two saints? And he claimed the medicinal garden belonged to him? The crowd was in an uproar, unable to comprehend the audacity of this young man. With his words, he had directly offended three saints. "Ha, old do, it seems he doesn't regard you at all," sneered the middle-aged man. "Ha, old withered tree, does he hold you in any esteem?" At this moment, the unremarkable middle-aged man spoke up. "Kid, reaching the saintly realm is no small feat. Why seek death?" Lu Yuan regarded the three before him, a disdainful smile curling upon his lips. In the face of their oppressive presence, he displayed not an ounce of fear. He was already at the late stage of the saintly realm, having defeated countless peers in the Sky Tower. As for the three before him, they were naught but insignificant fowl. Laughter, you two retreat. This person is mine to handle. As the words left his mouth, old Du soared into the air, emanating a terrifying aura, conjuring a colossal elephant that charged directly at Lu Yuan. With a faint smile, Lu Yuan withdrew his hands from behind his back, chaotic energy swirling around him, and with a single palm, he struck out, dispersing the giant elephant into mere wisps of light. It could not withstand even a moment of resistance. Lu Yuan's palm continued its trajectory toward the front, and upon witnessing this, the gray-clad elder's heart filled with dread, hastily drawing his weapon to defend himself. Yet, with a thunderous crash, the gray-clad elder was obliterated, reduced to ashes, his soul extinguished. What? How is this possible? The withered tree Taoist and the middle-aged man stood frozen in disbelief, their hairs standing on end, their pupils constricting in horror. He shattered old Du with a single palm? Both were left trembling, their legs quaking as they exchanged glances, each seeing a glimmer of fear reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 67. The Eastern Wilderness and the Five States Flee. Whoosh, whoosh. The two individuals transformed into streaks of light, swiftly turning and running with all their might, expending every ounce of energy they possessed solely to escape. The onlookers, cultivators present, were rendered speechless by the astonishing scene before them. Who could explain what just transpired? Did that young man truly strike down a sage with a single palm? And did the other two sages simply flee? At that moment, the entire medicinal garden fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to utter a word. All gazes were fixed upon Lu Yuan, filled with disbelief. What level of cultivation did he possess? What formidable force was he aligned with to exhibit such strength? Lu Yuan shook his head, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he stepped onto the void, employing the swift techniques of the Xuanhuang. In an instant, he positioned himself directly in front of the fleeing duo. The two, upon encountering the spectral figure of Lu Yuan, were paralyzed with terror, nearly losing their souls in fright. Their speed was simply astounding. The drywood Taoist shouted, his voice resembling that of a quacking duck, painfully unpleasant to hear. The three stood face to face, with Lu Yuan's eyes reflecting a nonchalance. To him, the two before him appeared no more significant than mere grasshoppers, easily crushed underfoot. Meanwhile, the drywood Taoist and the middle-aged man were drenched in cold sweat, their garments soaked through. Lu Daoyu, might you spare us this once? We seem to have no deep-seated enmity, do we? Spare us, and from henceforth, we shall serve you loyally. The raspy and eerie voice of the drywood Taoist broke the silence, his face contorted into an obsequious grin. The middle-aged man echoed him, bowing slightly indeed. What the drywood Taoist says holds true. Moreover, we shall offer you the medicinal garden on a silver platter. What say you, Lu Daoyu? Lu Yuan listened quietly, observing the eager expressions of the two, and found their desperation amusing. His 200 years of survival experience were not in vain. Those who had previously shown malice towards him were always dealt with decisively. It was even more imperative since these two were sages. While he harbored no fear, his kin were of lesser cultivation. Should these two ever harbor discontent and act against his people, regret would come too late. Halting his thoughts, Lu Yuan replied coolly, "Prepare yourselves, we shall set forth. And no, Lu brother, you cannot do this. We are good people. You cannot engage in such indiscriminate slaughter. Yes, Lu brother, Lu senior, we are both law-abiding citizens." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, the two felt as though they had just received the grim announcement of their fate, standing at the precipice of despair. Then, Lu Yuan radiated a dark luminescence, and a swirling vortex materialized from thin air, his black hair billowing without wind. 9 nether-devouring technique. Since acquiring this ability, he had yet to wield it, to refine all things, to consume everything. Lu Yuan was immensely curious about its capabilities and effects. The heaven-sealing seal floated upon Lu Yuan's forehead, emanating divine brilliance, rendering the dry wood and his companion motionless. Lu Yuan activated the 9 nether-devouring technique, and in an instant, the two began to scream in agony. Could even their physical forms be refined? Lu Yuan gasped in disbelief. As time passed, the two had already perished. Not only their bodies, but their very souls had been consumed by Lu Yuan. Observing the dark substance in his hand, Lu Yuan frowned, unsure of what it was. He then stored away along with the storage rings and bags of the 3 sages. In the medicinal garden, Lu Yuan addressed the gathered cultivators, declaring, "All of you must leave at once. None shall tread upon the medicinal garden again. Those who defy this command shall face death." Upon hearing this, the cultivators immediately wilted, their hopes dashed. Moments ago, They had anticipated that Lu Yuan, like the previous 3 sages, might leave behind some precious medicinal herbs. However, the moment they heard his decree, despair washed over them, and they lamented their misfortune. Little did they know, even among them, numerous celestial sovereigns stood powerless to resist. They could only cast longing glances at the abundant herbs before departing in discontent. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan had harvested all the medicinal materials and proceeded in a specific direction. Elder brother, have you encountered Lu He and Qin Yanran? Not yet, but perhaps we shall soon, Lu Yuan mused. The vastness of this secret realm made random encounters unlikely, yet he sensed that eventually, everyone would converge at one location, the site of the legacy of the absolute cloud sage. It seemed they were all transported onto various branches of fate, ultimately leading towards the main thread. Each branch held opportunities, and Lu Yuan's path was evidently the medicinal garden. Moments later, Lu Yuan arrived before a grand hall, where a bustling square was filled with people akin to a swarm of locusts. Is this truly the place of opportunity and legacy? Lu Yuan pondered aloud, quietly observing the scene, sensing something amiss. There were far too many people here, all standing in the square, gazing at the grand hall. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the air, and a staircase appeared from nothing, gradually extending until it formed a 1,000-step celestial stairway. Congratulations to all for arriving here. The grand hall before you houses my legacy. Ascend the staircase. The first to enter the hall shall receive the legacy. Once anyone steps onto the stairs, they will be affected by gravity. Each individual's cultivation level will determine the gravity they experience, ensuring fairness. Now, let the contest begin. As the voice faded, all cultivators hurriedly ascended the staircase, eager to claim the legacy for themselves. Lu Yuan surveyed the crowd with his divine sense and felt a wave of relief when he spotted Lu He and Qin Yanran standing side by side, having yet to step onto the staircase. Reflecting, Lu Yuan resolved to create a jade slip infused with his projection for his kin, which might prove life-saving in times of crisis. Only 3 sages have perished? Lu Yuan gasped in astonishment. If no other sages had fallen aside from those he had slain, then only 6 sages had entered this secret realm, excluding himself. This number was neither excessive nor insufficient. The Eastern Wilderness comprised 5 major states, each with its own hierarchy. First state, Cangzhou, home to 3 sage-level forces. Second state, Qianzhou, with 2 sage-level forces. Third state, Qingzhou, hosting 1 sage-level force. Fourth state, Lingzhou, also 1. Fifth state, Yangzhou, yet another. Lu Yuan hailed from Qingzhou, though this was merely his understanding. There might be secluded forces akin to the Stone Clan that remained unknown to the world. Additionally, there were rogue sages, such as the Drywood Taoist. Thus, even without Lu Yuan, the presence of 6 sages in this secret realm was quite significant. After all, this was merely a sage-level secret realm, which held less allure for those of sage status. However, for the celestial sovereigns, it presented an excellent opportunity to ascend to the sage realm. The distinction between sage and celestial sovereign was a chasm of difference. Chapter 68. The Supreme Sage of Absolute Cloud, Lu Yuan, stood silently, observing the eager cultivators scrambling to ascend the heavenly ladder, lost in thought. Beside him, Lu Yuan was unable to contain his excitement, already itching to make his move. At that moment, a cultivator had already reached the 300th step. Big brother, shall we give it a try? Lu Yuan asked, glancing at Lu Yuan with a hint of urgency in his eyes. His curiosity about the heavenly ladder and the desire to compete with others overshadowed any thoughts of sage inheritance. Lu Yuan's gaze burned with determination. Can a mere heavenly ladder deter my progress? He was eager to surpass everyone and be the first to reach the summit. Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance and replied with a smile, I shall ascend later. You may go ahead. All right. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Yuan dashed off. Lu Yuan crossed his arms, exchanging knowing looks with the 3 eminent sages in the distance. At that moment, a voice echoed, audible only to the 4 of them. This fellow seems unfamiliar. You're not from Qianzhou, are you? May I ask for your name? Lu Yuan turned to the speaker, a middle-aged man with a formidable presence, exuding the aura of a mid-stage sage. He bore a stern countenance, yet his smile hinted at hidden malice. Lu Yuan chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, "Just a nameless wanderer. No need for you to inquire further." The sage's smile faltered, and though he maintained a calm facade, he mentally marked Lu Yuan as a target. This was the individual who had earlier boasted of exterminating cultivators from other great states. The man's arrogance transformed into resentment when Lu Yuan rebuffed him. Just then, a genial voice chimed in, "Friend, I'm Zixing, the sect master of the Zixiao sect from Lingzhou. Shall we befriend one another?" Zixing regarded Lu Yuan with a calm demeanor. The others, not hailing from Qingzhou, had never encountered Lu Yuan and only heard fragmented tales of his exploits, failing to recognize the youth before them. "Ah, Lingzhou, Zixiao sect," Lu Yuan mused, realizing that even individuals from the far reaches of Lingzhou had arrived. Moreover, it was the sect master himself. With a slight nod, Lu Yuan replied casually, "I come from Qingzhou, merely a member of a humble faction, so I shall refrain from introducing myself." Upon hearing this, the others ceased their attempts at conversation and turned their gazes towards the distance, where someone had already reached the 400th step, albeit at a slowing pace. "Friends, I shall take my leave first. I am eager to discover the wonders of this heavenly ladder." The last cloaked man finally spoke up, having remained silent until now, and stepped forward to test himself. Following suit, Zixing and his companions ascended the heavenly ladder as well. Lu Yuan stood in the void, his brow slightly furrowed. Did they not sense anything amiss? "Very well. I shall observe what you intend to do, Supreme Sage of Absolute Cloud." With that, Lu Yuan vanished from sight, reappearing on the first step of the heavenly ladder. Boom! A wave of pressure hit him, momentarily halting his movement, yet his expression remained unfazed. From his observations, each set of 100 steps represented a different tier. With this in mind, Lu Yuan pressed forward rapidly, reaching the 800th step in mere moments. He left all the cultivators behind, who stood dumbfounded at his swift ascent. Who is he? Why is he moving so quickly? Does he not bear the weight of the formations? They gasped in astonishment, unaware of Lu Yuan's identity. The crowd was predominantly composed of individuals from Qianzhou, with the remainder hailing from other great states, and even the Qingzhou cultivators had never laid eyes on Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, Lu Kuan, Lu He, and Qin Yanran, watching the figure from behind, felt a surge of excitement. Ancestor, they were still painstakingly climbing, while Lu Yuan had already surpassed them in an instant. Simultaneously, Zixing and his companions, who had only just begun their ascent, now found themselves trailing behind Lu Yuan, astonished by his extraordinary speed. Zixing, initially perceiving Lu Yuan as an ageless being, now recognized him as a remarkably gifted young prodigy. As thoughts raced through the minds of those present, Lu Yuan made his next move. Upon reaching the 8th stage, he finally sensed a modicum of pressure. At this moment, the myriad forces within him surged forth, a chaotic energy enveloping him as he maintained a serene expression. With a single stride, he advanced to the penultimate step, the 999th layer. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he slowly raised his foot. The 1000th step of the ladder, accomplished. All gazes fixated on the young man with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of effortless ease. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as they struggled to comprehend the magnitude of his talent. Excluding Lu Yuan, the highest among them had barely reached the 600th step, while he had accomplished the feat in mere breaths. The sheer horror of it left the crowd in disbelief. Lu Yuan regarded the grand hall before him with a calm demeanor, pushing open the ornate doors. Creaking, a mysterious light enveloped him as he stepped into the hall, which appeared mundane in comparison to the opulence outside. At the head of the hall sat a skeletal figure, draped in a tattered robe. Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings, casually exploring. Surely, this skeletal remains belong to the Supreme Sage of Absolute Cloud? Is this a sacred-level technique or martial art? In the insights of the Supreme Sage of Absolute Cloud, Lu Yuan murmured to himself, casually flipping through what others deemed invaluable treasures. Yet he soon discarded them, casting them aside as mere scraps of paper in his eyes. His gaze fell upon the final skeletal remains, which sat cross-legged, holding a jade slip in its hands. Lu Yuan effortlessly summoned it through the air, probing its contents with his consciousness. Instantly, a terrifying aura descended upon him, as a feeble soul within the jade slip surged into his mind. It was the supreme sage of Absolute Cloud. At last, the moment had arrived. Absolute Cloud exhaled, for he was a practitioner of the demonic path, possessing mediocre talent, yet he had ascended to the pinnacle of sagehood through a defiant technique. A millennium ago, in his quest to advance to the great sage, he had tragically slaughtered countless lives, devouring and refining their essence. However, he failed to break through and was instead hunted down by righteous cultivators. In desperation, he fled, eventually arriving at the Absolute Cloud mountain range, a place seemingly destined for him. He commenced crafting his plan for reincarnation, setting the secret realm to open a millennium later to withdraw from the eyes of the world. Now, the time had finally come. Sensing Lu Yuan's overwhelming vitality and strength, as well as his terrifying potential, he envisioned seizing this body. Once he obtained this vessel, he would refine all the cultivators outside, ensuring his ascendance to the great sage. From that moment forth, he would roam the heavens and earth, avenging the grievances of a millennium past. With this thought, Absolute Cloud couldn't help but laugh heartily, believing that once he appeared within Lu Yuan's spiritual space, the possession would be guaranteed to succeed. However, upon arriving, he was struck dumb, the soul of Absolute Cloud rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What was before him? After a few moments of confirmation, Absolute Cloud's pupils constricted violently, his body trembling. What had he just witnessed? Chapter 69, The Extinction of the Clouds. Is Lu Yuan a saint? Before him stands a diminutive primordial spirit, a perfect reflection of the external Lu Yuan. Surrounding this ethereal figure is an endless swirl of profound energies, and behind the spirit, a towering and terrifying silhouette emerges, akin to that of an emperor. The small figure sits cross-legged upon a golden lotus, radiating divine light that illuminates Xuanhuang's pallid face. At this moment, two fearsome roars pierce the air as a true dragon and a true phoenix materialize, dancing around the small figure in a mesmerizing display. Are these the dragon and phoenix? Xuanhuang's eyes widen in disbelief as the scenes before him shatter his understanding of reality. What manner of existence has he usurped? Could these be omens? In this instant, Xuanhuang feels as if he has entered an icy abyss. Despite being merely a soul, he is drenched in an icy sweat. At this juncture, the primordial spirit opens its eyes and speaks in a tone that belies its form. You are Xuanhuang? Indeed, you plot to usurp, do you not? Moments earlier, Lu Yuan had just activated a jade slip, allowing a powerful technique to surge into his mind, momentarily stunning him and lowering his defenses, only for Xuanhuang to intrude upon his soul space with the intent to seize him. Lu Yuan gazes at Xuanhuang, his mind swirling with thoughts. It was he who had permitted Xuanhuang to enter. Had he disagreed, no one could have usurped him. Surely, that technique was intentionally placed there. Remembering the terrifying aura, Lu Yuan's interest peaked. A technique capable of momentarily halting a saint's soul is undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's voice, Xuanhuang trembles in fear, his expression darkening. Was this the culmination of his meticulously crafted scheme spanning 10 millennia? At this thought, despair engulfs him, his heart ablaze with bitterness. Such an ending is unacceptable. Is there a chance for me to escape this fate? Xuanhuang implores, his tone resolute, eyes brimming with a glimmer of desperation as he regards Lu Yuan. You should have understood your fate the moment you entered here. Lu Yuan replies calmly, a hint of disdain and indifference in his gaze. May I know your name? To perish at the hands of such a prodigy as you, I would consider it a worthy end. Xuanhuang smiles skyward, resigned. A mere moniker, hardly worthy of mention. Lu Yuan states, and with that, Xuanhuang's spirit is extinguished, vanishing completely from this realm. Simultaneously, in the grand hall outside, Lu Yuan opens his eyes, still clutching the jade slip. System, what grade is this technique? What powers does it possess? Deep congratulations, host you have acquired the Swallowing Heaven Demon Scripture fragment. The complete version of Swallowing Heaven Demon Scripture is now available for purchase. 500,000 fortune points. Would you like to buy it? Lu Yuan falls silent. Purchase? 500,000 fortune points. More expensive than a body book. Am I to buy this? He chuckles softly as he examines the system's introduction to the Swallowing Heaven Demon Scripture. Swallowing Heaven Demon Scripture, celestial grade technique, once cultivated, allows the practitioner to devour heaven and earth, refining all things into nutrients to nourish oneself. This art incurs damage to the great Tao and is intolerable to the heavens. Note, the fragment in the host's possession holds merely 1% of the complete version's power. Lu Yuan contemplates silently. Indeed, even someone of Zhu Yun's mediocre talent could ascend to the pinnacle of saints through this diabolical art, illustrating its extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, this is merely a fragment of its power. With a sigh, Lu Yuan exhales a breath of frustration, slowly rising to his feet, surveying the grand hall. He conjures a flame casually before stepping out. Outside the hall, the onlookers have long since halted, awaiting Lu Yuan's reemergence in vain. Just then, a voice pierces the air. He has emerged. As everyone turns to look, a tremendous tremor ripples through the surroundings. The scenery begins to fade. The secret realm is about to vanish. That individual has inherited the legacy of the Saint Zhu Yun. At this moment, all must stabilize themselves with their powers, as the laws of the secret realm dissipate. And one by one, people are teleported away. Lu Yuan stands quietly, his gaze fixed upon Qin Yanran and others, contemplating deeply. It seems this secret realm is destined to disappear, especially after he set aflame everything within the hall, directly causing this event. Moments later, all find themselves within the Zhu Yun mountain range, the secret realm's journey concluding. Lu Yuan has gained some rewards, a vast medicinal garden and a fragment of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Scripture. As Qin Yanran and the others approach Lu Yuan, eager to speak, their words are interrupted by a voice. "Friend, what did you acquire within the Grand Hall? Show us." The speaker is a saint, a stern man whose expression is tinged with mockery and malice. "Oh, what do you intend?" Lu Yuan replies indifferently, appearing nonchalant. At that moment, Zi Tianxing steps between them, addressing the stern man. "During our time in the secret realm, each relied on their own abilities. Brother Yin, you have overstepped." With a smile, he speaks to the stern man. Then the black-clad saint inquires, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Where are Ku Mu and the others? Have they perished within?" He directs his question to the crowd. Ku Mu, Du Taishang, and another saint were all slain by this man, named Lu Yuan. Just then, a furious roar erupts from a youth, his eyes ablaze with anger as he points at Lu Yuan. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasps in disbelief. 3 saints, slain by this single Lu Yuan? The black-clad saint then asks, "Who are you? Is this true? I am a core disciple of the Three Mountains sect. My master Du was killed before my eyes by Lu Yuan." His words cause an uproar among the crowd. Soon, several voices rise in response. Those who had previously been dissatisfied with Lu Yuan's actions in the medicinal garden. Lu Yuan monopolized the entire medicinal garden, inciting their immense wrath. Thus, they all stand forth in agreement. After all, with so many witnesses, could he possibly eliminate everyone? At this juncture, a voice from the Qingzhou contingent emerges quietly. Yet all present hear it. Lu Yuan. Is he the one who annihilated the Tianxin sect and the Stone Clan? He is indeed a saint. Chapter 70. The Demon Lord Lu Yuan. The crowd erupted in astonishment, especially those from Qingzhou, their minds shaken in disbelief. The rumor spoke of Lu Yuan, the half-saint ancestor of the Lu family, now revealed to be a true saint. Moreover, he had slain 3 formidable saints. "Are you truly Lu Yuan of Qingzhou? Did you indeed kill Ku Mu and the other 2? Inquired a figure clad in black. Lu Yuan nodded, placing his right hand, which had been resting behind him, upon his chest, and then spreading it open, his expression devoid of emotion as he declared, "They are mere ants. I have killed them. So what? What will you do now?" Upon hearing his words, the crowd's expression shifted, taken aback by Lu Yuan's audacity, which seemed to dismiss them entirely. Most attendees were merely spectators, afraid to harbor resentment towards Lu Yuan, save for a small faction from the Three Mountain sect and the Apothecary Garden, who harbored discontent against his actions. Consequently, as Lu Yuan spoke, nearly everyone rose swiftly to depart, standing tens of thousands of feet away, silently observing. Given the scenario, it seemed inevitable that the saints would soon clash. Those caught in the crossfire would meet an untimely demise, a senseless fate indeed. Meanwhile, the man in black spoke coldly. I cannot do much to you. Since you were able to kill those three, I doubt I could emerge victorious against you. However, Kumu and the other saint were lone cultivators without backing, while Du Zeding is a revered elder of the Three Mountains sect. Killing him will surely provoke their wrath. That is an entire sacred ground, with a quasi-great saint overseeing it. After mocking Lu Yuan, the saint turned and walked away, followed by the stern-faced man opposite Lu Yuan. The saints of the Three Mountain sect are numerous, boy. You should prepare for the aftermath, he jeered before following the black-clad figure. Though curious about Lu Yuan's inheritance, he was a saint himself, and such opportunities would only marginally benefit him. His antagonism towards Lu Yuan stemmed entirely from disdain for his arrogant demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Zi Tianqing's expression fluctuated, unsure of how to proceed. The gathered cultivators outside sighed, lamenting the lack of conflict. Amidst spectacle, Lu Yuan, Lu He, and Qin Yanran fixed their furious gazes upon the two men. Boss, those two are insufferably arrogant, Lu Yuan remarked. At that instant, Lu Yuan spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with a hint of dominance. To mock and then retreat, when have I, Lu Yuan, ever suffered such indignities? With that, Lu Yuan vanished and appeared before the two men, blocking their path. Startled, they were uncertain of his intentions, but quickly regained their composure. The black-clad man spoke. What do you intend, Lu Yuan? I warn you, I'm not one of those three. Saying this, he revealed his cultivation, late-stage saint. Given that Lu Yuan had slain 3 mid-stage saints, it was reasonable to assume he too was at the late stage. The other saints, including Zi Tianqing, were all mid-stage. Indeed, who would concern themselves with a mere saint's inheritance at such a level? Thus, only the late-stage saints stood before him. What do I intend? I do not consume beef. Lu Yuan's gaze was piercing, yet his words left the crowd perplexed. The Three Mountains sect is Du Zeding's backing. Even if you two have support, I am unafraid. Today, you shall remain. The two men were taken aback. Lu Yuan's question indicated he was preparing to strike. In unison, they summoned their spiritual weapons, their auras surging with might. Lu Yuan, we hail from the Tianji Gate of Cangzhou. Do you truly not consider the consequences? Tio Nigota? Huh? Is there a great saint among you? Lu Yuan's disdainful gaze swept over them, his heart filled with contempt. One late-stage saint, one mid-stage. Truly unaware of the peril. Do you genuinely believe we cannot defeat you? I truly believe so. With those words, Lu Yuan activated his late-stage saint power, channeling the celestial force within him, delivering a devastating punch known as the Heavenly Emperor Fist. The two men scarcely had time to react before they were struck directly. Boom! The crowd looked on, bewildered. There was no trace of the two men left. Had they vanished into thin air? No, it couldn't be. Had they been obliterated? It appeared so. Look at those 2 storage rings in Lu Yuan's hand. Some murmured in shock, exchanging glances, astonished at how swiftly it had concluded. Wasn't there supposed to be an epic battle? Lu Yuan had slain 2 saints with a single punch? This was utterly surreal. Even Zi Tianqing gasped, unable to believe his eyes. What cultivation level did Lu Yuan possess? As Lu Yuan stowed away the 2 storage rings, his gaze swept over the crowd. Previously, he had not employed his full saintly power in combat, but now, facing these saints, he realized they paled in comparison to the elite within the celestial tower. Lu Yuan turned to Lu Yuan and the others, stating calmly, "Let us depart." With that, the group vanished from the scene, and at the very moment Lu Yuan took his leave, a cacophony of explosions erupted. All members of the Three Mountains sect and those who had previously slandered Lu Yuan were obliterated in an instant. A sea of blood splattered upon the nearby cultivators, instilling a chilling dread within them. How terrifying! It was as if one could die at the slightest provocation. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. In this secret realm incident, 5 saints perished, 2 lone cultivators and 1 esteemed elder from the Three Mountains sect, alongside 2 from the Tianji Gate of Sangzhou. 5 saints, all felled by Lu Yuan alone. Unlike before, Lu Yuan had truly become renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. The god of death, the demon lord. Many compared Lu Yuan to a merciless killer, dubbing him a god of slaughter, a reincarnated demon lord. They relayed tales of his exploits, annihilating the Tianxian sect, slaughtering the Stone Clan, seizing control of the apothecary garden within the secret realm, and slaying 3 saints, only to kill 2 more outside the secret realm over a mere disagreement. These myriad events compelled those unaware of the truth to believe the rumors. The ancestor of the Lu family from Qingzhou, Lu Yuan, was indeed a ruthless demon, unyielding and devoid of reason. At this moment, the entire eastern wilderness trembled. Such an extraordinary occurrence had never been witnessed before. 5 saints slain by an inconspicuous individual. And absurdly, prior to this, the world had only whispered of Lu Yuan as a half-saint. Yet he had transformed into a colossal dragon, and with a single roar, had extinguished 5 saints. In the infinite sacred land, Zhao Wujia listened, dumbfounded, to his subordinate's report. He was currently in the sect's designated training chamber, on the verge of reaching mid-stage revered status. He had been striving diligently to advance swiftly to avoid falling too far behind. And now, you tell me Lu Yuan is a saint? One of the slain was even a late-stage saint. At that moment, the breath of frustration within Zhao Wujia dissipated. He felt his efforts were rendered meaningless. He sensed that Lu Yuan was not the half-saint he had previously speculated, nor the late-stage saint rumored in the outside world, but rather a half-step great saint. Zhao Wujia's emotions churned within him as he rose and exited the training chamber. Training? What is the point? Aren't beautiful women more enticing? As he walked, recalling Lu Yuan's knowledge of his vulnerabilities, a wave of discomfort washed over him. He threw his head back in a roar, venting his pin-up frustrations. Suddenly, a surge of breakthrough energy radiated from him, and Zhao Wujia paused for a moment, sensing the terrifying strength of mid-stage revered power coursing through him. Have I broken through? Subsequently, Zhao Wuji burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I, Zhao Wuji, am truly a genius. I can break through at any moment. I am simply magnificent. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Wuji sacred land observed Zhao Wuji from a distance, their brows furrowed in confusion. What is wrong with the Holy Son? Why does he alternate between tears and laughter? I am not certain. Perhaps he has been struck by a door, one suggested. That is a grave misjudgment. I believe he has been kicked by a donkey. Chapter 71. The glory of labor in the expansive halls of the Three Mountains sect. Numerous figures stood, their expressions grim. What shall we do about this matter concerning the heavenly extreme sect? A voice resonated, belonging to the sect leader of the Three Mountains sect, Yishan, as he turned his gaze towards several individuals nearby, seeking their counsel. That Lu Yuan dares to disregard us so blatantly. Even if he possesses the cultivation of a half-step great saint, he cannot quell the wrath of our sect. One individual bellowed, his tone laced with fury, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Yishan felt a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Truth be told, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Although the Three Mountain sect was one of the 2 holy level powers in Qianzhou, the highest cultivation within their ranks was merely a half-step great saint, the heavenly extreme sect. Similarly, ranked 3rd among the 3 great holy level powers of Sangzhou, also possessing only a half-step great saint. And what of Lu Yuan? While the world speculated he was at the late or pinnacle stages of his cultivation, what if he were indeed a half-step great saint? A confrontation between half-step great saints would surely spell disaster for their sect. Yishan felt a deep sense of frustration. Although they had lost a saint, their losses paled in comparison to the heavenly extreme sect, which had suffered 2 casualties. Yet, to swallow this grievance and accept their misfortune, Yishan believed he could not do so. Du Zitong was not merely an elder of their sect. He was a revered saint. If they were to accept this defeat, they would no longer deserve the title of a holy land. At that moment, someone suggested, if both sects were to deploy their half-step great saint resources, we could certainly annihilate the Lu family and eradicate Lu Yuan once and for all. If we fail to avenge this great enmity, how can we still call ourselves a holy land? After several hours of discussion, the representatives from both sects finally reached a consensus. Each sect would dispatch one half-step great saint, directly employing their highest combat power for vengeance. As for the pinnacle saints, if a half-step great saint could not resolve the matter, then the pinnacle saints would be no more than sacrificial offerings. And so, the time was set. In the Lu family, within the Hall of Heavenly Tao, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged in the vast hall, his eyes gently closed. At last, I have reached the pinnacle. A calm voice emerged as Lu Yuan opened his eyes, revealing a glint of brilliance. Half a month had passed since his last expedition into the secret realm, during which he had relied on the rewards from the Celestial Tower, as well as the Enlightenment Tea, to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the Saint Realm. It must be noted that even with his chaos immortal body, abundant resources, and Enlightenment Tea, the rapid breakthrough was still an arduous endeavor. Was this the suppression of heaven and earth? If attaining a minor breakthrough was so challenging for him, how long would it take for those in the outside world to achieve the same? Lu Yuan mused aloud, contemplating the Saint Realm, which granted a lifespan of 8,800 years. With longevity elixirs, perhaps one could extend their life to over 10,000 years. In truth, Lu Yuan was slightly indulging in self-congratulation. How long had it taken him to advance from the late stage to the pinnacle? Was it even a month in total? If the saints from the outside world were to learn of this, they would surely descend into madness. Having spent hundreds or even thousands of years to achieve a minor breakthrough, while he accomplished it in a mere month, it is time to visit the Cloud Mist Mountains. Within the new ancestral grounds of the Lu family in the Cloud Mist Mountains, dozens of figures were busily engaged. Labor is the most glorious. One individual hummed cheerfully while finalizing the last step of the array formation. Simultaneously, he leisurely took a whiff of the source stone, though it bore no fragrance. He savored it as if it were a rare delicacy, his expression one of rapture. Despite being a revered array master, he bore no semblance to the esteemed image typically associated with his rank. Brothers, we are almost done. We are nearing completion. Indeed, I can hardly contain my excitement. Me too. Soon, we shall receive the remaining source stones. I am thrilled. Lord Lu Yuan is truly magnificent. Not only do we enjoy holy level spiritual tea daily, but we also receive source stones. Honestly, even if I were not to receive the source stones, I would still gladly work here. The holy level spiritual tea has allowed me to make a minor breakthrough over these past 2.5 months. Me as well. I have already reached the mid-phase of the revered realm, all thanks to Lord Lu Yuan. Indeed, Lord Lu Yuan is our benefactor. At this rate, we will finish within a day. Perhaps we should delay a bit, so we can enjoy another half-month of spiritual tea. At this moment, as this suggestion was voiced, the crowd fell silent. Though his words were crass, they held a grain of truth. However, if Lu Yuan were to discover this, it would not bode well for them. Rumors in the outside world claimed that Lu Yuan had reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. No wonder he possessed so many source stones. Do not speak carelessly, Shaoli. You have strayed from the path, another chimed in. Yes, Shaoli, do not jest with us. Focus on the array formation and expedite our work. If we finish early, Lord Lu Yuan can move in sooner. Listening to their banter, the middle-aged man, referred to as Shaoli, sheepishly chuckled. Hee, I was merely joking. Do not take it to heart. My work is already complete, so you all should hurry. As the crowd engaged in light-hearted conversation, they remained diligent in their tasks. Lu Yuan hovered in the air, a smile gracing his face, before he suddenly appeared before them. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, the crowd erupted in joy, promptly setting aside their work to bow in unison. We pay our respects to Lord Lu Yuan. Noticing this, Lu Yuan raised his hand slightly, and in an instant, an inexplicable force gently lifted their bent waists. Masters, there is no need for such formality. I am very pleased with your work on this commission. Gazing upon the imposing structure before him, Lu Yuan beamed with satisfaction. This was constructed to accommodate a family of 10,000. It is nearly complete, with only the array formations remaining for certain buildings. Lord Lu Yuan, within half a day, the final array will be set. Excellent, excellent. In light of your early completion, I am delighted, and thus, each of you shall be rewarded with a bag of holy-level spiritual tea leaves. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances to confirm the veracity of the announcement, then quickly bowed their hands in gratitude, with some even shedding tears of joy. To be able to serve Lord Lu Yuan is truly the greatest honor of my life. Lord Lu Yuan, you are indeed our benefactor. No, you are a divine emperor among us. This is undoubtedly the most prudent decision I have made in my life. Mother, I have succeeded. Chapter 72. The Celestial Source Vein, the following day. In the cloud, mist mountains, at the residence of the Lu family, a resounding rumble echoed through the air. At the pinnacle of the Lu family's domain stood a towering peak, piercing the heavens, a mountain that Lu Yuan had named Cloud Mist Peak. This peak symbolized not only the zenith of the Cloud Mist Mountain range, but also Lu Yuan's esteemed status within the Lu family, and indeed, the family's standing in the eastern wilderness and the entire Suin wilderness. Lu Yuan placed the heavenly Dao Hall atop Cloud Mist Peak, surveying the various herbs cultivated around him, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. A content smile spread across his face, for these herbs had been planted by him just the day prior. There was no particular reason. Lu Yuan simply relished the scent emitted by these sacred-grade medicinal plants. He then produced a formation plate, upon which countless stars shimmered and sparkled brilliantly. This was the great array of the heavenly starry sky, an imperial-grade formation that Lu Yuan had signed in. According to the system, this formation was an ancient celestial quartz protective array, harnessed from the powers of 360 stellar bodies, with the moon and sun as its central focal points, boasting immense power and capabilities of both offense and defense. The protective array of the ancient celestial court, I am repurposing it as the Lu family's defensive array. A subtle smile played on Lu Yuan's lips as he placed the formation plate directly into the depths of Cloud Mist Peak. He then activated the array's inherent mechanism, initiating communication with the heavenly stars. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Moments later, Lu Yuan gazed at the dazzling brilliance of 120 stars, his brow furrowing slightly. Alas, is it truly limited to communicating with only 1/3? With a sigh, Lu Yuan was filled with myriad sentiments. This system, insisting that he set up the formation, was indeed comical. As a system, could it not arrange a grand array? To expect a sage to deploy an imperial-grade ancient formation was nothing short of unreasonable. Ultimately, Lu Yuan exerted all his might, even invoking his chaos celestial body. Yet he could only connect with 1/3 of the stellar energy. As for the moon and sun, he could barely harness a whisper of their power. Form, Lu Yuan intoned, and in an instant, a luminous curtain manifested, enveloping the entire Cloud Mist Mountain range. In the mountains, there were no people, for this was the Lu family's territory. However, there were demonic beasts. At that moment, all the beasts were startled, with some powerful beings of the divine palace and the esteemed realm raising their heads in terror, trembling uncontrollably. It was known that this mountain range was vast, comparable in scale to dozens of grand capitals. Now, with a great array of the heavenly starry sky activated, it blanketed the entire expanse. Lu Yuan felt empowered, sensing that this was not its limit. Even in its incomplete state, the array could extend its reach beyond the mountains. At that point, the comings and goings would be entirely at his discretion. Indeed, it could be used to ensnare others. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, then continued to murmur, "Smaller, smaller." In the blink of an eye, the array contracted, no longer encompassing the entire Cloud Mist Mountain range, but rather confining its scope to the vicinity of the Lu family's ancestral land. Gazing at the myriad stars upon the array's luminous veil, a smile graced Lu Yuan's features. He sensed that this array rendered him invincible beneath the imperial realm. Even great sages could be obliterated by its assault. And at present, this was merely a fragmented formation. Truly, as an imperial-grade ancient array, it was terrifyingly formidable. With a mere thought, The array vanished, concealing itself. Standing atop Cloud Mist Peak, Lu Yuan looked down, his heart brimming with reflections. The source vein was no longer worthy of this place. As his voice fell, a massive white dragon materialized from thin air, stretching tens of thousands of feet long. This was a celestial source vein, its spiritual energy surpassing even that of the source vein. This vein was a reward for Lu Yuan's signing in. The system's marketplace openly priced it at 10,000 fortune points. The celestial source vein was a privilege reserved for quasi-imperial forces. With an expressionless visage, Lu Yuan exerted his chaos celestial body to suppress it, forcefully embedding it beneath the cloud mist mountains. In that moment, the previously existing spiritual veins in the depths of the mountains trembled with an anthropomorphic fear akin to mice before a cat. They wished to flee, yet escape was futile. In less than a moment, the celestial source vein devoured the inferior spiritual veins entirely. Lu Yuan relished the rich spiritual energy around him, his brow easing as he mused aloud. Having consumed so much, the energy has only thickened slightly? His expression bore astonishment, as this exceeded his expectations. Indeed, the disparity between spiritual veins and source veins was vast, not to mention the celestial source vein. Moreover, above the celestial source vein lay the divine source vein, which truly belonged to imperial clans. The system's marketplace openly priced it at 100,000 fortune points. Lu Yuan shook his head with a sigh. Were it not for its exorbitant cost, he could have directly purchased a divine source vein. Regrettably, 100,000 fortune points were too steep, as he had other priorities. In these cloud mist mountains, the most powerful demonic beast was merely at the heavenly sovereign realm. Lu Yuan's expression remained nonchalant, yet his tone held traces of doubt and disdain. Merely at the heavenly sovereign realm? If this were to reach the ears of the heavenly Xian sect, they would surely spring from the ground to debate with Lu Yuan. If we had several heavenly sovereigns among us, could this heavenly sovereign demonic beast still coexist in the same domain? The truth was that this particular heavenly sovereign demonic beast had established a pact with the heavenly Xian sect, agreeing to coexist peacefully. However, the heavenly Xian sect had long vanished, while this demonic beast roamed freely. Lu Yuan's gaze was calm as he vanished from the scene. On the other side of the mountains, dozens of figures knelt upon the ground, all gazing up at the massive beast reclining on a grand stone bed. My king, the spiritual energy in this world seems to have intensified. My king, it appears to have indeed thickened. Are you both simpletons? This is not merely a slight increase. It is several times more intense. My king, could this be the doing of that human? As they conversed, a delicate-featured man interjected with a commanding tone. Observing the two who had just spoken, disdain crossed his face. These were transformed demonic beasts, either of the divine palace or esteemed realm. The beast they referred to as my king was a colossal tiger, lounging upon the stone bed, flanked by two stunning women, one providing a massage, while the other leisurely fed him glistening grapes. This beast was the sovereign of the other side of the mountain, self-styled as the great sage of tiger power. Unlike the transformed beast below, he preferred to remain in his true form. Thus he acted as a beast year-round. However, this was not his genuine form, merely a shrunken version. As a formidable heavenly sovereign demonic beast, his true size resembled that of a small mountain. Unless compelled to fight, he typically manifested as a 2-meter-long figure. The great sage of tiger power opened his gaping maw and said lightly, "It must be him, that human named Lu Yuan." My king, Lu Yuan annihilated the heavenly Xian sect and the Stone Clan, and it is rumored that he has even slain 5 sages in Xianzhou. Now that the Lu family's territory in the Cloud Mist Mountains has been restored, we may very well attract his attention. At that moment, 2 figures appeared, one with a goat's head and human body, the other with a deer's head and human form. The one who had just spoken was the goat-headed demonic beast. They were the second and third leaders among the demonic beasts of the Cloud Mist Mountains, self-styled as the Great Sage of Deer Power and the Great Sage of Goat Power. Chapter 73. The 3 Great Masters of Tiger, Deer, and Sheep. Master Sheep gazed anxiously at Master Tiger above him. He was indeed somewhat fearful, concerned that Lu Yuan might hold them accountable. Despite their prior agreements with the Tianxian sect and the fact that they had not harmed any human beings over the years, the rumors surrounding Lu Yuan painted him as a ruthless killer. Who could say whether he harbored a disdain for the demonic races? Who could ascertain whether he had a taste for demon flesh? Who knew what thoughts occupied his mind? Who could predict if, in the coming days, he would acquire yet another title, Slayer of Demons? Thus, Master Sheep trembled with trepidation. The departure of the human masters indicated that the construction of the Lu family estate was complete. The recent dazzling array of formations, coupled with the exceedingly rich spiritual energy pervading the atmosphere, served as irrefutable evidence. Lu Yuan was on the verge of relocating his family here, cohabiting with the beasts of the cloud and mist mountain. He was a saint. Would he tolerate the coexistence of the demonic races with his own family? What a joke! As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Master Sheep could not suppress his trembling any longer. He turned his gaze toward the leisurely snacking Master King above, feeling a surge of frustration. Brother, if we do not pay our respects to Lu Yuan, we may leave a poor impression. If he becomes enraged, our beasts of the cloud and mist lineage will be doomed. Beside him, Master Deer interjected, Brother, Sheep and I have prepared generous gifts to present to Lu Yuan. You should accompany us. Upon hearing the words of the two demons, the others were taken aback, uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Master Tiger, observing his two sworn brothers urging him, wore a contemplative expression. Should they pay their respects to Lu Yuan? If they did, they might lose face in front of him. However, if they did not, they risked losing their place in the cloud and mist mountain. Their lineage of beasts had resided in this place for centuries, if not millennia. Should they venture forth, it was doubtful any other place would welcome them. With these thoughts weighing heavily, Master Tiger suddenly shook with resolve, transforming into his tiger-headed, human-bodied form. Unlike the other two, who typically traversed the world in a half-human, half-demonic guise, he usually presented himself in his beast form, only adopting a half-human appearance during significant matters. Very well, let us pay a visit, Master Tiger stated quietly, descending from his lofty perch. Clad in a flowing robe, he resembled a true practitioner of the Tao. Upon hearing this, Master Deer and Master Sheep exchanged delighted glances, relieved that they had fulfilled the necessary formalities. As for Lu Yuan's subsequent sentiments, that was beyond their control. They could only hope that he harbored no animosity toward their kind. At that moment, a strange voice resonated through the air, causing all the demons to shiver. Oh, you wish to pay your respects to me? No need for that. I have already arrived. With those words, Lu Yuan appeared, standing in the void, hands clasped behind his back, his expression unperturbed. The demons looked up to see a young man clad in white with flowing black hair, gazing at them with a depth of perception that seemed boundless, as though his eyes were fathomless abysses. Master Sheep, regaining his composure, stammered, You are Master Lu Yuan? Upon hearing this, the demons realized that this was indeed Lu Yuan. They promptly bowed, exclaiming, We pay our respects to Master Lu Yuan. Master Tiger regarded the young man in the air, disbelief washing over him. Was this truly Lu Yuan, the renowned pinnacle of saints? How could he be so youthful? If not for the intangible aura of authority he emanated, Master Tiger might have mistaken the man for a mere junior who had just reached the Yuan Shen realm, capable of flight. Alas, Lu Yuan's extraordinary handsomeness led one to perceive him as belonging to the younger generation. Master Tiger, Master Deer, Master Sheep, your names are quite creative, Lu Yuan remarked, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him as he observed these three peculiar beasts, distinct from their peers. The names Tiger, Deer, and Sheep brought to mind a renowned classic from his previous life on Blue Star, which featured three peculiar demons claiming to be masters, the Tiger Demon, the Deer Demon, and the Sheep Demon. These beings possessed authentic Taoist skills, posed no threat to humanity, and even served as national advisors, ensuring the prosperity of their realm and the stability of the populace. Ultimately, however, these three demons met their demise at the hands of a great sage during a contest of wits. As Lu Yuan's thoughts drifted, he contemplated the three demons before him with a hint of nostalgia. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's previous remarks, the three demons felt a jolt of alarm. Master Deer quickly lowered his head, saying, Master Lu Yuan, do you find our names unsatisfactory? We can change them. Master Sheep chimed in, Master Lu Yuan. We three may have been somewhat presumptuous in calling ourselves masters. If it displeases you, we shall immediately alter our names. At that moment, Master Tiger was drenched in sweat, unsure how to express himself. Sheep and Deer typically assumed roles akin to military advisors, while his duties merely involved wielding force. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Master Tiger stammered, I feel the same. Observing their distress, Lu Yuan shook his head with a smile, speaking gently, it is not as you perceive. Your names merely evoke certain memories within me. Pausing for a moment, he continued, as long as you do not bring harm to humanity, I shall not seek your extermination. My feelings toward the demonic races are not inherently negative. However, whether you may continue to reside in the Cloud and Mist Mountain remains to be negotiated. Lu Yuan's calm voice resonated in the ears of the demons, eliciting a tumult of emotions. They exhaled in relief, only to feel their hearts race with anxiety once more. While it was fortunate that Lu Yuan would not attack them, the prospect of leaving the Cloud and Mist Mountain loomed ominously. For both Master Tiger, Master Deer, Master Sheep, and the other lesser demons, their faces drained of color. To be expelled? The world was vast, yet finding a new dwelling would prove challenging. Regardless of the acceptance of other demonic beings, the mere fact that they did not harm humans or consume human flesh would render them objects of ridicule and scorn among their kind. Could one truly be considered a demon if they abstained from consuming humans? Chapter 74. The Cloud and Mist of the Lu family, the myriad of creatures fell into silence. Having resided in the Cloud and Mist Mountains for over a millennium, adhering to the principle of coexistence with humanity, even extending a helping hand to those in distress. Now, was it finally time to depart? Lu Yuan took a leisurely step into the air, gazing down at the multitude of transformed beasts standing silently below. His heart filled with profound reflections. Were there still benevolent beings among the demons? Indeed, it was a rare and extraordinary occurrence. A frown creased Lu Yuan's brow. Perhaps they could remain here, not only to serve as guardians for the Lu family, but also to allow the younger generation to hone their skills. True powerhouses often cultivate certain beasts, enabling their successors to engage in combat and gain invaluable experience. With this thought, Lu Yuan silently regarded the assembled creatures and declared in a resonant voice, there is no need for further deliberation. You may continue to dwell here, but from this day forth, you shall belong to the Lu family and obey all commands. What say you? His voice rolled forth like heavenly music, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. To remain here, yet become part of the Lu family's contingent. Expressions of joy spread among them as they exchanged glances. Lu Yuan, now a sage, would be their leader. Remaining here in the energy-rich expanse of the Cloud and Mist Mountains, what could be more advantageous? We express our deepest gratitude to Master Lu Yuan for this refuge. Henceforth, we shall not hesitate to serve the Lu family in any endeavor. The great demons promptly knelt, their gazes fervently fixed upon Lu Yuan in profound admiration. Very well, soon there will be members of the Lu family to discuss matters with you. I have other affairs to attend to, Lu Yuan said, before vanishing in an instant, leaving the transformed beasts in a state of astonishment. Did Master Lu Yuan leave just like that? It seems he was only here for less than 3 minutes. They murmured in surprise, feeling the rich aura of spiritual energy surrounding them, and they exchanged smiles. At the Lu family estate, Lu Yuan hovered calmly above, his expression serene and his gaze unobtrusive, when suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. All members of the Lu family, prepare your belongings within the hour. We shall then proceed to the Cloud and Mist Mountains. Instantaneously, the entire Lu family erupted into a flurry of activity, countless individuals pausing their tasks. Are we relocating? Has the Lu family estate in the Cloud and Mist Mountains been prepared? Indeed, their ancestor had spoken. They hastily began to pack. Meanwhile, in the family patriarch's chamber, Lu Qianshan slowly opened his eyes, a terrifying aura of divine palace realm exuding from him. He rose leisurely, concealing his power, his demeanor filled with pride. In a secluded training room, Lu donned a robe, covering his robust physique. He surveyed the scattered potion vials around him, his expression unchanging, his aura unmistakably that of the divine palace realm. In the family martial arena, Lu Fan and Lu Yuan ceased their combat, dispelling their powers. They exchanged knowing glances and swiftly departed. In the fifth floor of the scripture repository, Lu Chen's consciousness gradually melded with his body, his eyes fluttering open. In an instant, a razor-sharp sword energy erupted forth, shredding various decorations on the fifth floor into fragments. In a bamboo lodge, several puppets busily attended to various tasks, cleaning, forging weapons, concocting elixirs, and intricately arranging formations within themselves. A figure appeared, masked and eerily lifelike, resembling a faceless entity. In the residence of Elder Lu Yuan, a graceful figure with closed eyes immersed herself in her cultivation. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Lu Yuan stepped inside. Instantly, the girl's aura surged, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, I have reached half-step to the divine palace." In the back mountains of the Lu family, a young man bore a sorrowful expression, tears glistening in his eyes, his face marred by streaks of grief. Although he had attained the celestial realm, he still retained a youthful innocence. Kneeling upon the ground, indifferent to the dirt beneath him, he gazed at two graves before him and trembled, saying, "Father, Mother, with this relocation, there will be no Lu family in Pingyang City. I shall not allow you to remain here alone. I will find my master and carry you away." His voice was filled with melancholy as he resolutely stood, setting aside the flowers and wine, and strode away with determination. Outside the celestial tower, Lu Kuan and Lu He exchanged whispers, appearing quite amiable. "Ashri, do you think there are beautiful female birds in the cloud and mist mountains?" "Ha, I cannot say for certain about the beautiful female birds, but I'm certain there are plenty of lovely hens," Lu He retorted. "Umph, little He, you remain as tactless as ever. As brothers, the two of us, the only defenders of the Lu family, how can we bicker endlessly?" An hour later, all members of the Lu family had gathered, their belongings secured within storage rings and bags, leaving only empty houses behind. Lu Yuan gazed at the desolate ancestral grounds of the Lu family in Pingyang City, his heart heavy with nostalgia. From this day forth, there would be no Lu family in Pingyang City. As for the underground source vein beneath Pingyang City, Lu Yuan considered it a gift to them. After all, the Lu family had dwelled here for centuries. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the gathered crowd, and he produced a spiritual vessel, a magnificent craft of the great sage level, acquired through his endeavors. With a thought, the vessel expanded, nearly enveloping half of Pingyang City in its shadow, standing majestically in the sky, drawing the attention of cultivators within the city. Is that a spiritual vessel? Its exterior alone suggests its extraordinary nature. It must be of the saint tier. The Lu family is departing from Pingyang City? Lu Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, gesturing grandly as he stored several imperial treasures, then called out, "Everyone, board the vessel." In a brief moment, all members of the Lu family had embarked, with Lu Yuan seated at the bow, infusing it with source stones. Instantly, the vessel roared to life, emanating a terrifying aura. It sounded akin to a waking beast. With a swish, the vessel transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from above Pingyang City, soaring tens of thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. The populace of Pingyang City gazed up at this spectacle, their hearts heavy with bittersweet emotions. Realizing the Lu family had left without taking the source vein, this was ostensibly a blessing. Yet with the Lu family gone, the vein might attract the attention of other factions, potentially igniting unnecessary conflicts. However, amidst their complex thoughts, a black and gold banner descended from the heavens, gently landing atop the highest tower in the city center. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, collectively recalling Lu Yuan's previous proclamation, "Wherever the flag is planted, that land belongs to the Lu family." Such an imposing declaration. In that moment, the hearts of the people of Pingyang City were set at ease. With this banner, the city would remain undisturbed. As the origin of the Lu family, although no one remained in Pingyang City now, none dared covet it. This phenomenon endured for countless ages thereafter. Seated at the bow of the vessel, Lu Yuan sipped tea brewed from enlightened leaves, his spirits high. As he passed through the sacred capital of the great Qin dynasty, he decelerated, retrieving a source vein from his spatial system, and, with a mere thought, suppressed it, directly embedding it beneath the royal capital. In an instant, all inhabitants of the royal capital sensed the disturbance and turned their gazes toward the spiritual vessel overhead. Upon seeing Lu Yuan at the vessel's prow, they comprehended everything at once. Lu Yuan had embedded a source vein beneath the royal capital. What a fortuitous blessing indeed! At that moment, in an instant, a figure materialized in the half-light of the imperial capital, causing all present to kneel in reverence. They acknowledged the presence of the sovereign. Lu Qingcheng paid no heed to the kneeling crowd below. Instead, she ascended into the air, gracefully drifting into the spirit vessel amidst the gaze of countless onlookers. Indeed, she was returning to the Lu family. Even though she was no longer within the imperial dynasty, she could still cultivate with the human emperor's seal and the human emperor's token residing within her. If one could not enjoy the benefits of a human emperor's physique upon leaving the dynasty, could such a physique still be deemed as a sacred level? As it stood, the great Qin holy dynasty would be governed by Lu Qingcheng's father and sister, Qin Xuanhuang and Qin Yanran. Moments later, the spirit vessel set forth once more, and all gazed at the vessel that vanished in an instant, their hearts filled with complex emotions. The renaming of the Great Qin dynasty to the Great Qin Holy Dynasty had once been met with scorn from many, yet now, after Lu Yuan's slaying of 5 saints, did such derision still echo? No, it had vanished. At this very moment, most of Qingzhou's populace beheld the resplendent and ethereal spirit vessel in the sky. Upon realizing it belonged to the Lu family, a tide of profound sentiment surged within them. From this day forth, the Lu family of Pingyang City would no longer exist. In its stead arose a sacred force, the ethereal Lu family. Chapter 75. A gift for you in the cloud, mist mountains. The members of the Lu family stood outside their ancestral gate, their expressions dazed as they gazed upon the towering edifices before them, absorbing the increasingly dense spiritual energy enveloping the air. They felt a sense of bewilderment. None among them had ever set foot in the cloud mist mountains, neither in the past nor in the present. Yet, standing here now, their hearts surged with excitement, their very blood boiling. This was to be their new home. Lu Yuan then briefed everyone on a few matters before allowing them to select their own quarters. He proceeded to a designated spot, retrieving the Tower of Heaven and placing it there. Subsequently, he visited 2 other locations to properly position the Tower of Time and the Kunlun Mirror. At last, Lu Yuan arrived before the new scripture repository. This repository now boasted 7 levels. Unlike before, this time the Sword Art Compendium was placed in the center, specifically on the 4th level. The first level housed profound-grade cultivation techniques, martial arts, formations, alchemy, and weaponry scriptures. The second level contained earth-grade techniques, martial arts, alchemy texts, formation manuals, and weaponry texts. The third level stored heaven-grade techniques and martial arts. The 4th level was dedicated to the Sword Art Compendium. The 5th level held king-grade techniques and martial arts. The 6th level contained sage-grade techniques and martial arts. The 7th level was reserved for emperor-grade techniques and martial arts. However, it was currently impossible to display the emperor-grade techniques and martial arts were the 3 true solutions here. All cultivation methods and martial arts practiced by the current members were, at most, sage-grade. The following day, atop Cloud Mist Peak, Lu Yuan reclined in a rocking chair, leisurely savoring the beauty of the moment. Suddenly, a voice reverberated through the heavens, resonating with a powerful essence of the sacred realm. In an instant, every member of the Lu family coughed up blood. Lu Yuan, to celebrate your clan's relocation here, we have traveled great distances to present you with a generous gift. Why not come out to welcome us? Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yuan sprang to his feet, his consciousness sweeping across the surroundings, and his expression shifted dramatically, fury igniting within him. Just moments ago, a formidable being from a sacred realm had spoken, their presence causing a disturbance that disrupted the very breath of the Lu family, forcing them to spew blood. In that moment, Lu Yuan felt a pang of regret for his negligence in not activating the protective formation and for failing to remain vigilant regarding the events unfolding in the mountains. Anger surged within him as he turned his gaze toward the distance, where two figures stood quietly, exuding a terrifying aura. They were half-step great sages. Lu Yuan immediately soared into the air, appearing outside the ancestral gate in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a pill materialized before all the clan members. Simultaneously, his voice echoed in their ears, resonating throughout the realm. Consume the pill and tend to your injuries. I shall exact vengeance upon these scoundrels for you. As his words fell, a breathtaking curtain of light materialized, enveloping the entire mountain range. Lu Yuan stood before the two half-step great sages, his hands clasped behind his back. At the same time, the two half-step great sages from the Three Mountains sect and the Heavenly Extremity sect were taken aback by the barrier encasing them. Their expressions akin to that of startled cats. Fear gripped their hearts. The perception of the sacred realm warned them that they seemed unable to escape. The half-step sage from the Three Mountains sect, an elder clad in yellow, felt a surge of panic but maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, what grade of formation is this? Lu Yuan's expression remained composed, though the fire of anger in his eyes had yet to subside. The elder in blue from the Heavenly Extremity sect steadied himself. After all, they had come here with the intent to annihilate the Lu family. Being trapped in a formation was inconsequential. They would simply eliminate Lu Yuan and resolve the matter. He then spoke. Lu Yuan, this is the generous gift we have prepared for you. Tell us, do you like it? Ha ha. As his words concluded, he clutched his storage bag at his waist, and in an instant, dozens of coffins materialized, crashing to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The coffins struck the earth, generating a cacophony and raising clouds of dust. The blue-clad elder regarded Lu Yuan with a sardonic expression, raising an arm and smiling. What do you think? Lu Yuan observed this scene, a chilling smile spreading across his face. His voice was cold, like the merciless chime of a celestial bell. Three Mountains sect? Heavenly Extremity sect? Have you truly grown tired of living, rushing to meet your demise? As Lu Yuan spoke, he ascended higher into the sky, his aura sweeping across the heavens. Reaching the pinnacle of the sage realm, the two half-step great sages felt reassured. After all, he was merely a peak sage, easily manageable with a single hand. In that moment, their confidence solidified, and their gazes toward Lu Yuan were filled with disdain. Yet, Lu Yuan ascended as if a celestial emperor had descended to the mortal realm, gradually rising, while an ethereal figure of a celestial king materialized behind him. Above the cloud mist mountains, the heavens shifted in hue as a luminous moon slowly illuminated the sky. At that moment, Lu Yuan unleashed the manifestations of two divine bodies, the celestial king descending from the heavens, the bright moon rising over the sea. This was Lu Yuan's first encounter with adversaries of a higher realm. The anger he had felt transformed into a fierce battle intent. He was determined not only to make these two pay a price, but also to ensure they regretted their existence, regretted coming to this world, and regretted opposing him. Chapter 76. The moon rises over the sea. Lu Yuan's tall figure towered above all, bathed in divine radiance, resembling an unparalleled celestial monarch. At this moment, a phantom loomed behind him, exuding an aura that subdued the very heavens and earth, instilling terror in the hearts of all present within the misty mountain range. Suddenly, a shroud of night unfurled, revealing a shimmering azure sea beneath. In the high sky, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested. An infinite ocean appeared, and directly above its surface, a radiant full moon hung in the sky, casting forth its pure silvery light. At this moment, the elder in yellow from the Three Mountains sect and the elder in blue from the Celestial Extremity sect both displayed expressions of astonishment, their hearts racing with dread. They gazed skyward at Lu Yuan and the myriad phenomena surrounding him, their hearts pounding fiercely. What is this phenomenon? Does Lu Yuan possess a supreme physique? Or has he mastered an unparalleled technique? How could this be possible? The two were utterly astonished. This scene exceeded their expectations. Only by cultivating a spell to its utmost limit could one evoke such manifestations. And the level of that spell must be no less than that of an ancient art at the quasi-emperor tier. Yet how could Lu Yuan possibly possess a quasi-emperor level ancient art? Aside from this possibility, it must be his physique. Lu Yuan likely possesses a supreme physique of considerable caliber, at the very least a royal body. However, gazing upon the celestial like Lu Yuan, the terrifying phantom, and the full moon high above, they could not help but feel a renewed sense of dread. Could such an extraordinary phenomenon truly only belong to a royal body? No. It must have reached the divine or even sacred level of physique. The two semi-step great saints felt their emotions rise and fall like turbulent waves. Yet they soon regained their composure. After all, Lu Yuan was merely at the pinnacle of the saint level, while they had already attained the semi-step great saint stage. How could Lu Yuan, who had yet to touch the threshold of the great saint, compare to those who had? Moreover, they were two individuals, two high-ranking beings against one a lower tier. If they were to feel fear and lack confidence, it would be better to perish. Thus, although their expressions showed astonishment and their hearts were shaken, they maintained an unwavering sense of assurance. Lu Yuan, do you think that possessing a supreme physique makes you capable of defeating us? You underestimate the quasi-great saints far too much. As long as you have yet to touch the threshold of the great saint, you shall never be our match. As her words fell, the two unleashed a torrent of true essence, an overwhelming sense of oppression swiftly enveloping the area, causing nearby trees to snap under the pressure. Come forth, Lu Yuan. Let us witness the capabilities of this unfathomable phenomenon. The elder in yellow and the elder in blue transformed into streaks of light, the very fabric of reality shifting as they coalesced their supreme attacks, directing them straight at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan regarded the two approaching figures with a look of disdain. Semi-step great saints? What trash dares challenge my chaotic celestial body? They had merely grazed the threshold of the great saint realm and audaciously proclaimed themselves semi-step great saints. Such foolishness. Just like the elder of the Stone Clan, how can these individuals be so adept at inflating their own worth? Lu Yuan's expression remained calm, devoid of fear. He had previously invoked only three phenomena. The celestial monarch descends from the heavens, the golden lotus of the sea of suffering, and the dragon and phoenix cry in harmony. The celestial monarch descends from the heavens, possesses the power to suppress, akin to the heaven-sealing seal, capable of rendering one immobile. However, unlike the heaven-sealing seal, this phenomenon could even lower the target's cultivation level. The golden lotus of the sea of suffering offers defensive capabilities. Lu Yuan had previously employed it in the Tower of Heaven against that fire saint spirit, the golden lotus shielding him from all harm. The dragon and phoenix cry in harmony, which Lu Yuan had briefly manifested in his soul space. He had yet to fully comprehend its specific effects, but it would undoubtedly exert immense suppression over the demon race. As for the phenomenon of the moon rising over the sea, unlike the tranquility it radiated, it was truly a harbinger of slaughter. Lu Yuan could already sense the terrifying power contained within, yet he had not yet unleashed it, remaining unaware of its full might. Lu Yuan, prepare to meet your end. As he watched the two figures drawing near, Lu Yuan smiled lightly and silently recited, "Celestial monarch descends from the heavens." In an instant, the garments of the celestial monarch's phantom behind Lu Yuan fluttered, causing the two semi-step great saints to halt, unable to resist the urge to retreat. What is happening? Lu Yuan, what have you done? Why has my cultivation level diminished? They shouted in confusion, an ominous premonition washing over them as they sensed their cultivation had regressed to the late saint level, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Could this be the phenomenon's ability? How could it be so bizarre? To be able to repel them and reduce their cultivation from quasi-great saint to late saint. How could this be? The two murmured, their combat intent rapidly transforming into a desire to retreat, even the attacks in their hands dissipating. Lu Yuan's lips curled upward slightly as he pondered to himself. Had their realms not surpassed his, the celestial monarch descend from the heavens would not merely have repelled them. It would have directly suppressed them. At this moment, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he looked at the full moon suspended in the sky, a thought flickering in his mind. Turn! In an instant, the entire misty mountain range was enveloped in night. Outside, it was still the bright midday sun. Within the mountains, night fell, shrouding the entire range in an eerie silence. Only the bright moon above gently rotating, its silver light cascading down to the shimmering sea below. In that moment, the originally serene and harmonious atmosphere transformed into a chilling coldness. The full moon slowly rotated, a bone-chilling wind descending from nowhere. Under Lu Yuan's placid gaze and the watchful eyes of all the Lu family members and the great demons of the mountains, the two semi-step great saints instantly turned to dust. Silence enveloped the scene, an utter stillness. At this moment, the misty mountain range, cloaked in night, was illuminated by the bright moonlight, resembling pure white jade. Within the Lu family, all gazed up at their ancestral figure, resembling an immortal. Their eyes filled with fervor and admiration, their reverence reaching its zenith. Meanwhile, on the distant side of the mountains, the three great beings, tiger, deer, and goat, along with numerous transformed great demons, retracted their consciousness, utterly shocked by the spectacle they had just witnessed. At this moment, all the great demons were left in awe of Lu Yuan, bowing down in admiration. Lord Lu Yuan is simply too powerful, effortlessly annihilating two quasi-great saints. As Lu Yuan's brow relaxed, the phenomenon gradually faded, and he raised his hand to collect the storage rings and bags belonging to the two. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the area. "You truly believed I would forget to extinguish your souls?" The soul-binding hand. Lu Yuan sneered, extending his hand to grasp the air, and in an instant, two agonized cries rang out. Soon, two struggling souls appeared within Lu Yuan's grasp. "Lu Yuan, spare our lives. We can make our sect submit to the Lu family." Chapter 77. A return gift. Lying in the coffin may spare your life. Spare? Do you know why I refrain from exterminating your souls? I genuinely cherish the gifts you bestow upon me. However, this grand offering is better suited for your own kind. Lu Yuan spoke with a faint smile, yet to the eyes of the two, he appeared as a devil incarnate. "Lu Yuan, what are you planning?" they queried. Yet suddenly, they found themselves rendered mute, as Lu Yuan had silenced them with a mere thought. "Three Mountain Sect, Heavenly Extremity Gate," Lu Yuan murmured, his footsteps light as he casually collected the numerous coffins and vanished from the scene. "Ancestor, is he going to Qianzhou to return the favor?" One speculated. "It seems highly likely. I wish I could follow him," another lamented. "I too wish to witness it. But alas, our ancestor has not taken anyone with him, and the journey is too far for us to catch up. Three Mountain Sect is in Qianzhou. Where is the Heavenly Extremity Gate?" A voice inquired amidst the discussion. "The Heavenly Extremity Gate is in Tsangzhou, the mighty estate in the eastern wilderness," Elder Lu Yuan replied, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd as they began to comprehend the situation. The Three Mountain Sect is one of only two holy-level powers in Qianzhou, boasting merely one half-step great sage within its ranks. However, this half-step great sage had perished right before their eyes. As for the Heavenly Extremity Gate, situated in Tsangzhou, it ranks as the third holy-level power, likely possessing multiple quasi-great sages. Yet, even if either sect held a true great sage, the Lu family remained unperturbed, harboring no worries for their ancestor. Lu Yuan's figure had long been etched into their hearts. To all members of the Lu family, he was synonymous with invincibility. The term invincible was coined solely for their ancestor. At this moment, their gazes held nothing but a tinge of regret for not witnessing the might of their ancestor obliterating a sect. In Qianzhou, within the Three Mountain Sect's Grand Hall, several figures wore solemn expressions, gathered around a central life tablet. Crack! At that moment, the sound of shattering echoed through the eerily silent hall. Instantly, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. After a brief pause, they collectively exhaled, a smile blooming on their faces. The ancestor's life tablet had not shattered. It bore a crack, indicating that he had sustained some injuries but was not in mortal danger. A middle-aged man spoke, relief evident in his tone. "Given how long it has been without change, perhaps our ancestor has already eradicated the Lu family." An elder excitedly chimed in. Unlike the Heavenly Extremity Gate, which had multiple half-step great sages, their sect was solely reliant on their ancestor. When negotiating with the Heavenly Extremity Gate, they had hesitated, aware that if their ancestor perished, it would not affect their standing in Xuanhuang, given the limited number of holy-level powers. However, such a loss would still be monumental. Now that their ancestor was alive, it was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Their anxiety stemmed from the overwhelming strength attributed to Lu Yuan, which instilled dread within them. However, the current situation seemed to be unfolding favorably. Yet, amidst their joyous laughter, a thunderous voice reverberated through the heavens, an immense pressure enveloping the entire Three Mountain sect. People of the Three Mountain sect, I have come to return your ancestor's gift. Why do you not promptly come forth to pay your respects? In an instant, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, fear gripping their hearts. Is that Lu Yuan's voice? He has returned with our ancestor's gift. What does this mean? Has our ancestor been defeated? But how could that be? He is a half-step great sage. In a flurry, all vanished, reappearing in the air above their sect. Lu Yuan's gaze remained tranquil, his demeanor indifferent as he casually extracted half a coffin, letting it descend to the ground. Boom! The members of the Three Mountain sect were struck with terror. Was this not the coffin they had prepared? Now it was returned? Are you Lu Yuan? Ha! Take a look. Do you recognize this? With that, Lu Yuan extracted the souls of two quasi-great sages. The members of the Three Mountains sect gasped in shock. Gasp! Ancestor! Has he been reduced to a mere soul, captured by Lu Yuan? So that was the reason behind the crack in their ancestor's life tablet. It was not shattered, but had instead been a signal of his capture. At this moment, every soul trembled, every body quaked. Their ancestor and the quasi-great sages of the Heavenly Extremity Gate had been vanquished by Lu Yuan, severing their flesh, capturing their souls. How could Lu Yuan possess such strength? They could not fathom that two quasi-great sages were powerless against him. Meanwhile, the two captured quasi-great sages were engulfed in terror, especially the elder of the Three Mountain sect. He was gripped by fear, apprehensive that Lu Yuan would annihilate the Three Mountain sect, yet he felt utterly powerless. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with amusement. I offer you a chance to spare your lives. If all those of the Saint and Heavenly Sovereign realms willingly lie in the coffins, I may let you live. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, the crowd exchanged glances. Their expressions filled with rage. Was Lu Yuan attempting to insult them? This was the outer perimeter of their sect. Some cultivators had already taken notice of the unfolding situation, watching from a distance. If they truly complied and lay within the coffins, disregarding whether Lu Yuan would spare them, word would surely spread, and the Three Mountain sect would become the laughingstock of the world. Lu Yuan, there are no weaklings in my Three Mountain Holy Land. We would never sacrifice our sect's dignity for survival, letting you trample upon it. Oh, you deem yourselves worthy of such opportunities, yet you remain feeble. Though you possess some spirit, what value does it hold if your lives are forfeit? With that, Lu Yuan drew forth the Zhutian sword and casually unleashed a wave of sword energy. Slash, slash, slash. In an instant, the radiant sword light enveloped them, dazzling and blinding. Every member of the Three Mountain sect found themselves severed in twain. Today, the Three Mountain sect is eradicated from Xuanhuang. Lu Yuan's voice boomed, echoing throughout the heavens. As his words fell, Lu Yuan stepped forth, vanishing from sight, only to re-emerge moments later, his storage bag filled to the brim. Though the structure of a sect differs from that of a family, and not every individual harbored resentment towards Lu Yuan, he ensured that none remained. Once a family turns to slaughter, it inevitably leads to the extinction of the clan. A sect is merely a gathering of individuals from various backgrounds, lacking any blood ties, bound only by camaraderie. Yet, despite this, Lu Yuan would not overlook any potential threat, denying them even a sliver of opportunity for revenge. Lu Yuan departed, journeying towards Xuanhuang, heading for the Heavenly Extremity Gate. Meanwhile, before the Three Mountains sect, dozens of coffins lay empty upon the ground, and not far ahead were the lifeless bodies of several heavenly sovereigns and saints. Chapter 78. The Destruction of the Holy Land before the Three Mountains sect. Dozens of figures exchanged glances, their faces ashen with shock. The recent spectacle had left them utterly astounded. Staring at the scattered bodies of the celestial lords and the powerful beings of the sacred realm, Fear gripped their hearts, even though the perpetrator had long since departed. Who is he? One voice trembled, revealing a hint of dread in his eyes. When did our Qianzhou produce such a young and terrifying saint? Wait, do you remember the incident in the secret realm where one person killed 5 saints? Among them was a saint from the Three Mountains sect. Are you suggesting that this person is that fiend, Lu Yuan? It is highly probable. Did you not see the soul he held captive? That was the ancestor of the Three Mountains sect. And what of the tribute he mentioned? I surmise that the ancestor of the Three Mountains sect went to confront Lu Yuan, only to be ambushed and captured, thus bringing ruin upon the sect. This will surely lead to turmoil in Qianzhou. The disappearance of a holy land is no trivial matter. Oh no, I just remembered that my third aunt's cousin's sister-in-law's nephew's brother is a disciple of the Three Mountains sect. He was also slain by Lu Yuan. Upon uttering these words, the cultivator's expression turned sorrowful, his eyes brimming with tears. What now? Do you dare seek revenge on Lu Yuan? Consider yourselves unfortunate. Even the esteemed ancestor of the great sage could not match him. You, mere beings of the divine palace realm, should not court death. Shortly after Lu Yuan's departure, a shocking news spread throughout Qianzhou. The one who had previously slain 5 saints in the secret realm, Lu Yuan, had personally brought the soul of the founder of the Three Mountains sect to pay a visit, and the result was catastrophic. The entire sect was wiped out. Not a soul left alive under Lu Yuan's blade. As the news circulated, it incited varied reactions across the land. There was no denying the gravity of the situation. This was not merely a minor force, but a sacred land. From this day forth, Qianzhou had lost a holy land, leaving only one behind. Like Qingzhou, Lingzhou, and Yangzhou, it was now reduced to a domain with but a single sacred force. How astonishing it was that this cultivator, Lu Yuan, possessed such immense power to annihilate an entire holy land single-handedly. The cultivators of Qianzhou could not help but express their astonishment, their thoughts a tangled web of emotions. Though this incident did not directly concern most, it was still a matter of significance for Qianzhou and a select few. It is crucial to note that the Three Mountains sect encompassed nearly all the talents of Qianzhou. Now, those prodigies had perished at Lu Yuan's hands. Among them were many gifted individuals from the ranks of celestial lords, who had sent their best disciples to the sacred land for cultivation, only to find them inexplicably slaughtered by Lu Yuan. Who could they turn to for justice? How could they seek revenge on Lu Yuan? The very thought seemed absurd. Lu Yuan had obliterated the Three Mountains sect and would hardly care for their protests. At this moment, those with juniors who had entered the Three Mountains sect could only sigh in resignation. There was no choice but to swallow their grievances and accept their misfortune. Having witnessed Lu Yuan's might, they dared not entertain any notions of defiance. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan soared through the skies, 2 souls bound within the massive handprint conjure behind him. With the Three Mountains sect now vanquished, his next destination was clear. Now that the Three Mountains sect has vanished, you may descend, he declared, and with a light command. The soul of the sect's ancestor transformed into a wisp of gray mist, dissipating into the ether before the terrified eyes of the blue-robed elder. Lu Yuan, spare my life, and I shall become your servant, the elder pleaded, his gaze filled with desperation. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, dismissing the plea and sealing the elder's voice with a flick of his hand. The thought of sparing him was ludicrous. These two had previously left his kin bloodied and gasping for breath in the Yunwu Mountains. There was no way he would let them go unpunished. Merely refraining from tormenting them would be considered mercy. Setting his thoughts aside, Lu Yuan gazed ahead, his expression calm. Sangzhou was the most expansive, powerful, and prosperous region in the eastern wilderness. His decision to visit the Three Mountains sect before heading to the Heavenly Extreme Gate was simply due to its proximity to Qianzhou. Just as Lu Yuan was about to exit the borders of Qianzhou, his divine sense suddenly detected a familiar silhouette at the boundary between Qianzhou and Sangzhou. A terrified voice suddenly rang out, followed by a thunderous crash. "Miss, run!" Boom! The cultivator of the divine palace realm who had spoken was instantly crushed into the ground. Half of his body embedded within, met with a swift and final demise. The remaining individuals wore expressions of horror as they turned to flee. only to find they could not move at all. The oppressive pressure from the presence of a formidable being paralyzed them, rendering them as helpless as fish upon a cutting board. Ha ha ha! It has been long since I have encountered such a delightful human female. She must taste exquisite. A towering figure emerged, occasionally emitting a bizarre laugh, sending chills down the spines of those present. A demon of the esteemed realm. One trembled, his face betraying sheer terror. Among them was a young woman, the daughter of the He family, who felt despair rise within her. They had just returned from Zhangzhou when they unexpectedly encountered a demon of the esteemed realm. They found themselves in a forest known as Tsangqian, typically devoid of beastly threats, yet now confronted by a formidable demon. It was evident that escape was not an option. At that moment, the group turned pale, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping their hearts. To have a human to feast upon right after emerging from the mountains. What a delightful stroke of fortune. As he spoke, the humanoid demon strode towards them, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He reflected on his long seclusion for hundreds of years, only to emerge and ascend to the esteemed realm. What an arduous journey it had been. Among his kind, he possessed the highest potential. Thus, he had secluded himself for centuries, dreaming of one day entering the esteemed realm and reveling in the world. Yet, upon awakening, he discovered his kin had all been slaughtered by humans, leaving behind a wasteland of bones. Though he was furious, he felt little sorrow. As a revered demon, he believed that as long as he survived, the lineage of the Golden Mouse would endure. Thus, he ventured forth, intent on finding a few humans to sate his hunger. Judging by his esteemed cultivation, he was sure he could wreak havoc in this area. As he had anticipated, he immediately spotted several humans, particularly a striking young woman. Gazing at her delicate skin, the Golden Mouse demon drooled with excitement, his heart racing. After centuries of seclusion, he had finally emerged to claim his prize. What better way to celebrate than with this sumptuous feast? Chapter 79. Hixinci, the affinity of a ray path. Ah, the human race, I have arrived. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the Golden Mouse couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, simultaneously extending his massive paw towards the group. Hixinci and her companions were overwhelmed with dread, gazing at the colossal claws of the great demon, their hearts steeped in despair. Were they destined to await their demise? However, just as the Golden Mouse was about to seize them, a figure materialized out of thin air, instantly captivating everyone's attention. The Golden Mouse turned its gaze towards Lu Yuan, its pupils contracting in an instant, drool pooling at the corners of its mouth. For it had realized that this newly appeared human, brimming with vitality, possessed flesh far more delectable than that of the others. In a heartbeat, its hand, previously aimed at Hixinci and her companions, redirected towards Lu Yuan. Yet, a resounding thud echoed as a heavy object fell to the ground. The Golden Mouse arm was severed cleanly and landed with a thump, eliciting a scream of agony. Hixinci and her companions snapped back to reality, bewildered and unsure of what had transpired, staring at the dismembered limb and the howling, transformed beast. Suddenly, they sensed something amiss and turned their heads to the side. There stood a young man, quietly hovering in the void. One hand resting behind his back while the other hung loosely at his side. His long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his white robe billowed as if caught in an unseen breeze. He possessed an extraordinary visage and an aura that seemed anything but mortal. At that moment, the group comprehended that it was this young man who had rescued them. A question flickered in their minds. Who was this young man, so youthful yet capable of effortlessly severing the arm of a formidable demon? Unlike the others, Hixinci was rendered speechless, her heart racing with astonishment. Gazing at the familiar face, she froze. This man was none other than Lu Yuan, the one who had saved her life in the Abyssal Cloud secret realm. Previously, she had been unaware of Lu Yuan's identity until after exiting the secret realm when he had slain 2 saints. At that moment, upon realizing Lu Yuan's identity and cultivation level, she had been utterly incredulous that such a remarkably young figure was indeed a saint. He had simultaneously defeated and slain 3 saints within the secret realm and subsequently annihilated 2 saints of the Heavenly Extremity sect upon leaving. Xinzi had been utterly dumbfounded for a long while, realizing she had been saved by a saint. Yet now, she found herself rescued once more by the same individual. In that instant, she couldn't help but express her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Lu Yuan, for your timely intervention." The others were momentarily taken aback. "Lu Yuan? Miss, do you know this esteemed individual?" As they pondered, the name began to resonate, and after a few moments of intense thought, they finally recalled it. Lu Yuan, the ruthless slayer of 5 saints. He was also dubbed the god of death and demon by the people of Qianzhou. In that moment, disbelief washed over them. If what the young lady said was true, then this young man was indeed Lu Yuan, and he had just saved them. The sheer surrealism of the situation left them in awe, especially considering that their own miss seemed to have a connection with Lu Yuan. Realizing the implications, they speculated that perhaps Lu Yuan had intervened because of her. Subsequently, they knelt, uttering in unison, "We thank you, Lord Lu Yuan, for your rescue." Lu Yuan remained poised in the void, his expression tranquil, lost in contemplation. From the transformed beast before him, he sensed a palpable aura of bloodlust, indicating that it had consumed numerous humans. Furthermore, this esteemed demon had dared to extend its claws towards him. In that moment, a flicker of disdain ignited within Lu Yuan. He bore no prejudice against any race, including demons, provided they treated others with kindness. However, in the realm of cultivation, those demons that abstained from consuming humans were but a rare minority. Most still regarded humans as prey, which left Lu Yuan with a rather unfavorable impression of their kind. Yet, he would not intervene unless provoked. But now, this demon not only feasted upon countless humans, but also dared to covet him. Thus, it could not be spared. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over Xinzi and her companions, stirring a thought within him. Xinzi had been saved by him in the secret realm, and their encounter again seemed to hint at some fateful connection. Her potential was commendable. Through the system eye, he discerned her innate talent. Given sufficient resources, her ascension to a grand saint seemed inevitable. Moreover, Xinzi possessed a unique affinity for the array path. In fact, aside from Lu Xian, the cunning emperor, she was the most talented individual in array arts Lu Yuan had encountered. Thus, he resolved to extend a modicum of assistance. At that moment, the great demon erupted in rage. You dare sever my arm? It hurts so much." The golden mouse clutched its neatly severed limb, howling in fury, its eyes ablaze with wrath, momentarily oblivious to the insurmountable chasm between them. "I will kill you, devour your flesh, and drink your blood." With that, it charged forward, a tempest of demonic energy swirling around it, its grotesque visage enough to terrify a child into tears. Lu Yuan observed with an expression as calm as still water, his eyes betraying not a hint of disturbance. He spoke softly, and the oppressive force of a saint bore down upon the golden mouse. In an instant, the golden mouse was obliterated, its form dissipating into nothingness. Lu Yuan hadn't even raised a finger. His demeanor remained unchanged. Witnessing this, Xinzi and her companions stepped forward, bowing deeply as they spoke in unison. "We pay our respects to Lord Lu Yuan. Thank you for saving us." Lu Yuan regarded them, his gaze settling on Xinzi. "It was a trivial matter. The trouble found its way to me, and it sought its own demise." "What clan do you belong to?" Xinzi promptly replied, "Senior Lu, my family, the He clan, is one of the 3 prominent families in Ningshui city of Qianzhou, all of which possess the power of the Divine Palace realm." Lu Yuan responded with a casual nod. "Do you realize you possess a talent for the array path?" "Indeed, Senior Lu, I am aware. I am now a top-tier Earth-level array master," she replied, her head held high with pride, akin to a child awaiting praise from an elder. Lu Yuan smiled gently, producing 2 manuals and a token, proclaiming, "Cultivate diligently. Should you face insurmountable challenges, seek assistance in the cloud, mist mountain range of Qingzhou with this token." As he finished speaking, the manuals and token soared into Xinzi's hands. With years of experience in the web literature realm, Lu Yuan understood that exceptionally talented individuals lacking a formidable background often attracted calamities that threatened their families. Given that he had encountered her twice, perhaps it was fate intertwining their paths. In the future, she might contribute to the Lu family in some capacity. Moreover, given her remarkable talent, should she bear children with a member of the family? Chapter 80. The omniscient of Xuanhuang gazing at the 2 volumes of martial arts techniques floating before her. Alongside a black gold medallion radiating a faint glow, Hixinci found herself momentarily stunned, a sense of bewilderment washing over her. According to Lu Yuan's recent words, was this an indication that she was to diligently cultivate the art of formations? Could it be that her innate talent for formations was exceptionally high, prompting the esteemed Lu Yuan to bestow such an opportunity upon her? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Hixinci clasped her hands tightly, raising her gaze towards Lu Yuan. Upon seeing his subtle nod of affirmation, she immediately reached out to accept the items. I am profoundly grateful for this heavenly opportunity granted by Senior Lu. I assure you, I shall not disappoint your expectations and will wholeheartedly dedicate myself to the study of formations. Hixinci exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement, her cheeks flushed, radiating a sunlit smile. Observing her enthusiasm, Lu Yuan could not help but smile wryly. It seemed the young girl had misunderstood his intentions. Haha, I did not intend for you to focus solely on formations. Do not forget about your cultivation level as well. These 2 volumes consist of 1 cultivation technique and 1 formation technique, neither of which are of particularly high rank. So practice diligently. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Take care of yourselves. With that, Lu Yuan gracefully ascended, continuing his journey towards Xuanhuang. The members of the He family bowed and clasped their hands in farewell, proclaiming, "We bid farewell to Senior Lu." Once he departed, Hixinci turned her attention to the martial arts volumes in her hands, promptly opening one. Moments later, she stood there, utterly astounded. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Hixinци's heart raced with shock, her hands trembling as she clutched the volumes. Lu Yuan had mentioned they were not high-level techniques, and she had assumed they were of the royal tier, for Lu Yuan was a sage, and his perception of low-tier techniques must surely align with royal-level ones. Yet, to her disbelief, what lay before her were not royal techniques, but bona fide saint-level techniques. Drawing a deep breath, she slowly exhaled, overwhelmed. Both volumes were of saint level. Based on the descriptions within and her own calculations, it was highly probable that these techniques could facilitate one's cultivation to the Great Sage Realm. The Great Sage Realm. Hixinci was utterly astounded. Her family's highest cultivation level was merely the 9th layer of the Divine Palace, a half-step to the esteemed realm. Now, possessing saint-level techniques was a source of immense excitement for her. Furthermore, the other volume, a treatise on formations, was even more precious. It not only contained numerous advanced formations, but also provided detailed explanations of formation theory, as well as insights and experiences from masters of the field. It was no exaggeration to claim that with this treatise, she could undoubtedly become a saint-level formation master, earning the unparalleled respect of those around her. With her heart brimming with exhilaration, Hixinci and her companions swiftly departed the forest, making their way towards their family's stronghold in Ningxue City. Little did she know, the medallion itself was the true treasure, endowed with multiple extraordinary effects, serving as a storage artifact. When Hixinci returned home and discovered the items contained within the medallion, she was left utterly speechless, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan traversed the void with remarkable speed, a testament to the abilities of a pinnacle sage, effortlessly crossing the expanse. Although the entirety of Qianzhou was abuzz with the aftermath of the Three Mountains Sacred Land's downfall, Xuanzhou remained undisturbed. After all, the event had only just transpired, and news could not spread so swiftly. Even the Tianji Sacred Land, which had conspired with the Three Mountains Sacred Land to eliminate Lu Yuan, had yet to receive any word. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at Tianji Gate, within the domain of the Tianji Sacred Land. At this moment, the area around the Tianji Sacred Land was bustling with activity, throngs of people arriving. Today marked the day of disciple recruitment for the Tianji Sacred Land, and the turnout was unexpectedly high. Who would have thought so many would come? In the past, the attendance was never this great. I wonder what has changed this time. One onlooker expressed, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. This is a sacred land. I wish to try my luck as well. If I were to join, I would surely earn a place in the family lineage, bringing honor to my ancestors. As they spoke, their daydreams were abruptly interrupted by a voice. Stop daydreaming. This is your first time here, isn't it? The Tianji Sacred Land only accepts disciples under the age of 30, and they also assess their qualifications. After a brief pause, the speaker continued. The Tianji Sacred Land possesses a sacred artifact known as the Tianji Bell, which can evaluate a cultivator's aptitude. It rings 6 times in total. If one can cause the bell to resonate 3 times, they may enter the Tianji Sacred Land. Achieving 4 rings indicates exceptional aptitude, while 5 rings would elevate one to the status of a saintly figure. And what if it rings 6 times? Someone inquired. 6 times? That is impossible. According to reports over the years, a 6-ringed Tianji bell signifies a person with imperial potential. However, since the establishment of the Tianji Sacred Land, no individual has ever been able to make the bell resonate 6 times throughout its millennia-long history, though 5 rings have been achieved on occasion. I see. Thank you for clarifying, my friend. You're welcome. As cultivators, we should delight in helping others, accumulating virtue while enlightening one another. Ha. My friend is truly an amusing character. May I ask your name? A mere nickname, not worth mentioning. However, you may call me Beishitong, the man replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd paused, turning their gazes towards the man who had introduced himself as Beishitong. In Tsangzhou, Beishitong was no ordinary figure. He had once compiled a list that gained him immense popularity, known as the Tsangzhou Beauty List. Through this list, he earned the title of omniscient. At this moment, one might wonder, how could a mere list afford him such a title? What connection did a beauty list have with omniscience? Only those who had not laid eyes upon the list would think so. Once one perused it, they would find themselves gasping in awe, marveling at its contents. The detailed descriptions of the top 100 most beautiful women in Tsangzhou included their affiliations, cultivation levels, and innate talents. It even recorded their hobbies, ages, and preferred delicacies, truly astonishing. When the list was first released, it faced scorn and ridicule, with many dismissing it as the folly of a braggart. However, as time passed, people gradually discovered that the information contained within was indeed accurate. Not only that, but some individuals managed to pursue a woman ranked in the 70s based on the information provided. This revelation sent ripples through the community, igniting a fervor for the list's creator. Yet, no one knew his true identity, only that he was a wandering cultivator. Subsequently, a holy maiden from a sacred land, incensed by the affair, dispatched a sage to investigate, but they only managed to catch a fleeting glimpse of Beishitong, who vanished without a trace. The fact that even a budding great sage could not apprehend him left countless individuals in Tsangzhou in awe. Beishitong had appeared before the public numerous times, yet no one could ascertain his identity or retain him. It was through the meticulous compilation of 100 beautiful women's profiles that he earned the reverence of the people of Tsangzhou, forever known as the Omniscient. Chapter 81. No need for the stage test. Upon this reflection, the gathered crowd could not help but harbor some doubts. Could this individual truly be the fabled jack of all trades? Might he be an impostor? While there were indeed esteemed figures present, even they could not discern the depths of this man who claimed to be all-knowing. Recalling previous rumors, it was said that this jack of all trades had appeared before the public multiple times, each time with a different visage, always asserting his identity. Yet no one had ever been able to confirm his authenticity. At this moment, despite the lingering skepticism in their hearts, the crowd was nearly convinced. Regardless of his true identity, it would be prudent to engage in camaraderie. Soon, voices filled with delight began to resonate in the vicinity. You are indeed the esteemed jack of all trades. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, exclaimed one. Your name reverberates like thunder. Today marks my first encounter with the legendary figure. Dear friend, no need for further pleasantries. We must surely visit the renowned Tianxiang Tower for a fine drink together in the near future. Indeed, let us accompany one another and indulge in some exquisite melodies. Ha ha! My fellow companions, let us make it so. However, the Tianji sect is about to commence its recruitment of disciples. After this session concludes, we shall set forth together. Truly, the Jack of all trades is remarkably generous. May I be so bold as to inquire when the Eastern Wasteland's beauty list will be unveiled? Upon hearing this inquiry, the assembled cultivators trembled with anticipation, a surge of inexplicable energy coursing through their beings. They gazed at the two men, their eyes brimming with eager expectation. Previously, the public had urged the Jack of all trades to compile the Eastern Wasteland's beauty list, yet he had remained unresponsive. Reflecting upon it, they realized the task was monumental. The Eastern Wasteland was vast, and cataloging all its beauties while ranking them by overall allure was no small feat thus. The suggestion had only been fleeting. Now that the Jack of all trades stood before them, they felt compelled to inquire at once. Listening to the words of the man and observing the expectant expressions of the crowd, the Jack of all trades felt a bittersweet smile tug at his lips, a medley of emotions swirling within him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "To be candid, my esteemed friends, I have already completed half of the Eastern Wasteland's beauty list. Once I finish the entirety, it shall be unveiled to the world. Splendid, truly remarkable. The Jack of all trades, your efforts are commendable. Indeed, what an astonishing feat to have accomplished half of such an incredible task. This is akin to a priceless scripture for us cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland. Your actions, dear sir, shall indeed be celebrated for generations." As these praises echoed, smiles adorned the faces of the onlookers. Overwhelmed by their gratitude, the Jack of all trades quickly expressed his thanks. "Thank you, my friends." In an instant, laughter and joyous chatter filled the air as they completely forgot about the imminent recruitment of disciples at the Tianji sect. It was only when the resonant sound of a bell rang that they snapped back to reality. The recruitment has commenced. We almost overlooked that. "I doubt this individual can make the Tianji bell toll 3 times, remarked one, deep in thought. As if to affirm his words, the young man on stage caused the Tianji bell to ring only twice before falling silent. He was deemed unworthy to join the sacred grounds. With a heavy heart, the youth departed, followed by a succession of candidates ascending the stage. They were all below 30 years of age, with varying cultivation levels from body refinement to chi condensation. Although the number of those at the Spirit Sea stage was disappointingly scant. To date, only one individual had achieved the Spirit Realm, a 30-year-old who had managed 3 tolls and was accepted by the sacred ground. Achieving the Spirit Realm before 30 was undeniably challenging. As for the Celestial Realm, not a single candidate had emerged. As time passed, more individuals took the stage for assessment, only to descend shortly thereafter. Several managed to toll the bell 3 times, and a few even 4, yet none had succeeded in ringing it 5 times. Amidst the proceedings, an elder with a furrowed brow turned to his companion. "Elderly, while the number of applicants is substantial, the quality leaves much to be desired. Sigh, I too did not foresee this outcome. As we approach the end, not a single 5 toll has appeared. Even 4 tolls are only 2. This is troubling. We are sure to face criticism. Such is fate. This year's recruitment cycle has fallen upon us, and there is no altering that." However, just as the two conversed, a sudden sequence of 5 tolls resonated in the air. Ding, 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 ding. A 5 toll has appeared? Splendid. Elated, the 2 elders turned their gaze to the stage, where a youthful figure stood, his countenance radiant. Clad in luxurious fabrics, exuding an air of pride. Though still young, he had attained the 5th level of chi condensation. At this moment, excitement surged within the young man. His fists clenched tightly, and his exhilaration was unparalleled. Slowly turning, he surveyed the astonished faces of the crowd, listened to their praises, and noted the eager expressions of the 2 elders. A swell of pride overcame him. In this instant, he discreetly fixed his gaze upon a slender youth in the audience, his face illuminated by a sense of triumph and pride. Simultaneously, he looked down at the frail figure and declared with uncharacteristic arrogance, Lin Hu, do you see? Do you hear? I have rung the Tianji bell 5 times. I am on the verge of entering the Tianji sect, destined to become a core disciple, to be taken under the tutelage of the esteemed elders. From this moment forth, we shall no longer inhabit the same realm. Lin Hu, you will forever remain in my shadow. With that proclamation, the young man turned to the 2 elders, pointing toward another youth about to take the stage, and with an audacity beyond his years, boldly suggested, "Elders, I believe that individual need not undergo the stage test. What say you?" Chapter 82. Lin Hu, the moment the youthful figure clad in resplendent garments spoke, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. It was not merely the audacity of this young man, whose words echoed with the resonance of the celestial bell 5 times, that caused such uproar. It was his brazen declaration to revoke another's eligibility for assessment. Judging by his countenance, he appeared scarcely of age, perhaps merely 15 or 16, yet he exhibited such arrogance. While it could be argued that he possessed the grounds for such hubris, having summoned the celestial bell to resonate 5 times, a feat denoting his ascendance to the sacred land as a core disciple, there lay even greater possibilities ahead. He might be taken under the wing of an elder and, through his innate talent, ascend to the realm of the sage. There were whispers in the world that those who could evoke the celestial bell 5 times, if not prematurely snuffed out, were destined to attain the sage realm, with a chance to reach the great sage level. This rumor had been revered and acknowledged by countless individuals over millennia. It was no mere fabrication, but a veritable truth. Hence, as the crowd gazed upon the proud and youthful figure upon the platform, though they felt a twinge of discomfort at his haughty claims, none dared to voice opposition. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, this youth was bound to join the celestial sacred land and achieve greatness in the future. Meanwhile, the 2 elders on the assessment platform exchanged glances and instinctively moved forward. "Elder Zheng, this is contrary to our customs. Everyone deserves a chance to be assessed. Li, this young man has the potential to resonate the celestial bell 5 times. If all goes as anticipated, he will undoubtedly become a candidate for the Holy Sun. With his inclusion, we not only fulfill our quota for disciples, but may also receive commendations." "Elder Zheng, you enough, elderly. Look at that youth down below. Lank and frail, barely having reached the 3rd level of body refinement at the age of 15. How could his potential be anything remarkable? How does this Lin Hu compare to Lin Hai, who has summoned the celestial bell 5 times? At that moment, the 2 elders turned their gaze toward the young man pointed out by Lin Hai. He was indeed lean, his countenance resolute, adorned with a tousled mass of thick black hair. Clad in simple garments, he bore patches upon them. Simultaneously, the spotlighted Lin Hu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He glared fiercely at Lin Hai on the platform, his eyes betraying his simmering anger and hatred. Lin Hu, once the young master of the esteemed Lin family from Sangzhou, had grown up without a mother and was deemed to possess mediocre cultivation talent. Fortunately, his father was the family patriarch. However, despite this, he was derided by his kin as the wasteful young master. Though sheltered by his father from harm, he could not escape the stinging remarks. His relatives claimed he was a burden on the family's resources, unable to produce any tangible results in his cultivation. Some even insinuated that he was merely fortunate to have a notable father and had simply drawn a favorable lot in life. There were even jibes that he was a child born of a mother, but raised without one. Upon hearing such insults, Lin Hu would retaliate. Yet his lack of strength rendered him the victim, often leaving him battered and bloodied. Defiant, Lin Hu asserted his capability, yet whenever the criticisms turned to his parents, he would retaliate fiercely, even at the cost of his own well-being. However, when he was 10, his father suffered a grievous injury in battle, leading to the collapse of his cultivation and leaving him bedridden. Consequently, the position of patriarch was stripped from him, and Lin Hu's status as young master was also nullified. From that moment on, Lin Hu became a target of ridicule and bullying from the younger members of the Lin family, as his cultivation level was woefully inadequate compared to theirs. Those who had previously scorned him for being a waste were now reveling in their superiority. Among them, Lin Hai took particular pleasure in tormenting him, having ascended to the position of young master himself after his father's rise to patriarch. Lin Hai, with his impressive cultivation, faced no repercussions for beating Lin Hu mercilessly. For years, Lin Hu lived a life he wished to forget, and just recently his father passed away, leaving Lin Hu devoid of his last tether to meaning in life. It was only upon learning of the opportunity for the younger generation to take the entrance examination at the celestial sacred land that a flicker of hope reignited within him. Lin Hu clung to the hope that perhaps a miracle might occur, that a glimmer of light would emerge, and that he might seize it. This was his singular chance to alter his fate. Thus, he found himself at the gates of the celestial sacred land, fervently praying for an opportunity from the heavens. Yet now, the one who had summoned the celestial bell 5 times, the one who had tormented him, the one who had once left him bedridden for a month, had the audacity to declare the revocation of his qualification, to extinguish his last flicker of hope. In that moment, Lin Hu's pent-up fury erupted. With a determined stride, he leapt onto the assessment platform, raising his right fist in a charge towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai! Lin Hu bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, Lin Hai merely scoffed at the advancing Lin Hu. A wave of energy emanated from Lin Hai, and in an instant, Lin Hu collapsed to the ground. With a resounding thud, the frail youth fell upon the assessment platform, coughing up blood. Lin Hu, you remain as deluded as ever. What gives you the audacity to strike at me, based solely on your 3rd level of body refinement? Yet at that moment, a hearty laughter reverberated through the air. Ha ha ha! Truly, our future holy son of the celestial sacred land. Such audacity to strike publicly, especially on the assessment platform, against a prospective holy son, deserves a fitting reprimand. Elder Zheng approached with deliberate steps, patting Lin Hai's shoulder and offering him a smile before casting a cold, indifferent glance at Lin Hu, who struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. Just as he was about to speak, a voice echoed in his mind. Elder Zheng, what are you planning? Do not disrupt the customs. Elder Li, maintaining a calm visage, interjected with a hint of urgency in his tone. Elder Zheng, while Lin Hai has the qualifications to become the Holy Son, this is the assessment period. We cannot allow personal grievances, nor the opinion of a gifted individual, to strip another of their qualifications. Yet, Elder Zheng seemed oblivious to Elder Li's entreaties, or rather, he deliberately disregarded them. With an icy demeanor, Elder Zheng proclaimed, Guards, remove this Lin Hu from the platform. Do not allow him to disrupt the recruitment process of the celestial sacred land. Chapter 83. Disqualification of your testing, Zhugeqing. Upon hearing this, several guards exchanged knowing glances. With that, they moved to apprehend the individual disrupting the testing process. However, just as they were about to act, a voice resonated, leaving countless cultivators in astonishment. Dare you approach him? The one behind Lin Hai is Lin Hu, and it is now Lin Hu's turn to be tested. The crowd turned to see the speaker was none other than another elder, Elder Li. After uttering these words, Elder Li approached Lin Hu, helping him to his feet and administering a medicinal pill. The guards found themselves at a loss. Elder Zheng had commanded them to remove Lin Hu, while Elder Li instructed them to stand down. After exchanging glances, the guards decided to return to their original positions. They were merely responsible for maintaining order, and neither elder was to be trifled with. As the two elders clashed, they chose to ignore the conflict and resumed their duties. The other cultivators were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Were the two elders in disagreement? Confusion spread among the onlookers as Elder Li's voice rang out once more. As long as one meets the criteria, everyone is entitled to be tested. Elder Zheng, may I ask, does Lin Hu not meet the qualifications? Elder Zheng felt a surge of anger at this, incredulous that Elder Li would dare oppose him in public, all for the sake of a mere waste of talent. How would outsiders perceive them? Yet, with numerous cultivators witnessing the spectacle, Elder Zheng's frustration boiled over, and he disregarded the matter. Elder Li, Lin Hu has dared to act against our sex prodigy in public. What say you to that? Humph. Elder Zheng, the assembled cultivators have witnessed that it was Lin Hai who brazenly declared the cancellation of Lin Hu's qualifications. No one can revoke the qualifications of those accepted into Tianji sacred land. Lin Hu, in his youthful rage, acted out, even if he resorted to violence. It is understandable. To disqualify him over this incident would ruin his future. As for Lin Hai, despite his talent, his arrogance at such a young age leaves much to be desired. With that, Elderly waved his hand, exuding an aura of a revered master, causing Lin Hai to falter as if about to collapse. Elder Zheng, seeing this, stepped forward to shield Lin Hai. Li Shang, what qualifications does a mere third-layer body refinement cultivator possess? He shall not be tested today, I declare. As his words fell, Elder Zheng and Elderly stood facing each other, tension palpable in the air. The gathered cultivators were taken aback, sensing an impending confrontation. How had a simple recruitment event devolved into such chaos? Lin, who looked at Elderly standing protectively before him, warmth flooding his heart, deeply moved by Elderly's defense. Yet, he was at a loss as to how to intervene. Just as the two elders were poised for conflict, a figure appeared, floating above the testing platform. Casting a cold gaze below, Li Shang, Zheng Xian, are you two here to assess qualifications or to preside over recruitment? What is happening here? The voice was icy, laced with authority and a hint of anger. The crowd looked up to see an elder clad in gray, exuding an intimidating presence. Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Shang and Zheng Qian quickly bowed in deference. Greetings, Chen Tianzuan. Li Shang and Zheng Qian were merely external elders at the revered master level, while the elder was an inner sect elder, a figure of great authority. You are the one who caused the Tianji bell to toll 5 times. You are Lin Hai, correct? Chen Tianzuan inquired, fixing his gaze on Lin Hai. Yes, I am Lin Hai. My senior brother is currently in seclusion. Hence I am here to accept you on his behalf. Your talent is exceptional. Given time, you will surely grow to be a sage like my senior brother. Lin Hai's heart surged with exhilaration at being accepted as a disciple by a sage. Overwhelmed, he quickly replied, Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. Chen Tianzuan then turned to Lin who was still recuperating. Noticing Lin, who was merely at the 3rd layer of body refinement, his expression turned frosty. You dare to act publicly on the testing platform, disrupting our sacred land's recruitment process? I, in the name of an inner sect elder, hereby revoke your qualifications to be tested. His declaration stirred a commotion among the attendees. How could this Chen Tianzuan be so domineering? Was this truly the might of a revered master? Simultaneously, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd below, all of whom were from the Lin family. Truly worthy of our Lin family's young master. This is simply magnificent. The young master is exceptionally gifted. This outcome was inevitable. Lin Hai is incredible. Accepted as a disciple by a sage. Previously, they had withheld their cheers, wary of potential misfortune before the outcome was certain. Now that Chen Tianzuan had made his announcement, it was clear Lin Hai, the young master of the Lin family, had a sage as his mentor. In that moment, amidst the jubilant cries of the Lin family, it felt as though destiny had already been sealed. Lin Hai had become a disciple of a sage, while Lin had been stripped of his testing qualifications. Elderly sighed silently. Despite his good intentions, he felt powerless. El dizen, upsharabing li shan silin damenu, Buddha bruatsmila. Having stood up for Lin Hai, his own fortunes would surely improve now that Lin Hai had secured a sage as his master. Meanwhile, Lin, who gazed at the unfolding scene, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Was this truly the end? In the end, he had lost even the qualifications to be tested. Was it the revered master who stripped him of this honor? No, it was Lin Hai who had done so. Lin, who fell silent, his eyes dimming, his spirit drained. At that moment, Lu Yuan quietly observed the unfolding drama from the void above. He had been present for quite some time, initially intrigued by the recruitment scene, intending to watch for a while before seeking revenge. However, upon encountering a figure who introduced himself as Bai Shitong, Lu Yuan was taken aback, recognizing the individual's extraordinary capabilities. As Lu Yuan regarded the system panel, a sense of astonishment lingered within him. Target, Zhuge Qing, Realm, Pinnacle of Great Sage Talent, Extraordinary Identity, Master of the Tianji Pavilion in Central State, Grand Offering of the Northern Abyss Demon God Cult. Renowned figure of the Eastern Wilds, Arhut of the 10,000 Buddha Mountain in the Western Desert. One of the ancestors of the Purple Rain Sacred Land in the Southern Sea. Recent fortune, Chapter 84. The Divine Body of Destiny. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at the information displayed on the panel, pondering for a moment. Zhuge Qing. Truly, it is akin to a grandmother crawling in a bed, leaving me utterly amused. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhuge Qing was indeed an extraordinary figure, not only renowned as a jack-of-all-trades in the eastern wilderness, but also leaving his footprints across the other 4 regions of the Xuanhuang ancient realm. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the Demon God Sect, the 10,000 Buddha Mountain, the Sacred Land of Purple Rain. Undoubtedly, these 4 locations represented supreme, holy forces, undeniably at the pinnacle of their respective realms. After all, Zhuge Qing himself was at the peak of the great sage level. It would be rather implausible if these forces did not also reach that caliber. To be frank, Lu Yuan harbored a strong desire to engage Zhuge Qing in battle. However, it seemed that the timing was not quite right. The master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Lu Yuan murmured to himself, without a doubt. The true identity of Zhuge Qing was that of the master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, while his other identities were merely facades. This fellow possesses a plethora of disguises, each more remarkable than the last. It remained uncertain whether those of the great sage level were aware of Zhuge Qing's alternate identities. Yet, as Lu Yuan contemplated further, he felt it was highly probable they were oblivious, given that he had concealed even his role as the jack-of-all-trades in Songzhou. Presumably, the same went for the others. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion, capable of divining the secrets of fate? How intriguing. If Lu Yuan's guess was correct, that Songzhou beauty ranking might very well have been calculated by Zhuge Qing, a great sage proficient in the art of divination, truly a terrifying prospect. Lu Yuan reflected upon this, then shifted his gaze to the section detailing Zhuge Qing's recent fortunes, where a ripple of intrigue stirred within his otherwise tranquil eyes. Recent fortunes, extremely auspicious, exceptional talent, having cultivated for 800 years to reach the peak of the great sage, merely a step away from the quasi-emperor realm, descendant of the Heavenly Machine Emperor. Currently, due to the Tao of Heaven still being dormant, the grand era has yet to arrive, and spiritual energy has not yet returned. The shackles of the quasi-emperor remain unbroken, trapping him at the peak of the great sage realm. Once the Tao of Heaven awakens, he shall swiftly ascend to the quasi-emperor realm, descendant of the Heavenly Machine Emperor. Lu Yuan gasped, truly unexpected. Zhuge Qing resembled the archetype of the Fated One. As a descendant of the Heavenly Machine Emperor, attaining the quasi-emperor level after 800 years of cultivation, he not only possessed profound insights into the secrets of fate, but also boasted formidable combat prowess. However, the Fated One being 800 years old? Surely that could not be the case. If one had not entered the realm of immortals by 800 years, could they truly be deemed a Fated One? Moreover, in this era, with the Tao of Heaven yet to awaken, it was likely that the Fated One had not yet been born. Zhuge Qing appeared more akin to the powerful mentors and allies of those Fated Ones found in novels. As Lu Yuan mused, he resolved internally to keep a close watch on Zhuge Qing. It seemed he would soon encounter the future Fated One. At that moment, a thought struck Lu Yuan. Lu Yan? Based on Lu Yan's profile, he was adept at alchemy, possessed an affinity for the fire path, and had an elderly ringmaster. Furthermore, there were also Lu Fan and his companions. As this notion crossed his mind, Lu Yuan found himself in a state of disarray. It seemed rather illogical. Could it be that the Xuanhuang ancient realm harbored more than one bearer of fortune? Subsequently, Lu Yuan cast these thoughts aside. Even if a Fated One were to emerge, what of it? He would not be swayed by the novels of his past life on Blue Star, nor would he relinquish his opportunity for ascension in the Xuanhuang realm to these individuals. Meanwhile, within the crowd, Zhuge Qing furrowed his brow and glanced upward. What was amiss? It felt as though he was being watched. This sensation soon dissipated, and Zhuge Qing shook his head. Gone again? Was it merely an illusion? Lu Yuan diverted his attention from Zhuge Qing to Lin Hu at the detection platform. This individual. Target. Lin Hu identity. Progeny of the Lin family. A royal power in Songzhou realm. 3rd level of body refinement, talent. Monstrous physique, divine body of destiny, fortune, extremely auspicious. Possessing the divine physique, known as the divine body of destiny. Over the years, his cultivation has become the nourishment for the awakening of his physique. Now, the divine body is on the verge of awakening, soon to be accepted as a disciple by great power, contending for the path to imperial status alongside other prodigies. With monstrous talent akin to Zhu Guqing's, and sharing the same divine body of destiny, a prodigy-level talent could achieve imperial status, let alone one with monstrous talent. Both individuals possess the qualifications for immortality. Lu Yuan pondered, perhaps the great power mentioned in the system's introduction referred to Zhu Guqing. Both were linked to the secrets of fate, perhaps destined to cross paths. An intriguing thought occurred to Lu Yuan. From this moment onward, the youth named Lin, who would be accepted as a disciple by the eminent powers of the heavenly extreme sacred land. Indeed, it was fantastical. A single rise akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Previously, they were merely offspring of a modest family of revered ones, yet now, the Lin family would reap the benefits as well. As these words were spoken, they elicited a wave of astonishment from those nearby. The gathered cultivators turned their attention to the speaker, an elderly man. He stood silently, exuding a terrifying aura. A celestial lord. Initially, the crowd had contemplated a retort, questioning his own strength as a mere revered one. But now, that thought was swiftly quelled. A celestial lord, that settled it. Simultaneously, as the cultivators engaged in discussion, a cold and sharp voice suddenly rang out, shattering their discourse. The celestial Lord Shun spoke sternly. "You lot, go, and take Linhu down. Do not disrupt the recruitment of disciples for the heavenly extreme sacred land." He cast a glance at the guards beside him. In an instant, the guards were drenched in sweat. Their cultivation was neither high nor low, constrained by their talent, and unable to advance further. Relegated to the role of mere guards to receive the generous wages offered by the sacred land. Earlier, when elders Li and Zheng had quarreled, they could afford to ignore them, but now, with the celestial lord's command, they had no choice but to comply. At that moment, the guards looked at Lin, who was seated at the detection platform, each silently uttering, "Forgive us, young man. We are merely following orders." However, just as they began to move, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. Lin, who vanished from the detection platform, only to reappear beside this person the next moment. Instantly, this scene captured the attention of all present. Looking closer, they beheld a man with waist-length black hair cascading loosely over his shoulders, his profound gaze exuding tranquility, an ethereal demeanor that set him apart. He was clad in pristine white, contrasting sharply with his dark hair, and his remarkably handsome visage stirred the hearts of many young women present. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly devoid of any discernible cultivation or aura, simply observing the crowd with an air of nonchalance. Silence reigned, an absolute stillness. The crowd stared at the man in astonishment and confusion. Who was this individual? Why could they not discern his cultivation? And how dare he openly bring Lin Hu to his side after the command from Celestial Lord Shun? More alarmingly, this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Among them stood several celestial lords, yet even they were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. At that moment, the man spoke, gently shaking his head before articulating with an air of indifference. "The heavenly extreme gate? Is this the conduct of a sacred land? Arbitrarily stripping individuals of their qualifications for detection, deliberately favoring others? What sort of sect allows such practices?" Chapter 85. The Master of the Celestial Bell, Lu Yuan's voice resonated through the realm like a thunderous bell, causing the souls of those present to tremble in fear and confusion. Who is this person that dares to openly challenge the authority of the celestial sacred land? The Chan clan's celestial being, upon hearing this, turned to Lu Yuan with a frown and demanded, "Who are you to speak such arrogance?" "Ah, my identity is of little consequence. You shall learn of it soon enough. What truly matters now is him," Lu Yuan replied, casting a glance at Lin Hu beside him. This action puzzled the assembled cultivators. Was Lin Hu truly extraordinary? Meanwhile, Lin Hu gazed at the young man, utterly astonished. Why had this person saved him? He felt lost, his emotions swirling in complexity. Just moments ago, Elderly had spoken on his behalf, and now a formidable figure was brazenly defying the celestial sacred land to rescue him. Gratitude flooded Lin Hu's heart. What merit did he possess to warrant such support from two powerful beings? Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down his face as he reflected on his past, feeling an acute sense of loss. At that moment, Lu Yuan spoke again. Lin, go forth and touch the celestial bell. I wish to see who dares to obstruct you. His voice boomed like thunder, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Who would dare to stop you? Lin Hu, inspired by Lu Yuan's unwavering confidence, felt a surge of exhilaration. The elder's audacity was captivating. Although the words were not his own, Lin Hu felt emboldened, as if fear had no hold over him. He gradually descended toward the celestial bell, each step measured and steady, showing no sign of his previous injuries. Seeing this, Elder Chen's face darkened with rage. Who would dare to stop you? I shall be the one. He roared, halt at once. With that, he rose, releasing a formidable aura that pressed down on Lin Hu. Yet moments later, the crowd was astonished to see Lin Hu remain unaffected. Elder Chen turned his ire toward Lu Yuan, suspecting his interference. Was it you? You seek death, he growled. Lu Yuan, irritated by the old man's barking, shot him a glare. In an instant, Elder Chen was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell through the air. What level of cultivation do you possess? Elder Chen gasped, his heart racing with disbelief. A mere glance from this man had nearly brought him to death's door. What realm could this individual belong to? A saint? Or perhaps a great saint? No, that would be too extreme. He must be a saint. The situation had spiraled beyond Elder Chen's control. He hastily retrieved a medicinal pill and activated a communication talisman to inform the powerful beings of his sect. Though they might have noticed the unfolding events, he took precautions nonetheless. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan observed Lin Hu, who had reached the celestial bell. Lin Hu consumed this pill before acknowledging the celestial bell, he instructed. His words mystified everyone present, including several celestial beings, even the great Saint Zhuge Qing, who furrowed his brow in confusion. What is this? Acknowledging the celestial bell? Can it even be acknowledged, and what is the significance of the pill? As the crowd pondered, a round pill appeared, exuding a fragrant aroma. It gently landed before Lin Hu, who grasped it without hesitation and swallowed it whole before placing his hand upon the celestial bell. Boom! Ding, 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 ding. Instantly, the heavens shifted, an extraordinary phenomenon enveloping the entire celestial sacred land. With the sound of 6 chimes, countless jaws dropped, their minds reeling. 6 chimes? Indeed, a prodigy had emerged that could make the celestial bell resonate 6 times. All eyes turned to Lin Hu, who stood serene beside the celestial bell. How could this trifling body refinement cultivator invoke such power? Just moments before, the elders of the celestial sacred land had sought to strip him of his testing qualifications. In the inner sanctum, formidable figures opened their eyes in astonishment. 6 chimes from the celestial bell? At last, our celestial sacred land has produced a 6-chime individual, they exclaimed, marveling at the unprecedented occurrence. According to the ancestors, anyone capable of eliciting 6 chimes from the celestial bell could ascend to the threshold of imperial status, contending alongside the most talented. For millennia, not a single individual had elicited 6 chimes from the celestial bell. Now that it had occurred, such a powerful artifact would surely belong to him. Could the celestial bell still produce phenomena? What could be the source of this manifestation? At this moment, several individuals speculated the same possibility, a physical awakening. The prodigy capable of ringing the celestial bell 6 times must possess an extraordinary physique, likely of high caliber. I must have him. You would compete with me? This youth could be a holy son. None are worthy to be his teacher, and all other candidates for holy sonship shall be dismissed. Silence. Let us go forth and witness the future of our celestial sacred land. Meanwhile, outside, the resonance of the celestial bell had subsided, yet Lin Hu remained poised at the testing platform, eyes closed, maintaining contact with the celestial bell. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ears of the gathered crowd, sending shivers down their spines. The celestial bell has calmed, yet why does the phenomenon persist? Perhaps this manifestation does not stem from the celestial bell, but from Lin Hu himself. Could it be he possesses an unparalleled physique? As they pondered, they gazed skyward, where the winds swirled ominously, streams of mysterious energy descending upon Lin Hu. He released his hand from the bell, opened his eyes, and felt the profound cultivation within him, an overwhelming excitement surging through his heart. He laughed joyfully, unleashing an aura of the spiritual sea realm. How can this be? The spiritual sea realm? Someone gasped, overwhelmed by the impossibility of the situation. Just moments ago, Lin Hu had been a mere body refinement cultivator, and now he had transcended to the spiritual sea realm. How could such an extraordinary transformation occur? He had leaped across two great realms. At that moment, the crowd recalled the earlier murmurs about awakening, their hearts tightening. Could it be that Lin Hu had indeed awakened an unparalleled physique? Meanwhile, Zhu Guqing, standing among the crowd, felt his face redden and his pupils constrict as he beheld the youth named Lin Hu. He trembled. Was this aura that of the celestial calculating divine body? Chapter 86. A humble request to take me as your disciple Lin Hu gazed at the magnificent artifact before him, the Tianji bell, and an understanding dawned upon him. He finally comprehended the meaning behind the words of that enigmatic man. The Tianji bell recognizes its master, and should an extraordinary being capable of ringing it 6 times appear, that individual may claim dominion over it. The divine calculation physique. Lin Hu pondered deeply, still somewhat dazed by the realization that he possessed such a physique, one that belonged to the ranks of divine-level bodies. Recalling the recent events, it was only after consuming that elixir that his true nature awakened. At this moment, Lin Hu was profoundly shaken, his gaze towards Lu Yuan imbued with immense respect. Who is this person? How could he possibly know that the Tianji bell would acknowledge me as its master? How did he discern my divine calculation physique? How was he able to awaken it in an instant? These questions cloaked Lu Yuan in an aura of mystery in Lin Hu's eyes, transforming him into an incomprehensibly formidable presence. Lin Hu even speculated whether this man intended to take him as his disciple. For what other reason would he so readily assist a stranger? Surely, as a divine body, he was qualified to be his apprentice? At this moment, an inexplicable feeling surged within Lin Hu as he looked toward the figure in the sky, preparing to voice his desire to become a disciple, only to be interrupted by a sudden cacophony of laughter. Ha! Who has caused the Tianji bell to ring 6 times? Come, be my disciple, and I shall ensure your ascension to sagehood within a century. Li Shang, Zheng Qian, you have rendered great service. With those words, several figures materialized in the air, their faces adorned with smiles, radiating a terrifying aura that instilled profound pressure upon all present. Undoubtedly, these individuals were the esteemed sages of the Tianji Holy Land. At that moment, one sage addressed Lin Hu, who stood beside the Tianji bell, his conviction unwavering. Young one, did you cause the Tianji bell to ring 6 times? Truly exceptional talent. You stand out remarkably. Become my disciple, and I shall guarantee your elevation to sagehood within a century. This robust sage, with wild hair and a boisterous laugh, continued, Youngster, pledge your allegiance to me, and you shall have access to boundless resources and the freedom to choose any martial arts techniques you desire. It seems you have awakened a physique. What level is it? In an instant, the sages spoke in succession, their gazes fixed on Lin Hu, anticipation swelling within them. Although it was highly improbable that they would gain him as a disciple, what if, should this young man acknowledge them as his master? It would be a source of great pride. Should he not falter, he would undoubtedly become a holy son, and being the mentor of such a figure would allow for grand boasts among other sages. However, moments passed, and Lin Hu remained silent, merely observing the sages. This scene left the sages perplexed. Why did he not utter a single word? Was this youth so haughty? Meanwhile, the other cultivators stifled their laughter, wondering how the Tianji Holy Land could still seek him as a disciple, unaware that Lin Hu had almost been stripped of his qualifications and expelled just moments earlier. A silent mockery filled the air as they anticipated the unfolding events. As expected, Lin Hu soon moved, turning slowly in the midst of the crowd's confusion. He directed his gaze toward Lu Yuan in the sky, knelt down, cupped his hands, and proclaimed loudly, I, Lin Hu, humbly request to take you as my master. I implore you to accept me." His expression remained calm, yet his heart surged with exhilaration. At this moment, all he could think of was becoming Lu Yuan's disciple, completely disregarding the words of the other sages. What are their promises of sagehood within a century? What are their offers of abundant resources and choice of techniques? All mere jest, for could they awaken his physique? They were utterly unaware that he had no intention of joining the Tianji Holy Land. Silence enveloped the scene. Every cultivator present widened their eyes in astonishment. Lin, who had outright ignored the sage's offers and turned to bow before the unnamed powerhouse. Moreover, he knelt in reverence, a stark contrast to the indifference he had shown the sages moments before. This scene was a revelation to all present, leaving the sages momentarily dumbfounded. They turned their attention to the figure in the sky, having previously overlooked him in their excitement. But upon recognition, their expression soured. "You are Lu Yuan? How could it be? What are you doing here? How are you still alive? What a master Lon! His life token has yet to shatter," the sages exclaimed, leaving the gathered crowd puzzled. Lu Yuan, with a calm demeanor, smiled faintly. Taking Lin Hu as his disciple, he had no such intention. He then produced a soul fragment, and the onlookers trembled in horror. "Master Lon, Lu Yuan, what trickery is this? How could Master Lon possibly fall into your hands?" they demanded. "As you can see, this is your master, and now." With a swift motion, Lu Yuan crushed the soul fragment, reducing Master Lan's essence to mere smoke, obliterated completely. "Lu Yuan," the sages roared in disbelief. Could it truly be that Master Lon was dead? He was a quasi-saint. If Lu Yuan had come here, it meant that the master of the Three Mountains sect had also perished. What level of cultivation was he? In that moment, although the sages were filled with fury and dread, they did not foolishly rush into battle. After all, Lu Yuan had slain a quasi-saint like Master Lon. How could they possibly contend with him? Thus, they secretly began to contact the remaining quasi-saints within their sect. As fate would have it, a figure appeared instantaneously, his voice booming with laughter. "Ha ha, what a bunch of clowns! You must be unaware that this youth named Lin, who was just stripped of his qualification by your sect's elder, and now he wishes to take as his master the one who vanquished your sect as founder. Ha ha, I am utterly amused. Is this the Tianji Holy Land?" This individual laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain for the Tianji Holy Land. The sages, rather than feeling anger at his words, were instead filled with confusion. What had transpired previously? Stripping Lin Hu of his qualifications? One sage turned to Elder Chun, inquiring, "Junior brother, how did you come to be here? What occurred earlier?" Elder Chun, wearing a bitter expression, could only recount the truth upon seeing his senior brother's earnest demeanor. Once the sages heard Elder Chen's account, their fury ignited. "Zheng Qian," one sage bellowed, "Xuanhuang, you have brought disgrace upon our lineage." Elder Chen's senior brother shouted in outrage, breaking the rules and unilaterally stripping others of their qualifications. "Have you both lost your minds?" At this moment, Zheng Qian and Xuanhuang knelt trembling on the ground, drenched in sweat, filled with regret for their prior actions. Who could have predicted that Lin Hu would surpass even Lin Hai's qualifications, causing the Tianji bell to ring 6 times? Meanwhile, Lin Hai stood in stunned silence, grappling with the surreal nature of the events unfolding before him. Why could this so-called worthless individual cause the Tianji bell to ring 6 times? Why had he awakened such a physique? Why was Lin Hu now being pursued by several sages as a disciple? At this moment, Lin Hai, filled with an overwhelming sense of self-esteem, was consumed by envy and jealousy, and in a fit of anger, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Chapter 87. The death of Lin Hai. At this moment, the atmosphere in this realm felt decidedly unsettling, with several formidable beings present. No one anticipated that such an extraordinary incident would transpire at a mere disciple recruitment gathering. A few sages from the Tianji sacred land continued to reprimand Chun Zheng and his companion, but this was merely a facade. Their true intention was to await the awakening of their sect's ancestral master, the potential great sage. These individuals were perpetually engaged in seclusion, striving to break through to the great sage realm, thereby propelling their sect to greater heights. Although they had relayed the message, the timing of their master's emergence remained uncertain. Should he awaken at a critical juncture, it would undoubtedly impede his breakthrough to the great sage realm. Thus, while they ostensibly chastised the two elders, they were in fact biding their time. If Lu Yuan were to intervene, it was highly likely they would be unable to stop him. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan regarded the man who had just spoken. He appeared utterly ordinary. His features, stature, and even his aura were unremarkable, barely reaching the celestial realm. Were he to conceal his cultivation, Lu Yuan would hardly spare him a glance, as he belonged to that category of individuals one forgets after a mere glance. However, Lu Yuan knew this was a fade. The man's visage, physique, and cultivation were all illusions. This individual was none other than Zhuge. His true cultivation level was that of a peak great sage, yet he was constrained by the heavens from breaking through to the quasi-emperor level. Lu Yuan was filled with profound reflections, recognizing that Zhuge was indeed extraordinary, with an array of disguises. Although the system interface displayed only 5 identities, Lu Yuan surmised that this man possessed many more, likely too lowly to garner the system's attention. After all, Lu Yuan was well aware of the system's nature. Zhuge sudden appearance, advocating for Lin Hu, suggested that he had set his sights on Lin Hu, a fact that Lu Yuan had anticipated. The reason Lu Yuan publicly prompted Lin Hu to awaken his unique physique was to ensnare Zhuge. Otherwise, he could have easily obliterated the Tianji sect and taken Lin Hu away. Moreover, Lu Yuan had no intention of accepting Lin Hu as a disciple. Although Lin Hu's aptitude was indeed exceptional, demonically gifted, on par with Zhuge potential for ascension, Lu Yuan felt that their connection had not yet matured into that of a master and disciple. The celestial calculation divine body was adept in the art of divination and heavenly secrets, and Zhuge, as the head of the heavenly mechanism pavilion and a descendant of the heavenly mechanism emperor, was destined to be his mentor. According to this pattern, it was inevitable that Lin Hu would eventually become Zhuge disciple. Thus, Lu Yuan had no intention of disrupting this destined relationship. Consequently, Lu Yuan took action, facilitating Lin Hu's early awakening of the celestial calculation divine body. And indeed, Zhuge took the bait, sensing the aura of the divine body and witnessing the celestial phenomena. As the heir of the heavenly mechanism emperor, how could he be oblivious to the significance of the celestial calculation divine body? With this realization, Lu Yuan smiled faintly, setting aside his thoughts before producing dozens of coffins. Boom! 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 The coffins struck the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, leaving all present momentarily stunned. Lu Yuan then cheerfully addressed the crowd. "Dear friends, do these coffins seem familiar to you?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly with everyone. The sages of the Tianji sect felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the coffins, their hearts racing with dread. They feared that Lu Yuan was about to take action. In mere moments, the 5 sages exchanged numerous whispered messages, preparing themselves for Lu Yuan's impending strike. "Lu Yuan, do not grow complacent." They stood calmly in the void, gazing at Lu Yuan from afar, their expressions placid, yet their hearts were in turmoil. At that moment, Lu Yuan spoke again. "No need to rush. I shall await your ancestral master's arrival. However, my patience is limited. If they do not come to face their demise within 10 breaths, I shall be compelled to act." Lu Yuan's tone was amiable, yet his words pierced through the 5 sages like chilling blades, embedding themselves deeply within their beings. At this juncture, the other cultivators were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Were they about to engage in battle? No, they had merely come to accompany their juniors to the recruitment event, to observe the spectacle. It seemed a conflict was about to erupt. Moreover, the combatants were sages. Remaining here was tantamount to courting death. Realizing this, all exchanged glances and swiftly retreated. Within 5 breaths, the cultivators had fled several miles away, watching from a distance. Indeed, regardless of the realm, the innate human tendency to seek excitement remained unchanged. Even those geniuses qualified to enter the Tianji sacred land were led away by their elders. Yet a few dozen individuals remained, those from the Lin family. "Young master, we must leave. A battle among sages is about to erupt. Yes, young master, hurry. If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to the clan leader? Listening to his kin's pleas, Lin Hai remained unfazed, disregarding their warnings, and bellowed, I have already been accepted as a disciple by Elder Qin's brother. I will not leave. You may go. Yu Xuanhuang's brother turned upon hearing this proclamation. Accepted as a disciple? Why did Xuanhuang not mention this to me? I had instructed him to recruit any genius who could make the Tianji bell ring 5 times. But this insufferable brat? From a moment Xuanhuang recounted the events that transpired here, he had harbored immense disdain for this youth named Lin Hai. Arrogant beyond measure and utterly lacking in self-awareness. He had initially thought Xuanhuang had erred in judgment, but it turned out he was merely accepting this youth as a disciple. At this moment, a deep loathing flickered in the sage's eyes as he regarded Lin Hai, his brows furrowing in discontent. Upon noticing his future master's gaze upon him, Lin Hai gleefully waved, Master, I am your disciple. You will protect me, won't you? As Lin Hai excitedly gestured, he suddenly beheld his own headless corpse. Huh? What is happening? This attire, is it mine? The thought barely formed before it sank like a stone into the abyss, followed by a complete darkness enveloping his vision. Thud! His head fell. Lin Hai perished, slain by the very hands of his future master. Lin, who observed this scene, momentarily stunned, before his expression returned to tranquility. What a pity that Lin Hai had met his end, yet not at his own hands. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for the Lin family had many survivors. He would seek vengeance upon them all. Time flowed on, and the sages were now drenched in sweat. 10 breaths had passed with alarming swiftness, and the moment had arrived. Just then, a voice echoed, Ding. Time is up. You may now proceed to accompany them. Boastful words. Lu Yuan, you have yet to ascend to the great sage realm, yet you act so arrogantly. Be wary, lest one day you simply drop dead as you walk. Chapter 88 Little Qing. Are you satisfied with this disciple? As the words fell, 2 figures emerged, one clad in black and the other in white. Lu Yuan gazed at the two and spoke with a calm demeanor. There is no need for you both to worry. Rest assured, my fate is not determined by others, but by myself. As for you, your demise is imminent. At this moment, the elder in black retorted, Lu Yuan, do you truly believe you have us at your mercy? Our combined strength is far beyond that of the previous 2. Ha ha ha. Whether I have you at my mercy is yet to be seen, but I assure you, there is someone who certainly does. What do you mean? The 2 ancestors listened, momentarily perplexed. Someone can control us? Who? Lu Yuan then turned to Lin Hu beside him and inquired, Lin Hu, do you wish to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Lin Hu's heart leaped with joy, his face alight with excitement. Yes, I humbly request that Senior Lu Yuan take me as a student. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhu Geqing hovered silently in air, watching this unfold, his expression darkening. If Lin Hu were to acknowledge that person named Lu Yuan as his master, he would lose the opportunity to connect with this rare, celestial body. He had waited for hundreds of years to find someone with such a physique, and now that the chance was right before him, how could he let it slip away? Surely, he couldn't just seize this young man's disciple in front of him, nor could he kill Lu Yuan to forcefully take Lin Hu. Wouldn't that make Lin Hu resent him eternally? At this moment, Zhu Geqing looked at Lu Yuan, his thoughts a whirlwind of complexity. Furthermore, he could not discern even a hint of this Lu Yuan's true essence. This individual was extraordinarily youthful, and his cultivation level was so profound that even Zhu Geqing, at the peak of the great sage realm, could not fathom it. There were only 3 possibilities. Either Lu Yuan's cultivation surpassed his own, or he had mastered a concealed realm technique, or he was adorned with an artifact that concealed his aura. Regardless of which it was, the fact that he could evade Zhu Geqing's scrutiny indicated that he was anything but ordinary. This Lu Yuan, even if he were not an Empyrean, possessed techniques or treasures of Empyrean caliber. But was he truly an Empyrean? Would the people of the Tianji sect dare provoke him if he were? This Lu Yuan, though he appeared unperturbed by the 2 quasi-sages, exuded an air of unwavering confidence, yet refrained from making a move, as if he were waiting for something. Moreover, the elixir he produced was something Zhu Guqing had never encountered before. Not only that, but the elixir bore 4 inscriptions. The reason outsiders had not recognized it was simply that Lu Yuan had concealed the inscriptions, yet as a peak great sage, under the veil of his divine sense. How could Zhu Guqing have missed Lu Yuan's clumsy disguise? In truth, this was Lu Yuan's intention. If he had been earnest, even an emperor would not have discerned that it was a 4-inscription elixir. Thus, others merely assumed it was an aromatic, high-grade healing elixir. However, Zhu Guqing did not share this belief. Lin, who was merely slightly injured, having already been treated by Li Shang's elixir. What need had he for a sacred-grade elixir? After Lu Yuan instructed Lin Hu to consume the elixir before approaching the Tianji bell, Lin Hu awakened his unparalleled physique, resulting in the Tianji bell ringing 6 times. Other cultivators presumed it was the bell's influence that enabled Lin Hu to awaken his physique. After all, the Tianji bell was a sacred artifact, a treasure of the Tianji Holy Land passed down for millennia. Merely a coincidence. But Zhu Guqing suspected otherwise. He believed Lin Hu's awakening was entirely due to that elixir. At the very least, it was of sacred grade, and bore 4 inscriptions, capable of awakening hidden physiques. In that moment, Zhu Guqing marveled internally. This Lu Yuan was truly enigmatic. Who on earth was he? At that moment, Lu Yuan continued, Lin Hu, I fear I cannot become your master. I am not suited to be your teacher. Lin Hu was taken aback, confused. If Lu Yuan did not intend to take him as a disciple, why had he gone to such lengths? Lin Hu knew well that it was Lu Yuan who had given him the elixir that enabled his awakening. He smiled warmly, albeit with a hint of sadness. Senior Lu, is it because my aptitude is too low that you do not wish to accept me as your disciple? Lu Yuan shook his head gently. No, you misunderstand. While I am not suited to be your master, there is someone who is. Lin Hu was bewildered. Someone else was suitable? Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, glancing at Zhu Guqing not far away, teasingly saying, Little Qing, I have found you a splendid disciple. Don't you think you should take him? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Lin Hu was bewildered. Little Qing? Who is that? That ordinary-looking fellow? The 5 saints of the Tianji sect and the 2 quasi-great sages were equally perplexed. Was there about to be a confrontation? And now Lu Yuan was introducing a master? Zhu Guqing, however, was utterly flabbergasted. His heart raced with shock. Little Qing? This mysterious Lu Yuan is referring to me? Gazing at Lu Yuan's beaming countenance, Zhu Guqing felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end, his very soul trembling. He was indeed speaking of me. How did he know my nickname? How could he